What if Naruto had been aware of Konoha's darkness from the moment of his birth? What if his dream of becoming Hokage was merely a means to lead a life as ordinary as anyone else? Konoha is the strongest in the ninja world, and the Hokage is the strongest in Konoha. Only by becoming Hokage can I live a normal life, declared Naruto Uzumaki. This is my child. You and Konoha have no right to educate him, stated the Nine Tails. As the most innocent and passionate child, a prophecy awakens to the harsh truths, and the fiercest tailed beast transforms into the most reliable family member. How will the decaying tree of Konoha confront the rational avenger it has unwittingly nurtured? Chapter 1. The Birth of Naruto. Ah, it hurts! Kushina, Uzumaki cried out, lying on the single bed. Hang in there, Kushina, it's almost time, said Hiruzen Sarutobi, assisting in the delivery. You're a ninja. For heaven's sake, stop shouting and hold on. Kushina. Minato Namikaze looked at her with concern. Minato, focus. Your sole task is here, Hiruzen reminded. Yes, Minato replied, redirecting his attention to Kushina's belly. The most critical aspect of Kushina's delivery was not merely bringing the child into the world, but ensuring that the Nine Tails would not burst forth from its seal. The female Jinchuriki is weakest during childbirth, and the Nine Tails, far from being the perfect host, would seize this opportunity to cause chaos. What a shame it was for the mighty Nine Tails to do nothing but sleep at home, only to be forced into a summoning contract by one person and subsequently ridden like a mere beast by another. After finally escaping control, it was once again trapped, this time in the womb of Kushina Uzumaki. Did it not care for its dignity? Now was the perfect moment for the Nine Tails to shine as Kushina was giving birth. Even if it could not break free from the seal, it must not allow Kushina to deliver the child without incident. Ah! Kushina suddenly cried out, collapsing weakly onto the bed. A baby's cries followed. Ah! He's here. From this day forth, I am a father, Minato exclaimed, wiping away tears in excitement. At last, I can see you. Kushina turned her head towards the infant in her arms. All right, now relax, Hiruzen said as he took the baby aside. Kushina, thank you for your hard work. Now we must ensure the Nine Tails is put to rest. Minato placed his hands on Kushina's belly to reinforce the seal. Ah! A gasp echoed from the side. Both Hiruzen and another medical staff member collapsed, lifeless. A masked figure seized the infant and turned to Minato. The fourth Hokage, Minato, step away from the Jinchuriki, or this child's life will last but a minute. How'd he penetrate the barrier? Who is this person? Minato's heart raced as he eyed the masked man. Ugh! Kushina's pained voice broke through beside Minato. Black sealing runes began to spread across her face, the seal on her belly threatening to burst forth. Kushina, Minato's forehead dripped with cold sweat. The nine-tail seal was still incomplete. Leave the Jinchuriki at once. Do you not care what happens to the child? The masked man pressed the kunai against the infant's neck, urging him on. Wait, you calm down. Minato reached out, desperate to stop him. Those words are for you to heed, Minato. I am utterly composed, the masked man said, casting the baby into the air. Naruto! Kushina cried out in panic. Minato, in a split second, caught Naruto before the masked man could reach him. Impressive, yellow flash, but what will you do next? The masked man began forming hand seals. The explosive tag attached to Naruto's swaddling ignited. Minato! Naruto! Despite her anxiety, Kushina could do nothing but watch. Childbirth already drained her strength, and combined with resisting the Nine Tails' power, she had no energy left to act. Minato swiftly tore off the swaddling and dashed out of the room with Naruto in his arms. Just as he exited, flames engulfed the entire room. Thank goodness, Naruto is safe, Minato sighed in relief. I was forced to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, targeting Kushina. He soon realized the masked man's true intention. I've been led astray. I must return immediately. Minato hurried home, placing Naruto safely. What is your purpose? Kushina was bound to a stone platform, limbs restrained. To extract the Nine Tails from your body and destroy Konoha, the masked man replied coldly. What do you mean? Kushina's pale face betrayed her shock as she gazed at him. Normally, with Minato by your side, you would be protected, but now he has been diverted and the Nine-Tail Seal has weakened due to childbirth. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is one I have awaited for long. The masked man's excitement heightened, his pupils dilating as the Sharingan appeared. You are. The Nine Tails sensed the masked man's identity and attempted to speak, but was swiftly subdued by his power. The pattern of the kaleidoscope manifested in the Nine-Tails' eyes, controlling it to break free from its seal. Come forth, Nine-Tails. As the Nine-Tails emerged completely from Kushina, the masked man turned to leave. Let us proceed towards Konoha. Stop. Kushina, weakened, tried to obstruct him. The Uzumaki clan is indeed formidable. Even when the tailed beast is extracted, they do not perish immediately. The masked man, with the Sharingan gleaming in his eyes, coldly regarded the fallen Kushina. Since you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I shall have this beast end your life. Under his influence, the Nine-Tails raised a claw above Kushina. Minato arrived just in time to rescue her. Naruto, is he unharmed? Kushina looked at Minato weakly. Yes, Naruto is fine. He is in a safe place, Minato reassured her. Minato, you must act swiftly to stop that man and the Nine-Tails. They intend to raise Konoha to the ground. Minato's expression darkened, filled with murderous intent as he turned to face the threat. Very well, let's make our way to Konoha. The masked man paid no heed to the presence of Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. His sole intent was to obliterate Konoha. Chapter 2. The Chaos of the Nine-Tails. Don't worry about it. Stay by Naruto's side, commanded Namake's Minato, placing Uzumaki Kushina beside their son. Kushina turned and embraced Naruto tightly. Naruto. Minato clenched his fists, his heart heavy as he gazed at the mother and child on the bed. Thank you, Minato. Please be careful, Kushina urged. Summoning technique. The immense figure of the Nine-Tails loomed over Konoha, howling and thrashing about. The creature wreaked havoc upon everything that belonged to Konoha, sending the townspeople into a frenzy. I understand. I will handle that beast, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. You all focus on protecting non-combatants, understood. Has Kushina's seal been undone? Have all the precautions proven futile? And what of Lake Biwa? Sarutobi contemplated. This way, Nine-Tails. This way, Nine-Tails. Where are you looking, Nine-Tails? Wave after wave of shinobi charged toward the Nine-Tails. Do not falter. Even if we cannot defeat the Nine-Tails, we must stall here to allow the villagers to evacuate in time. Don't act recklessly. Gather at Lord Hiruzen's location. Follow through with the orders. Carrying the name of Hokage, it is my duty to protect the families within the village, declared Namake's Minato, standing atop Hokage Rock. We cannot allow them to run rampant any longer. Have you noticed me? The Nine-Tails roared, unleashing a tailed beast bomb. Do not dare to destroy this place. Minato formed seals with his hands, summoning a vast seal that appeared in the path of the tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb was redirected and detonated outside of Konoha. Such a vast scale. We must choose the point of detonation with great care. The technique to redirect the Nine-Tails attack is a space-time barrier. Akimichi Choza remarked. Is Minato? Narashikaku confirmed. Excellent. We shall join in as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen directed his gaze towards the Nine-Tails. Yes, we must promptly report the current situation to the third Hokage. Minato thought, suddenly sensing a movement behind him. He swiftly turned to evade the masked man's assault. Simultaneously, he thrust a kunai towards the masked man, but it passed through him as if he were a mere illusion. Your opponent is me, and the masked man seized one of Minato's hands, attempting to execute a space-time ninjutsu. This ends here. Just as he was about to succeed, Minato vanished. Next time, I must absorb you quickly. The moment I touch you, I will dispose of you, the masked man said, raising his hand and vanishing from the spot. My attack passed through him, yet he can materialize at will and intends to absorb me immediately. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Minato pondered, lying on the ground. Where do you think you can escape to? The masked man loomed over Minato, looking down at him. This individual can also wield space-time ninjutsu. He must possess this ability to teleport with Kushina. Minato slowly rose to his feet. To annihilate the third Hokage's elite Umbu, traverse the highest security barriers, and unravel the seal of the Nine-Tails, taming it in the process. Moreover, the only ninja capable of entering and exiting Konoha's barriers freely, to my knowledge, is but one person. You are Uchiha Obito. Minato looked up, locking eyes with the masked man. In response to Minato's gaze, the masked man slowly removed his hat. No, it can't be. He has long since perished. Before the masked man could respond, Minato dismissed his own speculation. Who knows? It may not be the case. The masked man tilted his head, a mocking tone in his voice. But why have you targeted Konoha? If I must say, It is both a whimsical impulse and a long-planned scheme. It is for war, yet also for peace. The masked man produced chains from his sleeve, preparing for battle against Minato. Regardless of the circumstances, he is not a mere pawn. He possesses the ability to control the Nine Tails and wield space-time ninjutsu surpassing even that of the second Hokage. Furthermore, he harbors such perilous thoughts. If this matter is not resolved here, it will become a more formidable challenge than the rampage of the Nine Tails. I must contain this individual here. Now that the Nine Tails has been unleashed, you have no hope left. The masked man flexed his wrist, and both he and Minato sprang into action. They charged at each other, and at the moment of collision, Minato passed through the masked man's form, halted by the chains. His physical body renders my physical attacks ineffective. It only materializes at the moment of attack. In other words, I can only target each other at the instant of our strikes. They exchanged blows once more. Minato evaded the masked man's strike and ascended above him. Before the masked man could react, a Rasengan struck him in the back. Flying Thunder God. Second stage. The masked man was knocked to the ground, quickly regaining his composure and retreating to a distance, eyeing Minato. You turn the tables on me. This is what they call being elusive. One must not let their guard down. The masked man taunted Minato. Minato remained silent, suddenly appearing before the masked man and delivering a punch. His hand pressed against the masked man's chest, sealing runes materialized, adhering to him. Contract seal. You intend to separate the Nine Tails from me? This way, the Nine Tails will no longer belong to you, Minato said with a grim expression. At that moment, the pattern of the Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes gradually faded, and the creature became lucid, its eyes returning to slitted pupils. However, the Nine Tails grew increasingly ferocious in its actions. If previously it was aimless destruction, now it specifically targeted ninjas intent on slaughter. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the shinobi to restrain the Nine Tails while he summoned the Monkey King, Inma, transforming him into the adamantine staff. Hiruzen held one end of the staff, driving it into the Nine Tails' abdomen, pushing the beast out of Konoha's vicinity. Do not relent. Continue the assault. Impressive, fourth Hokage. I did not expect you to injure my hand and separate the Nine Tails. However, the Nine Tails will eventually be mine. I am destined to unite the world. I possess ample means to achieve my goals. After uttering this, the masked man vanished from sight. Seeing that the masked man had genuinely departed, Minato hurried to the location of the Nine Tails. What a dreadful sight, Minato exclaimed, gazing at the devastation in Konoha. He summoned a giant toad to suppress the Nine Tails. That feeling was not one of deceit. Kushina, I am sorry. Minato contemplated deeply. Seizing the moment, he led the Nine Tails away from the vicinity of Konoha, simultaneously bringing Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto along with him. Chapter 3. Naruto Uzumaki. The time had come for the barrier to be erected. Minato Namikaze, having successfully relocated the monstrous Nine Tails, was nearly exhausted of chakra. I can still hold on, he thought as golden chains surged forth from Kushina Uzumaki's body, ensnaring the beast. I have but one final wish. I long to see my grown-up Naruto. Kushina, you need not perish alongside the Nine Tails, Minato said, tears streaming down his face. I will use your remaining chakra to ensure you meet Naruto. I shall seal all of your residual chakra within him, combining it with the 8 trigram seal. He wiped away his tears and added, I will handle the Nine Tails myself. As a non-Jinchuriki, I can only utilize the Reaper Death Seal. Kushina gazed at her husband, astonished, yearning to voice her thoughts. I understand your concerns. However, the transformation of the world as spoken by Jiraiya-sensei, along with the calamities that accompany it, has led me to confirm 2 truths today. The masked man who attacked you will surely bring forth a storm of bloodshed, and the one who will stand against him is our child. This child, named by Jiraiya-sensei, shall serve as the Jinchuriki and carve a path toward the future. Minato initiated the Reaper Death Seal. Trust in this child, he is our son. After the seal was complete, he vowed to seal Kushina's chakra within Naruto, hoping that when he attempted to control the Nine Tails, she would lend him her strength. This is not solely for you, but also for Naruto. To willingly sacrifice oneself for the sake of a child is a father's duty. Sweat poured down Minato's forehead as he exerted the Reaper Death Seal. The weight of the chakra was overwhelming, and he felt the agony of half the Nine Tails being sealed within him. A platform for the ritual? You intend to seal me once more? And into that little brat? The Nine Tails protested, attempting to thwart Minato's actions. Unbeknownst to Minato, the Ninetales lunged at Naruto with its claws. I have already stated that this is a father's duty, Minato declared, positioning himself protectively in front of his son. If that is the case, then a mother should fulfill her duty as well, Kushina added. You. The Ninetales hissed through clenched teeth. I have never lost to you in an argument before. Kushina said with resignation, I understand how serious you are. Thank you, Kushina. Summoning Jutsu. Toad King. I entrust you with the key to the sealing technique. Please safeguard it for Jiraiya-sensei. She turned to Minato. We cannot hold on much longer. It is time to initiate the 8 trigram seal. I want to seal as much chakra into Naruto as possible, now that we are apart for a time. Is there anything you wish to say? Kushina began. Naruto, do not be picky. Eat well and grow strong. Remember to take warm baths daily. And do not stay up late. Ensure you get enough sleep. Additionally, make friends. It is fine if you do not have many. Just a few trustworthy companions will suffice. Though I may not be proficient in this area, you must strive to master ninjutsu. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Even if you encounter difficulties, do not despair. Show respect to your teachers and seniors in training. There is also an important matter regarding the 3 ninja prohibitions. First, do not lend money indiscriminately. Remember to save your mission rewards. You must wait until you turn 20 to drink alcohol. Excess consumption is harmful to your health. Finally, concerning women, as your mother, I may not fully comprehend this, but there are only men and women in this world. You will inevitably become interested in women. So be cautious not to be ensnared by strange ones. Seek out a remarkable woman like your mother. Furthermore, regarding the 3rd prohibition, be wary of Jiraiya-sensei. In the future, whether in sorrow or suffering, you will face many trials. Maintain your own pace and keep your dreams alive. Then, turn those dreams into reality and have faith in yourself. I have so much more I wish to convey to you, and I long to share my life with you. I love you. I'm sorry, Minato. I have been so caught up in my words, Kushina said, tears streaming down her face. No, it is all right, Minato replied with a gentle smile. Naruto, what I wish to convey to you is akin to your talkative mother. With the 8 trigram seal, Minato sealed the remaining 9 tails within Naruto. The 9 tails attempted to resist, but ultimately succumbed to Minato, vanishing into the depths of Naruto's being. Damn it, was all the 9 tails left behind? Naruto cried out in anguish as he felt the 9 tails enter him. The pain of sealing the beast was so intense that even Minato felt it, let alone the newborn Naruto. As Minato and Kushina breathed their last, the barrier that had protected them began to dissipate. Hiruzen Sarutobi approached Naruto, silently observing the lifeless forms of Minato and Kushina before finally speaking. Take the 4th Hokage and his wife away. This child must be taken to the hospital. Ensure that he is protected in secrecy. His identity must not be revealed. Hiruzen chose to keep Naruto's identity hidden. From now on, he shall be known as Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen was aware that Minato and Kushina had named their child, yet he decided not to allow Naruto to inherit the 4th Hokage's surname. Whether to shield Naruto from Minato's enemies or for other reasons, Hiruzen acted accordingly. The guards, though puzzled, did not question Hiruzen's orders, as they were part of the 3rd Hokage's elite Umbu, obeying only him. Once everyone departed, Hiruzen remained alone, waiting for someone. Hand over the 9 tails Jinchuriki to me. Danzo Shimura appeared beside Hiruzen. Impossible. That is the 4th Hokage's child. Hiruzen firmly rejected Danzo's proposal. Even though he had no intention of revealing Naruto's identity, he would never surrender him to Danzo. Chapter 4. The sealing space. Mikoto Uchiha brought Sasuke to the hospital alone. All the children who had lost their parents in this incident were gathered in this room. From the golden hair to the facial whiskers, every detail pointed to the child's identity, Minato Namake's and Kushina Uzumaki's offspring. However, Hiruzen had ordered that no one disclose Naruto's identity. He was to be known as Uzumaki and not Namake's. He was a Jinchuriki, not the son of the Hokage. Mikoto stood quietly outside the room, observing Naruto. She wished to adopt him, whether out of affection for Kushina or for another reason. Yet Hiruzen did not consent. The Sharingan pattern within the 9 tails had been witnessed by everyone in the village. Although the village would not act against the Uchiha, they certainly would not remain passive. In fact, she would have no opportunity to interact with the child in the future. No, it was not just her. No one was permitted to approach the child, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. In the depths of slumber, Naruto Uzumaki seemed to sense something. abruptly awakening and gazing out of the window, crying out loud. His cries resonated through the air, prompting Sasuke Uchiha to join in, echoing Naruto's cries in a strange harmony. In their innocent confusion, the two children began to communicate. "Don't cry, Sasuke, be good." Mikoto Uchiha soothed her son, attempting to quell his tears. But her efforts were in vain. Normally a well-behaved child, Sasuke found himself unable to restrain his weeping upon hearing Naruto's distress. Only when Mikoto led Sasuke away from the scene, removing him from the sound of Naruto's cries, did he finally cease his sobbing. Simultaneously, Naruto too found tranquility, his tears subsiding. The Umbu guarding Naruto let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing the child's calmness. He was a witness to the events of that fateful night, and, while uncertain of Hiruzen Sarutobi's thoughts, he recognized Naruto as the child of the fourth Hokage. He could not bear to watch Naruto's tears continue to flow. Following the chaos of the Nine Tails, Hiruzen Sarutobi had reclaimed his position as the third Hokage. The Uchiha clan, amidst the reconstruction after the disaster, settled on the outskirts of Konoha. Naruto was entrusted to the care of a nanny, living alone in a dilapidated house, where only the shadows of trees outside signified his worth and the attention he received. The Nine Tails, sealed within Naruto, resumed its slumber, occasionally peering at the outside world through Naruto's eyes out of boredom. Everything seemed to be progressing toward a brighter future, except for Naruto. It was unclear what sort of nanny Sarutobi had found for Naruto, as she paid no heed to his cries or fussing. While changing Naruto's diaper, she would secretly jab him with a needle, knowing that the Nine Tails chakra would heal the tiny wounds instantaneously, yet still inflicting pain upon him. When feeding him formula, she would recklessly pour scalding water into his mouth. Despite enduring such torment and scathe, Naruto's resilience only reinforced the nanny's belief in his reputation as a demon fox. The Umbu, observing from the trees, remained passive, harboring their own resentment towards the creature within Naruto. Naruto, who was perpetually crying without comfort, one day found himself in an unfamiliar space. The sudden wails disrupted the Nine-Tails' sleep, causing it to gaze in astonishment at the infant appearing in the ceiling space. A child? No, wait, this is my Jinchuriki? How did he come to be here? Though the Nine Tails had long been eroding its seal and held disdain for Naruto, it was perplexed that Naruto, who could not possibly have entered this space on his own, was now present. Leaning closer, the Nine Tails attempted to discern the situation, but no answers emerged. Typically, a Jinchuriki could only access the ceiling space once their abilities reached a certain level. A mere infant, one just recently born, could not withstand the Nine Tails chakra unless they possessed the Uzumaki lineage. Be quiet. Frustrated by its inability to comprehend the situation, the Nine Tails ceased its observations, yet could no longer tolerate Naruto's incessant cries. Too loud. This is unbearable. I'm the one trapped here, yet he's the one wailing? Ironically, as the Nine Tails roared, Naruto cried even louder. The creature, agitated, cast a sideways glance at Naruto, its crimson-slit pupils fixated upon him. Silence. Naruto, small and fragile, was buffeted by the force of the Nine Tails' voice, his swaddling blanket lifting in the gust. Despite his nakedness, Naruto turned towards the Nine Tails, reaching out with his tiny hands as if yearning for an embrace. Indeed, Naruto was instinctively seeking the comfort of the Nine Tails' presence. While the outside world perceived him as a demon fox and offered him nothing but disdain, the Nine Tails, despite its unfriendly demeanor, evoked a different sensation. The hostility from those beyond the confines of the ceiling space contrasted sharply with the singularity of the Nine Tails, igniting within Naruto a desire to draw closer. Up until his birth, Naruto had only encountered two emotions, the unkindness of others and the yearning for connection. Now, he felt compelled to explore the enigma before him. Get out, you little brat. The Nine Tails, witnessing Naruto's sudden cessation of tears and the smile directed at it, unceremoniously expelled Naruto from the ceiling space. Although the ceiling space existed to contain the tailed beasts, it was still under the control of the beast when the Jinchuriki lacked sufficient strength. Upon being cast out, Naruto erupted into tears once more. To those outside, it appeared as though Naruto had awakened and was inexplicably throwing a tantrum. The nanny scolded as she approached him, while the Umbu listened in silence to the sound of Naruto's cries. Yet, something felt different. Naruto had discovered a means to access that other realm and would often find himself within the ceiling space. In fact, he spent much of his time there, re-entering even after being expelled by the Nine Tails. People are invariably drawn to the unfamiliar, and so was Naruto. Chapter 5. Warmth. Naruto spent the majority of his time in slumber. Even as an infant, his sleeping hours were excessive. This unusual behavior caught the nanny's attention, but her own maltreatment of Naruto deterred her from reporting any abnormalities. The Umbu, comprised of individuals without families or children, failed to notice anything amiss. Their sole responsibility was to ensure Naruto's survival, leaving them oblivious to any deeper concerns. Once again, Naruto found himself in the ceiling space. The Nine-Tails had grown indifferent to Naruto's presence. No matter how many times it attempted to expel him, Naruto always returned. He had mastered the method of entry, rendering the Nine-Tails' resistance futile. Now, upon seeing Naruto enter, the Nine-Tails displayed no reaction, merely lying down in its cage. Yet, Naruto was undeterred and sought to engage the Nine-Tails. Crying out, Naruto waved his arms, striving to approach the Nine-Tails. The cage that confined the Nine-Tails posed no obstacle to Naruto's will, at least not in terms of his voluntary entry. As Naruto endeavored to close the distance, the Nine-Tails, wishing to retreat, remained still, creating an invisible barrier that prevented Naruto from advancing. Sensing this resistance, Naruto interpreted it as a playful challenge from the Nine-Tails. With the intention of drawing closer to the Nine-Tails, Naruto Uzumaki exerted himself towards its direction. The Nine-Tails, sensing the faint energy emanating from Naruto, exhibited a flicker of interest, lifting its gaze towards him. However, its actions remained undeterred, fluctuating between weakness and strength. Feeling the Nine-Tails' response, Naruto beamed with joy, waving his arms excitedly in its direction. Eventually, after tiring himself from play, Naruto fell asleep, yet he did not emerge from the sealed space. The Nine-Tails observed him quietly, pondering its thoughts. Logically, it should harbor animosity towards Naruto, yet confronted with the oblivious child, it found no desire to end his life. Perhaps it was merely seeking amusement to alleviate its own boredom. As months passed, the newborns exhibited rapid growth, and Naruto had significantly changed since his birth. The Nine-Tails bore witness to all of Naruto's transformations. Amidst their ongoing tug-of-war, the Nine-Tails permitted Naruto to draw closer for the first time. Cautiously, it extended a claw, gently placing it above Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto reached out and grasped the claw. Laughter erupted from him, a clear and joyful sound. This was Naruto's first genuine smile, a fact the Nine-Tails recognized with clarity. For reasons unknown, a sense of happiness welled within the Nine-Tails, a sentiment it had never experienced before. However, it quickly disregarded this feeling as Naruto fell asleep, still clutching its claw. The Nine-Tails attempted to withdraw its claw, yet Naruto held on tightly. And for reasons it could not fathom, the Nine-Tails ultimately maintained its position. The claw that had once belonged to Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki was now embraced by Naruto, providing him warmth. As the months continued to pass, Naruto learned to crawl. No longer suspended in the air, he crawled directly to the Nine-Tails. "Hey, little brat. Do you know I killed your parents?" Each time Naruto approached, the Nine-Tails would gently push him back with its claw. Yet, Naruto interpreted this as an invitation to play and continued crawling towards it. Tiring from play, he plopped down, babbling incoherently in infantile speech. The Nine-Tails, unable to comprehend, spoke to itself. "I say, little brat, you're having so much fun here. When you grow up, you must release me." It continued, "This space is not free for you. You are essentially in my home. When you mature, there shall be a price to pay." It mused, "Once you learn that I am the one who killed your parents, we'll see if you dare to bother me again." Realizing the futility of its words, the Nine-Tails fell silent. Noticing the Nine-Tails' quietude, Naruto lay down and drifted into sleep. "How is Naruto?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the documents in hand, seemingly asking out of mere curiosity. From the shadows emerged an individual, kneeling respectfully, head bowed low. "You may leave," came the command. With a swift motion, the room was left empty, and no one could discern Sarutobi's true thoughts. The telescope technique was Sarutobi's most prized ninjutsu. As long as a person's chakra was within Konoha's range, he could ascertain their condition. Thus, despite not constantly observing Naruto, he was undoubtedly aware of the happenings surrounding him. Naruto was evidently weaker than his peers, lacking visible injuries, yet his spirit remained low. He was nearly perpetually asleep. Sarutobi could not feign ignorance, yet he chose to take no action. Although Naruto felt pain, he refrained from lamenting, which only emboldened those with malicious intent. He understood that no one outside would comfort him during his tears. Conversely, in that dim space, the immense creature would cautiously soothe him. Though it was an awkward and disdainful interaction, Naruto sensed that this colossal being did not harbor hatred towards him. His perception of the world was keen. He could sense the emotions of those around him, even in his ignorance. He could discern the good from the ill-intentioned. To Naruto, those who cared for him were the villains, while the entity that was so unlike him was the hero. Whenever he faced bullying, he would retreat to the sealed space, where he found joy in the company of the Nine Tails. Even though Naruto felt that the Nine Tails' feelings towards him were not entirely pure, they were far from malevolent. Most importantly, the Nine Tails was the only one who could not refuse him. It was a presence he could summon at will. Chapter 6. The Demon Fox Spirit. Naruto Uzumaki, now capable of speech, entered the sealed space today with a delightful surprise for the Nine Tails. This was the phrase he had heard most frequently. Thus it naturally became his first utterance after learning to speak. Cough, cough, cough. Who did you learn that from, you little brat? Initially, the Nine Tails anticipated joy upon Naruto's arrival, but hearing his words dampened its spirits. Fox Spirit. Fox Spirit. Unbeknownst to Naruto, he mistook the Nine Tails' reaction as delight. Naruto maneuvered his body mid-air, positioning himself at the tip of the Nine Tails' nose. Fox Spirit. He reached out to touch the Nine Tails' nose, patting it happily. Previously, Naruto had enjoyed a harmonious interaction with the Nine Tails, and such actions had not been problematic. However, as soon as Naruto's hand made contact, the Nine Tails recoiled swiftly. Shut up, you foul little brat. The Nine Tails' sudden roar startled Naruto. Ah, bad. Naruto burst into tears. If he were outside and faced bullying, he would never cry, for no one would console him. Yet, this was different. Over the past months, he had shared delightful moments with the Nine Tails. The creature's demeanor granted him the liberty to weep. Stop crying, you little brat. The Nine Tails, already irritable, found Naruto's tears even more vexing. Despite the Nine Tails' admonishments, Naruto's sobs only grew louder. Gradually, his voice became hoarse, and ultimately, the Nine Tails' heart softened. Don't cry, little one. The Nine Tails lowered its voice, lifting Naruto to its eye level with a claw. With another claw, it gently patted Naruto's back. It was my fault. Please don't cry. Nearly a year of interaction had made the Nine Tails somewhat concerned for Naruto. Although Naruto was its Jinchuriki, he remained an innocent child, oblivious to the complexities of their relationship. Even the Nine Tails, witnessing a child evolve from a being of utter innocence into one capable of articulate speech, cannot help but feel a pang of emotion. Little brat? Demon Fox. Uzumaki. Naruto halted his tears and uttered once more the words that irked the Nine Tails. Yet this time, the Nine Tails did not respond with anger, but merely acknowledged him with a reluctant Demon Fox. Little brat, stop crying at every turn. Demon Fox. Do you understand? Demon Fox. Crying is a sign of weakness. Demon Fox. All right, I won't say it anymore. The Nine Tails conceded, releasing Naruto onto the ground. Truly, communication had become futile. All he ever spoke were those two words. It seemed he had learned nothing but insults. Children were merely here to collect debts. Demon Fox. Demon Fox. Outside. Naruto showed no restraint, calling out Demon Fox to anyone in sight, and even when alone, the words escaped his lips. He could only utter those two words, for they were the only ones spoken to him by those around him. Although the Nine Tails had engaged in dialogue with Naruto, it had no intention of kindly teaching him the art of conversation. Thus, Naruto was left to learn on his own. Having mastered crawling and walking, Naruto began to explore the confines of his dwelling. Each time, he left a chaotic mess in his wake. The caretaker would scold him angrily, pricking him with a needle. Yet Naruto would repeat the same behavior the next time. He sensed her malice, but understood that her worst was merely this, and she would not go beyond. For a considerable time, Naruto spent his days outside and returned to the sealed space only at night. Through the caretaker's words, he gradually came to grasp his identity and gained a broader understanding of the world. The disdain of those around him was something he had known from the beginning, but he remained indifferent. He had come to recognize one truth. The creature he encountered daily was the Demon Fox, the Nine Tails. A fox. This realization brought Naruto great joy, for he was unaware of what a Demon Fox truly was. He simply knew that within him resided a talking fox, a companion who was always by his side. His very own fox. Great Fox, why have you stopped speaking to me? Naruto approached the Nine Tails, yearning for conversation. The Nine Tails denied him the chance to draw near, keeping him at bay outside the cage. Great Fox. Why? Do you despise me? Naruto pressed his face against the bars, gazing forlornly at the nine tails within. You clearly do not hate me. You are still the same as before, aren't you? Now, the nine tails seemed both good and bad. Why would it not let him inside when their bond was evidently strong? He could feel that the Great Fox's feelings towards him had not changed, but why? Why did the Great Fox now refuse to converse with him? Ever since Naruto had learned to communicate, the nine tails had ceased to engage with him. It understood that they would always remain adversaries. Naruto's current interest in it was merely due to the absence of others with whom to converse. Once he encountered other people in the future, he would swiftly forget it. Sooner or later, Naruto would discover that it was the nine tails who had slain his parents. They would be enemies. Given this reality, it would perhaps be better to refrain from interaction from the outset, to spare them both from future anguish. This was its final act of kindness towards him. In the end, the nine tails disregarded Naruto, allowing him to doze off against the cage. Little brat, seeing Naruto asleep, the nine tails decided to send him out. Since it had resolved to no longer acknowledge Naruto, it would be best to minimize their interactions moving forward. After all, Naruto had grown and could now play outside on his own. After being repeatedly rebuffed by the nine tails, Naruto finally recognized its seriousness. He began to roam the village of Konoha instead of remaining in the sealed space. Yet, at night, he returned to the sealed space to sleep as usual. Great Fox. Today I went out and found that outside isn't fun at all. They all despise me, but it's alright. I don't like them either. However, they are truly bothersome, looking at me as if I were a monster. Naruto turned over, facing the nine tails. I haven't done anything wrong. Great Fox. Please don't ignore me, alright? But the nine tails offered no response, merely watching Naruto's figure as he succumbed to slumber. Then, before dawn, it returned Naruto to the outside world. Even as a Jinchuriki, one cannot dwell perpetually within a sealed space. Chapter 7. Sundara. The next day, Naruto awoke, consciousness returning to the outside world. Sleeping in the sealed space would not automatically bring him back upon waking early, so it had to be the Great Fox. How wonderful. Although Naruto sensed that the nine tails did not harbor hatred towards him, its silence instilled doubts within him. Today, awakening outside confirmed that his instincts were not mistaken. Indeed, the fox is quite Sundara. Yet, he found solace in the fact that the Great Fox was all he had left. Naruto lowered his gaze. Having lived within the sealed space since childhood, the nine tails chakra had long since influenced him imperceptibly. Naruto pushed open the door. Ever since he had gained the ability to act on his own, the caretaker had not returned. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no worries about Naruto's survival, as there were always Umbu shadows ensuring his safety. As long as Naruto's life was preserved, that sufficed. The village of Konoha could not afford to lose a tailed beast. Stepping outside, Naruto leisurely strolled through the streets. Look, it's that child. Indeed, that's him. Don't go near him. Keep your distance. Every person in the street cast him disdainful glances upon his appearance. They stood far away, clutching their children and urging them to steer clear of him. Naruto could only feign ignorance. He dared not express his displeasure. He was alone, outnumbered by them. Naruto observed the shops on either side, suddenly halting before one. How much for this? He inquired, pointing at a fox mask hanging on the wall. Get lost. The man, upon recognizing Naruto, barked at him. I have no intention of selling to you. I have money, Naruto murmured, lowering his head. After the caretaker's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen had personally brought Naruto some living expenses, intending for him to venture out and explore. Even with money, I want to sell it to you. The man turned away, shutting the door. What bad luck. He squeezed out that phrase through the door crack, along with further profanities, all muffled by the door. Naruto looked helplessly at the people around him. Those who met his gaze quickly turned away, departing the scene. Great Fox. Naruto could only call out to the nine tails in his heart. Great Fox. His tone was laden with urgency and fear. In the sealed space, the nine tails slightly lifted its head, its gaze penetrating the seal, yet it remained silent. Naruto Uzumaki, sensing an unsettling presence, fled the street in fear. He dashed through the outskirts of Konoha, eventually halting deep within the forest. Leaning against a tree trunk, he bent over, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Gradually, he sank to the ground, hugging his knees. Is he crying? Kakashi Hatake observed Naruto with concern. After the departure of his caretaker, Kakashi had taken on the role of shadowing Naruto, a decision he made himself. Following the assassination of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi had, in essence, become a part of Sarutobi's legacy. He had initially believed that Minato Namake's death was orchestrated by Sarutobi, but after Sarutobi's persuasion, he recalled Naruto. As the child of his beloved teacher, Kakashi felt a desire to watch over him. No, perhaps not, Kakashi hesitated. Naruto merely lay in his own embrace, his shoulders not trembling. Moreover, according to the information he gathered, Naruto had never cried since birth, except for instances of hunger or needing a diaper change. He had never shed tears due to pain or other trivial matters. While Kakashi observed Naruto, the latter had already entered the sealed space. "Great Fox!" Naruto cried, rushing towards the Nine-Tails with a quavering voice. Although the Nine-Tails wished to intervene, it was powerless against Naruto's determined resolve. After all, this was Naruto's inner world, and the Nine-Tails could not reject his wishes. "Great Fox, they bullied me," Naruto exclaimed, burying his face in the Nine-Tails' fur while gripping its hair tightly. Unable to push Naruto away, the Nine-Tails remained still. Without hearing any words of comfort, Naruto did not rise, continuing to weep. His tears were not due to mere trivialities. Rather, the Nine-Tails was different. In this moment, Naruto resembled a child who, having been wronged outside, sought solace from a parent at home. Soon, Naruto's strength waned, yet soft sobs persisted, as if he would continue crying until the Nine-Tails offered him solace. The Nine-Tails, initially indifferent, began to observe him closely. "TSK. It expressed its impatience. "I could just kill you, you little brat." The Nine-Tails lowered its head, drawing closer to Naruto. As the Nine-Tails lay down, Naruto found himself resting against its arm. And out of concern for Naruto's safety, the Nine-Tails hesitated to rise. "Can't you hear me? Get off." A surge of murderous intent emanated from the Nine-Tails, directed at Naruto. "Don't be mean, Great Fox." Naruto stammered, refusing to budge. "You're mean." He struck the Nine-Tails with determination, unafraid of any sudden outburst from it. "Ugh." The Nine-Tails sighed heavily, its head returning to the ground. "What do you want? Please, just stop crying. Are you mad at me because you're ignoring me? Do you really dislike me?" Naruto cautiously lifted his head, glancing at the Nine-Tails. "It doesn't matter. Don't you know what they call you?" The Nine-Tails replied dismissively. "It does matter. You are called the Demon Fox because of me. Haven't you realized that?" Naruto pressed, moving closer to the Nine-Tails' eyes. "But I like being called the Demon Fox. It's proof that we share a bond. I assent to it." Naruto looked up, meeting the Nine-Tails' gaze. "Don't you want to know why you are disliked? It's all because of me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be hated." Chapter 8. Bedtime story. "Yet without you, I wouldn't be here today, would I?" Naruto earnestly questioned. "It's irrelevant. That's merely your own resilience," the Nine-Tails retorted, unwilling to acknowledge its role in Naruto's survival. "That is not true. I've seen others injured, and it's nothing like my situation." Naruto shook his head. "They don't heal like I do. Only I recover exceptionally quickly without scars. The only difference between them and me is that I am called the Demon Fox. And that's because I have you." Naruto leaned closer, wrapping his arms around the Nine-Tails' snout. "Great Fox, please don't ignore me, and don't dislike me, okay?" He pressed his face against the Nine-Tails' nose. Seeing Naruto so close, the Nine-Tails finally chose to relent. "All right, I won't dislike you." It gently placed Naruto on its paw. "You should go now. It's dark outside." "Great Fox, behave. If you don't return soon, that person will take action." The Nine-Tails tenderly ushered Naruto away. "Bad Fox." Naruto understood the truth in the Nine-Tails' words, yet he felt dissatisfied with its avoidance. Returning to reality, he slowly stood up, dusting himself off, and nonchalantly made his way back. As he passed through the street once more, he noticed the peculiar gazes of those around him. Yet his heart remained untouched. Just as he had expressed to the Nine-Tails, he genuinely believed that being called a Demon Fox was a commendable title. While his earlier actions contained elements of sorrow, they were primarily a means to elicit a concession from the Nine-Tails. Moreover, he was not saddened by being disliked. Rather, he felt a pang of disappointment for not acquiring the fox mask, which resembled the Great Fox and was intended as a gift for it. Kakashi observed Naruto's return to normalcy, secretly relieved. Thankfully, Naruto had inherited his mentor's optimism. Upon arriving home, Naruto found the darkness of his abode devoid of any sign of life other than his own. In his youth, Hiruzen would send someone to deliver meals to Naruto. But now that he was capable of fending for himself, Hiruzen ceased sending aid, only providing him with living expenses during his free time. At the tender age of 3, Naruto had to learn to cook for himself. Naturally, as a 3-year-old, He was incapable of much, so he resorted to purchasing instant noodles and milk. Even then, some shops refused to sell him goods. Were it not for Hiruzen's insistence, no one would have attended to Naruto's needs. Nonetheless, even with Hiruzen's request, merchants were reluctant to sell him healthy products, offering only items nearing or past their expiration dates. Naruto Uzumaki skillfully picked up the instant noodle cup from the table, boiled water, and nervously poured the hot water into the cup. "I'm ready to eat." To Naruto, this was the most delectable food, as he had never tasted anything else. That night, he lay down early on his bed and entered the ceiling space. Great Fox. Naruto ran eagerly towards the Nine Tails. And this time, there was no hindrance. He effortlessly reached the Nine Tails' side. The Nine Tails lay patiently, waiting for Naruto to approach, having previously promised not to ignore him again. "Please don't disregard me anymore, okay?" Naruto looked up, feeling dwarfed by the towering Nine Tails. Even when lying down, he was still smaller than a single claw of the beast. "I'm truly frightened. You're all I have. Don't worry, from now on, it will only be you ignoring me," the Nine Tails mused. Realizing the vast difference in their sizes and dismissing the notion of arguing with a child. After all, once Naruto discovered the truth, he would naturally distance himself. "I won. I will never ignore the Great Fox," Naruto declared earnestly. For him, nothing was more significant than the Great Fox. "Great Fox. I've heard that before sleeping, everyone tells stories. Will you tell me a story too?" Naruto gazed at the Nine Tails with anticipation. "Who told you that?" The Nine Tails looked at him, puzzled. It was perplexing to it that anyone would impart such words to Naruto. Besides, the people of Konoha had no contact with Naruto. If he didn't speak first, no one could approach him. "Well, I heard it, and I want to hear a story. They all have stories. So I must have one too," Naruto replied defiantly. "Hey, kid, let us be reasonable. Those stories are told by parents. I'm not your parent," the Nine Tails chuckled, amused by Naruto's boldness. "I don't care. I have no parents. I only have you. So you must tell me," Naruto pleaded. "Please, Great Fox, share a story. You're so powerful, you must know many tales. Please, what does my lack of parents have to do with you?" The Nine Tails was taken aback by Naruto's reasoning. Did he feel wronged for not having parents? What did that have to do with it? "Great Fox," Naruto whined. Fine, I owe you this. Just go lie down." The Nine Tails relented, unable to resist Naruto's charm. Even for the Nine Tails, who had raised him, it was hard to remain stern. "Wonderful. You're the best, Great Fox." Naruto obediently lay beside the Nine Tails, clutching one of its paws. 1,000 years ago, there was a man who was the only one with chakra. The Nine Tails remained indifferent to Naruto's embrace, as he had been cuddled daily in his youth. As for stories, the Nine Tails had not heard any himself. What could he possibly narrate? Since the Sage of Six Paths had passed, the tailed beasts had lived in desolate places. The only tale the Nine Tails knew was that of the Sage of Six Paths. He wandered the human realm, witnessing the myriad facets of life. With his power, he established the ninja lineage and connected the hearts of all. Though the Nine Tails was not the best storyteller, the content of the story was undoubtedly exceptional. Who else could claim the Sage of Six Paths rise as their bedtime story? This would lay a solid foundation for Naruto's growth in the future. Chapter 9. The Stone. The next day, upon awakening, Naruto found himself in the ceiling space. As he opened his eyes and caught sight of the Nine Tails, he leaped onto it. "Good morning, Great Fox." "Good morning." The Nine Tails observed Naruto's excitement without any desire to stop him. "I'll head out first and return to find you tonight." With a wave, Naruto exited the ceiling space. Compared to being sent off by the Nine Tails, he preferred waking up and leaving on his own. In the park, Naruto stood in a corner, watching his peers play joyfully outside. He longed to join them, but he knew that once he stepped out, they would scatter. No one would play with him. He was the Fox Demon. To him, being a Fox Demon was a noble title, but to others, it seemed rather frightening. Thus, Naruto could only watch from a distance. "Hey, look, it's the Fox Demon." Suddenly, a child spotted Naruto. "Ah, it's the Fox Demon." Another child immediately picked up a stone and hurled it at Naruto. "Ha ha ha, Fox Demon. Let us see who can defeat the Fox Demon." "All right, I agree." Different children, yet with the same malice, began to throw stones at Naruto. Alone, he was no match for them. After feeling the sting of the stones, he fled the scene. During this ordeal, Kakashi Hatake watched as Naruto was bullied, desperately wanting to intervene but feeling powerless. If he stepped in today, he could never follow behind Naruto again. He could only observe. This way, He could remain close to Naruto. He wasn't foolish. As a prodigy of Konoha and a disciple of Minato Namikaze, he understood that Naruto's life was fraught with challenges. Yet he felt powerless to act, merely wishing to stay by Naruto's side. Only in this manner could he ensure Naruto's safety when real danger struck. He was still too weak. Hiruzen Sarutobi, in the Hokage office, watched Naruto being bullied without a flicker of emotion. He was observing whether the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails would lose control. As long as the Jinchuriki was stable, Naruto could continue living this way. Naruto's identity was a secret. No one should know he was Minato's child, nor should anyone know he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. One could argue that Naruto's current predicament was influenced by Hiruzen's own actions. Everyone knew Naruto was the fox demon, and everyone despised him. At this moment, a kind old man appearing would surely gain trust. Naruto ran home alone. Yet he did not cry out. He could sense the malice from those children. Despite their ignorance, they genuinely wished to hurt him. Great Fox, teach me how to become stronger, please. Naruto refrained from whining. Although the Nine Tails felt pity for him and softened at his pleas, it would never allow him to be weak. If he were to cry to the Nine Tails about being bullied today, he was certain that while the Nine Tails might not voice it, it would undoubtedly grow to dislike him. Naruto understood that the Great Fox would not favor a feeble version of himself. Become stronger? You shouldn't seek me for that, the Nine Tails replied lazily, lying on the ground. But you're the only one who will teach me earnestly, aren't you? Naruto was aware that the Nine Tails referred to the old man from before. Yet, he could sense the man's hypocrisy. Rather than seeking guidance from humans, it would be more prudent to consult a fellow being, for they are all fox spirits. Uzumaki Naruto has always placed his trust in his instincts. Do you truly know who I am? The Nine Tails genuinely yearned to comprehend Naruto's thoughts, as it perceived him to be far from a trustworthy individual. I am a tailed beast, a fox spirit. Indeed, the Nine Tails, one of the legendary beasts divided by the Sage of Six Paths, the most formidable of them all. As the Great Fox has previously informed me, Naruto approached the Nine Tails, pressing himself against its form. Regardless of what others may say, you are my Great Fox, a steadfast ally. Do you not believe that you can teach me well? Of course, just wait. Under my guidance, you shall become the most powerful, the Nine Tails retorted, only to realize it had been provoked. However, it was determined to teach its own Jinchuriki, having never intended to allow anyone else to instruct him. Nevertheless, Naruto could not be so easily dismissed. So, little one, do you wish to seek revenge? The Nine Tails lowered its head, drawing closer to Naruto. I am quite powerful. If you command me, I can assist you in avenging your grievances. The Nine Tails tempted Naruto. While it had grown fond of Naruto as a person, it still harbored disdain for Jinchuriki, occasionally needing to fulfill its duties as a tailed beast. Naruto, without a moment's hesitation, rejected the Nine Tails' proposal. Why do you not desire retribution? The Nine Tails scrutinized Naruto's expression, unwilling to overlook even the slightest hint of his feelings. From the moment he gained consciousness, Naruto had lived within the confines of the ceiling space, influenced by the Nine Tails. It was remarkable that Naruto had grown into an innocent, kind-hearted individual. The Nine Tails would not extend its kindness towards him again. I do not wish for the Great Fox to intervene. I will seek my own revenge. Why should they be allowed to bully me while I cannot do the same? It hurts, Great Fox, Naruto murmured, glancing at his injuries. Though a child's strength was limited, Naruto was still merely a child. The bruises from the stones were evident, and while the Nine Tails chakra aided in recovery, time was still required. Remember this, little one. When you are harmed, you must retaliate. Otherwise, others will perceive you as easy prey and continue to torment you. As long as Naruto did not remain purely innocent and kind-hearted, it was acceptable, though it was somewhat troubling to cultivate such a disposition in a young child. But the Nine Tails was not a benevolent being. It had declared itself as the Nine Tails Fox Spirit, an entity of malevolence. It had previously rebuffed Naruto's advances. Yet Naruto persisted in drawing near, oblivious to the distinction between good and evil. Thus, whatever Naruto became was no fault of the Nine Tails. It was entirely Naruto's own choice. Rest assured, Great Fox, I shall always remember your teachings. Naruto gazed into the Nine Tails' eyes, seldom meeting its gaze so closely, yet in this moment, he wished to connect with its eyes. Chapter 10. The old man, the crimson-slit pupils reflected his small figure, as if he were a significant presence in the Nine Tails' gaze, rather than something inconsequential. The Great Fox may not have treated him with utmost kindness, but it was certainly not malevolent. Naruto harbored a deep affection for the great fox. It was the only place where he could truly be himself. Outside, no one cherished him. All sought to exploit him or bring about his demise. Naruto was astute. He sensed his unpopularity. However, the great fox was different. Its feelings towards him were genuine, and he could perceive that. Just remember, as long as you do, I shall always protect you, the Ninetales said, contentedly placing its paw atop Naruto's head. Of course, the great fox will always protect me, regardless of whether I remember. Naruto replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with trust in the Ninetales. He understood that his survival thus far was largely due to the great fox's presence and protection. Naruto had always known that the great fox would continue to watch over him. Do not speak so freely. The Ninetales pressed firmly against Naruto. If you forget, I truly will not safeguard you. I will remember, Naruto complied, sitting down as he embraced the Ninetales' claw. To him, the Ninetales was immense. His only means of closeness was to hold on to its claw or a few strands of its fur. Great fox, could you possibly shrink a bit? You are far too large, Naruto complained, shaking the Ninetales' claw. Huh, I am a fox spirit. How could I possibly shrink? The Ninetales exclaimed, feigning bravado. So, it is possible? Naruto inquired curiously. No. The Ninetales averted its gaze, unwilling to meet Naruto's eyes. Within Naruto's body, past experiences reminded the Ninetales that whatever Naruto wished to accomplish in this space, it could not resist. Therefore, it was imperative to ensure that Naruto never discovered its ability to change size. Is that true? Naruto regarded the Ninetales skeptically, not due to disbelief, but because the Ninetales' reaction was too incredulous to trust. Indeed, the Ninetales, realizing its earlier response had been somewhat defensive, turned to face Naruto earnestly. It widened its eyes, locking gazes with Naruto to bolster its persuasiveness. Then I shall let it be, Naruto replied, lowering his head to gaze once more at the Ninetales' claw in his grasp. He adored the Ninetales' claws. He believed such long, sharp claws would be quite effective for combat. Alas, although he was labeled a fox spirit, he remained but a human, lacking claws like those of the Ninetales. The Ninetales breathed a silent sigh of relief, grateful that the little one had not shown interest. Otherwise, its reputation would be at stake. If it were only its own secret, that would be one thing. But if other tailed beasts were to learn of it, would it not lose face? Seizing the opportunity while time remained, little one, let me enlighten you about chakra, the Ninetales said, raising Naruto to eye level. I know. It is the energy divided by the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto interjected. What you say is correct, but you cannot utilize it, the Ninetales remarked, surprised by Naruto's impressive memory, even recalling the details from bedtime stories. What I intend to explain pertains to its application in combat. The energy produced by 130 trillion cells within your body, combined with mental energy, is termed stamina, which serves as the foundation for physical techniques. Stamina is converted into chakra within the body, and after a ninja extracts chakra, it can be utilized through hand signs. In other words, the creation of chakra is essentially a balanced amalgamation of mental and physical energy. Under the Ninetales' tutelage, Naruto commenced his basic stamina training. However, even this simple training caught the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Knock, knock, knock. While Naruto was immersed in his evening lessons within the ceiling space, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Naturally, it was not Naruto who heard it when in the ceiling space. As long as he did not consciously focus on the sounds outside, he would remain oblivious to them. Where the Ninetales resided, Naruto always felt at ease. As soon as Naruto Uzumaki entered the sealed space, the Ninetales began to observe the commotion outside the seal. After all, it was its own Jinchuriki, and it naturally felt compelled to protect the safety of its host, as it served its own interests as well. Upon arriving, Naruto was already aware of who was outside. Yet he feigned ignorance, asking, "Who is it?" Though he did not understand the reason for this charade, he complied with the Ninetales' command. With a creak, Naruto pushed open the door. "Grandpa," he exclaimed, surprised to see Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Are you here to bring me living expenses? That's wonderful. Just in time, as my money is about to run out." He eagerly pulled Hiruzen into his humble abode, guiding him to the only chair available. "Please, have a seat, Grandpa." Without uttering a word, Hiruzen found himself seated, as Naruto had already orchestrated their encounter. "What is it, Grandpa?" Naruto asked innocently, holding out a cup of water. "I'm sorry, but all I have at home is plain water." "That's perfectly fine, Naruto." "Thank you," Hiruzen replied gently. accepting the cup and placing it on the table without taking a sip. It was not that he was not thirsty after a long day of work. He arrived at Naruto's home parched and fatigued. However, witnessing Naruto draw water from the tap made it difficult for him to drink. To avoid dampening Naruto's confidence or inciting suspicion, Hiruzen pretended not to be thirsty. "I heard that you've been training. Has something happened?" Hiruzen inquired, placing a hand on Naruto's head and giving it a gentle rub. "Nothing has happened," Naruto replied, lowering his gaze and fiddling with the hem of his shirt. "Really? If something does occur, remember to tell Grandpa," Hiruzen urged. The flimsy excuse was hardly convincing. Observing Naruto in this state, Hiruzen felt a wave of relief. After all, he was merely a 3-year-old child. It was only natural to desire revenge when bullied and to wish to enhance one's strength. Nevertheless, he still felt the need to inquire further. "Please tell Grandpa, all right? I can help with anything." Chapter 11. Disguise really? Naruto cautiously lifted his head, looking timidly at Hiruzen. "Of course, tell Grandpa, will you?" Hiruzen replied softly. Naruto stared intently into Hiruzen's eyes, seeking any hint of deception, and ultimately decided to confide in him. "They all bully me, Grandpa. I'm not a demon fox." His eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears, a sight that evoked pity. Naruto despised crying in front of anyone other than the Nine-Tails, yet it did not mean he was incapable of tears. He understood well that tears could be a potent weapon, especially when the great fox would retreat upon witnessing them. "Can you teach me to become stronger, Grandpa?" Naruto asked, gently tugging at Hiruzen's sleeve, his grip light enough that Hiruzen could easily break free if he wished. That's not possible, Naruto. You're still too young. Training too early could lead to injury," Hiruzen replied as he extricated himself from Naruto's grasp. "However, once you grow up, you can attend the Ninja Academy. And then Grandpa will teach you, all right?" Naruto lowered his head again, feeling disheartened. Such sweet words, yet they amounted to nothing in terms of actual instruction. I understand. I will listen to you, Grandpa." "Good, you are such a well-behaved child," Hiruzen said, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair. "Do you dislike them? Those who bully you?" Hiruzen lifted Naruto's chin, wanting to capture every nuance of his expression. "I don't dislike them. They just don't understand me yet. I will make them know me and then accept and like me," Naruto declared, his innocent face uplifted. Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's earnestness. "Yes, you're right, Naruto. One day they will come to recognize and appreciate you. So, strive hard, little one." Hiruzen felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, he was just a 3-year-old child. What was there to worry about? "I must be going now, Naruto. Make sure to get some rest," Hiruzen said, rising to leave. "Wait, Grandpa." Naruto hurriedly positioned himself in front of Hiruzen. "What is it, Naruto?" Hiruzen asked. "My living expenses, Grandpa. I'm out of money," Naruto lamented, his voice tinged with a pitiful tone. Hiruzen paused for a moment, then feigned nonchalance while retrieving his wallet from his clothing. Trembling slightly, he opened it and handed Naruto a few bills. "You must be frugal living alone. Don't spend wastefully." "I'm not spending wastefully. It's just that you told me to go out and explore, and when I see something I like, I must buy it. I just don't understand why the things I purchase tend to be a bit pricey," Naruto said, feigning nonchalance. "Thank you, Grandpa. Please hurry back. It's too dark outside. It's unsafe." "Did I perform well, Great Fox?" Naruto smiled as he poured the water from his cup into the sink. "So, he doesn't drink from the tap after all. Why did he let Naruto drink from it in his childhood?" The caretaker was arranged by Hiruzen, and it became evident to Naruto that Hiruzen was the only one who could approach him. If that was the case, why was he still pretending? He had been treated this way in his youth, and now that he had grown a little, he hastened to seek him out. Did he think Naruto was completely oblivious? "Not bad. You haven't brought shame upon me," the Nine-Tails remarked enigmatically. Who could have imagined that Minato Namake's son would grow into this? "Please continue to teach me." "Great Fox," Naruto said, cleaning the water cup and returning to bed. "Still wish to continue? It's quite late," the Nine-Tails observed as Naruto appeared in the sealed space. "Yes, I will continue. Since you won't allow me to learn, I must do so regardless." "He claims early training can harm the body," the Nine-Tails said, curious to see Naruto's reaction. "I'm not foolish," Naruto rolled his eyes. This was clearly an attempt to prevent him from growing stronger, and the Nine-Tails' disguise was far from convincing. "You understand disguise?" The Nine-Tails pressed, poking Naruto. "Of course I do. I can sense it. Otherwise, do you think I would have survived this long?" Naruto swatted the Nine-Tails' claw away. Though he enjoyed sleeping while clutching the Nine-Tails' claws, it did not mean he liked being pressed by them. Surviving? Is it not said that I protect you? The Nine-Tails regarded Naruto, intrigued by what he might say. The Great Fox's protection was indeed vital, yet minimizing external harm was of paramount importance. After all, even with the Great Fox's protection, enduring constant injury would make it difficult to survive. Naruto's voice was quiet as he spoke, then he smiled at the Nine-Tails. But the Great Fox is most important. Without you, I wouldn't be alive. Naruto understood that his uniqueness in the village stemmed from the Nine-Tails sealed within him. However, he also understood that without the Nine-Tails, he would merely be an ordinary person, incapable of surviving. The orphans in the orphanage, like Uzumaki Naruto, lived little better than he did. Had he not possessed the Nine-Tails, he could easily have been one of them. It was a comforting thought, yet the Nine-Tails clearly did not believe it held the utmost significance in Naruto's heart. The little brat, full of deceit, claimed he would never lie to the Great Fox. As Naruto took a few steps forward, he demonstrated his honesty. Who knows? It was akin to how no one had taught him to lie, yet he had managed to deceive that old man. Naruto's actions led the Nine-Tails to realize that he did not truly present himself as he appeared. The Nine-Tails had never taught him, nor were there any examples around him for reference, yet Naruto had learned to disguise himself. If Naruto could successfully mask his intentions from Sarutobi Hiruzen without being discovered, what of the Nine-Tails? Had Naruto concealed anything from it? It was not that no one had taught Naruto, he softly remarked. The people around me, aside from the Great Fox, are they not all pretending? I can sense their hypocrisy, though I cannot explain why. It seems I can see through the hearts of others. After speaking, Naruto cautiously observed the Nine-Tails, fearing it might become angry due to his concealment, and even more so, that it would truly disregard him because of his ability. He could not bear the thought of the Nine-Tails ignoring him. The Great Fox was all he had left. Chapter 12, Strengthening. The previous indifference of the Nine-Tails had already been quite disheartening. Yet, at that time, he sensed that the Great Fox was merely struggling with something it did not understand. It was not genuinely disinterested in him. However, the situation was different now. This was his concealment from the Great Fox. And if it truly came to dislike him for it, it would indeed cease to acknowledge him. He could not endure the prospect of the Nine-Tails ignoring him. The Great Fox was his sole companion. Noticing the Nine-Tails' prolonged silence, Naruto began to feel anxious. Great Fox, please do not remain silent. I did not intend to hide anything from you. Truly, I feared that once you knew, you would disregard me. It was not my intention. Great Fox, please speak. Naruto spoke with urgency. For reasons unknown, after uttering those words, aside from the initial shock, he could no longer sense the Nine-Tails' emotions. The basic ability to perceive emotions had always been his, so why had it suddenly failed him? Great Fox, I beg you, Naruto implored, on the verge of tears. The Nine-Tails, regaining its composure, beheld Naruto's tear-filled eyes. Honestly, why are you crying, little brat? The Nine-Tails responded somewhat exasperatedly. It had simply been taken aback for a moment. Not truly upset. Although Naruto's ability genuinely astonished it, it was not enough to incite disdain. I do not blame you. I merely took a moment to process. Really? Naruto looked at the Nine-Tails with skepticism, uncertain of its words. Then why can I no longer feel anything? Have you begun to dislike me? Fool, if you know. Why would I allow you to continue sensing? After all, I am a tailed beast. I possess that much capability. The Nine-Tails placed its claw gently atop Naruto's head, signifying that it did not harbor any animosity toward him. I did not intentionally withhold this from you, Naruto mumbled. I understand. You did well. Please do not let anyone else know about this, the Nine-Tails advised. Understood. I will only tell the Great Fox. Naruto nudged his head against the Nine-Tails' claw. That is good to hear. The Nine-Tails gently nudged Naruto, saying, It is quite late. You should get some rest. Naruto lay down, clutching the Nine-Tails' claw. After a bedtime story, the Nine-Tails quietly regarded Naruto nestled beneath its claw. Once, it had contemplated using this claw to end Naruto's life, yet now, it served as a comforting tool for his slumber. Upon hearing Naruto's words, it understood what ability he referred to. Its previous hosts had all been from the Uzumaki clan. Had they never seen a pig run if they had eaten pork? The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, was something even Kushina had developed later. It had not anticipated that Naruto would possess such an ability from birth, or perhaps there were other reasons. For it did not despise Naruto. It had never sought to corrupt him, and had even been nurturing him with its chakra. The Nine-Tails chakra had long since become a part of Naruto. The combination of emotional perception and the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu had forged Naruto's current capabilities. Yet Naruto was still too young. Recognizing darkness too early was certainly not a favorable circumstance. Were it not for his unwavering will, he would have crumbled long ago. The Nine Tails should have realized that before Naruto matured, it had never intended to taint him. Yet Naruto had still grown into a less than virtuous individual. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Its Jinchuriki ought to be somewhat formidable. As for other problems or dangers, it was a tailed beast, after all. Could it not protect a child? Early in the morning, Naruto appeared in the forest. He believed he could simply heed Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. As for the ninja school, it remained uncertain whether he could attend. Strengthening himself was a matter for the future. Presently, he required the ability to safeguard himself. The great fox could protect him, yet it could not always emerge. Naruto hesitated to summon the great fox to assist him in dealing with those who bullied him. Everything he endured stemmed from the great fox. Yet if its presence posed a threat to the village, he could not guarantee they would not take action against it. They all feared the great fox. Yet it was undeniably imprisoned within his own body. Naruto would not gamble. He could not afford to lose the great fox. As long as the great fox could aid him in healing his wounds, that was sufficient. Thud, thud, thud. Naruto pounded his fists against the tree trunk, leaving discernible marks on the stout bark. Yet it was not enough. He needed to grow stronger still. He was far too small now, unable to utilize chakra. He would have to wait until he turned 5. Until then, he could only hone his physical skills. Otherwise, even the great fox could not mend the injuries he might incur from training too early. Kakashi Hatake perched on a tree, observing Naruto. Truly, he was the son of Minato-sensei. He was impressive, training at such a young age. However, recalling the sudden visit from Sarutobi Hiruzen a few nights prior, Kakashi furrowed his brow. The third Hokage had no intention of restraining himself, it seemed. Was it not perfectly natural for a bullied child to wish to grow stronger and retaliate? It appeared that even this level of growth was not permitted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet Naruto was not obedient. Would this lead to danger? Kakashi pondered. If Naruto continued down this path and faced danger, would he need to intervene? In that case, he must seize the opportunity, ensuring the third Hokage remained oblivious. Wait a moment. Even for the sake of Naruto Uzumaki's safety, he cannot immediately attempt to alter Naruto's convictions. Furthermore, 2 prodigious youths from the Uchiha clan have recently emerged. Should Hiruzen Sarutobi send them to observe, his cover would undoubtedly be compromised. Although the likelihood of Sarutobi placing his trust in the Uchiha is minimal, it is not entirely absent. The Uchiha, misunderstood by the villagers, would certainly seek to prove their worth to Sarutobi. Kakashi Hatake dares not gamble. Should he perish, there would be no one left to protect Naruto. If he were to die, the villagers would exploit Naruto even more recklessly. While he currently holds little utility, he remains a jonin, possessing some faint power. Yet he feels woefully inadequate and must grow stronger. At the very least, he cannot dishonor Obito's eye. Kakashi placed his hand upon the eye that belonged to Uchiha Obito, sensing its subtle pulsations. Chapter 13. Starvation. Hand over the 9 tails to me, and I will manage it. You need only wait, Danzo Shimura said, leaning on his cane. His remaining eye fixed on Sarutobi. Impossible. Do not even think about it. Do not forget whose child he is. Sarutobi rejected Danzo's request without a moment's hesitation. And so what? He is dead now. He is merely the 9 tails, a weapon of Konoha. Danzo cared little for a deceased individual. Moreover, only by doing so could the 9 tails be thoroughly controlled. Do not mention this matter again. The 9 tails will never be handed over to you. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, gazing at Danzo. Also, keep your men away from Naruto Uzumaki. I will ensure others watch over him. Naruto, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang. In a fit of rage, Danzo slammed the door behind him. You will eventually regret this, Sarutobi. Naruto has already begun to seek strength, and one day he will lose control. For the time being, Sarutobi's authority still kept Danzo from defying his orders. Get away. I will sell nothing to you. You demon fox, you deserve to die? A man forcefully shoved Naruto to the ground, while those around remained silent, indifferent to his plight. Although Naruto had undergone physical training, he was still a child under 5 and had no means to resist adults. Injured and driven away by the townsfolk, Naruto found himself in a park devoid of adults. Children gathered, some swinging, others playing ninja games. Yet, upon spotting Naruto, all activity ceased. Look, the demon fox has come. Ha ha ha. It's the demon fox. Let us see who can defeat him. The children rushed toward Naruto, pummeling him with fists and feet. Under normal circumstances, Naruto would easily subdue them. However, having just been bullied by adults, he was still in pain. Faced with nearly a dozen children, even Naruto found himself helpless. He wished to resist, but was unable to. Eventually, Naruto collapsed, choosing to shield his head with his arms, curling up as best he could. Once he lay still, the surrounding children finally retreated. Why won't you let me help? The Nine-Tails voice echoed within Naruto. It's unnecessary. Slowly, Naruto stood, enduring the pain in his body as he made his way home. Back in his room, Naruto lay motionless on his bed, saying nothing, thinking of nothing, simply staring at the ceiling. Unlike usual, he did not enter the ceiling space, did not seek out the Nine-Tails, and did not cry to it. He merely gazed upward. Little brat? The Nine-Tails observed something amiss with Naruto and called softly. Yet, Naruto remained silent, marking the first time he did not respond to the Nine-Tails. Little brat? The Nine-Tails furrowed its brow, perplexed by Naruto's odd behavior. If you've been bullied, then bully back. If you cannot retaliate on your own, I am here for you. Though sealed within Naruto, the Nine-Tails believed that as long as Naruto consented, no one in Konoha could stand against them. They could not comprehend why Naruto had changed so drastically. Forget it. I will wait for Naruto to regain his senses. The Nine-Tails lay back down, trusting in its Jinchuriki, the child it had watched grow. Kakashi Hatake stood quietly outside the window, observing Naruto with a calm demeanor, though his heart raced with anxiety. What is happening? Why is he still? Is he asleep? His chest rose and fell, yet he did not rise. It had been a day and a night. Since returning that day, Naruto had not moved an inch. What is this situation? Has he been bullied too severely? That shouldn't be. Naruto had faced discrimination since childhood. This level of bullying should not have incapacitated him. Yet, not eating was unacceptable. A day and a night without sustenance would affect even an adult, let alone a child under 5. In contrast to Kakashi's urgency, the Nine-Tails remained composed. As Naruto's Jinchuriki, a mere day and night without food should not pose a problem. However, it wondered if Naruto's contemplation had extended too long. The Nine-Tails lifted its head slightly, attempting to discern Naruto's inner turmoil. Oh, you mean to say that Naruto has not eaten for a day and a night, and has remained motionless in bed? Hiruzen Sarutobi inquired, glancing at Kakashi, who knelt before him, seemingly probing for the latter's true thoughts. Yes, Lord Third. Kakashi, masked, revealed no emotion in his tone. What are your thoughts? Seeing Kakashi's reticence, Sarutobi pressed for his perspective. Whatever the third Hokage decides. Kakashi lowered his head slightly. It is all right, speak freely. Sarutobi shook his pipe. You are Minato's student. There is no need for formality. Understood. Kakashi nodded before responding. Naruto is a vital asset. Perhaps we should intervene slightly. At the very least, we cannot allow him to starve, as the Nine-Tails could become problematic. Kakashi spoke cautiously, aware that he must not appear overly concerned for Naruto. Go check on him. Sarutobi gestured for Kakashi to leave. Yes. Kakashi quickly departed. Though Sarutobi showed no outward expression, Kakashi understood that Sarutobi was now aware of the situation. With that knowledge, Kakashi felt reassured. Sarutobi would manage it well. Konoha could not afford to lose the tailed beast. Naruto's survival was paramount. He was the last remaining member of the Uzumaki clan. Starvation? I never expected that child to resort to such behavior. Is it due to the villagers' ostracism? Sarutobi recalled the day Naruto had been bullied, reflecting on the excessive cruelty directed towards a mere 5-year-old child. It appears that Shimura Danzo requires another lesson. As for Uzumaki Naruto, he is merely a 5-year-old child. If he were truly hungry, he would seek sustenance on his own. Sarutobi Hiruzen harbors little faith in Naruto's ability to endure. Even a typical adult may falter against hunger, let alone a child. Chapter 14. 4 days initially. The Nine-Tails dismissed Naruto's fasting as inconsequential. Naruto has always possessed a fervent desire for life. Indeed, the Nine-Tails had never witnessed him entertain thoughts of surrender. However, more importantly, the Nine-Tails had faith that Naruto would find a way to adjust. By the 4th day, concern began to creep into the Nine-Tails' demeanor. An adult can perish after 4 days without food or water. Even though Naruto is a Jinchuriki, he remains a mere 4-year-old child. 4 days and 3 nights have nearly reached the limit. If this continues, even if he can be saved, it will undoubtedly inflict irreparable harm upon his body. Disregarding Naruto's protests, The Ninetales forcefully transported him into the ceiling space. What exactly do you wish to achieve? Have you not yet figured it out? Upon entering, Naruto was met with the Ninetales' impatient inquiries. You were merely bullied. I could help you retaliate. What are you so conflicted about? Naruto remained silent, accepting the Ninetales' method of bringing him in, devoid of any spirit. His once bright blue eyes now mirrored a haunting void, resembling an endless abyss. Get out and procure food for me. You must eat. The Ninetales glared at Naruto's lifeless appearance. Naruto turned away, avoiding the Ninetales' gaze filled with concern. What are you thinking? What could possibly be more important than living? The Ninetales gazed at Naruto with frustration. Is he still refusing to eat? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood outside the door, observing Kakashi Hatake beside him. Kakashi remained silent, standing behind Sarutobi. He had no inclination to engage with Sarutobi. Soon, Naruto would be lost. Naruto was the only connection he had left to the village. Protecting Naruto was the last mission entrusted to him by Minato Namikaze. Sarutobi opened the door and entered the room, with Kakashi following closely. They did not linger, heading straight to Naruto's bedside. After 4 days without food or water, Naruto had become emaciated. His already small frame appeared frilier than ever, as if he might slip away at any moment. The only sign of his existence was the faint rise and fall of his chest. Kakashi observed Naruto in silence, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves, faint traces of blood marking his grip. The tension in his masked face was palpable as he bit down hard, making an effort to remain silent. Sarutobi paused for a moment. Though he had seen Naruto's image in the crystal ball, it failed to convey the shock of witnessing him up close. He found it hard to fathom that Naruto had deteriorated to this state. He had always provided Naruto with a living allowance and had strictly forbidden anyone from denying him food. In his mind, Naruto may have appeared small, but that was due to a lack of guidance at home, not because he was starving. Take him to the hospital, Sarutobi finally uttered. Kakashi, struggling to suppress his emotions, dashed toward the hospital, ignoring Sarutobi's presence. Little brat, if you wish to die, do not involve me. The Ninetales sighed with relief as Kakashi carried Naruto to the hospital. But fury flared anew upon witnessing Naruto still trapped in the ceiling space. That damn child, if he dies, I die too. Who cares about his fate? Do you know that if the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast dies as well? What do you mean? Naruto stiffly raised his head, uttering his first words in days. Otherwise, why do you think I would protect you? The Ninetales was consumed by rage. Do you think you are worthy of being my Jinchuriki? Do you think being a Jinchuriki is something commendable? A Jinchuriki is merely a cage for the tailed beast. The Ninetales' 9 tails lashed behind him, an overwhelming chakra surging toward Naruto. Yet, Naruto merely gazed at the Ninetales, unafraid. I'm sorry, Naruto suddenly spoke. I did not know. I thought if I died, you could be free. Forgive me, great fox. Naruto looked earnestly at the Ninetales. Damn it, do you think I require your sacrifice to set me free? The Ninetales struggled to contain its murderous intent. It's not like that. It's not like that, great fox. Naruto exclaimed anxiously, not wanting to earn the Ninetales' disdain. I did not mean to. Please forgive me, please. Desperate, Naruto attempted to rise, but only collapsed helplessly to the ground. Throughout this, the Ninetales remained silent, observing Naruto's turmoil. Great fox, I beg you. Forgive me, I did not mean it. I recognize my mistakes. Gradually, Naruto's voice quivered with tears. I truly understand my errors. Please do not ignore me. Great fox, you promised you would not forsake me, great fox. The Ninetales, who had been standing, leaned forward, placing itself before Naruto. Tell me, what are you truly thinking? Do not think of lying, I will know. What? Upon hearing the Ninetales' inquiry, Naruto disregarded everything else and scrambled to its side. Your desolation back then was not an act. The Ninetales could distinguish between genuine despair and pretense. At that moment, Naruto had truly wished for death, which was precisely why the Ninetales was furious. It had never contemplated ending Naruto's life, yet Naruto had sought to end his own. Who permitted that? Naruto suddenly fell silent, gently leaning against the Ninetales' face, his hand brushing through its fur. I just felt so utterly disheartened. They all wish for my demise, and no one desires for me to live. I did not intend for it. I genuinely believe that if I died, you could be freed. Forgive me, please, great fox. Why? Is it because of those people from that day? The Ninetales placed its paw beside Naruto, cornering him. Not only them, but everyone. They all fear me. Yet they also loathe me, despise me, and wish to see me dead. I detest this. Naruto felt the warmth radiating from the Nine Tails. The fact that he was unable to procure food that day was merely a catalyst. Even without that incident, those people would have found other reasons, other grievances. Naruto had endured such an environment since childhood, and he had long since grown weary of it. Chapter 15. Not human, and what of me? Am I not human? The Nine Tails fell silent for a moment before suddenly interjecting. Everyone fears him, despises him, loathes him, and wishes to kill him. So what of me? Am I not human? Is that the implication? While this was indeed the truth, it was also profoundly sorrowful. The Nine Tails genuinely cherished Naruto. Naruto was taken aback by the Nine Tails' words. Not that, no? That is not what I meant. Great Fox, you are certainly not human. No, not at all. Although you are not human. No, that's not right. Anyway, I have never thought that way. It was you who said it. The Nine Tails emitted a cold, emotionless snort. Of course, I am not human. Hence you can naturally meet your demise. Oh, Great Fox, I admit my wrongs. Please forgive me. Uzumaki Naruto wished to no longer endure such treatment from the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, seeing Naruto's reluctance to discuss the matter further, acquiesced, but added, I do not harbor any dislike for you. Not dislike was indeed the highest praise from the Nine Tails. Should one then expect it to express fondness? I know, I have always known. Uzumaki Naruto buried his face in the Nine Tails' fur, weeping loudly. He still had the Great Fox, who was the most important to him. Why should he entertain thoughts of ending his life because of others? His focus should solely be on the Great Fox, shouldn't he? Thankfully, the Great Fox was not angry. Oh, Great Fox, I am sorry, it won't happen again. After he finished crying, Naruto raised his head and gazed earnestly at the Nine Tails. That's good. Remember, I do not dislike you. The Nine Tails gently placed its paw on Naruto's body. Now go out. Otherwise, they will become anxious. Yes, I will remember forever. Naruto affectionately rubbed against the Nine Tails. As Naruto slowly opened his eyes, he weakly gazed at the masked figure standing by his hospital bed. Who are you? Awake. Wait for me to summon someone. Kakashi Hatake slightly bowed his head and cast a detached glance at Naruto. Yet, Naruto could sense the genuine relief emanating from the person before him. A true concern for his well-being. Kakashi did not exit the room. He merely stood at the door, pushing it open, revealing two guards outside. As they left, Kakashi returned to Naruto's bedside. How are you feeling? Who are you? Naruto did not answer Kakashi's question, but continued to inquire. He had always been curious about Kakashi's identity, but previously he had been unable to approach him. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, Naruto was determined not to let it slip away. Let me see this child. Before Kakashi could figure out how to refuse Naruto, a doctor burst in. This prompted a sigh of relief from Kakashi. Good child, I am glad you are okay. You truly frightened us. The doctor examined Naruto's condition. Fortunately, you were brought here in time. Had it been any later, you would have had to meet Sage of the Six Paths. I want to go home. Naruto looked to Kakashi. I heard that Naruto has awakened. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered without waiting for Kakashi to respond. You should step out. Hiruzen instructed the doctor, then turned to Naruto. Why hasn't little Naruto eaten? Grandpa is quite worried about you. Hiruzen placed his hand on Naruto's head and ruffled his hair. Naruto turned away, unwilling to face Hiruzen. Among all the people he had encountered, Hiruzen was the most hypocritical. He thought of how to exploit him while outwardly displaying affection. Can you tell Grandpa, all right? Hiruzen patiently awaited Naruto's response. Can I really say it? Naruto cautiously lifted his head. Of course, Grandpa will help little Naruto. Hiruzen encouraged with a warm gaze. They don't sell anything to me. I cannot buy food. Naruto looked anxiously at Hiruzen. Grandpa, I do not want to go out to buy things. They do not like me. Hiruzen remained silent, observing Naruto closely, seemingly trying to discern whether this was Naruto's true sentiment. As Hiruzen continued to be silent, Naruto's eyes gradually dimmed. Okay. Naruto's eyes suddenly sparkled with light as he looked at Hiruzen. Thank you, Grandpa. You are the best. Owl. You will be responsible for delivering meals to little Naruto from now on, Hiruzen instructed Kakashi. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. He suppressed his excitement and feigned indifference. Naruto stole a glance at Kakashi, then looked up at Hiruzen. It seemed this person was quite adept at disguising his true feelings, better than the old man. Hiruzen's pretense was more akin to deceiving a child. He lacked sincerity, and a slight glimpse into his emotions revealed everything. Now, isn't this good, little Naruto? Hiruzen smiled warmly at Naruto. Yes, thank you, Grandpa. Can I go home now? Naruto asked eagerly. Why not? You can stay in the hospital a little longer, Hiruzen said, gently stroking Naruto's face. I do not like it here. They all dislike me. I want to go home. Naruto's eyes darkened. Isn't that permissible? Of course. Let this big brother take you home, all right? Hiruzen inquired. Okay, I'll take Naruto back. Hiruzen left the hospital first. He had many tasks to attend to and no time to waste. Moreover, he could allow Naruto and Kakashi to become better acquainted. Kakashi cradled Naruto in his arms, leisurely making his way toward Naruto's home. Kakashi was in no hurry. He wished to savor this somewhat delightful moment. Big brother, do you know where my home is? Naruto asked curiously as he leaned on Kakashi's shoulder. Yes, I was the one who brought you to the hospital, Kakashi replied. His tone was devoid of fluctuation. Yet Naruto could sense Kakashi's happiness. From now on, I will deliver meals to you every day. Remember not to do this again. Someone will worry about you. No, everyone hates me. No one will worry about me, Naruto asserted confidently. As for the great fox, it had already stated that it was not human but a fox. Chapter 16, Poor Relations. Indeed, there will be those who care about you. No parent would not worry for their child, Kakashi remarked. Both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki are wonderful individuals. They treat their apprentice well, and they would be even better to their child. Big brother, do you know my parents? Naruto exclaimed, looking up with surprise. I do. They are truly wonderful people and love you dearly, Kakashi whispered. He was uncertain if Hiruzen was watching. Yet he felt compelled to express this. As long as he did not disclose their identities, Hiruzen could not take action against him. The Mangekyo Sharingan was not something just anyone could possess, even among the Uchiha clan. Yet, he, an outsider, had obtained it. Although Hiruzen might not know now. Should he choose to take action, he would make it known. Really? Can you tell me what they are like, big brother? Naruto asked, lowering his voice. He could feel the sincerity in Kakashi's words when he spoke, which only fueled his curiosity. If his parents were so wonderful, why did he have to endure all of this? In the future, when the opportunity arises, I will tell you, but not now. Kakashi Hitaki gently placed Naruto Uzumaki's head back onto his shoulder. Very well, Naruto sighed in boredom and settled down. He did not particularly care about his parents. It was not that he did not yearn for a father's and mother's love. Rather, the fact remained that they had passed away, and regardless of their affection, that truth could not be altered. They could not save him. Having the great fox was sufficient. As Naruto rested on Kakashi's shoulder, he glanced back toward the Hokage tower. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others were waiting. Why should he endure bullying when he had done nothing wrong? Why should the wicked thrive? He would surely take his revenge, without fail. How about ramen for dinner? Kakashi placed a bowl of noodles before Naruto. Big brother, you've already prepared it. Why ask me? Naruto replied, somewhat exasperated. Well, considering you haven't eaten in days, this is all you can have for now, Kakashi explained, like ramen. Reluctantly, Naruto picked up his chopsticks. After all, he had never had ramen before. He chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. Rest assured, in the future, whatever I eat, you shall eat too. Kakashi firmly patted Naruto's head. He began to understand why Hiruzen enjoyed ruffling Naruto's hair. It indeed felt delightful, especially given Naruto's resemblance to Minato Namikaze. Damn Minato-sensei, who had departed so easily. He had not yet recovered from Obito's death, and now this? Moreover, the commission for guarding Naruto had yet to be settled. He was nearly left to fend for himself. What's wrong, big brother? Naruto looked up at Kakashi, who stood still. It's nothing. Kakashi quickly regained his composure and raised his hand. I'll head back now. Just place the bowl in the kitchen once you finish. I'll come by tomorrow to clean up. With that, Kakashi exited the room and returned to his perch on the tree branch. Great Fox, what do you think he meant? Naruto asked as he continued eating, conversing with the Nine-Tails in his mind. It's nothing. For now, he is trustworthy, the Nine-Tails replied, clearly recognizing Kakashi. Anyone who had been followed by the same person for nearly 10 months would certainly remember, not to mention that it resided within that very person. Does the Great Fox know him? Naruto inquired curiously. How could I not? I've never forgotten them, the Nine-Tails replied with a hint of malice. You seem to have a poor relationship with them, Naruto remarked softly. A good relationship would be the problem, the Nine-Tails retorted sharply. It had never intended to conceal anything from Naruto. Thus, it felt no need to hide the truth. If it were to do so, it would feel uncomfortable. Eventually, when Naruto learned the truth, he would undoubtedly feel uneasy. Why? Naruto returned to the ceiling space after finishing his ramen. Because I was the one who killed them. With this very claw, The Ninetales lifted the claw that Naruto had always held. It laughed maniacally, waving its 9 tails, utterly disregarding Naruto's feelings. Is that so? Naruto asked calmly, showing no signs of being affected by the Ninetales' words. At this stage, the great fox held more significance to him than his parents, whom he had never met. Hey, brat, what is with your reaction? I killed your parents. The Ninetales looked at Naruto in confusion. I know, so what? Why would that lead to a poor relationship? Naruto thought to himself, uncertain. Do you think I would be in your body for any other reason? They sealed me inside you, the Ninetales said angrily. What a joke. They wanted to seal me inside a newborn. Naturally, I had to kill them. Just the thought of that humiliation made the Ninetales furious. However, Naruto paused. He always believed that after his parents had died, he became an orphan without protection, leading to his existence as a mere experiment. The great fox was sealed within him, making him despised by everyone in the village. But what had the great fox just said? It was his parents who had sealed the great fox inside him, not anyone else. Was that true? Naruto asked quietly. Of course it is. I killed them using your favorite claw. The Ninetales assumed Naruto was inquiring about his parents' deaths. Not that. Naruto shook his head. I meant, did my parents seal you inside me? Yes, they sealed me to protect the village. The Ninetales lowered its head, leaning closer to Naruto. Chapter 17. Protection. They could never have imagined, even in death, that the person they sought to protect would end up bullying their only child. The Ninetales laughed maniacally, filled with scorn for Minato and Kushina. Why? Naruto whispered. Why didn't they like me? Didn't they love me? He looked at the Ninetales, seeking an answer. Naruto did not doubt the truth of the Ninetales' words. He could sense its honesty. He did not feel mistrustful towards the Ninetales because of this so-called truth. Regardless of whatever issues existed between the Ninetales and his parents, the Ninetales had been sincere in its protection of him during countless life-threatening moments. Who knows? I don't understand human emotions. The Ninetales had no thoughts about Naruto's questions. Beasts like it did not comprehend the bond between parent and child. It could only extend a certain degree of special care to Naruto. Naruto did not truly expect the Ninetales to provide answers. Instead, he soared into the air and landed atop the Ninetales' head, striving to maximize their contact and absorb its warmth. Don't you hate me? The Ninetales lay down. Scaring a child was indeed amusing, but a little was enough. Why would I hate you? Naruto asked, puzzled. I killed your parents. The Ninetales placed a tail against Naruto's back. Wasn't that because they wanted to seal you? Naruto wrapped his arms around the tail. I'm not foolish. They struck first, and you merely retaliated. Besides, you have always protected me, not them. Clearly, you matter more to me than they ever did. The Ninetales was clearly pleased by Naruto's words. Would you like to know more about them? It asked. Is that possible? Naruto Uzumaki sat up in astonishment, gazing at the eyes beneath him. He had presumed that the Ninetales did not wish for him to learn of these matters, considering they were adversaries. Yet, the Ninetales seemed indifferent to allowing Naruto a glimpse of his parents. After all, it bore no ill will towards the deceased. Furthermore, Naruto was now the offspring it had nurtured. I wish to know, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, burying himself within the Ninetales' tails and inhaling deeply. Stay honest, and I shall reveal all that I know. The Ninetales conjured a curtain above the ceiling space, projecting its memories. From the moment it was sealed within Kushina Uzumaki to the deaths of Minato Namikaze and Kushina, it unveiled everything. Kushina's childhood ostracism, Minato's courtship under the moonlight, their married life, Naruto's existence, and his birth. Most importantly, it revealed the final sealing. The Ninetales imparted its entire narrative to Naruto, leaving no detail concealed. Once the memories were projected, neither spoke. Naruto was at a loss for words, while the Ninetales wished to allow him some time for contemplation. Teach me about chakra, Naruto finally said. Huh, certainly. The Ninetales replied, perplexed by Naruto's abrupt change in topic. What prompted your desire to learn chakra? Wasn't your taijutsu practice going well? I wish to grow stronger. At least to possess the ability to protect you, great fox, Naruto declared. After absorbing all that he had witnessed, one thought consumed him. Although the great fox proclaimed itself the mightiest, with no one in the village a match for it, it was ultimately sealed within him by his parents. He was determined to become powerful enough that none would dare to threaten the great fox. The Ninetales assumed Naruto sought revenge against the villagers, unaware that his intentions were rooted in protection. Why haven't you been going out lately? You used to venture out often. Kakashi Hatake commented as he placed the meal on the table. I used to go out to buy food, but now I have you. Big brother, Naruto replied, looking at Kakashi with confusion. Despite Kakashi's long-standing role in bringing him meals, he had never removed his mask, leaving Naruto unaware of his true appearance. Was it solely for the purpose of meals? I thought you were training in taijutsu, Kakashi remarked curiously. Oh, that? I merely wished to grow stronger because I was often bullied when I went out, Naruto explained, swinging his small legs that barely touched the ground. But I just mentioned that with you around, I no longer need to go out, and thus have no reason to train. Do you not possess even the slightest desire to go outside? Kakashi asked, incredulous. Isn't it typical for children to enjoy playing outside? If everyone detests you, it becomes quite challenging to want to venture out, Naruto replied. Moreover, my grandfather mentioned that I will be starting school next year, so I need to learn to write. And I certainly need to read those books he gave me. Is there anything you don't understand? You can always ask me, Kakashi said, sitting across from Naruto and observing him as he ate. No need. My grandfather hasn't assigned me anything difficult, just simple theoretical knowledge, which I don't need to comprehend. Besides, I have no interest in ninjutsu. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. He wished to keep his talents in ninjutsu hidden from the villagers, a decision he shared with the Nine Tails. Very well then, should you encounter anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me, Kakashi reiterated, still concerned. However, it's perfectly fine to lack interest in ninjutsu at this stage. Kakashi held firm belief in Naruto's potential to become a skilled ninja, as he was the child of Minato and Kushina. Yet, an excess of talent might incite apprehension within the village. It would be prudent for Naruto to conceal his abilities until he had attained a certain level of strength. At that point, he could reveal his prowess. For now, the best course of action for Naruto was to remain hidden, allowing everyone to perceive him as a mere underachiever, ensuring his safety. Chapter 18. Cherishing the Fragile One Night. Naruto strolled alone down the street. This year, he had little desire to venture out, but in order to reassure Sarutobi Hiruzen, he chose to emerge during the less troublesome hours of the night. Wrapped in a thick cotton coat, scarf around his neck, with hands tucked into his pockets, he ambled along the path. In what should have been an empty street, a sudden sound of weeping pierced the silence. Naruto parted the branches obstructing his view and discovered a small girl lying on the ground. He contemplated turning away but sensed he was being watched. Perhaps this encounter was orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hey, who are you? Why are you crying here? Naruto asked, positioning himself beside the little girl. I am sorry. The girl cautiously lifted her head and spoke softly. So who exactly are you, and how did you end up here? Naruto endeavored to speak gently, fearful of frightening the girl before him, who surely was not of simple origins, aside from those who had bullied him in the past. I am Hinata Hyuga. I got lost, she replied, lowering her gaze, unable to meet Naruto's eyes. She had sneaked out, evading her attendants without informing anyone. Although she was unaware of the exact circumstances, she understood that her existence had caused her father to lose a brother and her brother to lose a father. She could not fathom why things had come to such a pass. Thus, seizing a moment of solitude, she had fled her stifling home. Have you forgotten the way? Naruto inquired, brow furrowed. Hinata nodded. Fine, I'll take you back, he said, resigned. He had no desire to do so. He should be exploring on his own. And when boredom struck, return home directly, rather than escorting a lost girl back, especially given the potential for ulterior motives. Yet, he could not refuse. Should he deviate even slightly from Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations, consequences would surely follow. Naruto grasped Hinata's hand, eager to conclude this unexpected inconvenience. However, Hinata perceived his action differently, believing he wished to keep her company and ensure she returned home swiftly. As she watched Naruto walk ahead, holding her wrist, a flicker of emotion stirred within Hinata's heart. All right, Naruto thought, having always been aware of the Hyuga clan's presence, yet this was his first time observing one up close. With such a grand abode, you still venture out? Next time, refrain from wandering aimlessly. Should you choose to go out, remember to bring someone along, Naruto Uzumaki advised. I understand. May I know your name? Hinata Hyuga mustered her courage and lifted her gaze. What? You don't know who I am? Naruto looked at Hinata with curiosity. It's probably best that you remain unaware. It is indeed astonishing that there are still individuals in this village who do not recognize him. Yet he is not someone that everyone necessarily needs to know. In fact, he prefers to exist as an invisible presence. However, his prowess does not permit such anonymity. Nearly the entire village knows him and harbors disdain for him. Naruto turned and walked away, ignoring Hinata's question and disregarding whether she returned home, as his task was already fulfilled. If he could deliver her to her doorstep and still lose her, that would not be his concern. You truly lack an appreciation for delicate matters, the Ninetales remarked, observing Naruto's brusque demeanor with exasperation. Although it held contempt for Minato Namikaze, it was evident that Minato was much more adept, particularly in interactions with young women. It was certain that the young girl's wrist must be sore now. Given Naruto's physical training over the past year, she surely could not withstand it. This clearly seems to be someone's scheme. Though she is also a pawn, she can be considered a beneficiary to some extent. Why should I show sympathy for a beneficiary? Naruto expressed his bewilderment. As long as you are content, the Ninetales yawned. For there was truly nothing of interest happening tonight. Let us return. Naruto felt the day had been exceedingly dull. He had intended to admire the snowy scenery, but encountered trouble instead. Why are you returning so late? Hayashi Hyuga, masking his concern, looked down at Hinata with a somewhat detached demeanor. I'm sorry, father. Hinata quickly lowered her head, startled. Very well, let us go inside. Hayashi observed Hinata for a moment before speaking. Do not bring trouble to the family. Remain obediently within the clan grounds. Hayashi felt a deep disappointment towards Hinata. The clan had sacrificed so much for her, yet she showed no gratitude, only considering her own feelings. Sneaking out while the clan was unaware, what if danger arose? Did she not realize that the previous incident occurred because she had been abducted? Yes, father. Hinata followed closely behind Hayashi. She recognized her father's disappointment, as it was palpable. Yet, there was little she could do to change the situation. She knew she was timid, but she felt powerless. She had no affinity for combat. Nor did she wish to become a ninja, yet she was the heir of the Hyuga clan. This was a burden she must bear. Is everything in order? Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Kakashi Hatake. While he could observe Naruto's actions through the crystal ball, he was unable to hear any sounds. Kakashi was unaware of Hiruzen's true intentions. Shouldn't Naruto have limited interactions with the villagers? Why allow him to engage with Hinata? Was there an ulterior motive from the Hyuga clan, or did Hinata possess some unique trait? I understand you have many questions, but worry not. In time, you shall learn. Hiruzen did not wish to explain his reasoning to Kakashi at this moment. He found himself conflicted, not wanting Naruto to be accepted by the villagers, yet reluctant to sever his ties with them. Under these circumstances, the clan members were the most suitable choice. Kakashi had no further comments regarding Hiruzen's words. Even if there were issues, Hiruzen would not listen. The current situation was already quite favorable. Naruto was not subjected to any mental control and was living well. Chapter 19. Choice. I ask you, Great Fox, do you even know ninjutsu? Naruto expressed his impatience. Of course I do. Do not rush, just wait a moment. The Ninetales retorted irritably. You hardly seem like someone who knows. Naruto observed the Ninetales floundering in its efforts, feeling somewhat exasperated. If it truly did not know, it would not say anything. At worst, he could find someone else to teach him. Isn't it just that your hand signs are too cumbersome? Tailed beasts do not require hand signs. While the Ninetales had witnessed many humans perform ninjutsu, it simply could not grasp the concept of hand signs. Damn it. Why can't Naruto learn from that bastard Senju Hashirama? Not using hand signs is hardly a challenge. Then what gives you the confidence to teach me? Naruto looked at the Ninetales in despair. The initial stages of teaching had gone smoothly, as the Ninetales possessed extensive theoretical knowledge regarding chakra and ninjutsu. Yet when it came to practical application, the Ninetales was utterly clueless about hand signs. Even with the memories of the previous two Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito, it remained at a loss. Didn't it seem simple when I watched them? Moreover, Senju Hashirama didn't require hand signs. The Ninetales argued, albeit without a solid basis. How many can truly compare to Senju Hashirama? Am I someone formidable? Through the Ninetales' bedtime stories, Naruto had gathered some understanding of Hashirama. But who was Hashirama? Capable of subduing the Great Fox? Was he someone Naruto could rival? You are my Jinchuriki. You must be stronger than this. The Ninetales believed itself to be the mightiest of tailed beasts, and thus, its Jinchuriki could not be weak. So what do we do now? Naruto leaned against the Ninetales. Having given up on hand signs, why not tear the seal? The Ninetales looked uncertainly at the sealing paper on the cage. The seal? Naruto, momentarily perplexed, did not immediately comprehend what the Ninetales was suggesting. Just that, the Ninetales extended a claw and pointed outside the cage. Oh, that? If it's released, will you be able to perform hand signs? Only under the Nine-Tails' prompting did Naruto recall that the beast was indeed sealed within him. Their interactions had been so enjoyable that each time he entered, he would directly come to the cage, and over time, he had forgotten they were in a prison. However, did unsealing and teaching him hand signs have any necessary correlation? Naruto looked at the Nine-Tails in confusion. Of course not, but someone will. The Nine-Tails stated assuredly. Who? Naruto, clearly oblivious to whom the Nine-Tails referred, gazed at it with curiosity. If someone could do it, why not mention it earlier? Watching a fox fumble with its paws to form hand signs is hardly entertaining. Do you remember the memories I showed you? The Nine-Tails looked down at Naruto. What? It's the memory of the day I was sealed within you. Minato said that Kushina would be able to meet you someday. Oh, isn't that just a saying? After all, they are both deceased, Naruto replied, astonished as he lifted his head. Of course not. Although I despise Minato, it cannot be denied that he was exceptionally skilled in sealing techniques. So what do you say? Shall we give it a try? They could very well be inside. The Nine-Tails feigned indifference as it spoke. Wouldn't we be discovered? Did you not mention that your chakra is quite conspicuous? Naruto replied, upon first hearing the news. I was indeed taken aback, but that feeling quickly dissipated. He showed not the slightest concern for his parents, or perhaps it was that he simply could not muster any. I will remain vigilant. You shall take charge of breaking the seal while I manage the chakra. After a brief pause, the Nine-Tails added, if you trust me. Of course I trust you, but may I take a moment to ponder? Uzumaki Naruto nervously glanced at the Nine-Tails, fearing it might think he doubted its loyalty. The Nine-Tails, after finishing its statement, nestled back into its own embrace. In truth, the Nine-Tails was indifferent about whether the seal could be broken. It was quite content within Naruto's body. Even if the seal were lifted, it would never leave for the sake of Naruto's life. The thought had merely crossed its mind and was spoken aloud. Seeing the Nine-Tails feign slumber, Naruto, too, lay quietly upon it. He harbored no fears about the Nine-Tails escaping if the seal was broken and jeopardizing his life. He had unwavering faith in it, as the Nine-Tails was the only being he truly trusted. However, he was uncertain about how to face his parents. Should he say long time no see, or farewell forever? Should he express love and longing, or perhaps resentment and complaints? He was at a loss, having been without parents since birth, and having known only the great fox. He was unsure how to interact with them, let alone seek their guidance in ninjutsu. How would they communicate? Should he pretend not to know them, or act as though he missed them dearly? If they were aware that he sought revenge against Konoha, would they still teach him? Would they not only refuse to teach him, but also, for the sake of Konoha, seal him away with the great fox once more? Great fox. How should I interact with them? Unable to fathom the answers, Naruto ultimately chose to seek the Nine-Tails' counsel. Do as you wish. If you wish to engage with them, I will allow them to remain and teach you personally. If you prefer to avoid them, I can forcibly extract their memories, allowing you to learn on your own. As long as you and I stand united, they cannot harm us. After all, this is your body, and you are its master. The Nine-Tails did not lift its head, but offered Naruto a choice. Regardless of which path Naruto chose, the Nine-Tails had a way to support him. Shall we decide later? Naruto still had not made up his mind. Although he often claimed to be indifferent toward his parents, he undeniably wished to see them. I will follow your lead. I am amenable to anything. However, the Nine-Tails would not engage in petty disputes with Naruto over trivial matters. Moreover, with the dead, the Nine-Tails held great confidence in Naruto. As for Konoha, Naruto could never grant them forgiveness. As long as this remained true, their relationship would remain unchanged. Thank you, Great Fox. Naruto joyfully nuzzled against the Nine-Tails. Rest assured, Great Fox, you will always be my favorite. That will never change. Naruto was unaware of the Nine-Tails' thoughts. He only knew that for him, the Great Fox was a lifelong pillar of support. Wherever the Great Fox resided would be his home, his only sanctuary. How sentimental, little brat. The Nine-Tails suppressed a smirk, firmly pressing down on Naruto's head. Chapter 20. Parents, let us begin. Uzumaki Naruto, having long been absent, finally approached the confines of the cage. Slowly ascending, he placed his hand above the seal paper. Just before descending, a figure materialized, grasping Naruto's wrist and halting his actions. Please wait a moment, came the voice of the sun, echoing in Naruto's ears. The Nine-Tails had anticipated this and remained silent, refraining from expressing anger. After all, there was another presence involved. My apologies, it should be you who waits, Naruto retorted, ignoring Namake's Minato's grip and continuing to reach out. When Minato did not respond, Naruto decisively broke the seal. The Nine Tails controlled the chakra, ensuring that the guards watching Naruto did not detect anything amiss. Upon the seal's breach, Uzumaki Kushina appeared in the sealing space. Kushina. For a moment, Minato was too astonished to consider why Naruto had broken the seal. His gaze was solely fixed on Kushina. Minato. Kushina, enveloped in Minato's embrace, joyfully reciprocated. It's wonderful to see you again. Tears welled in Minato's eyes. I'm sorry, I failed to protect you. It's all right. You have done well. Kushina comforted Minato. Are you two not aware of where you are? Naruto interjected, interrupting their tender reunion. The display of affection between Minato and Kushina only deepened Naruto's disdain for them. The dead should regain consciousness only in the presence of their son, yet they seemed to forget him, opting instead for each other's warmth. Naruto's expectations of his parents diminished once more. You are Naruto, Kushina exclaimed, astonished at the sight of this child who appeared too young for school. Evidently, Naruto raised an eyebrow in response. And you? Who are you? He feigned ignorance, directing his gaze toward the pair. The Nine Tails stood silently behind Naruto, observing as he performed. We are your father and mother. Come here, Naruto, Minato said gently. At such a young age, you wish to break the seal? Minato assumed Naruto was merely swayed by the Nine Tails, and his primary concern was to distance Naruto from it. Feigning contemplation, Naruto resolutely rejected Minato's invitation. Who are you really? Everyone in the village knows I have no parents. Of course, we are your parents. Come here, dear. Come to your mother, Kushina said, opening her arms as if to embrace Naruto. Seeing that Naruto remained unmoved, Kushina could no longer restrain herself. Minato did not act because his chakra was too low to do anything, but Kushina was different. Nine Tails, is this your doing? Kushina exclaimed. Golden chains beginning to materialize behind her, rushing toward the Nine Tails. Just a moment before the chains could reach him, the Nine Tails spoke. Under its direction, Naruto ceased his antics, halting Kushina's advance. My apologies. Though I wish to play a little longer, I cannot allow you to bully the Great Fox. Naruto retreated, sitting atop the Nine Tails' head. Great Fox. Kushina stared at Naruto in shock. Do you realize what it is? Of course I do. Not only that, I am aware of who you are as well. Naruto replied with a knowing look. My parents, the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, and the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina. What? You know? If you know, why don't you come over? Kushina's fiery temperament shone through, and even upon realizing Naruto's peculiarity, she remained unfazed. Why should I come over? It is simply because he is mine now. Ha ha ha, the Nine Tails mocked, casting a triumphant glance at Kushina. This is simply delightful. For nearly 2 decades, he had been bound within the essence of Kushina Uzumaki, never once granted a moment of reprieve. Now, standing in a position of dominance over her, he felt an overwhelming joy. Indeed, though you are my progenitors, I find myself more akin to the child of the Great Fox. Naruto Uzumaki did not refute the words of the Nine Tails. They were, after all, a truth he could not deny. What did this imply? Minato Namake's began to realize that the situation might be more grave than he had initially perceived. Sitting cross-legged, Naruto tilted his head, resting one hand on his knee. I do not acknowledge you as my parents. Why not? We are your parents, Kushina replied, confusion evident in her gaze as she looked at Naruto. She was astonished by the bond between Naruto and the Nine Tails. Neither she nor her predecessor, Mito Uzumaki, had enjoyed such a harmonious relationship with the beast, despite being able to wield its power due to the traits of their clan. Yet, it was clear that Naruto shared a strong connection with the Nine Tails, evident from his position seated atop its head. You are merely my biological parents, having not bestowed upon me even a modicum of nurturing. Naruto kindly elucidated for the two. I apologize, Naruto, Kushina admitted, unable to counter his assertion. But that was because we lost our lives to the Nine Tails. Kushina would not demand Naruto to harbor animosity towards the beast, for he was its Jinchuriki, and a favorable relationship with the tailed beast was essential for him to harness his full potential. However, at the very least, she believed he should refrain from declaring himself a child of the Nine Tails. I certainly understand, for the Great Fox has revealed everything to me, Naruto replied with a smile. Then why persist in this manner? It would sadden your mother, Minato said, embracing Kushina who stood beside him. If sadness is a concern, then why imprison the Great Fox within me? She, too, is a Jinchuriki and should be aware of the trials that come with such a fate. Naruto could not contain his rising frustration. Both Minato and Kushina stared in shock at the impassioned Naruto. Since their first encounter, he had maintained a demeanor of indifference, as if nothing could stir his heart. "Calm yourself, little one. Do not allow them to sway your emotions," the Ninetales said, extending a claw to rest upon Naruto's head. "Forgive me for causing you worry," Naruto acquiesced, settling back down under the Ninetales' influence. "I have little to discuss with you. I require instruction in ninjutsu. You now face two choices. Either voluntarily impart your knowledge of ninjutsu to me, or I shall compel the great fox to extract your memories." He raised two fingers, his gaze cold as he scrutinized the two before him. What repercussions does Naruto speak of? Kushina disregarded the choices presented by Naruto, her sole desire being to comprehend what her son had endured. "It is of no concern to you," Naruto insisted, unwilling to divulge his suffering to others, even to his own parents. "How can it not concern me? I am your mother. I have an obligation to know all that you have faced," Kushina declared, her eyes resolute as she looked at Naruto. "Indeed, it is the duty of a parent," Minato concurred. "If they wish to know, then share with them, Naruto." The Ninetales encouraged. "What are you implying, Great Fox?" Naruto directed his attention to the beast beneath him, disregarding the sudden sense of responsibility exhibited by Minato and Kushina. "Merely seeking to fulfill their desires. It bears no consequence, does it?" The Ninetales replied maliciously. Since the Great Fox had spoken, Naruto felt no inclination to refuse. The Ninetales manipulated its chakra, projecting all that it had witnessed since Naruto's birth before Minato and Kushina. The Ninetales wished for them to witness the reality of Konoha, the very village they had sacrificed their lives to protect, and the injustices inflicted upon their child. More importantly, all the suffering Naruto had endured stemmed from their actions. Why should they remain oblivious while only Naruto bore the weight of pain? As Minato had stated, it was their obligation. Thus, they should also experience the agony that Naruto had endured. Minato and Kushina gazed in fury at the scenes presented before them by the Ninetales. Although they beheld the events through the perspective of the Ninetales, it was sufficient for them to grasp the entirety of the circumstances. The Ninetales would not allow them to witness the memories through Naruto's eyes, for its intent was to inflict suffering upon them, not upon Naruto himself. The projection of Naruto's memories would subject him to the pain encapsulated within, but displaying its own memories would not affect him. Furthermore, as the Ninetales began its projection, it shielded Naruto's eyes with its tail, ensuring that only Minato and Kushina could hear the accompanying sounds. Naruto was well protected by the Ninetales. Named Naruto Uzumaki, he was placed in a hospital, subjected to the cruelty of caretakers, and at the age of 3 began to live alone, bullied by the villagers. All of this ignited a furious response in Minato and Kushina. Konoha's Hokage. Kushina transformed into a crimson fireball, striking the ground with a fist, causing Minato to be knocked aside. Enraged, Kushina paid no mind to Minato, her only desire to eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Calm down, Kushina," Minato rushed to her side, embracing her tightly. "How can I remain calm?" Kushina broke free from Minato's grasp, rushing toward Naruto. "I am sorry, it is my fault. I apologize," she exclaimed, enveloping Naruto in her arms. Caught off guard, Naruto found himself unable to react as Kushina rushed toward him, embracing him tightly. "Your apologies are of no value, and only I may sit upon the Great Fox's head," he declared, pushing Kushina away. Were it not for Naruto still being held by Kushina, the Ninetales would have taken action to prevent any harm from befalling him. "Apologies, Great Fox, I was caught unawares," Naruto said with a hint of regret. He recognized the Ninetales' disdain for Kushina, yet he had been somewhat careless. "No matter, the Ninetales is not so petty," it reassured him. "What purpose do you have in learning ninjutsu?" Minato caught Kushina and turned to where Naruto sat serenely atop the Ninetales' head. "Of course, it is for vengeance," Naruto replied, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "What say you? Will you attempt to thwart me? Alas, you are already deceased. I will not interfere. We shall impart all our ninjutsu to you," Kushina hastily declared before Minato could respond. "Kushina," Minato interjected, eager to halt her. Although he had witnessed the trials his son had faced, he found it difficult to fully believe. In his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been an excellent elder, and the villagers of the village were inherently kind. This was the very reason he aspired to become Hokage, to protect the village. The people in the village were genuinely good. Minato Namikaze firmly believed in this notion. "What? You disagree?" Kushina Uzumaki furrowed her brow, clenching her fists. It seemed that if Minato dared to utter a single negative word, her fist would undoubtedly find its way to him. No, not at all, Minato quickly replied. He had no intention of vanishing beneath Kushina's wrath. He was a deceased man, having fulfilled his duties as Hokage. Now, he was merely Kushina's husband. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he was indeed his son, but what mattered more to him was Kushina. What do you intend to do? Kushina looked at Minato with skepticism. Since she had known him, Minato had always aimed to become Hokage and safeguard the village. She truly could not believe he would relinquish that goal. It's nothing. Just carry on, Minato shook his head. Whatever he said now would be futile. Kushina had made up her mind, and he could not resist her determination. Moreover, even if they refrained from voicing it, the Nine Tails would eventually compel them to do so. With Naruto standing on the side of the Nine Tails, they were utterly powerless. No need for you to intervene. Naruto halted the movements of Kushina and Minato. Great Fox, why not directly access their memories? Naruto descended from atop the Nine Tails, hovering beside its eye. I don't trust them. Please, Great Fox. Rest assured, I shall examine thoroughly. Leaving no detail overlooked, the Nine Tails responded, pleased by Naruto's words. How is it? Upon seeing the Nine Tails open its eyes, Naruto looked on with concern. While he was aware of the Nine Tails' strength, after all, it was the one who had sealed it. Who could say if they might attempt any deceptive maneuvers? Fear not. I have recorded everything. You can now proceed to learn your ninjutsu in earnest, the Nine Tails grinned. That's a relief. Naruto did not elaborate on his inquiries. What shall we do with these two? The Nine Tails inquired, gazing at the still unconscious duo. Let them vanish. We no longer require their existence, Naruto replied somewhat coldly. Perhaps he had previously harbored a flicker of hope for his parents. But now that glimmer had extinguished upon their reunion, he felt a profound sense of insecurity. The Nine Tails was entirely loyal to him, which was why he cherished and trusted it. As for his parents, they clearly cared more for one another, and their love for him seemed insufficient. He did not desire such affection. As you wish, the Nine Tails expressed satisfaction with Naruto's decision. Minato and Kushina had managed to exist for so long thanks to the Nine Tails' aid. Now, the Nine Tails withdrew its chakra. Before the Nine Tails could take further action, the two completely dissipated. Do you not regret it? The Nine Tails turned to Naruto, observing the complete disappearance of the pair. No, I despise them. Really, they only ask me after they've vanished. Don't you think that's a bit late? Naruto replied with a hint of exasperation. It is quite late already. You should take your leave for now and resume your ninjutsu studies tomorrow. Under Naruto's gaze, even the Nine Tails felt somewhat awkward. How does it feel, Great Fox, to have your seal broken? Instead of leaving, Naruto settled back atop the Nine Tails' head. It's tolerable. The Nine Tails lay back down, allowing Naruto to remain. Only the first seal had been lifted. For safety's sake, Minato had placed 2 seals. The cage remained, the seal intact. Nothing had changed. How can the remaining seal be undone? Naruto also looked up at the upper seal. Even if he peeled away the sealing paper, the door remained firmly shut, unmoving. Go seek out that toad, or devise your own method, the Nine Tails replied nonchalantly. Since Konoha had acquired a Jinchuriki, they were unwilling to let the Jinchuriki's power go to waste. Sooner or later, they would willingly deliver the key, provided Naruto concealed himself well enough. The Nine Tails had great faith in Naruto regarding this matter. It had yet to encounter anyone more adept at disguise. I don't like that toad. Naruto recalled the toad from the Nine Tails' memories. Though formidable, capable of briefly restraining the Nine Tails, it was utterly unappealing and did not meet his aesthetic standards. Neither do I. If you were to associate with that toad, I would not permit you to wield both our powers simultaneously. Through Minato's memories, the Nine Tails understood the conditions for utilizing Sage Chakra, and it would not consent to collaborate with the toad. Perhaps it is best to forego it. After all, I have the sealing technique at hand. In due time, I shall study it and see if I can unlock the seal myself. Naruto was also reluctant to rely on the toad's power. If he absolutely had to refuse, he would certainly not refer to the toad as boss. That would be rather foolish. The toad should be addressing him as master. No need to rush. That day will come eventually. Even if Naruto ultimately fails, given enough time, he could break free from the seal himself. However, by then, Naruto might have to endure some suffering. But it wouldn't be too excessive. After all, throughout this process, Naruto's body would be subtly nourished by the Nine Tails chakra. Yes, that day will inevitably arrive, Naruto thought, lying comfortably atop the Nine Tails and closing his eyes. The Nine Tails remained silent. Yet its tail draped over Naruto. Both fell into a deep slumber. Naturally, the Ninetales did not require sleep. Now of school age. All the children in the village were registering for the Ninja Academy, except for Naruto. Why aren't you enrolling? Kakashi Hitaki asked curiously, observing Naruto. From his perspective, although Naruto had not trained in the past year, he still appeared to hold aspirations of becoming a ninja. You think I can skip school? Naruto looked up, a slight smile playing on his lips. Of course not, Kakashi responded without hesitation. He knew Naruto must have gleaned something. Some of it was deduced by Naruto himself, while some had inadvertently slipped from Kakashi's lips. If that is the case, why should I bother enrolling? After all, I can still attend school. Naruto picked up his chopsticks. I'm starting now. I said, big brother, can't you stop making grilled mackerel every single time? Naruto remarked, eyeing the fish that had appeared countless times at the dining table. But it's delicious, isn't it? Kakashi replied with a hint of amusement in his voice. It can't be eaten every day, Naruto responded with mild exasperation. And also, after all this time, can you not take off your mask? What kind of hobby is that? This is a task requirement. Preparing meals for you is obligatory. Thus I must don a mask. Kakashi Hitaki is uncertain how many times this has been repeated. Yet, Naruto Uzumaki invariably inquires. If you wish for me not to see your face, simply state so. Furthermore, although I seldom venture out, there are hardly any individuals with white hair in the entire Hidden Leaf village. What purpose does your mask serve? Naruto rolled his eyes and remarked. It is a necessity of the mission. Members of the Umbu must wear them, and it holds no significance. Kakashi patiently listened to Naruto's complaints. Kakashi found himself somewhat speechless. The mask-wearing rule was established by the second Hokage, and he had no insight into its significance. As Naruto pointed out, apart from Jiraiya, he was the only one with white hair in the village. Does this mask truly hold any meaning? However, it is a fact that he cannot allow Naruto to see his face. Hiruzen Sarutobi would never permit it. Perhaps he needs to become a guiding jonin. By the time Naruto graduates, he could become Naruto's instructor, much like Minato-sensei. Chapter 23. Good person, bad person. Why doesn't little Naruto enroll in the Ninja Academy? Hiruzen Sarutobi, during his off hours, visited Naruto's home. I dislike them, Naruto murmured, avoiding Hiruzen's gaze. Does little Naruto not enjoy ninjutsu? Hiruzen was aware that the children who had previously bullied Naruto had left him with a bitter experience. I do, but... Naruto hesitated to finish his thought. It's alright, little Naruto. There will be teachers at school, so do not worry, okay? Hiruzen affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Is it truly alright? Naruto lifted his head and timidly looked at Hiruzen. Yes, Grandpa will speak to the teachers at school. Hiruzen assured him. Thank you, Grandpa. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. However, the enrollment period has already closed. Hasn't it, Grandpa? Naruto's voice fell, casting a forlorn glance at Hiruzen. With Grandpa here, the deadline is of no consequence. Hiruzen smiled. That is wonderful. Thank you, Grandpa. I will study hard in ninjutsu and become an outstanding ninja. Naruto leapt up with enthusiasm. Good. Little Naruto will surely become an excellent ninja, Hiruzen replied. It is truly unfortunate that he hasn't had a sip of water. With regret, Naruto poured the water from his cup down the drain. Who would drink that? The Ninetales scoffed. If you are so eager for Hiruzen to drink from the tap, then you should fill a cup secretly. Who would brazenly commit such an act? I used to drink from the tap when no one was there to care for me. You had no choice back then. If you didn't drink, you would die. The Ninetales recalled the time when Naruto was so parched that he would perish without water. Not anymore. Naruto lowered his gaze. It won't happen again. Have you decided how to approach the Ninja Academy? The Ninetales shifted the topic. Not opposing Naruto's desire for vengeance, which it found agreeable, but disliking Naruto's constant recollection of past agonies. Should I be more arrogant or more low-key? Low-key. For I do not wish to draw attention just yet. At present, he lacks sufficient strength. Remaining inconspicuous is the wisest choice. A prudent decision, the Ninetales grinned. Naruto currently does not possess the power to seek revenge under Konoha's watchful eyes. Remaining low-key is essential for a more favorable opportunity in the future. Is the Ninja Academy interesting? Naruto sat in a chair, swinging his legs. Kakashi placed the meal on the table, pausing for a moment. It is quite interesting. You can make wonderful friends. Kakashi reminisced about his student days, recalling Rin Noara and Obito Uchiha. Those were the most carefree and joyful times of his life. Friends? I don't need any, Naruto asserted. Everyone in the village knows about the fox. Consequently, no one would play with him or become his friend. Don't jump to conclusions too early, Kakashi gently pressed Naruto's head. Back then, he, too, was dismissive of teammates and friends. You seem to have quite a story. Big brother, can you share it? Naruto looked up. Just eat your meal, Kakashi replied, choosing not to answer. It must be said that Naruto possesses a remarkable ability to strike at the heart of the matter. With the memories of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's understanding of Kakashi deepened. How tragic, Naruto could only think of that one descriptor. He had never owned anything, yet Kakashi had once possessed everything, only to lose it all and end up with nothing. How pitiful, a man with nothing, Naruto jested. Naruto was unconcerned that Kakashi might become angry. His task was to protect himself, and thus, he would not act against Kakashi. It is not nothing. Kakashi earnestly looked at Naruto. He had discerned some patterns, though he was uncertain how Naruto had come to know them. Each time Naruto was open and spoke without restraint, it was during moments unknown to Hiruzen. In Hiruzen's eyes, Naruto had always been an honest, timid, and cowardly child. Therefore, Kakashi did not wish to dismiss Naruto. Under Kakashi's sincere gaze, though separated by a mask, Naruto could still sense his earnestness and the reflection of himself in Kakashi's eyes. Cut it out. I am not the good person you think I am. Naruto had always known that Kakashi cared for him because of his biological parents. However, he was not like them, kind and protective of Konoha. You need not be a good person, we are family. Kakashi did not divert his gaze, attempting to convey his sincerity to Naruto. But I am a bad person, Naruto declared, jumping off the chair and returning to his bed, using a book to shield himself. I understand, Kakashi said, having finished clearing the dishes before leaving. They had spent a considerable amount of time together, and moreover, Naruto had not concealed anything from him. He was, after all, a jonin, not so inept as to miss such a matter. The reason he did not inform Hiruzen was simply that he did not currently trust him. Furthermore, compared to Hiruzen and Konoha, Naruto was far more significant. Especially when Naruto posed no threat to Konoha, he would never willingly place him in danger. What? You are going to trust him? The Nine-Tails observed Naruto's actions of concealment. No way, Naruto was clear. He would not trust someone who could not be trusted unconditionally. In his heart, Konoha came first, and the kindness shown to him was based on his being the child of his parents. But one day, he would reveal that he did not cherish his parents. That as well, the Nine-Tails was unconcerned with whom Naruto chose to believe. It merely wished to prevent Naruto from suffering harm. The only light in a bleak existence would be doubled in pain should it be betrayed. Excessive emotional fluctuations would undoubtedly affect Naruto's use of its chakra. The corruption within its chakra is formed from the malice of humanity, to a certain extent, beyond its control. If Uzumaki Naruto truly reached such a state, even if it were the source of chakra, it would be futile in saving him. Rest assured, Great Fox, I shall not easily place my trust in anyone. Chapter 24. Are you certain? The first day of school. The students gather for their initial registration, merely becoming acquainted with the campus environment. Almost everyone is accompanied by their parents, while a few have older siblings in tow, except for Uzumaki Naruto. He arrives at the school alone, traversing a desolate path. Upon seeing him, people instinctively distance themselves from Naruto's vicinity. Not too bad. At least I don't have to squeeze in with them, Naruto muses to himself. Hey look, it's him. Why is he even allowed to attend school? Who knows? Keep your distance. Did you hear? I did. Remember, we don't like the nine-tailed fox. The adults of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans observe from afar, listening to the discussions around them as they gaze at the solitary figure of Naruto. They are not fools. They are friends of Namikaze Minato, and are well aware of Uzumaki Kushina's identity. Now, seeing Naruto, it is easy for them to deduce his background. Yet, they can do nothing, as their own situation is precarious. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's rule, combined with Shimura Danzo's covert sabotage, the environment in Konoha is far from favorable. Dad, Nara Shikamaru lifts his gaze, inquiring of Nara Shikaku. It's nothing, Shikaku responds, casting a glance at Yamenka Inoichi. Shikaku remains silent, merely shaking his head in response. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi arrives at the ninja school with Uchiha Sasuke. Much like Naruto, the presence of the Uchiha clan draws attention, and whispers ripple through the crowd. Naruto turns to look, and upon seeing Sasuke for the first time, he is momentarily entranced. Sasuke, too, locks eyes with Naruto, and for reasons unknown, they share an intense gaze, as if the surrounding world has vanished, leaving only the two of them. It is Naruto who regains his composure first. rushing to stand before Sasuke. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. He extends a hand, fixing a determined gaze upon Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke replies. Initially reluctant to acknowledge the seemingly foolish boy, yet he states his name without offering his hand. I hope to learn from you in the future. Ignoring Sasuke's hesitance, Naruto boldly grasps Sasuke's hand, only to release it almost immediately. Don't worry, big brother, I just wanted to say hello. Sensing Itachi's concern, Naruto flashes a reassuring smile. Itachi is evidently aware of Naruto's identity. Thus, it is best to ease his worries. After all, he is quite intrigued by Uchiha Sasuke. Since there are no worries, then I entrust Sasuke to your care, Itachi says gently. Yes, big brother, I will take good care of Sasuke, Naruto beams. I don't need his care. Sasuke pouts, clearly displeased. Sasuke, Itachi murmurs softly. Sasuke is mine. Brow. Sasuke is mine. Upon entering the classroom, Naruto immediately spots the notably conspicuous Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura. Without a moment's hesitation, he plops down in the rear seat by the window. Naruto is not particularly interested in studying at the ninja school. Any seat would suffice. And this spot offers an unexpectedly pleasant view. When Uchiha Sasuke arrives, most of the seats are already taken. Sasuke, come sit here. Sasuke, over here. Ignoring Ino and Sakura, Sasuke strides directly toward Naruto and takes a seat beside him. Aren't you going to ask if this seat is taken? Naruto inquires. Observing Sasuke as he sets down his backpack. Wasn't he this saved for me? Sasuke replies matter-of-factly. Naruto chuckles, pleased by Sasuke's thoughtfulness. Yes, it was intentionally saved for you. All right, class, for our first lesson, let us introduce ourselves. Starting from the front, Irika Yumino announces as he enters the classroom. I am a Kimichi Choji. I love all kinds of food, and I detest those who waste it. My dream is to savor all the delicacies. I am Nara Shikamaru. I have no particular likes. Dislike trouble, and my dream is to lead a simple life. I am Yamanaka Ino. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I enjoy training with my brother, have nothing I dislike, nor any dreams. I am Uzumaki Naruto, often referred to as the nine-tailed fox. I love foxes, harbor no dislikes, and my dream is to become Hokage, Naruto declares coolly, hands shoved into his pockets. He does not care much about Hokage status, yet living in Konoha imposes certain limitations on him, making Hokage the best choice, ensuring the village's peace of mind while allowing him to live more freely. As for the responsibilities of Hokage, he feels no need for vengeance against Konoha. They should be grateful he has not retaliated. Irika's heart seethes with anger as he gazes at Naruto, questioning why the fox can live freely while his own parents perished. However, he quickly recalls his role as a teacher and suppresses such thoughts. All right, let us return to our studies. Since we've introduced ourselves, let us commence our lessons. Why did you call yourself a nine-tailed fox? After class, Sasuke could no longer contain his curiosity. Naruto turns in surprise to face Sasuke. What is the matter? Sasuke feels somewhat uncomfortable under Naruto's gaze. It's just that I didn't expect you to be unaware of this. Nearly everyone in Konoha knows I am the nine-tailed fox, Naruto explains. That is absurd. How could a person be a nine-tailed fox? Sasuke retorts without a second thought. It's true. I really am the nine-tailed fox. If you don't believe me, you can ask your parents when you get home, Naruto insists, shaking his head. Your family should know a lot about it. Naruto realizes that Sasuke is the child of the Uchiha clan leader, which makes him even more astonished that Sasuke is unaware of the nine-tailed fox. After all, the village has been rife with suspicions that the Uchiha released the beast. Surprisingly, it seems the Uchiha have protected Sasuke quite well. What to do? He finds himself more intrigued by Uchiha Sasuke. They want to tell me. Can you please share? Sasuke, still far from the proud and stubborn persona he would later adopt, is merely a child spoiled by his family. Are you sure? Chapter 25, out. Of course, Sasuke has no idea why Naruto is asking such questions, but he responds nonetheless. Really? Naruto leans in close, nearly pressing against Sasuke. If you don't want to say, then it's fine. Sasuke, feeling a bit annoyed, pushes Naruto away. Maybe later. I'll tell you later. Naruto complies, adjusting himself back into his seat. He gazes out the window, ignoring the classroom's clamor, admiring the distant scenery. The environment at the ninja school is far superior to that of his home. Nara Shikamaru observed Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke with a contemplative expression. What is going on with you today? The Nine Tails inquired upon Naruto's return home that evening. What do you mean? Naruto responded, feigning ignorance. Becoming Hokage. And that Uchiha, you're not the type to engage with others willingly. A light chuckle escaped Naruto's lips. I have no desire to leave Konoha. Hence, becoming Hokage seems to be the optimal choice, does it not? What is so great about Konoha? The Nine-Tails questioned, perplexed by Naruto's sense of belonging to the village, as if it stemmed from his birthplace. What is wrong with Konoha? Naruto countered, aside from the people. Can you really exclude them? The Nine-Tails harbored countless grievances about Konoha. But indeed, aside from its inhabitants, there was little to criticize. The Land of Fire was the most prosperous of the ninja nations, and Konoha was its crown jewel. With its advantageous geography, suitable living conditions, and abundant resources, it possessed no discernible flaws. If one were to argue otherwise, it would only be to say that its wealth attracted those with ill intentions. That's irrelevant. You know this is the most suitable place for living. Not just for humans, but for you as well, Naruto replied, shaking his head. Regardless of the shortcomings, once I become Hokage, everything will change. When he attained the title, Konoha would become his domain, and its fate would rest in his hands. Well, as long as you have your own thoughts, the Nine-Tails remarked awkwardly. Sensing the seriousness in Naruto's eyes, it felt as though it had always been part of Naruto's grand design, and that sensation was rather pleasant. What about that Uchiha brat? What is his situation? Him? For some reason, the moment I laid eyes on him, I felt an overwhelming urge to connect with him, Naruto said with a smile. What? Are you speaking nonsense? The Nine-Tails shot back, casting a bewildered look at Naruto. I'm serious. Why would I lie to you? Naruto rolled his eyes in exasperation. Can't you show a bit of trust? If it were you, it would sound quite foolish. The Nine-Tails refused to admit its lack of trust in Naruto. Yet, the truth remained. It truly wished to grow closer to him. Naruto rested his chin on his hand, reflecting on the feelings he had for Uchiha Sasuke. Moreover, I can sense that he, like me, desires to be close. Are you going to tell him? The Nine-Tails diverted the topic, sensing a hint of ambiguity in their exchange. However, it was likely just a misunderstanding, as they were still merely children. Of course not. Revealing it now would only complicate matters, Naruto replied. Thank you for remembering that it could bring us trouble. Not just us, but us and Sasuke, Naruto quickly clarified, realizing the Nine-Tails had misinterpreted his words. Although he couldn't explain why, the allure he felt toward Uchiha Sasuke was undeniable, and he was genuinely intrigued by him. In the future, Sasuke might become a significant figure in his life, so it was best to clarify matters with the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails gazed at Naruto in astonishment, surprised that merely 2 days of interaction had placed Uchiha's boy in Naruto's heart. Though taken aback, the Nine-Tails nodded, understanding Naruto's concern about potentially harming Sasuke unintentionally. How amusing. Without uttering another word, the Nine-Tails soon lay down, preparing to sleep. Good night. Good night. The Nine-Tails and Naruto settled down together. Once Naruto fell asleep, the Nine-Tails quietly opened its eyes, gazing at him. It seemed its initial instincts were correct. There was something distinctly different within the boy's soul. How intriguing indeed. In the classroom, Irika Yumino animatedly lectured from the podium, while Naruto and his peers languished in a stupor below. After enduring their antics long enough, Irika's patience finally snapped. You lot, go stand outside, he shouted, hurling chalk at Naruto and his companions. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji were struck by the chalk, while Uchiha Sasuke managed to block the projectile aimed at Naruto. After deflecting the chalk, Sasuke nudged Naruto. Huh, what is up? Naruto mumbled, still half asleep. Sasuke remained silent, merely gesturing towards the podium. What is the matter? Sleeping during class? You all better get outside. Irika's anger flared. He already harbored a dislike for Naruto, and his inattentiveness only fueled that disdain. It's not like I'm really standing, Naruto replied weakly as he stood and ambled to the classroom's exit, positioning himself beside Nara Shikamaru. With no desire for conversation, he closed his eyes, preparing to doze off once more. Watching Naruto shut his eyes again, and noticing Choji munching snacks on the other side, Shikamaru felt a sense of exasperation. Hey, show some respect for the teacher. It looks like he's about to explode. With that thought, Shikamaru zoned out, staring vacantly at the sky. Why are you both out here? Choji asked, oblivious to their earlier actions as he sat in front of Shikamaru and Naruto. Were you eating too? Who eats during class? Shikamaru replied, bemused. It was typical behavior for a member of the Akimichi clan to prioritize snacks even in class. If it's not eating, then why are you out here? Choji pressed on, undeterred by Shikamaru's words. Sleeping, class is too dull. I already know all the material the teacher is covering, so listening further is just a waste of time. I might as well sleep. Impressive, Choji said, seemingly oblivious to Shikamaru's sarcasm as he extended his snacks to Shikamaru. Here, have some. Thank you. Shikamaru accepted the offered treats. And you are? Naruto, right? Choji asked uncertainly. Can't you all be a bit quieter? We're being punished here. Naruto opened his eyes. You're not exactly standing still either, Choji replied, genuinely confused as to why they couldn't converse. But I'm trying to sleep, Naruto sighed, casting a troubled glance at Choji. What's the difference? So why are you out here? Choji continued his inquiries. Sleeping, of course. Can't you tell from my current state? Naruto exclaimed in frustration. Where does such naivety come from? Isn't he the son of the Akimichi clan leader? It simply indicated that Naruto was still unfamiliar with the clans of Konoha. Although the Ino-Shikacho trio comprised 3 prominent families, they often acted according to Nara clan principles. In essence, as long as the Akimichi clan leader had sufficient faith in the Nara clan leader, that was enough. Additionally, intelligence could be nurtured over time. At the very least, by the time Choji reached adulthood and inherited the clan leadership, he would manage family affairs without mishap. Of course, more importantly, clever individuals tend to enjoy the company of those who are a bit simpler. Haha, Naruto-kun, Choji isn't being intentionally troublesome. Nara Shikamaru chuckled lightly, genuinely fearful that Uzumaki Naruto might become angry and take it out on Akimichi Choji. After all, despite not fully comprehending what made Naruto so unique, it was evident from the disdain of the villagers that he was no ordinary individual, certainly not someone Choji could handle. Hey, are you also napping? Do you find class as dull as Shikamaru does? Choji inquired curiously. He observed that Naruto did not appear particularly intelligent, assuming he couldn't possibly match Shikamaru's intellect. Choji was well aware of Shikamaru's capabilities. The latter had undoubtedly absorbed the knowledge taught in class. In his spare time at home, Shikamaru often immersed himself in books beyond his understanding, not merely out of disinterest in attending school. I'm not just avoiding class, Naruto refuted Choji's assumption. In reality, he had already grasped most of the lessons taught, thanks to the memories inherited from Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. However, after discussions with the Nine Tails, he recognized that the villagers would prefer he remain less intelligent, and he had no desire to endure a lecture from someone who despised him. Thus, pretending to be a slacker seemed the wisest course of action. Wow, you're pretty cool, Choji said, naturally extending his hand to offer Naruto a snack, gratefully accepting it. Naruto noted that, while it appeared a bit unclean, Choji was the first peer from Konoha who did not harbor animosity towards him and was willing to show kindness. Sasuke Uchiha did not count. He belonged to a different faction altogether. Watching as Naruto hesitantly accepted the snack, Shikamaru pondered that perhaps Naruto was not as bad as he initially thought. I'm going to sleep now. Please keep your voices down, Naruto eventually said, deciding that rather than wasting time, it would be more beneficial to practice ninjutsu in the ceiling space. He certainly did not have time to squander. Before becoming a ninja, he needed to master some fundamental techniques. Although he had received information on various ninjutsu training methods, he was still too young to attempt many of them. Now that he had reached the age for schooling, he was eager to learn more ninjutsu. He had no time to waste in a ninja academy listening to lectures about the will of fire. If the will of fire were genuinely effective, Konoha would not have suffered losses, nor would he have been bullied, especially considering his parents had sacrificed themselves to nourish the village. Don't worry, we'll keep quiet, Choji said, merely wanting to familiarize himself with Naruto, and now that they had, he prioritized continuing to enjoy his snacks. After a while, Choji could no longer resist speaking. Hey, how about we go play for a bit? Since we can't really listen to the lesson anyway, let us head out. Huh? Shikamaru turned to Choji, seemingly surprised by his friend's suggestion. Is there an issue? We're already out here, Choji replied. Indeed, there was no real problem, compared to standing idly. Going out seemed like a delightful prospect. What about you, Naruto? Are you coming with us? Choji asked, addressing Naruto without hesitation, emerging from his meditative state. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Choji with a resigned expression. He certainly did not want to stand around doing nothing. It was far too dull, and he would much rather accompany them than remain here, enduring Irika's irritation. Sensing Choji's genuine sincerity and Shikamaru's indifferent yet slightly cautious demeanor, Naruto reluctantly followed behind them, carefully maneuvering past the classroom door to escape the ninja academy. Where to next? Choji glanced around, not finding anything of interest. It wouldn't be a problem to visit their usual haunts, but since they were skipping class, they certainly couldn't go there. You called us out here without a plan? Shikamaru remarked, thinking Choji had a destination in mind. I should have anticipated this, Shikamaru sighed. If you don't mind. I know a place we can go, Naruto said, noting the lack of ideas from the others. Really? Choji exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Naruto replied, glancing at Shikamaru, aware that he held the final say between the two of them. If Shikamaru disagreed, even Choji's interest would not compel him to follow. Then let's go? Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. I don't want to stand here like a fool in the middle of the road. So far, he had a decent impression of Naruto. And since they were both children of clan leaders, Naruto couldn't truly harm them. To be precise, although they were currently skipping class, someone was likely following them, especially considering the uncertainty surrounding their situation. All right, let us set off, Naruto declared, leading the way, with Shikamaru and Choji trailing behind. As they ventured further, they gradually moved from the heart of Konoha to its outskirts. Approaching the area, they soon encountered towering trees, marking the most secluded part of the village. This place is too remote, Choji remarked, gazing nervously at the tall trees. How did you even find this spot? I wanted a place with fewer people. This seemed perfect. Naruto explained nonchalantly. Choji had certainly seen forests before. Konoha was abundant in greenery, but he had always encountered managed woodlands bustling with activity. Now, however, they stood before an empty, desolate forest devoid of any signs of human presence, and just the sight of it filled Choji with trepidation. This is a bit frightening. There could be large animals lurking here, Choji expressed his concerns. He wasn't timid. Rather, they shouldn't risk their lives simply because they were skipping class. Don't worry. I've been here many times, and it's completely safe, Naruto reassured, leading the way through a patch of tall grass at the entrance. Come on. We should avoid being spotted, he called back to Shikamaru and Choji. Choji, though still apprehensive, stepped forward without hesitation. Despite his lingering fear, Naruto was the one who had invited him, and he felt a sense of goodwill towards him. Trusting his friends was something he had always practiced. Hey, where exactly are you taking us? Shikamaru questioned, glancing around at the forest enclosed by barbed wire, leaving only a small opening suitable for children to pass through. Did you really make this hole yourself? What kind of look is that? Don't worry, I didn't create this hole. It was already here. I merely took advantage of it, Naruto replied, slightly exasperated by Shikamaru's skepticism. Naruto was not lying. He had stumbled upon this place by chance. Initially curious about why it was enclosed, he soon spotted the gap. Since it was there, why shouldn't he explore? The opportunity presented itself, and it would be rude not to take it. Shikamaru watched Uzumaki Naruto's self-assured demeanor and let out a cold snort. He then naturally bypassed Naruto and approached Akimichi Choji. Let us go? Where are you taking us? Hey, are you taking charge now? You certainly are quite familiar, Naruto remarked as he joined the two, pointing to the side. Over there, in this forest, there are plenty of good things. If we run out of food, this is the best option. Though Naruto had been receiving meals from Kakashi Hatake over the past few years, Kakashi had his own standards for delivering food. The minimum standard for survival was set by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would periodically check in to prevent Naruto from growing too close to Kakashi. The fact that Kakashi delivered meals to Naruto was already the greatest concession from Hiruzen. He would not permit Naruto to develop excessive fondness for Kakashi. Thus, Naruto often came here to supplement his meals. After more than a year of training, Naruto's culinary skills had improved significantly. He excelled at transforming the simplest ingredients into delectable dishes. Do you want to eat rabbit? Naruto led the two to a trap he had set, gazing at the caught rabbit. Huh, what? Choji momentarily failed to comprehend. I asked if you want to eat rabbit. There's one right here, Naruto said, shaking the rabbit in his hand. Absolutely, Choji exclaimed, adding that any hesitation would be a disrespect to the rabbit. And you? Naruto turned to Shikamaru. Shikamaru felt tempted to assert his independence by declining, but with two eager participants, refusing would seem too out of place. Then let us get going. Naruto guided the two to the stream, rummaging through the grass beneath a tree to retrieve a fishing rod, which he handed to them. I'll handle the rabbit. You two can fish and gather firewood. Without waiting for their agreement, Naruto walked to the stream to prepare the rabbit. Hurry up, or we might miss our chance to eat. Glancing at the fishing rod, Shikamaru sighed and handed it to Choji. You go fish. I'll look for firewood. The forest isn't entirely safe. Better I go. All right. Choji accepted the fishing rod and sat obediently by the stream. Though it was called a stream, It was merely calm water. There was enough depth to drown someone like Choji without issue. Be careful, Shikamaru cautioned again, not entirely reassured. I know you too. Choji waved dismissively. When the three reconvened, Choji had successfully caught 3 fish, while Naruto had already prepared the rabbit. The fish and rabbit were skewered on sticks, and Naruto continually rotated them over the fire to prevent burning. I never imagined you could grill fish, Naruto, Choji remarked, watching Naruto's adept movements. You're quite skilled at this, Shikamaru added. It seemed evident that Naruto had not been living well, as his clothing also suggested. Shikamaru contemplated this, sensing a change in Naruto from what Narashikaku had mentioned, though he could not pinpoint the difference. His knowledge was still lacking. Of course, my skills are top-notch. Whether grilling fish or making soup, Naruto replied proudly. You'll see, eating my food will be pure luck. Silence enveloped them, with only the sound of Naruto tending to the fire echoing. Let us eat the grilled fish first. The rabbit will take a bit longer. Naruto distributed the cooked fish to Shikamaru and Choji. As the aroma of the fish wafted through the air, Choji could hardly contain himself. Had Naruto not mentioned it wasn't he ready, he would have dived in immediately. Now, with the fish handed to him, he wasted no time in bringing it to his mouth. Hot, hot, Choji exclaimed, swallowing hastily before diving back into his meal. Hey, no one else competing with you. Take your time, Shikamaru remarked, blowing on his own fish. He quickly finished the fish without pausing. Naruto smiled at their eager consumption. That was amazing. You're incredible, Naruto. Choji exclaimed, elated after finishing his fish. Indeed, Naruto, your skills are impressive, Shikamaru concurred. I'm glad you both liked it, Naruto replied with a bashful smile. This was the first time he had received such unreserved praise from peers rather than insults. He then handed Choji a large rabbit leg, tucking another into his scroll. Indeed, even though Naruto was practically destitute, he possessed a scroll he had acquired from Kakashi. Sorry, I have other uses for that. Here, take this instead. Naruto offered a smaller rabbit leg to Shikamaru. It's fine. This rabbit is yours anyway. Shikamaru shrugged off the gesture, being one who often bummed food from others. Besides, even without the rabbit leg, there was plenty of meat to satisfy the 3 children. I've decided. From now on, you're my best friend, Naruto, Choji declared, his eyes glistening with emotion after finishing the rabbit. Is that so? You'd better remember that, Naruto replied playfully, sensing Choji's sincerity. Choji was still young, and their families were unaware of their camaraderie. By the time he understood, or when their parents learned of their friendship, they might not have the same freedom to converse. Don't worry, I'll definitely remember, Choji insisted, believing Naruto doubted him. I'm not worried. It's your parents I'm concerned about, Naruto muttered under his breath. Sitting nearby, Shikamaru heard him clearly. Don't worry, our parents don't mind us talking to you, Shikamaru clarified after a moment of thought. Naruto looked up in surprise at Shikamaru, then lowered his gaze. I'm not worried, he replied, though his words contradicted his thoughts. Returning to the classroom, they arrived just as the morning session was concluding. They had spent the morning playing and returned close to noon. Irika Yumino called the 3 into his office, glaring at them for arriving just before class ended. You seem to have had quite the time. Irika seethed. It was indeed wonderful. There is so much fun to be had in the forest, Naruto replied earnestly. Do you even remember your students? Why weren't you in class? Weren't you the one who sent us outside to stand? Naruto retorted, denying Shikamaru and Choji the chance to speak, even though they had gone out together. But Irika dared not take any action against him. We were just following your instructions. I told you to stand outside the classroom, not to go play. Irika raised his voice. His heart was filled with disdain for Uzumaki Naruto, merely a fox spirit in his eyes, undoubtedly corrupting the other 2. What did it matter? They were all outside the classroom anyway. Moreover, hasn't anyone mentioned that your acting skills are rather poor? You needn't display your disdain for me so overtly. I may be small, but I am not foolish. After speaking, Naruto disregarded those still in the classroom and turned to leave the office. Teacher, Naruto is a wonderful person. Akimichi Choji defended Naruto as he saw him exit, also turning to leave with Irika. Fully aware of his own status as the young clan leader of the Akimichi, he saw no reason to show respect to a teacher lacking in ethics. Teacher, one must be comprehensive in their judgments, Shikamaru echoed, leaving without a hint of reluctance. Naruto, wait for me. Akimichi Choji hurriedly pursued Naruto, insisting, don't listen to the teacher. We all like you, right? He glanced back at Shikamaru, who, although a bit embarrassed, still earnestly regarded Naruto. Rest assured, you too. I am fine, just a bit busy, Naruto reassured them, feeling uplifted by their worried expressions. That's good. We'll take our leave then. Nara Shikamaru tugged at a Kimichi Choji, waving goodbye to Naruto. See you later, Naruto. As Naruto strolled through the campus, he finally located Uchiha Sasuke alone in a corner. There you are. Why are you by yourself? Naruto sat beside Sasuke, curiosity evident in his gaze. Where have you been? Upon speaking, Sasuke felt his behavior was somewhat inappropriate and lowered his head to resume eating. Forget it, it's none of my business. We're heading out. Standing outside the classroom is dreadfully dull. Nothing compares to the forest. Naruto explained. Do as you wish. No need to justify yourself to me, Sasuke replied coolly. Here. This is for you. Naruto produced a large rabbit leg he had saved for Sasuke, placing it in his lunch. Please don't be upset, alright? He added with a charming smile. Sasuke remained silent, but picked up the rabbit leg and took a bite. Thank you, Sasuke, I knew you were the best. Naruto exclaimed happily. We ventured into the forest. It appears perilous, yet it is not entirely unsafe. Although you said there's no need to explain, I still wish to share this with you. I am quite familiar with the area and the traps I set. This rabbit was caught in one of them. How is it? Tastes good, right? I specifically saved it for you. Sasuke listened quietly as Naruto narrated, finishing all his food amidst Naruto's voice. Once Sasuke had concluded his meal, Naruto ceased his chatter. It is indeed quite good, Sasuke nodded modestly. That's wonderful, Naruto responded, understanding Sasuke's answer to his earlier question. I will make you more, not to boast, but my culinary skills are exceptional. Naruto gazed at Sasuke, wishing to say something more, yet he ultimately remained silent. What's the matter? Sasuke inquired. It's nothing, Naruto shook his head, but then added, Sasuke, you must remember. I will never tire of you. I like you very much, and you feel the same way, don't you? Naruto spoke earnestly. Chapter 29. The quarrel. Remember to eat well and take care of yourself, Kakashi Hitaki advised. After starting school, Naruto could no longer have someone shadowing him. His family would not permit a member of the Umbu to constantly watch over him. Moreover, the ninja school was quite secure, with teachers present at all times, eliminating potential issues. Just look after yourself. I can manage, Naruto said, not meeting Kakashi's gaze, his head bowed. Are you worried about me? Naruto, I will be fine. Kakashi ruffled Naruto's hair and leaned down to meet his eyes. You're overthinking. I'm not at the point of worrying about you. Naruto rolled his eyes and shrugged off Kakashi's hand. Don't be so heartless. I truly care about you, Kakashi remarked. Seeing Naruto remain silent, Kakashi stood up and walked toward the door. You must grow stronger. Don't let me surpass you too much, Naruto called out just before Kakashi exited. A slight smile crept onto Kakashi's lips beneath his mask. Naruto understood that Kakashi would likely be his future Jonin leader. Thus, he could not afford to be weak. He may not have harbored strong feelings for Kakashi, but he did not dislike him either. Compared to others in Konoha, Kakashi was rather decent. Naruto hoped that during his years at the Ninja Academy, Kakashi would significantly enhance his abilities. Otherwise, he might find himself in real danger later. Naruto was determined not to settle for mediocrity. Graduating from the academy would be his moment to shine. If Kakashi proved too weak at that time, it could lead to complications for him. If Konoha attempted to threaten him through Kakashi, he would remain unfazed. In the morning, Naruto passed by Uchiha Sasuke, taking his seat without exchanging a word. Only in unnoticed corners would he occasionally take Sasuke's hand. During class, Naruto slept as usual. Since the last time he uncovered Iruka's hidden thoughts, Iruka had ceased to pay him any mind. Now, Naruto could sleep or step outside at his leisure, enjoying a carefree campus life. After class, Nara Shikamaru was brought over to Naruto by a Kimichi Choji. Naruto, have you and Sasuke had a falling out? Choji asked with concern. In school, aside from Shikamaru and Choji, Sasuke was Naruto's only friend. If he had quarreled with Sasuke, it would surely sadden him. If you did argue, you must apologize to Sasuke quickly. Don't let things worsen without saying anything. Why do you think we VE quarreled? Naruto asked, curious about Choji's assumption. It's obvious. Choji replied. Naruto turned to Shikamaru. Is it that apparent? Very much so. You used to speak with Sasuke after class and would watch him during lessons instead of sleeping. Shikamaru noted. Did something happen? Choji inquired. It's nothing. I just don't feel like talking to him anymore. Just a proud Uchiha, Naruto said, lowering his head insincerely. As long as you know what you're doing, Shikamaru understood that Naruto was no fool and did not believe he would truly fall out with Sasuke. Naruto's concern for Sasuke was genuine. Since Naruto had said so, it was clear he had his own thoughts. As his friend, Shikamaru's role was not to pry but to trust him. If you need anything, just call me. Don't worry. It's nothing serious. I can handle it myself. Naruto Uzumaki lifted his head and smiled at Shikamaru Nara. After some time together, Naruto had successfully forged friendships with Shikamaru and Choji Akimichi. Regardless of their persistent demeanor or sincere hearts, Naruto had accepted them and enjoyed their company. They had become the trio known for skipping classes at the Ninja Academy, where eating, sleeping, and snacking during lessons were the norm, and skipping classes was merely routine. Even the teachers were at a loss when it came to them. That's good, Shikamaru thought, hearing Naruto's words and deciding not to press further. Although Sasuke Uchiha found Naruto's antics perplexing, he never contradicted him. Even when Naruto pretended to be unfamiliar, he displayed a sense of camaraderie. The last conversation he had with Naruto lingered in his mind, while he struggled to understand it. He believed in Naruto. There was something about him that inspired trust, despite their brief acquaintance. After dinner, Sasuke set down his bowl and looked at his father. He reasoned that Itachi, being only a few years older, might not be privy to Naruto's circumstances, so he resolved to inquire with Fugaku Uchiha. "Father, there's something I wish to ask you," he said, glancing at Fugaku, who had also set down his utensils. Noticing Sasuke's seriousness, Mikoto and Itachi paused their meals as well. "What is it?" Fugaku asked, his expression grave. "I want to know why Naruto Uzumaki is called the Nine Tails." "Father, I hope you can tell me the truth," Sasuke said earnestly. "Why do you wish to know about him?" Fugaku responded, though internally surprised. His face remained impassive. Mikoto cast a bewildered glance at Sasuke before turning her worried gaze toward Fugaku. Although it was Sasuke's first mention of a peer, Naruto's identity was far too significant. Fugaku offered Mikoto a reassuring look before addressing Sasuke again. "Father, I want to know." This was the first time Sasuke had made a request of Fugaku without any pretext. This is not something for you to know," Fugaku replied to Sasuke. "Why not? Is it because I am not strong enough?" Sasuke presumed, believing his status as a mere academy student was the reason. "It has nothing to do with that. Naruto's situation is something the third Hokage has expressly forbidden from being discussed in the village, under different circumstances. Given that this is the first time you've inquired so proactively, I might have shared, but Naruto's matter is different. But this is our home, isn't it?" Sasuke pondered, unwilling to relent. Although he typically paid little attention to village affairs, he was aware that his family was the clan's leader and that his father was the head of the Uchiha clan. Surely, if they spoke in private, no one would know. "I'm sorry, but this is one matter that cannot be discussed," Fugaku expressed, unusually apologetic toward Sasuke. "Are you close with Naruto?" Mikoto interjected, attempting to break the tension. "Can you tell your mother about it?" "I'm good at understanding matters between friends." She smiled gently at Sasuke. "We're not that close." Sasuke contemplated, deciding to share. "But I really like him, and he likes me too. We can both feel it. Yet, for some reason, he suddenly began acting as if he despises me, even though he is the same as before." Sasuke looked at Mikoto, seeking answers. Did anything special happen during this time?" Mikoto asked thoughtfully. "Nothing particularly, but Naruto said something strange that day, after which he changed," Sasuke mused. "Strange words. Can you share them with me?" Mikoto sensed this might be the crux of the issue. "Yes," he said. "Sasuke, you must remember. I will never grow tired of you. I like you, and you feel the same, right?" Sasuke fixed his gaze on Mikoto, hoping she would glean something from his recounting. Upon hearing this, Mikoto immediately turned to Fugaku, though she still struggled to comprehend. "Sasuke, how did you come to know that Naruto is referred to as the Nine Tails?" Itachi suddenly inquired. Although rumors about Naruto circulated within Konoha, they had not reached the Uchiha compound, which was why Sasuke had remained unaware until now. Even if rumors spread at school, Sasuke was not one to concern himself with such matters. "How did you find out about Naruto being called the Nine Tails?" Itachi pressed. "Naruto mentioned it during his self-introduction, claiming to be the Nine Tails. I thought he was joking, so I asked him, and he insisted it was true," Sasuke replied incredulously. "He said it was real. He truly is the Nine Tails." At this revelation, both Fugaku and Mikoto were taken aback. The implications of Naruto's knowledge were staggering. Since the Nine Tails incident, Hiruzen Sarutobi had clamped down on all information, and Naruto was constantly accompanied. No one dared speak to him about such matters. How could he know? Does he know other things as well? Does he know who his parents are? If he knows that, what does that mean for how the village has treated him all these years? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on both of them. Yet since Naruto had confided in Sasuke, it suggested a level of trust. They could not report this to the Hokage, especially given the current tense circumstances. Is there a problem with what I said? Sasuke looked anxiously at them. No, Naruto is a well-behaved and intelligent child. Sasuke, you must nurture your friendships, Mikoto advised. TCH. He is not my friend, Sasuke grumbled, reluctant to admit it. I'm heading back to my room. Good night, father, mother, and brother. Good night, Sasuke. Itachi replied as Fugaku watched him retreat. Remember, this matter must remain confidential, even from the Hokage, Fugaku said sternly, casting a serious gaze at Itachi, subtly exuding an aura of authority. Although Itachi possessed considerable strength, he was still not as formidable as Fugaku. Under the weight of his father's presence, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead. Yes, father. Even without Fugaku's directive, Itachi would not disclose anything. His foremost concern was Sasuke's well-being, and he would never do anything that could jeopardize it. I shall refrain from speaking. That's good. Uchiha Fugaku scrutinized Uchiha Itachi, discerning whether he was lying. It was not that he doubted Itachi. Rather, he noted that Itachi had been drawing too close to the Hokage of late. Remember your words. You must always protect Sasuke and the Uchiha clan. Yes, father. Uchiha Itachi stood and departed the dining hall. I shall return to rest now. Good night, father, mother. Is Itachi truly all right? Uchiha Mikoto gazed with concern at the retreating figure of Uchiha Itachi. Rest assured, he is my son, Uchiha Fugaku assured, patting Mikoto's hand. Yet, Uchiha Mikoto's voice still revealed her apprehension. Moreover, Itachi has matured, possessing his own thoughts and judgments. Our duty is to trust him. Indeed, I understand. Uchiha Mikoto nodded, leaning against Uchiha Fugaku. How could Kushina's child be aware? Upon returning to her room, Uchiha Mikoto remained troubled by the matters concerning Naruto Uzumaki. Their relationship with Sasuke appeared overly close. Regardless of how he came to know, we are certain of one thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen is bound to face misfortune, Uchiha Fugaku asserted. Indeed, I once wished to adopt that child, but Sarutobi Hiruzen opposed it, resulting in Naruto living in such circumstances. Uchiha Mikoto expressed her discontent. They are Uchiha. It is understandable they would not allow the adoption of Naruto Uzumaki. After all, during the Nine Tails incident, that massive Sharingan pattern was visible to all. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen should have ensured Naruto lived a better life. Look at Naruto's current situation, underfed and poorly clothed. I heard he even had to visit the hospital due to starvation. Alas, who could have foreseen Minato's demise? Uchiha Fugaku lamented. Indeed, had Namake's Minato not perished, Naruto Uzumaki would undoubtedly lead a different life. The Uchiha clan would not find themselves in their current predicament. Unfortunately, it is futile to dwell on the past. The truth remains that Minato has died. The youngest and most promising of the Hokage, who could have transformed Konoha, has met his end. Chapter 31. Talent, is everything truly alright? The Nine Tails lay on the ground, gazing at Naruto Uzumaki, who sat beside him. What? Naruto remained motionless, his attention fixed on the ninjutsu in his hands. You and Sasuke. The Nine Tails perceived Naruto's deep concern for Uchiha Sasuke, although he had befriended two other children. They could not replace Sasuke's significance. Uchiha Sasuke held a unique place in Naruto's heart, of that the Nine Tails was certain. It matters not. All that exists now is for a brighter future. Naruto remained undeterred. However, he may not fully comprehend this, the Nine Tails reflected, knowing well human nature. If Naruto continues to ignore Uchiha Sasuke, ultimately, Sasuke may forget him. Worse yet, Sasuke might even harbor resentment towards Naruto. After ensuring Naruto's safety at the Ninja Academy, the Nine Tails ceased to monitor his school life, unaware that the two had been secretly communicating all along. He will understand, even if he does not. Once all is said and done, I will compel him to remain by my side, Naruto declared, raising his head defiantly to face the Nine Tails. Uchiha Sasuke must be his. Even if he is not, Naruto would seize him and claim him as his own. That is well. Just do not allow yourself to be harmed. The Nine Tails felt relieved. As long as Naruto remains unharmed, that is all that matters. After all, he is the child I have raised. Big Fox, I have grown. You can trust me a little more? Naruto smiled at the Nine Tails. Yet your strength remains lacking, the Nine Tails replied candidly. If Naruto possessed the power to break the seal, even rivaling Senju Hashirama, the Nine Tails might find it easy to place his trust in him. TCH, That is the one point where Naruto could not refute. The Nine Tails was indeed far more powerful, a level beyond Naruto's confidence to surpass. Yet he must achieve this. Only by growing stronger than the Nine Tails can he protect him. Naruto lowered his head once more, resolved to become stronger, stronger still, until he possessed the power to act freely. Keep striving, little one. The Nine Tails wrapped his tail around Naruto. With the Nine Tails' companionship, Naruto continued to exert himself diligently. Today, we shall learn the clone technique, Irika Yumino animatedly announced from the podium. While the students attentively absorbed the lesson, except for Naruto Uzumaki. Having just awakened from slumber, Naruto, sensing the lack of attention from those around him, quietly took hold of Uchiha Sasuke's hand. Uchiha Sasuke, feeling Naruto's gesture, remained still, diligently engaged in his studies. Only the firm grip of his hand betrayed Uchiha Sasuke's deviation from his usual demeanor. Class time was the only opportunity for Naruto to connect with him. The classmates were focused on the teacher, who was earnestly lecturing, oblivious to the two of them. Uchiha Sasuke relished these moments. The knowledge imparted in class was something he had already mastered at home. Even if he did not listen, it mattered little. However, the moments spent with Naruto were fleeting. Naruto continued to rest his head on the desk, with only one arm beneath it, peering through the gap. Uchiha Sasuke's hands were unlike his own. Although Sasuke also trained in ninjutsu, he was still the child of the Uchiha clan head. His skin was fair, with only a thin callus where he gripped kunai and shuriken. Naruto admired Uchiha Sasuke's hands. They were unlike his own, lacking the pristine quality of Sasuke's, and devoid of his smoothness. His hands bore scars from hunting small creatures and wounds from fishhooks, sights that stirred discontent within him. With the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto need not bear such marks, yet he chose not to erase them. They were part of him, a reminder of his pain. He wished to remember the suffering Konoha had inflicted upon him, to one day seek retribution. Naruto caressed Uchiha Sasuke's hand, inch by inch, leaving no corner untouched. He gazed longingly at Sasuke's hand, knowing they could not yet interact openly. He was still too weak, unable to even spend time with the one he cherished. Do not fidget. Uchiha Sasuke withdrew his hand, grasping Naruto's firmly, preventing him from moving. Very well, Naruto complied, allowing himself to savor the sensation of being enveloped by Uchiha Sasuke's grasp. Naruto turned his gaze to the window. He chose not to look at the blackboard, where a person he despised was droning on about mundane theories. He was not one to endure indignities. Ignoring those he disliked was perfectly acceptable. As for the lesson, it was merely a reiteration of what he had already learned. Now it served only to pass the time, awaiting the day he would grow strong. Do you truly not need to pay attention in class? Nara Shikamaru expressed his concern for Naruto. He does not listen because he has already learned. Akimichi Choji does not listen because someone at home teaches him. However, Uzumaki Naruto is different. No one is there to instruct him. And the villagers harbor a dislike for him. Why should I heed a person who despises me? Uzumaki Naruto remarked nonchalantly. Choji pondered whether Naruto might fail to graduate, recalling how Naruto's shadow clones during practical lessons bore no resemblance to human forms. If he cannot graduate, so be it, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, considering that if Naruto's failure were truly within his power, he might commend him for it. Nevertheless, upon reflection, the ability to produce such clones is indeed a talent. Nara Shikamaru observed. Choji nodded in agreement. When they had yet to master the jutsu, nothing noteworthy transpired. Ultimately, Naruto managed to create a clone. Who desires such a talent? Do you wish for it? Naruto inquired of the two. Yet it undeniably requires a certain gift. Possessing the chakra of the Nine Tails suffices. Ever since the Nine Tails and Naruto reached an understanding, the Nine Tails no longer interfered with Naruto's chakra. At the moment Naruto executed his jutsu, the Nine Tails could unleash chakra to disrupt him, steering his techniques into uncontrollable territories. No, I do not require it, Shikamaru retorted with a roll of his eyes. If he were to possess it, his mother would undoubtedly reprimand him. Choji recalled the last time he skipped class and his mother's iron pot. Chapter 32. A father's request. After a period of relative tranquility, Naruto once again sensed the turbulence surrounding Konoha. Yet, he remained indifferent. The village's affairs were of no concern to him. Moreover, he was merely a student at the ninja academy, devoid of any significant combat prowess. Until one day, he encountered Uchiha Fugaku in the forest. Uchiha Fugaku. Naruto gasped in astonishment, astonished that a member of the Uchiha clan would deign to meet him. Has Sarutobi Hiruzen truly become so inept? Naruto was bewildered and taken aback. Who are you? What brings you here? He asked, eyeing Fugaku with caution. Prepare to take decisive action should Fugaku's response prove unsatisfactory. Do not underestimate him. Naruto now possessed the strength to contend, wielding the sealing techniques of the Uchiha clan and the chakra of the Nine Tails. Though not exceptionally strong, he could still take a life if the opportunity arose. Fear not. I am Uchiha Fugaku, father of Uchiha Sasuke, he replied, striving to project friendliness. This was an arduous task for him, as he often maintained a stern demeanor even at home. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from smiling. It does not suit you and is rather unsettling. Upon learning Fugaku's identity, Naruto relaxed slightly, but simultaneously adopted a more combative tone. Fugaku fell silent for a moment, quickly concealing his smile. Naruto was not inclined to witness Fugaku's grin. He himself lacked the inclination to smile. So, has Sasuke's father come for a specific purpose? Naruto inquired, relieved to see Fugaku return to a more serious demeanor. He was aware of Fugaku, having seen him in the memories of Minato Namake's, though time had dulled his recollection. However, the reminder quickly reignited his memory. Have you noticed any changes in Konoha recently, Naruto-kun? Fugaku asked, given Naruto's awareness of the Nine Tails. He could not be dismissed as an ordinary child, especially since Fugaku sought something from him. I know, but what does that have to do with me? Naruto replied, unconvinced that the village's turmoil had any bearing on his life. Had the question not come from Sasuke's father, he would have turned away without hesitation. It may not concern you, but it is related to Sasuke, Fugaku continued without granting Naruto a chance to respond. Since the Nine Tails incident, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha has grown increasingly strained, nearing a critical juncture. The future is uncertain for all. Yet one thing is clear, it is unkind to the Uchiha. I can assure you of that. I shall do my utmost to protect Sasuke's life during this crisis. But what follows is beyond my certainty. I humbly request that after my passing, you safeguard Sasuke. This is a father's plea. Fugaku bowed, demonstrating profound sincerity. Had a third party witnessed this, they would have been astounded by the Uchiha clan leader's demeanor. Naturally, Naruto was equally taken aback. What is this? Isn't Sasuke's father the clan leader? What kind of conflict could threaten the life of a clan leader? Has Sarutobi Hiruzen truly lost his mind? The Uchiha are a powerful clan. Without them, what strength remains in Konoha? You will perish? Naruto asked. The Uchiha are no match for the village, Fugaku stated. Yet you cannot possibly die. The Uchiha are a vital force in Konoha, and you are their leader, Naruto asserted confidently. The Uchiha clan leader is of little consequence. I have witnessed everything, Fugaku revealed, displaying his Sharingan. It was not a mere pattern of Tomo, but a kaleidoscope, reminiscent of those he had seen in the memories of the Nine Tails. While the details differed, it was undeniably a complex kaleidoscopic design. With such eyes, how could you perish? Naruto asked earnestly. Both Madara Uchiha from the Nine Tails memories and the masked man from his birth were far from weak. If Fugaku possessed such eyes, why would he face demise? It seems you are aware of this eye, Naruto-kun, Fugaku remarked. Indeed, it was this very eye during the Nine Tails incident, though the pattern differs from yours, Naruto admitted. He believed that since Fugaku sought him out, he must possess certain knowledge, especially given that he had not concealed anything regarding Sasuke. Furthermore, he sensed the genuine concern behind Fugaku's words. His worry for Sasuke was sincere. You know of the Nine Tails incident? Fugaku inquired, astonished. He had assumed Naruto had merely encountered the sealed Nine Tails through injury, unaware that he was familiar with the Nine Tails incident itself. Why would I not know? Are you not aware that I possess certain knowledge? Naruto countered. I simply did not expect you to be more informed than I had imagined, Fugaku replied. More informed than you imagined? Naruto tilted his head. I thought you only knew of the Nine Tails and Konoha's attitude towards you, Fugaku clarified. That was merely what I allowed Sasuke to know. Revealing too much could endanger him, Naruto said, a tenderness surfacing on his face as he spoke of Sasuke. Observing the gentleness on Naruto's face, Fugaku suddenly understood why Sasuke enjoyed spending time with him. Thus, I entrust Sasuke to you. Every kaleidoscope possesses its unique ability. Given the circumstances between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, my power lies in the foresight of the future. In countless possible outcomes, I have witnessed the demise of the Uchiha. To have reached this point is the culmination of my utmost efforts. I had once hoped that the fourth Hokage would herald hope. Yet I was taken aback by his untimely death. Uchiha Fugaku gazed sorrowfully at Uzumaki Naruto. Even without your words, I will ensure Sasuke's safety, declared Naruto. Do not regard me with such eyes. I do not acknowledge him as my father. He chose death, leaving his child in a village fraught with peril. He is unworthy of the title of father, Naruto scoffed. What he did for me pales in comparison to your sacrifices for Sasuke. Chapter 33. A stronghold. Even you understand the importance of securing a protector for your child. It need not be someone formidable, but at the very least, reliable. Naruto's words dripped with disdain for both Minato Namake's and his own life. What do you think my existence has been these years? It is less than refuse. Naruto-kun. Minato must have loved you. Uchiha Fugaku replied with uncertainty. After all, Naruto's life in Konoha had been far from pleasant. He could not believe that Minato would have perished without preparation. Even if the heads of powerful clans were untrustworthy, surely there was Jiraiya. Jiraiya had raised Minato as a son, accepting him as a disciple before he even graduated from the ninja academy. Had Jiraiya spoken up, Hiruzen Sarutobi would not have treated Naruto in such a manner. See, even you are not certain, Naruto retorted, a mocking expression on his face. Well, enough about Minato. This is my remuneration. Uchiha Fugaku extended his hand to reveal a scroll. Ninjutsu is too overt, and many Uchiha techniques are beyond your capacity. These are some properties owned by the Uchiha outside. I have severed their ties to the clan. From now on, they shall belong to you. The finances will automatically transfer to the designated account monthly, allowing you to oversee them when you are older. You trust me that readily? Naruto shifted the topic. Following Fugaku's lead, your knowledge of the Nine Tails indicates that you possess greater intellect than Sasuke, and given your close bond, I hope you will safeguard him, Fugaku implored earnestly. Of course, Sasuke is the most important person to me. However, you are mistaken on one point. Sasuke is quite clever. Naruto reflected on the times he had acted alongside Uchiha Sasuke. He simply trusts you immensely, as you are his family. It matters not. Sasuke is still young. I must ensure his survival through my authority as clan leader, Fugaku stated. Uchiha Itachi had been brainwashed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, forsaking his family. What need was there for a village? The village was established to protect its clan. The only consolation was that Itachi still cared for Sasuke. Even under manipulation, he remained a true Uchiha. Then, I entrust Sasuke to you, Naruto-kun. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly before turning to leave the forest. After Fugaku's departure, Naruto did not linger, continuing with his affairs. Hiruzen Sarutobi was still within the village. Who knew when he might come to see him? Given Fugaku's audacity to come, he must have successfully diverted Hiruzen's attention. After all, he had felt no scrutiny from Hiruzen. Konoha and the Uchiha were on the verge of conflict. Even if Hiruzen were preoccupied, he would still be concerned about potential chaos. 7 years prior, it had been the Uchiha who controlled the Nine Tails, had it not? No one knew whether the Uchiha currently had anyone capable of wielding that power. Little brat, the Nine Tails is somewhat worried, the fox called out to Naruto. Fear not, my concern lies solely with Sasuke. As for the Uchiha, they are not my concern. Naruto replied, his affection for Uchiha Sasuke unwavering. Not that. Does that man harbor any schemes? The Nine Tails expressed a distinct disdain for every Uchiha. Rest assured, I have seen into his heart. His concerns for Sasuke are genuine. It seems Sasuke has a very good father. Naruto felt joy for Uchiha Sasuke. Are you implying I am inadequate? The Nine Tails retorted. Does the great fox seek to become my father? Naruto asked in astonishment. The great fox treats me well, but cannot be a father, he added hastily. Who wishes to be your father, you insolent brat? The Nine Tails exclaimed in indignation. Ha! Naruto found amusement in the Nine Tails' flustered demeanor, realizing that teasing at Tsundere was the most entertaining. You little rascal, you have realized that I am merely jesting. Well, do not say such things. My becoming this way is partly your influence, Naruto pouted. It is precisely because of my influence that I feel helpless. When have I ever been like this? The Nine Tails could not fathom how Naruto had come to adopt such a personality, contrasting sharply with Minato or Kushina, and even himself. None of them bore such traits. Are you not the great fox? Naruto countered. I learned to intimidate the Jinchuriki and frighten intruders from you. When bored, Naruto often pestered the Nine Tails to share memories. The Nine Tails did not believe there were any secrets worth hiding, and with Naruto's coaxing, he allowed his memories to flow freely. This led to Naruto gaining profound insight into the fox. You ought not to emulate the negative. The Nine Tails had no remorse for Naruto's transformation. It was entirely Naruto's choice. What do the Uchiha say? Hiruzen Sarutobi inquired, looking at Uchiha Itachi who knelt before him. They plan to initiate a coup 3 days from now. But I will thwart them. Itachi lifted his head, locking eyes with Hiruzen. Hiruzen intended to speak, but upon witnessing the resolve in Itachi's gaze, found himself at a loss for words. Have you made your decision? I understand. Hiruzen could only utter these powerless words. He bore no semblance to someone capable of articulating the will of fire. His lengthy speech at the opening ceremony had lulled all the new students to sleep. Truly the most potent Jinjutsu. Indeed, I have but one request. Protect Sasuke. I will always keep watch over him. Uchiha Itachi revealed his Sharingan. That is impossible. All Uchiha must perish. Shimura Danzo exclaimed, momentarily forgetting everything upon seeing Itachi's Sharingan. There cannot be such a formidable Uchiha outside the village. It poses a significant threat to Konoha. The Uchiha are innately malevolent. They will not relent. Silence, Danzo. Hiruzen rebuked. I apologize, Itachi. I will ensure Sasuke's safety. Yes, Hokage-sama, Itachi replied, dismissing Danzo entirely. To the current Itachi, Danzo was inconsequential. The priority lay with Konoha. Not avenging Uchiha Shisui. This was also Shisui's desire. He would fulfill Shisui's wishes and realize his dreams, bringing peace to Konoha. Chapter 34. Time belongs to Sasuke. Look at him. Does he show me even a modicum of respect? Shimura Danzo glared angrily at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Feeling disgruntled by Hiruzen's recent intervention. Quiet down, he deserves this. Hiruzen was utterly exasperated by Danzo's foolishness. Uchiha Itachi possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Resolving this matter would be a trivial task for him. What is he so angry about? Has he forgotten the tremendous power of Uchiha Madara? What he deserves is a consequence of the calamity brought upon by his own clan. Danzo has never once acknowledged the Uchiha clan. He is heavily influenced by Senju Tobarama's malevolent views on the Uchiha, having inherited them in a one-sided manner, believing that no Uchiha is virtuous. Itachi is still but a child. Compelling him to slay his own kin is a cruelty beyond measure. Hiruzen spoke in defense of Uchiha Itachi. Enough, Danzo. Perhaps you should temper your words. Indeed, since the matter is resolved, there is no need to dwell on it further. Mito Minyan and Nara Shikaku also urged Shimura Danzo to relent. They were already aging. Wasn't he at time to retire peacefully? If not for Danzo's constant shadowing of Hiruzen, they wouldn't feel so reluctant to step down. At their age, why must they always meddle in affairs? Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Danzo stormed out. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen glared fiercely. Hiruzen, don't be angry. Danzo merely needs time to comprehend. Yes, once he understands, it will suffice. The two quickly consoled Hiruzen. Exasperated that every time Danzo provoked Hiruzen, they were left to clean up the mess. Were they to be seen as insufferable? Damn Shimura Danzo. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm fine, you both should return. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette. Do remember to rest, Hiruzen. Nara Shikaku, being a woman, was particularly observant. She noticed the evident dark circles under Hiruzen's eyes. Hiruzen said nothing, merely waved his hand, signaling that he was indeed well. Today, Uzumaki Naruto went to class as usual. The teachers and classmates behaved no differently, but only Naruto sensed that change was afoot. He could perceive the fleeting figures outside the window, although they concealed themselves well. They could not escape Naruto's awareness. Is it about to begin? Naruto glanced outside, tightening his grip on Uchiha Sasuke's hand. I hope everything will be all right. He does not wish for Sasuke to lose his father and become an orphan like himself. The feeling of solitude can only be truly understood by one who has experienced it. It is not the freedom people imagine, but rather a profound loneliness. All Anbu have been summoned back, gathering outside the Uchiha compound to establish a barrier, allowing no one to enter or exit. In order to ensure Uchiha Sasuke remained in school, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged for their class to engage in additional extracurricular activities. Although the school had held similar events before, few teachers would lead such endeavors. To avoid raising suspicions, Hiruzen had instructed Irika to conduct several of these activities prior to today. Neither the teachers nor the students sensed anything amiss. Naturally, if Naruto hadn't been forewarned, there would have been no cause for suspicion. So, you have aligned yourself with them, Uchiha Fugaku stated calmly as he sat upon the ground. Father, mother, my hand trembles as I grip the knife, Uchiha Itachi thought. I understand, Itachi. Uchiha Mikoto interrupted, not wishing her son to endure excessive suffering. Itachi, Promise me one last thing. Please take care of Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku implored. As long as Uchiha Sasuke survives tonight, he would be safeguarded by Naruto henceforth. Let him grow up well. I know, Itachi thought, tears welling in his Mangekyo Sharingan. His trembling hand struggling to maintain its grip on the knife, but it was in vain. Do not fear. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to your plight, our suffering will end swiftly. Uchiha Fugaku remained as serious as ever, showing no signs of wavering in the face of impending death. Although our ways of thinking differ, you remain my pride. Itachi was already in tears. You are truly a kind child, Uchiha Mikoto finally said. What is it? Naruto turned to Uchiha Sasuke beside him. It's nothing. I just suddenly feel a bit uneasy. Uchiha Sasuke placed his hand on his chest, seemingly puzzled by the sudden sensation. Do you want a hug? Naruto grasped Uchiha Sasuke's hand. Oh, is it all right today? Sasuke immediately forgot his earlier feeling. Since that day, they had not shared any significant communication. Now, sitting in the classroom, though there was no teacher present, there were still classmates. Naruto's actions seemed inconsistent with his usual demeanor. Was something amiss? Sure. Today Sasuke can do whatever he wishes. Naruto opened his arms wide, inviting Sasuke. Come here. Uchiha Sasuke did not hesitate, rushing into Naruto's embrace, tightly wrapping his arms around Naruto's waist. Wow, you truly are Watergate-sensei's child. Hatake Kakashi observed the interaction between Naruto and Sasuke from outside the window. Given the significant events of the day, Hiruzen had temporarily assigned Kakashi to supervise Naruto. Naruto placed his hand on Sasuke's back, holding him close. Do not worry. I will always be here, Sasuke. Naruto uttered words that Sasuke could not comprehend. I'm not worried at all. Who cares if you're here or not? Uchiha Sasuke's demeanor remained unchanged, but his words still reflected his usual tsundere attitude. All right. If Sasuke isn't worried, then I am, very much so. Naruto said good-naturedly. So, will Sasuke always be by my side? What is going on with you today? Is it that you no longer need to hide? Uchiha Sasuke questioned, looking up with curiosity, eager to discern whether Naruto had encountered some trouble. Nothing. It's just today, there won't be anyone around. They are all preoccupied with other matters. Naruto shook his head. Therefore, today belongs to Sasuke. In truth, even if everyone were focused on the Uchiha incident, Hiruzen might still come to check on him. However, it mattered not. He did not want Sasuke to bear the weight of unknown suffering alone. Chapter 35, Magnanimity They? Other matters? This was the first time Naruto mentioned such things in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Yes, Sasuke need not worry. Everything will be fine. Naruto was only aware that Uchiha Fugaku would perish. He presumed that the other Uchihas would remain unharmed. The death of Uchiha Fugaku was inevitable, a consequence of his position as the clan leader. However, the other Uchihas were crucial to Konoha's strength, and Naruto believed they would not face any danger. The demise of Uchiha Fugaku was a predetermined outcome, a decision he would not attempt to alter, nor did he possess the ability to change it. Are you concealing something from me? Uchiha Sasuke stared intently into Naruto's eyes. Why do you say that? Uzumaki Naruto believes he has concealed his intentions flawlessly, leaving no trace of weakness. So, do you truly have something to hide from me? Uchiha Sasuke gazed at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. Although Naruto had been insisting on their collaboration in this charade, he had, in fact, revealed nothing. Uchiha Sasuke found it hard to accept that Naruto might be keeping secrets from him. Well, someone has instructed me not to speak of it. I will tell you later. All right? Naruto felt that it was not the right moment to disclose anything to Sasuke, despite his deep concern for him. Who could it be? Sasuke was astonished to learn that there was someone Naruto feared. Ever since he had known Naruto, the latter had always portrayed an image of fearless bravado, never showing any signs of hesitation. Your father, Naruto stated, showing no intent to conceal anything on behalf of Uchiha Fugaku. If he were to hide something today, and Sasuke were to find out later, wouldn't he blame Naruto for it? Since Fugaku was destined to perish, it seemed only fair for Naruto to bear some of the burden. My father? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Do you know him? Naruto was the most despised individual in the village, and no one wished to engage with him. He was well aware of this. Although he had not heard anything similar within the Uchiha clan, it was evident that Fugaku did not know Naruto. At least, Sasuke could not discern any connection between them. I do not know him. But he has a request of me, Naruto replied, shaking his head. He had indeed only met Fugaku once. It hardly constituted an acquaintance. What could he possibly want from you? Sasuke leaned closer to Naruto, supporting himself with one hand. I cannot indulge in frivolity. Your father forbade me from speaking. It is not permissible, at least not today. Naruto pushed Sasuke away, averting his gaze. Damn it. Sasuke's eyes were too captivating. He felt he might inadvertently divulge everything. Fine. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Sasuke blinked, suppressing the emotions swirling in his eyes. To his surprise, he was able to endure. He had thought that upon Naruto catching a glimpse of his eyes, he would surrender. I apologize, Sasuke, but this is a promise I made to your father. Naruto reached out and ruffled Sasuke's hair. Sasuke was still just an ignorant child, lacking strength, almost powerless. Naruto would not allow him to learn the truth now, as it would only serve to amplify his suffering without any benefit. The Ninja Academy finally dismissed for the day, and Sasuke hurriedly returned to the clan's compound, the surroundings eerily silent. As usual, he passed through the gates of the compound and walked slowly toward his home. Suddenly, he stumbled upon clan members lying on the ground, the metallic scent of blood filling his nostrils. Fear gripped him as he stepped over the fallen clan members, including his grandmother, who had greeted him that morning, and the grandfather who sold dango. Friends his age, elders, and younger children, all were sprawled on the ground, lifeless, their blood pooling into dark crimson rivers. Sasuke staggered back to his house, desperate to see his parents. Please, don't let anything happen. Mom, Dad, and brother, you must be safe. He burst through the door of his parents' room without hesitation. What met his eyes was the sight of his parents lying lifeless on the floor, followed by a shadow emerging from the darkness. Brother? Sasuke's wide eyes, filled with terror, slightly narrowed upon seeing Uchiha Itachi. As Itachi laid eyes on Sasuke, his Sharingan, adorned with a black background, began to spin. Why, brother? How could father and mother end up like this? Why? Sasuke closed his eyes, shaking his head in denial, yearning for clarity, seeking solace from Itachi. Who did this? He looked to Itachi, his gaze filled with trust. Itachi remained expressionless and suddenly thrust a shuriken into Sasuke's shoulder. What are you doing, brother? Sasuke clutched his injured shoulder, panic-stricken as he looked at Itachi. Foolish little brother. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. Itachi unleashed the full power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and within the Jinjutsu, Sasuke witnessed the harrowing massacre of their clan. He saw the death of his kin and the agony of his parents. No, please don't show me. Sasuke cried out in anguish, covering his ears. Why? Why would you, brother? Sasuke collapsed to the ground, utterly broken, his eyes devoid of life, as Itachi looked down upon him, a cold observer of his despair. All of this is for a greater purpose, to sever ties with the past. It is all for these eyes, Itachi stated, lifting Sasuke and pinning him against the wall. For such a trivial reason, you slaughtered our clan? Sasuke questioned weakly. Indeed, it is for the sake of purpose. Damn it, I will kill you. The admiration Sasuke once held for Itachi evaporated, replaced by an all-consuming hatred. You are still far too weak. Wait until you possess eyes like mine, Itachi remarked impassively. Then, seek me out. I will be waiting. Chapter 36. Survivors Such Tragedy. What on earth transpired? Search for survivors, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. We have found one, an Umbu reported. Take them to the medical unit. Hiruzen did not spare the survivor a glance. Kakashi Hitaki approached the survivor, lifting them and departing from the Uchiha compound. Honestly, what a burdensome fate. Having just monitored Naruto, now I must clean up the aftermath in the Uchiha clan. He wished he could leave Sasuke there, but that was impossible. Naruto clearly held Sasuke dear. Danzo, I can no longer overlook your autocratic behavior. From now on, I relieve you of your role as my advisor, Hiruzen stated coldly. But Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo barely began before Hiruzen interrupted. If this is for the village, know that the Uchiha are part of it. Furthermore, I will disband your rude organization. Soon, I will formally decide your fate, but until then, you are under house arrest. I have seen everything, and I will continue to watch. Itachi approached Danzo, his Sharingan glowing beneath the animal mask. If you dare lay a hand on Sasuke, I will leak the village's secrets to our enemies. With that, Itachi transformed into a crow and vanished. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen addressed the visitor. You must have something to discuss. I have sent everyone else away. Uchiha Itachi respectfully spoke. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to you. This way, Konoha has avoided civil strife and preserved peace within the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not turn back, his gaze fixed upon the village. Indeed, yet I have always felt regret for I have been unable to find another solution. Itachi lowered his head in guilt. The one who ought to apologize is I. From this moment forth, Konoha will regard you as a traitorous ninja responsible for the slaughter of your clan. You will be hunted, regardless of life or death. That is only natural, Itachi replied. What are your plans moving forward? Hiruzen inquired, turning to face Itachi. I have enlisted the aid of an organization known as Akatsuki. I have resolved to remain close to that individual to prevent him from breaking his vow. Itachi raised his head. So, you intend to join Akatsuki? Hiruzen surmised. For the sake of Sasuke's life, I would like to request a promise from you. Third Hokage. Itachi was not reassured by Danzo Shimura. Your brother will continue with his life as normal, attending school and training to become a ninja of Konoha. I assure you, he will be safe. Hiruzen was indifferent to a Uchiha child who had yet to awaken his Sharingan. However, I am powerless to alleviate his hatred toward you. I am prepared to bear this burden of animosity, Itachi stated. Let us depart. The barrier surrounding the village will remain unchanged. If you are concerned for Sasuke, you may return to check on him at any time. The third Hokage lamented that the Uchiha could not comprehend Itachi's good intentions. Nay, it is my naivety that has led to this tragedy. As Itachi left the village, he marred his forehead protector, marking the moment he officially became a rogue ninja. Yet before his departure, Itachi found his way to Naruto Uzumaki's home. At that moment, Naruto was worried that Sasuke had not yet slept. Standing by the window, he gazed toward the Uchiha's direction. If you're worried, you could go check on him. I will protect you, the Nine-Tails suggested. As long as the Nine-Tails controlled Naruto, concealing a single person would not pose a problem. The Nine-Tails could act in Naruto's stead, while Naruto remained in the ceiling space. No need. Everything will be alright. His father did not express concern for Sasuke's life that day. Naruto believed Sasuke would ultimately be fine. I merely worry that he will be saddened. For Sasuke held great respect for his father. This is a pain he must endure. Well, as long as you are not worried, the Nine-Tails remarked, indifferent to Sasuke's fate, focusing solely on Naruto's well-being. Someone is coming, Naruto announced. It seems this night is destined to be tumultuous, the Nine-Tails commented. Who knows? Regardless, it has nothing to do with us, Naruto replied. Within Konoha, the only person he cared about was Sasuke. The rest held little significance to him. Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi were good company, and could be considered friends, but nothing more than that. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi appeared outside Naruto's window. Hello, Sasuke's brother. Naruto greeted with a cheerful wave. It seems you are indeed remarkable, Itachi observed from the window. Of course, otherwise, you would not have come to find me, Naruto replied. Moving aside to allow Itachi entry. Were you waiting for me? Itachi inquired. No, I was simply concerned for Sasuke, Naruto stated, caught off guard by Itachi's visit. Is that so? You are quite kind to Sasuke, Itachi remarked as he entered, still wearing his mask. Are you not going to take off your mask? I already know who you are, Naruto noted, gazing at the cat-faced mask on Itachi's visage. Do you not wish to know my purpose? Itachi removed his mask. So, you seek my assistance in looking after Sasuke? Naruto feigned ignorance. Yes, I beg of you, Naruto-kun, please look after Sasuke, Itachi bowed. Is that all? Naruto raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Itachi, who showed no further signs of respect aside from bowing. What a naive individual. Does he not know that one must offer something in return? Just like that. I entrust Sasuke to you, Itachi concluded, leaving a flock of crows in his wake. How utterly lacking in social grace, Naruto scoffed. Indeed, the Nine-Tails nodded in agreement. Uchiha Fugaku would have at least offered Naruto some monetary compensation, yet Itachi merely came to check in. Just to check. Forget it. Time to sleep, Naruto said, closing the window in exasperation and lying down. Since Itachi had come, it indicated that the affairs of the Uchiha had reached a conclusion. However, why had Itachi visited? It was merely Fugaku's death. The Uchiha clan was not entirely extinct. Why would he seek Naruto's help? Given the Uchiha's brotherly dynamics, Itachi should have taken it upon himself to care for Sasuke. As Naruto pondered this before falling asleep, he drifted into slumber without resolving his thoughts. Throughout the day, Naruto had been attuned to the happenings in Konoha, comforting Sasuke in the afternoon and waiting by the window in the evening. He was utterly exhausted. It seems this is not so simple. The Nine-Tails expressed concern for Naruto. Chapter 37. Annihilation of the clan. The following day, Naruto arrived at the classroom, prepared for Sasuke's absence, given the recent death of his father. Thus, he had not come early. After all, what was the point of arriving early if he could not see Sasuke? Naruto was not particularly studious. However, upon entering the classroom, he overheard something. "Hey, have you heard?" "I heard. I can't believe it. The Uchiha clan has been annihilated." "Indeed, but they had it coming." "Exactly, a bunch of arrogant fools. They're all lunatics." "What are you saying?" Naruto suddenly confronted the group huddled together in hushed tones, his gaze fierce. "What? You don't know? The Uchiha clan has been wiped out. Only Sasuke remains. It's said that Itachi personally killed all the clan members." The voices continued, but Naruto could no longer bear to listen. He bolted from the classroom, racing towards Sasuke's location. He had always kept an eye on Sasuke. However, since Sasuke was so far from him, he needed to rely on proximity to sense him, sacrificing range for specificity. Only by focusing on a singular individual could he perceive Sasuke from his own home. The day prior, after school, Naruto had been watching Sasuke. He had seen Sasuke injured, seen the fear in his eyes. But he believed these were trials Sasuke had to endure. Compared to life and death, such pain was trivial. He had not witnessed the fates of other Uchiha clan members. He had always thought they would survive. Yet, he never imagined that the entire Uchiha clan had been slaughtered. Damn it, has Sarutobi Hiruzen finally lost his wits? The Uchiha are a vital force in Konoha. He should have known this, which is why he never worried. What was he thinking? Was it a desperate measure? Or was it a case of injuring oneself to harm the enemy? Sasuke must be devastated. I need to see him, now? Immediately, without delay, Naruto dashed through the streets, soon arriving outside the hospital. Without a moment's hesitation, guided by his senses, he made his way directly to Sasuke's hospital room. No entry allowed here. A figure descended from the tree and blocked Naruto Uzumaki's path. "I intend to enter. What do you plan to do about it?" Naruto's expression turned fierce before the person before him. The individual, who belonged to the Umbu, was not intimidated by Naruto's ferocity. At that moment, Naruto's blue eyes shifted to crimson slits under the scrutiny of the newcomer. He bypassed the stunned figure and effortlessly entered the hospital room through the window. Sasuke Uchiha lay in a deep slumber, alone on the bed. A white blanket covered him, revealing only his face, which appeared increasingly pale. Naruto approached the bedside cautiously, carefully tracing Sasuke's features. "Sasuke," he whispered softly. Sasuke was not sleeping peacefully. His furrowed brows, the cold sweat on his forehead, and the incessant murmurs all indicated he was trapped in a nightmare. Naruto had breached the hospital room, leaving the Umbu outside still reeling from his imposing presence. What is this? The Nine Tails. The power of the Nine Tails. This little brat has mastered the strength of the Nine Tails. They urged each other to move, to act quickly. "Sorry. You need to rest for a while." Kakashi Hitaki appeared before the Umbu, lifting his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. He caught the collapsing individual and placed him atop a tree. Honestly, one would think they could be more cautious. Did they know I was following them? Such unexpected trust. "No. Stop." Sasuke suddenly cried out, bolting upright, gasping in terror. Just as he lifted his gaze, Naruto leapt onto the bed, cradling Sasuke's head in his arms. "Sasuke? Naruto?" Upon recognizing Naruto, Sasuke immediately embraced him tightly, gripping him so fiercely it felt as if he were digging his fingers into Naruto's flesh. "Mom, Dad." Memories of the previous night flooded Sasuke's mind as he pressed his head against Naruto's chest. "Itachi." "Sasuke, I understand you are in pain right now. But listen to me. Close your Sharingan and do not let anyone know." Naruto's voice resonated within Sasuke's heart. "Naruto?" Sasuke found it hard to believe he was merely imagining things. "You needn't vocalize. Simply respond within your mind." Naruto's voice echoed once more in Sasuke's consciousness. "What is happening?" "This is not an illusion." Sasuke's astonished thoughts surfaced. What is Sasuke saying? Is he referring to the Sharingan, or this method of communication? Naruto's voice carried a hint of amusement, though his expression remained deliberately composed. "Naruto." Sasuke extended his hand towards the figure before him. "It is I," Naruto stated, embracing Sasuke. "I apologize. I had no idea this would occur." Naruto wrapped one arm around Sasuke's waist and the other around his head, burying Sasuke's face into his neck. "It is my fault. I should have been by your side." "So, you were aware all along, weren't you?" Sasuke recalled the events from the previous day at school and attempted to push Naruto away. "Let go of me." "Naruto, I had no clue. I only heard them discussing it this morning." Naruto tightened his hold on Sasuke, unwilling to let him go. If he allowed Sasuke to push him away now, he feared he might never have the chance to embrace him again. Understanding Sasuke's temperament, Naruto was acutely aware of the situation. "Calm down. Listen to me. I will explain. Naruto tightened his grip on Sasuke's arms, preventing him from moving. Fine, speak, Sasuke replied, suppressing his fury. Naruto released his hold and sat down on the floor, still holding Sasuke in his arms, facing him. Your father had a request of me. I mentioned this to you before, correct? Naruto gazed carefully into Sasuke's eyes. Yes. And so? Sasuke retorted. Was this Naruto's justification for withholding information? Your father asked me to look after you after his passing, Naruto continued, observing Sasuke's reaction. I initially believed he would be the only one to perish. It was your father's decision, which is why I refrained from intervening. Really, Sasuke, I am not deceiving you. Your father forbade me from discussing this. I did not intend to conceal it. As he noted Sasuke's silence, Naruto's tone grew increasingly anxious. Nothing else matters. You may strike or curse him, but silence signifies what? A lack of desire for conversation? What do you mean? It was his decision. Sasuke questioned, grappling with the realization that he was in the dark about everything. His father had confided in Naruto, but left him uninformed. Did he decide to die? Did he choose to condemn the Uchiha clan? I am truly sorry. I do not know. Naruto shook his head. Your father only told me to take care of you after his death. He did not divulge anything else. And you? You must know more, Sasuke insisted. He was convinced that Naruto harbored knowledge he was withholding. Otherwise, his father would never have entrusted him to Naruto, even as a friend. He had always perceived Naruto as unique, but now it seemed that Naruto was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Truly astute, Sasuke. I always said you are more intelligent than I am. Naruto chuckled. Can you share with me? Sasuke inquired. Naruto possessed numerous secrets, and he was only aware of trivial details, or perhaps those trivialities were merely conjectures without foundation. He lacked confidence that Naruto would confide in him. Certainly. Sasuke may inquire about anything. Naruto wished to alleviate the unease in Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke deserved to be audacious and unrestrained, though he did not understand why. He knew he did not wish to witness a subdued version of Sasuke. Here, Sasuke can freely be himself. Naruto maintained unwavering eye contact with Sasuke, never blinking. Then speak quickly. Sasuke struggled to endure Naruto's unwavering gaze, wishing to avert his eyes. Very well. Sasuke, are you familiar with the Uzumaki clan? Naruto queried. Uzumaki clan. As the child of the Uchiha clan leader, Sasuke had perused many texts, yet he had never encountered any mention of the Uzumaki clan. I have not heard of it. Are you a member of that clan? Sasuke looked at Naruto, puzzled. Sasuke was unaware that there were others with the surname Uzumaki in the village aside from Naruto. If Uzumaki were a clan, he would have surely heard about it. It is not unusual not to have heard. The Uzumaki clan was annihilated during the Second Shinobi World War. After my mother passed, I became the last Uzumaki in Konoha, Naruto stated matter-of-factly. I apologize. I did not know, Sasuke responded with concern in his gaze. Do not worry about me. I neither lived with the Uzumaki clan nor had any fondness for my mother. Naruto could easily discern Sasuke's worries. How kind of you, especially after having concealed such important matters from him. Who is worried about you? Let us get to the point and not shift topics, Uchiha Sasuke said, pushing Naruto Uzumaki in frustration. The unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, the Kage hard eye, is an extraordinary perception technique. Long ago, I sensed an unusual atmosphere in Konoha. However, I believed it did not concern me and thus chose to ignore it. A few days ago, your father unexpectedly came to me, foretelling his own demise and requesting me to look after you after his passing, along with a generous reward. Uzumaki Naruto produced the scroll given to him by Uchiha Fugaku and placed it in Sasuke's hands. It was then that I realized this matter pertained to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha are a vital force in Konoha, and I assumed that the village would ensure their safety. As for Uncle Fugaku's death, he stated he had foreseen it as inevitable, leaving me powerless to intervene. Why didn't you tell me? I don't believe you are one to honor agreements, Sasuke remarked. Lowering his gaze, Naruto had never struck him as a dependable child. He doubted Naruto would uphold any pact made with his father, especially concerning his own affairs. I am indeed not one to adhere to agreements, Naruto admitted, feeling a sense of satisfaction that Sasuke understood him. But I care for you. Uncle Fugaku's implications suggested that only he would perish, leaving the Uchiha clan unscathed. Given that, there was no need to burden you with this knowledge. It was his decision, and even if you were aware, it wouldn't alter his mind. It would only cause you worry, sorrow, and the torment of waiting for death. It is better to remain oblivious. After all, The Uchiha clan leader is unlikely to meet an unnatural end. Illness is the most probable cause. This way, you would not suffer excessive grief. You would remain the Sasuke you've always been, and Itachi would take care of Uchiha matters. Naruto, though not particularly invested in the Uchiha clan, paid more attention due to Sasuke's presence, but only slightly. Yet, he remained apprehensive, fearing Sasuke's anger over his presumptuousness. Naruto, are you afraid I will be angry? Sasuke questioned, aware of the answer. Would Sasuke really be angry? Naruto leaned closer, hoping for forgiveness. What if Sasuke suddenly knelt on his waist, landing punch after punch on him? Why are you all keeping secrets from me? Bang. Am I really so untrustworthy? Bang. I despise you all. You are all villains, my father, my brother, and you too. Naruto lay still on the ground, absorbing Sasuke's emotions until a drop of water fell onto his face. Drip. Soon, numerous tears cascaded down, large droplets landing continuously on Naruto's face. Sasuke cried out loudly, his arms resting on Naruto. Wah! Seeing Sasuke in tears, Naruto began to panic. Don't cry, Sasuke. He sat up with effort, initially hindered by Sasuke's weight. But he summoned the power of the Nine Tails, clumsily wiping away Sasuke's tears. It's all my fault, please don't cry. I beg you, if you must hit me, do so, but please stop crying. Chapter 39. Conspiracy. Leaning against the chakra of the Nine Tails behind him, Naruto gently took Sasuke's hand, bringing himself closer. Please, don't cry. He embraced Sasuke in his arms, believing Sasuke would only express anger over the concealment and would merely beat him up, as he was tough. Even if Sasuke unleashed his full strength, he would not be harmed. Naruto never anticipated that Sasuke would cry, and so deeply. Don't cry, it pains my heart. He stroked Sasuke's head. Sasuke transitioned from loud sobs to soft whimpers. It was his mistake. He thought Sasuke would be like him, unyielding to tears regardless of circumstances, forgetting that his own stoicism stemmed from a lack of concern from others. He had always lived this way, treating the absence of tears as commonplace. Yet he overlooked that Sasuke was different. Sasuke had everything, loving parents and a brother, while he had never possessed such a life. Feeling Sasuke's tears soaking his chest, Naruto was filled with helplessness. Sasuke, please don't cry. I don't know how to comfort you. You know I've always been alone, with no one to guide me. He kept his hand on Sasuke's head, wishing to convey his unwavering presence. He did not want Sasuke to become like him, empty, incapable of even shedding tears. Sasuke, do you know our parents were good friends? Naruto suddenly said. Before I was born, I met you while in my mother's womb. Why are you suddenly saying this? Sasuke lifted his head slightly, his eyes red and swollen as he looked at Naruto. Isnt had often said that the best way to forget pain is to find someone worse off. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. If we're comparing hardships, I doubt anyone has endured more than I. What kind of twisted logic is that? Sasuke managed a laugh, still carrying a hint of a sob. That's not twisted logic. Don't you want to hear it? Naruto grasped Sasuke's hand. Sasuke pressed his face against Naruto's chest again, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. Well, there's really nothing much to say. Do you know who my father is? Naruto asked, anticipating Sasuke's response. How would I know? I've never met him, Sasuke replied, exasperated by Naruto's gaze. Besides, you're the one telling me. How would I know if you don't say? It's the fourth Hokage, Naruto said, tapping Sasuke's face lightly. What? Sasuke sat up, astonished as he looked at Naruto, hoping he had misheard. The fourth Hokage? What are you talking about? Naruto doesn't seem like a child of a Hokage, especially not of the fourth. The fourth Hokage was revered by his father and respected by all of Konoha, the hero who saved the village. If the fourth Hokage truly was Naruto's father, then what had Naruto's life been all these years? How about it? Is your mood any better? Naruto smiled, watching Sasuke sit up straight, causing him to do the same. Hey, that joke isn't funny at all. Uchiha Sasuke, unable to comprehend the situation, grasped Naruto Uzumaki's arm to maintain his balance. This is no jest, it is indeed true. Otherwise, Uncle Fugaku would not have so readily believed in my significance. Naruto steadied Sasuke's form, inquiring, So, does this lighten your spirits? Quite the contrary, Sasuke replied, his mood darkening further upon learning of Naruto's circumstances. The world seemed to spiral into abnormality. Where could one find solace in such disheartening revelations? While he held no retort against the grimmer truths, he wished they did not involve those dear to him. Did Naruto regard him as entirely indifferent to his plight? I apologize, Naruto murmured after a brief silence. genuinely at a loss for how to console him. "Let me share your story," Sasuke said, having regained his composure. Anyone could see that Naruto's interjections had aided him in finding some semblance of calm. Moreover, through Naruto's words, he discerned the presence of hidden conspiracies he had yet to uncover. As Naruto had asserted, Sasuke had always been astute, albeit somewhat overshadowed by his elder brother. Yet this did not imply true weakness. As the youngest in his family, he had been coddled since childhood, untouched by the specters of deceit, war, or death. In comparison to Itachi, the disparities were stark. That as well, Naruto's actions and words had always aimed to soothe Sasuke. While I cannot provide specific details, the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha clan has persisted for some time. Naruto endeavored to recollect the peculiarities he had observed in Konoha recently. The Uchiha clan, encompassing men, women, and children, surely numbered in the hundreds. This much was evident to Sasuke. Even if Itachi possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, he is merely a few years older than us. Just a 13-year-old. Under normal circumstances, he would be but a freshly graduated genin. No matter how gifted Itachi may be, it is implausible for him to have slain hundreds in a single night, especially since the others would not have simply acquiesced. Thus, is there indeed a conspiracy? Sasuke murmured. But why would Itachi slay our parents? Though he had been taken aback at the time, the wounds on Fugaku and Mikoto, and the blood upon Itachi's blade, were etched vividly in his memory. Even if a conspiracy existed, it hardly justified the murder of their parents. He could not fathom Itachi's motives. All he knew was that his brother had taken the lives of his mother and father. Chapter 40. The performance. What do you wish for me to do? Sasuke's mind was a tempest. Although he had claimed to Naruto that he had calmed down, how could he truly be serene after experiencing the annihilation of his clan? He understood he could not think clearly at this moment. His priority was to heed Naruto's guidance. Everything else could be addressed later. Konoha was not as simple as it appeared. Naruto's presence here was proof enough. Since that fateful day, Naruto had not interacted with him, not even exchanging the simplest of glances. Trusting Naruto was all he could do now. Maintain your facade, Sasuke. Do not allow anyone to perceive your divergence from Konoha. Continue to feign hatred towards Itachi, Naruto instructed straightforwardly, his eyes cautiously studying Sasuke. He feared that Sasuke might not grasp the gravity of this advice, or worse, that even if he did, he might not suppress the hatred festering within him. Sasuke was different from Naruto. The sensations of having lost everything and being utterly alone were not the same. I can do that, Sasuke declared without hesitation. Really? Naruto was taken aback by Sasuke's swift agreement. Are you surprised? Sasuke arched an eyebrow. Indeed, I am. I thought you might ponder it longer, Naruto nodded. I cannot afford to contemplate. Listening to you is the wisest course. I have faith in you, Naruto. Sasuke leaned back against Naruto, embracing him tightly. It is truly my honor, Naruto responded, enveloping Sasuke in his arms, leaning against the chakra sphere behind him. Let us depart. I will not lose control, Sasuke whispered. Though he relished the warmth of Naruto's embrace, they had lingered too long. Discovery might be imminent. Would this not spell trouble for Naruto? Remember, do not reveal your Sharingan. Hatred can be powerful, but do not let it become something others fear. Naruto, having spent considerable time with Hiruzen Sarutobi, had formed his own perspective on navigating life in Konoha. Sasuke released his grip on Naruto and pushed him away. I apologize for hurting you. He turned away, avoiding Naruto's gaze. You truly did cause some pain. Are you alright, Sasuke? Naruto rubbed his waist, feeling the ache. That was quite a force. It hurts. Even with the Nine Tails chakra, it may take half an hour to recover, he mused uncertainly. What brings you here? To witness my misfortune? Sasuke clenched his fists. Do you find joy in my loss? Hey, I came with good intentions to check on a classmate, Naruto retorted, displeased as he descended from the bed. Who asked for your feigned kindness? Sasuke lowered his head, adjusting to the control of his Sharingan. It seemed illogical to be without it. Naruto, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Sharingan, remained oblivious to the anomalies, yet he was not entirely ignorant. Such a monumental event, being betrayed by his brother and losing his parents, how could he not awaken his Sharingan? Even the most inept Uchiha would not be so remiss. A single Tomo, he sensed that his eyes bore two Tomo, yet a 7-year-old's two Tomo would be far too conspicuous. Moreover, his body could hardly endure the strain of two Tomo. Thanks to Naruto's influence, Sasuke had diligently studied various aspects of his family, gaining deeper insights into the Sharingan. This was also why Fugaku had left Sasuke with nothing. In his study, Sasuke had perused many jutsu. Even if he had not mastered them, memorization posed no issue. Currently, Sasuke was still too weak. No amount of additional knowledge would aid him. The skills of the Sharingan were innate, engraved in one's consciousness. Before he could wield the Sharingan adeptly, the techniques he had previously noted would suffice for his learning. As for mastering the Sharingan later, a single glance would suffice. After all, the Uchiha's techniques were accumulated in this manner. Furthermore, once Sasuke grew strong enough, he would naturally reclaim what belonged to the Uchiha clan. Do not quarrel. You are classmates, are you not? Hiruzen Sarutobi entered the room from outside. Grandfather Third. Naruto exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Hiruzen. Isn't it precisely because you are outside that we end up arguing? Uzumaki Naruto concealed his annoyance towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was evidently evaluating their worth. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, intended to rise from his seat. You haven't fully rested yet. There's no need to get up, he said, taking 2 steps forward. Thank you. Third Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke replied with an expressionless demeanor. I apologize for the matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Konoha has issued a warrant for Uchiha Itachi. Please do not worry. A better life awaits you. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently patted Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke lowered his head, remaining silent. Hiruzen paid no heed to Sasuke's attitude. Had Sasuke expressed gratitude, he would have felt a sense of wariness towards him. At such a young age, possessing such depth of character, he would certainly think this way. Little Naruto, why not stay here with Sasuke? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Uzumaki Naruto. I don't want to be with this arrogant guy, Naruto protested, shaking his body in dissatisfaction. Seeking Hiruzen's affection. Then can little Naruto explain to Grandpa why you didn't attend class? Hiruzen inquired with a smile. Grandpa, just go. I've grown up and will take good care of Sasuke, don't worry, Naruto asserted, pushing Hiruzen towards the door. Then I leave it to you, little Naruto, Hiruzen said from outside the door. Got it, you're so nagging, Naruto exclaimed, shutting the door completely. Once Hiruzen departed, Naruto stepped away from the door and slowly approached Uchiha Sasuke. I didn't realize your acting skills were quite impressive, Naruto remarked, taking Sasuke's hand. Sasuke instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, feeling embarrassed, as they were no longer in a secluded space. Anyone could walk in at any moment. Chapter 41. I am yours. No, I've been watching closely, Naruto shook his head. Life in Konoha had not been easy for him, at the very least. Kagura's Byakugan was always active within a 10-meter radius. The Byakugan was indeed formidable, and the Uzumaki clan held their own strength. Otherwise, they would not have faced extermination. How did you get in? Sasuke finally reacted, realizing that as the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, he should be under surveillance. How did Naruto manage to enter? I just came in, Naruto said, turning his head away sheepishly. To meet someone, he had exposed the 9 tails that he had concealed for 7 years. Which was hardly a calm decision. According to his script, he should have controlled the 9 tails only after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Thankfully, Kakashi Hatake noticed him on the way here. Otherwise, it could have been troublesome. How exactly did you get in? Sasuke inquired, recognizing that familiar expression on Naruto's face. Prior to teasing him, Naruto always wore that expression, indicating he had done something mischievous. Naruto, unwilling to relent until he achieved his goal, pointed towards the window, which Sasuke had been avoiding. Following Naruto's gesture, Sasuke spotted a distinct footprint. Not surprising at all, Sasuke's lips twitched. During school, Naruto favored entering through windows. He never used the front door, whether skipping class or attending. Well, it's undeniably convenient, and I was in a hurry. This was a shortcut, Naruto admitted shyly, moving to wipe away his footprint. In his eagerness, he had been too focused on Sasuke, and leaving evidence was indeed unwise. You feel no remorse at all, do you? Sasuke leaned against the bed. Because there's really no need for regret. Naruto sat on the edge of the bed, grasping Sasuke's hand. I came for you, and I will never regret it. Naruto understood that Sasuke was worried about him, fearing that his disguise might be revealed due to Naruto's presence. However, the very reason he had to disguise himself was to avoid causing Sasuke any harm. The previous act of feigning unfamiliarity stemmed from the fact that being close to him would bring trouble. Both the Uchiha and Konoha would disapprove of their association. Noticing the displeasure on Sasuke's face, Naruto hurriedly continued. If it were just us, it wouldn't matter, but you have your family to consider. Which is why I had to pretend. But now, it no longer matters. We have become the same. Naruto leaned down, gently resting on Sasuke's body. Ultimately, he was a despicable person, feeling joy that Sasuke had finally become like him. He should have felt sorrow for Sasuke's loss, for he had lost everything. Yet, the mere thought of their newfound similarity and the possibility of being together openly filled him with delight. He truly, deeply cherished Uchiha Sasuke. Ah, we are alike now. Sasuke closed his eyes, placing a hand on Naruto's head. He had lost everything and became an orphan. Nevertheless, he was still different. He had Naruto. Naruto belonged to him, would be his, and no one could take him away. In Sasuke's closed eyes, there was only desire for Naruto. Once he had set his heart on someone, it would never waver. Naruto sensed Sasuke's obsession and smiled inwardly, thinking, "That's just fine. Let it continue, Uchiha Sasuke. I am yours. You must hold on to me. But you are equally mine. For this lifetime, never think of leaving me." Naruto tightened his embrace around Sasuke. Lunch Kakashi Hitaki entered, carrying 2 lunchboxes. "Also, you need to attend class this afternoon." "Do I have to?" Naruto asked, taking the lunchbox and setting up the table on the sickbed. "Yes." It was a direct order from the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi replied emotionlessly. "TCH, he just had me stay with Sasuke this morning." Naruto pouted, feeling dissatisfied with Hiruzen's stinginess. Kakashi remained silent. It was an unchangeable fact, and no matter how much Naruto complained, there was little he could do. "How boring. Do you have anything else to say?" Naruto asked, glancing at Kakashi, who had yet to leave, as he opened the lunchbox and offered Sasuke a pair of chopsticks. "You were too careless this morning," Kakashi observed. He knew Naruto was aware of something and was trying to conceal it, but his actions this morning were inconsistent with his usual behavior. If Naruto remained so careless, he might as well not have been clever from the start. "I have my reasons, even if a bit gets exposed." "It's of no consequence." Naruto brushed off Kakashi's concerns. In Konoha, the only person he cared about was Uchiha Sasuke. Others did not matter to him. Kakashi was merely someone he had chosen to maintain a better life in Konoha, someone he felt indebted to among those who did not dislike him. As long as Kakashi remembered his parents, he could never directly harm him. But that contradicts your previous thoughts, does it not? Kakashi Hitaki felt an unsettling concern for Naruto Uzumaki, fearing that if he were to be exposed, Hiruzen Sarutobi might see him merely as a tool. If you were to bring him into the fold of Obito Uchiha, then Sasuke would remain a being far more significant to me than Obito. Sasuke is his sole existence. How do you know about Obito? Kakashi gazed at Naruto in astonishment, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. He had always believed that Naruto merely speculated about his heritage. Yet it seemed he possessed far too much knowledge for a child of 7. "Is this when you finally recognized the issue?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Though the Jinchuriki may change, the Nine Tails has always existed. It is eternal." Naruto cast a malevolent glance at Kakashi. "Care to guess how I am privy to the Nine Tails' secrets? Have I turned to villainy, or am I under its control? Come on, let me see your choice." "No need for that. This is your concern." Kakashi shook his head, indicating that it sufficed for Naruto to understand his own situation. "I shall take my leave now. At present, Naruto is doing well, and it matters not what his true condition is. He does not wish to disrupt this equilibrium." Chapter 42. The target to live is to have a purpose. After his father's demise, it was Obito Uchiha and Rin Noira who pulled him from despair. Later, when Obito and Rin perished, it was Minato-sensei who attempted to rescue him. However, he was unsuccessful, and Minato-sensei met his end. Now, Naruto has become the objective he seeks for himself. This is also the mission bestowed upon him by Minato-sensei. Living without a goal is excruciating. He does not wish to endure that once more. Even if Naruto harbors issues, he accepts it, regardless of Naruto's circumstances. He knows he cannot be a villain. After all, he is the child of Minato-sensei and Kushina. How wicked could he truly be? Until next time. Kakashi waved goodbye to Naruto and Sasuke. Until next time. Naruto did not glance back at Kakashi's retreating figure. Instead, he focused on his meal with Sasuke. "Can you tell me?" Sasuke did not look at Naruto's face, feigning nonchalance as he picked at his food. "You cannot think clearly right now." Naruto would not refuse to share his story with Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke possesses nothing. He is akin to Naruto, and they have become comrades. Naruto intends to seize this opportunity to draw Sasuke into his fold, ensuring that Sasuke remains forever tethered to him. Yes, Sasuke is aware that he is not in a position to learn more right now. His state is precarious. The Mangekyo Sharingan's Genjutsu is not something everyone can withstand. Even though Itachi showed leniency towards Sasuke, his body would undoubtedly suffer. You should head back this afternoon. I can manage on my own. Sasuke did not wish to burden Naruto with his troubles. Naruto already faced considerable complications due to him, though he did not comprehend the conversation between Naruto and the Yumbu. He grasped one essential truth. Naruto was in trouble because of him. Alright. Naruto refrained from insisting that he stay by Sasuke's side. Sasuke is an individual with his own thoughts. He knows what he requires. Moreover, since Sasuke awakened, Naruto has remained by his side. Perhaps, in those initial moments after Sasuke regained consciousness, it provided comfort, proving he was not alone. Yet, as time progressed, Sasuke would need solitude to process his emotions. Additionally, remaining there might lead to minor inconveniences. While not significant issues, they are still not trivial. He does not wish for Sarutobi to discover the special bond between him and Sasuke. At least not now, for he lacks the capability to protect Sasuke entirely. Hey, you weren't occupied this morning, were you? Shikamaru Nara glanced at Naruto, who sat beside him. Naruto had suddenly dashed out in the morning and had not returned all day, leaving Shikamaru worried. Although he typically avoided trouble and recognized that Naruto's very existence was a source of it, he also considered Naruto a friend. I'm fine. Naruto did not wish to elaborate. And what about Sasuke? You seem quite concerned for him, don't you? Shikamaru remarked suddenly. Naruto turned, startled, casting a wary look at Shikamaru. He had never shown any concern for Sasuke at school. How could Shikamaru know? Who else is aware? Rest assured, only I know. Shikamaru thought to himself that Naruto's vigilance was troublesome. He had not anticipated Sasuke's significance to him. They had spent a considerable amount of time together, and he believed they were decent friends. He did not expect Naruto to become wary of him for seeing through his facade. You do hide well. However, we are quite familiar with one another. I thought we were at least friends. Shikamaru spoke uncertainly. To be candid, seeing the wariness in Naruto's eyes left him feeling uncertain. Naruto remained silent, contemplating Shikamaru, before finally speaking. We are indeed friends. I merely did not expect you to voice it. I thought, given your nature, you would pretend to be oblivious. Naruto withdrew his suspicion and turned away. Shikamaru is astute. Their previous interactions had been enjoyable until one day, when Shikamaru suddenly regarded him with scrutiny. At that moment, he realized Shikamaru must have uncovered something. He had awaited Shikamaru to inquire, yet it never came. Shikamaru soon reverted to his usual demeanor. He understood that this was a manifestation of Shikamaru's aversion to trouble, which had caused him to lose interest in pursuing the matter. Well, since you no longer seem inclined to conceal it, I see no reason to maintain my silence. Knowing yet remaining silent is quite bothersome. Why do you say that? I had no intention of unmasking my disguise. Naruto frowned, looking at Shikamaru. What? You mean you haven't made a decision yet? Shikamaru placed a hand on his forehead. I assumed you had already resolved it, which is why I asked. Truly, you shot yourself in the foot. Because Sasuke is so important to you, isn't? Although Choji and I are also friends, you acknowledge to some extent. We are essentially your targets, aren't we? Shikamaru stated as if it were a question, but with a tone of certainty. Since Sasuke matters so much to you, how could you allow him to bear the weight of such a monumental tragedy alone? Choji and I are willing to stand by you because we know you are fundamentally a kind-hearted individual. If you can interact amicably with those of us who may harbor ulterior motives, you will undoubtedly be even more considerate towards Sasuke. There is no denying that Shikamaru possesses a profound understanding of Naruto. Perhaps, but I have yet to reach a conclusion. While Naruto Uzumaki deeply cares for Sasuke Uchiha, he possesses other means to communicate with him discreetly, unnoticed by others. Thus, the need for pretense has not affected their relationship. He genuinely has not determined the manner in which to continue interacting with Sasuke. It is inevitable that he will not remain silent as he did previously. Yet the specifics of his communication remain undecided. Chapter 43. Understanding Do As You Wish. Nara Shikamaru expressed skepticism regarding Naruto's ability to devise alternative methods. Having observed Naruto's concern for Sasuke clearly, Naruto could not simply disregard Sasuke. Ah, there you are. What brings you here? Akimichi Choji arrived on the rooftop, a bag of chips in hand. Hey, Choji. Naruto waved cheerfully, always extending warmth to Choji. How is Sasuke? Choji inquired as he settled beside Naruto. Naruto emitted an involuntary sound, glancing in surprise at Choji, then at Shikamaru. What's wrong? Choji asked, puzzled. Is my concealment truly that poor? Naruto looked to Shikamaru, seeking an explanation. Shikamaru, understanding the situation, reflected on how even Choji was aware of it. Well, your concealment was indeed effective, But our relationship remains strong, does it not? Though his tone was nonchalant, a hint of pride sparkled in Shikamaru's eyes. They were indeed good friends, though Naruto seemed oblivious to this fact. Don't you know us well? Each time we eat, you instinctively place our favorite foods in front of us. All right, Naruto sighed heavily, turning to Choji. I'm fine. And so is Sasuke. That's good, Choji replied, indifferent to Sasuke, as he was primarily concerned about Naruto. Here, Choji extended his hand, placing the bag of chips before Naruto. Thank you. Naruto reached in, knowing only he could directly take snacks from Choji's bag. He grabbed a handful, shared half with Shikamaru, and tossed the rest into his mouth, reclining back onto the ground. Don't mention it. Choji also lay back beside him. The ground will get dirty, Shikamaru remarked, resting his hands behind his head. Is Sasuke doing well? Choji noted Naruto's unusual urgency that morning. Even during their escapade in the forest, he had remained composed. Very well, I'll introduce you to him later, Naruto said, a smile breaking across his face at the mention of Sasuke. Sounds good. Naruto's friends must be splendid individuals, Choji mumbled through a mouthful of chips. Hey, Sasuke, doesn't he seem like an easy person to get along with? Shikamaru commented, exasperated. Don't wear rose-colored glasses, Naruto. But Sasuke and I get along splendidly, Naruto asserted, as if it were a matter of course. Haha, Shikamaru chose not to argue further, akin to how they held no disdain for Naruto. He felt Naruto's feelings for Sasuke were similarly unfounded. Those unacquainted often carry various prejudices, while those who have interacted naturally develop biases. That evening, Naruto refrained from seeking out Sasuke and returned home instead. You acted rather impulsively today, kid, the Ninetales remarked, arms crossed, resting its chin on them. Naruto had recklessly ventured out to find Sasuke, dragged him into the realm of consciousness, and even utilized the Ninetales chakra in front of him. Though Sasuke might not have discerned the implications, Naruto's conduct was overly audacious. Apologies, Great Fox. Naruto acknowledged the truth in the Ninetales' words. He had indeed been rash. Had it not been for Kakashi trailing behind to clean up after him, Sarutobi Hiruzen might not have intervened, but the Umbu would certainly have resumed surveillance. After 6 years of pretense, they had finally gained Sarutobi's trust to retract the Umbu. If Naruto's impulsiveness were to undo that progress, it would be profoundly unfair to the Ninetales. No need to apologize. The Ninetales gently pressed its paw against Naruto's head. If I had wished to stop you, I would have done so directly. Due to their amicable relationship and mutual trust, the Ninetales could indeed control Naruto's body whenever it desired. Over the years, aside from simple sustenance, the Ninetales had prepared most of Naruto's meals. Naruto had merely absorbed a fraction of its culinary skills. Now, Naruto's home was filled with cookbooks, all purchased for the Ninetales. While Naruto practiced ninjutsu in the ceiling space, the Ninetales utilized Naruto's body to hone its culinary abilities. Naturally, the Ninetales did not do this solely for Naruto's well-being. It had developed a fondness for food, with Naruto merely benefiting along the way. Thank you, Great Fox. Naruto leaned against the Ninetales, relishing its fluffy fur. Had the Ninetales not been so large, he would have loved to embrace it affectionately. Alas, it seemed the Ninetales had no desire to shrink. Otherwise, he could have had a little fox to cuddle. Ah no. Just the thought of the Great Fox becoming small is so adorable. I can hardly contain myself. Why not transform now? After all, you can whenever you wish. No. The Great Fox would be angry. It would definitely be furious. Naruto hastily shook his head. Hey kid, what are you thinking? The Ninetales suddenly felt a chill, sensing Naruto's thoughts veering into undesirable territory. In nothing, Naruto buried his head into the Ninetales' fur, avoiding its gaze. Great Fox. Can you really not transform into a smaller form? Naruto persisted, unwilling to relent, pondering if perhaps the Ninetales might change its mind. Absolutely not, the Ninetales replied without hesitation. Ah, why not? Naruto nudged against the Ninetales, genuinely curious if it were truly impossible. Absolutely not. Stop fixating on this matter. The Ninetales' tail brushed against Naruto's back, offering a gentle nudge in return. Then, Great Fox, could you tell me another thing? Naruto flipped over, wrapping his arms around the Ninetales' tail. What is it? Could you share your name with me? This was Naruto's true intent. While the Ninetales narrated stories of the other 8-tailed beasts, it had never revealed its own name. He genuinely wished to know the Great Fox's name. Is that so? Naruto, noticing the Ninetales' silence, pressed further. You know my name. yet I do not know yours. It feels unfair. Chapter 44. Kurama, why do you wish to know? It matters not whether you know it or not, the Nine-Tails remarked, having always regarded Naruto as its own child, though it held doubts deep within. Naruto Uzumaki's current belief in it stems from his inability to survive independently in Konoha, lacking the strength to endure. More importantly, Naruto does not yet grasp its significance. He remains unaware of what the Nine-Tails truly represents. Once Naruto acquires strength and comprehends its power, he may no longer view it as he does now. Of course, there are issues. After all, we are family. Naruto abruptly interrupted the Nine-Tails' contemplation, speaking candidly. Did I not mention before that, compared to Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, I resemble you, the great fox, more as your child? Do you think I was jesting? I speak with sincerity. As family, one must know the names of their kin. As a child, I should be aware of my parents' name. Naruto Uzumaki. Who is your family? The Nine-Tails forcefully flipped Naruto back. I am the Nine-Tails, distinct from you humans. What difference does that make? Family is not defined by such criteria. Naruto's muffled voice emanated from the Nine-Tails' fur. You have always been by my side. That alone is sufficient. Tell me, I will not betray you, great fox. Naruto understood the Nine-Tails' fears and concerns. Ever since he acquired Kushina's memories, his mastery over the Sharingan had improved. Even if the Nine-Tails wished to obstruct him, Naruto could perceive its innermost thoughts. After all, the Uzumaki clan's jutsu is the only one capable of affecting tailed beasts in the ninja world. Thus, Naruto could clearly see the Nine-Tails' heart. I will not disappoint you. Must I know? After all, Naruto is the child it raised. If he truly desires to know, the Nine-Tails has no reason to refuse. Even if it ends in deception, it would merely amount to a moment of slumber. When it awakens, it might find itself within another's body. Naruto flipped over, lifting his head to gaze into the Nine-Tails' eyes. The crimson-slitted pupils revealed not the customary ferocity and cruelty remembered by others, but rather a sense of helplessness and indulgence. Kurama, he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Kurama seemed to feel a twinge of embarrassment, immediately adopting a fierce demeanor. Little brat, do not let me catch you betraying me. Kurama. At this moment, Naruto was entirely absorbed in the name Kurama, oblivious to the threat being issued. What a lovely name, Kurama. Naruto joyfully leaped onto Kurama's back, scampering to its head. You little brat, are you even listening to me? Kurama grumbled, yet did not shift its head, fearing Naruto might fall. However, Kurama, your name is truly beautiful. I adore it. Naruto slid beside Kurama's eye, his eyes sparkling as he regarded Kurama. Kurama, I shall call you this from now on. The mere thought of Kurama's name filled Naruto with delight. Upon hearing it, Kurama realized that considerable thought had gone into the name given to it, indicating that it was cherished by someone. Unlike its own name, Naruto Uzumaki, a fallen clan, a mere garnish in a bowl of ramen. One could easily discern that it was not a name of any merit, utterly trivial. Without regard for hierarchy, Kurama gently nudged Naruto down with its tail, twisting its neck. Just moments ago, it had claimed to be his guardian, yet now it was being addressed by its given name. Hurry and study. Kurama urged Naruto toward another area. Previously, due to the village's unrest, Naruto had paused his evening classes for a time, but now that matters had settled, lessons should resume. Rest assured, Kurama, I will find a way to completely lift the seal. With newfound determination stemming from knowing Kurama's name, Naruto enthusiastically approached a pile of scrolls. These contained various jutsu from Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, as well as some newly developed techniques of Naruto's own creation. Most were incomplete, as Naruto's theoretical knowledge was still rather limited. As Naruto worked on new jutsu, Kurama's thoughts were singular. Thankfully, Naruto had not inherited Minato's talent for naming. Otherwise, it dreaded to think how bleak its future would have been. If Kurama had known of Naruto's grievances regarding his own name, it would have certainly remarked that this was the best outcome possible. Had Minato displayed his paternal love, Naruto's name would have been something else entirely. Kurama could only imagine what Naruto would be called if Minato had named him. To some extent, Naruto owed a debt of gratitude to Jiraiya. A name is indeed another face one wears in life. In the days that followed, Naruto only visited Sasuke Uchiha in the morning, feigning reluctance as though under the compulsion of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He returned to class before noon. Sasuke lay in the hospital, his injuries sustained from Itachi Uchiha's onslaught not amenable to rapid healing. Moreover, The trauma from witnessing so much death weighed heavily upon him. Naruto experienced a period without a desk partner, during which his classmates discussed various matters in Sasuke's absence. Though Naruto found their chatter irksome, he chose to ignore them. Having lived in such an environment for so long, he simply could not take it to heart. Rumors can be fearsome. One can only say he had not yet grown accustomed to them. During morning classes, Naruto often dozed off. While in the afternoons he would skip class with Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, and at night he would study ninjutsu in solitude. Life was indeed fulfilling. Though he occasionally missed Sasuke. A week passed, and Sasuke remained bedridden. Itachi was truly something. He had entrusted Naruto with Sasuke's care, yet allowed him to languish in bed for an entire week. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's assets had been confiscated by Hiruzen Sarutobi and others, the Uchiha estate sealed, and a small apartment provided for Sasuke. Of course, Hiruzen publicly stated that Sasuke was too young to manage the family fortune, and that it would be returned once he matured and was capable of doing so. Chapter 45. Returning to school, Naruto had anticipated yet another day of solitary classes, despondently resting his head on the desk amidst the clamor of his classmates. To his surprise, after a while, the classroom fell silent, and someone sat beside him. "There is someone here," Naruto remarked without lifting his head. Classmates had their designated seats and would not occupy this one, nor would anyone seek him out. Shikamaru and Choji would certainly speak to him. Given the sudden hush, it was likely an unfamiliar individual had joined him. Thus, without a second thought, Naruto decisively rejected the notion. As for why he did not consider that it might be Sasuke, it was because yesterday, Naruto Uzumaki visited Sasuke Uchiha and heard him mention that the doctor advised him to remain in the hospital for a few more days. "Aren't you going to look up?" Sasuke Uchiha rested his chin on the table, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the slumped Naruto. "Sasuke." Upon hearing Sasuke's voice, Naruto looked up in astonishment. "Didn't you say you needed to wait a few more days?" "The doctor said as long as I rest well, I could return," Sasuke replied, raising an eyebrow. "Aren't you happy to see me?" "Of course I am. I am beyond delighted," Naruto exclaimed, sitting up straight, suddenly wide awake. "You have no idea how boring these past few days have been." With excitement, Naruto leaped onto Sasuke. "Well, you should occasionally pay attention in class," Sasuke remarked, somewhat exasperated, yet still catching Naruto as he jumped. Since starting school, Naruto had never truly paid attention. He either slept or skipped classes, leading the entire class astray. "I refuse. That teacher is so annoying," Naruto pouted. After all, he felt he had learned everything he needed. So why endure the lectures of someone he found distasteful? As for respect for the teacher, he felt that Irika Yumino did not deserve it. Even if his parents had perished at the hands of the Nine Tails, it was not his fault, nor was he the one who unleashed it. If you have the ability, go find the real culprit. While he harbored some resentment towards his parents, he acknowledged that without them, Irika might not even be alive. So how could he harbor hatred towards him? "It's fine to dislike me, but at least pretend to do it properly. You don't seem like a true Chunin at all." This was indeed correct. If you don't wish to listen, then simply don't. Sasuke recalled Irika's expression every time he saw Naruto, frowning slightly. "Is someone troubling you?" Sasuke feared that Naruto might inadvertently reveal something due to his presence. Naruto was unique, something Sasuke had long recognized, but Naruto had always concealed his true self well. However, during Naruto's unexpected visit, Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though he worried about the trouble it could bring Naruto, no, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails took a long time to cultivate into this idle state. They wouldn't dare make any noise. After all, what if something unexpected occurs? The Nine Tails wouldn't comply with their wishes. "That's good," Sasuke sighed in relief. Although he had heard Naruto say he was fine while in the hospital, seeing him in person alleviated his concerns. Today, during class, Naruto surprisingly did not skip. Instead, he sat obediently in his seat, drawing several glances from Irika. Naturally, Naruto pretended not to notice Irika's gaze. Throughout class, Naruto clung tightly to Sasuke's hand, not knowing if he missed Sasuke or simply wished to be with him. With Naruto present, the classroom remained eerily quiet. They only chatted when Sasuke wasn't around. In his presence, they dared not speak in front of Naruto. The difference in Naruto's demeanor with or without Sasuke was stark. Although Naruto never explicitly conveyed his feelings, everyone in class knew he was not to be trifled with. The children of the shinobi clan had been warned by their parents, while the commoners had faced Naruto's wrath in their youth. Sasuke's special bond with Naruto was evident to all. Those like Hiruzen Sarutobi might not see it, as they didn't yet understand Naruto well enough. They simply assumed Naruto had a falling out with Sasuke due to their lack of communication. However, aside from Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, only Sasuke could be by Naruto's side. No one else could approach him. Only the arrogant would remain oblivious to the truth. You can go out with them. You don't have to stay in the classroom with me. Sasuke sat on the rooftop, leisurely eating his meal. Even though Naruto had remained at his side during class, Sasuke had noticed Naruto's restlessness. Naruto had never stayed in class for such a lengthy period. Shikamaru and Choji exchanged glances at Naruto, and Sasuke noticed their intention to call him out, but Naruto declined. If following previous patterns, Naruto would have leapt out the window without hesitation to escape. It's not that I'm intentionally staying with you. I just don't want to go out, Naruto casually remarked. I've been a bit tired at night lately and need to rest during the day. Shikamaru and the others will understand. He had been diligently studying sealing techniques, often staying up late, which naturally limited his time for daytime activities. You seem to have a good relationship with them, Sasuke remarked, seemingly discontented. Of course, we're friends, Naruto replied, misinterpreting Sasuke's tone as a compliment. What's wrong? Upon hearing Sasuke's voice, Naruto looked up, puzzled. Seeing Sasuke's slightly irritated expression left him confused. It's nothing, Sasuke wouldn't voice his displeasure. The Uchiha were not known for their openness. Naruto furrowed his brow, contemplating the earlier topic, noticing that Sasuke had changed since their discussion. Is it about Shikamaru and the others? Naruto wondered, uncertain. They had only discussed this one topic. But Naruto didn't genuinely believe Sasuke would be upset over such trivial matters. Chapter 46. Jealousy. What's the matter with them? Noticing Sasuke's silence, Naruto realized he had guessed correctly. Yet, in truth, Naruto remained perplexed. He could discern the significance of Sasuke in his life, which was already quite remarkable. However, it was somewhat challenging for Naruto to develop further emotional intelligence. At least, thus far, the emotional genes of Minato Namikaze had not manifested in Naruto. Sasuke continued to remain silent, beginning to tidy up the lunchbox Naruto had brought him. Previously, Sasuke's lunches had been prepared by his mother, but now that Mikoto Uchiha was absent, he had forgotten to bring his own. It was only natural that he and Naruto would share a meal. Naruto observed Sasuke's actions, wanting to intervene but unsure of what to say. It was his topic that had seemingly upset Sasuke, though he didn't understand why. He felt the fault lay with him. Ultimately, it was Kurama who could no longer bear to watch and pointed out Sasuke's feelings. He's clearly jealous, kid. You really haven't inherited any of your father's talents, have you? Jealous? Naruto asked, bewildered. What on earth is jealousy? How could Sasuke possibly be jealous? Is there truly a jealous dynamic between them? How reliable is Kurama, anyway? However, upon observing Uchiha Sasuke's demeanor, Naruto Uzumaki found himself engulfed in uncertainty. It appeared that Uchiha Sasuke was indeed experiencing jealousy. Jealousy is not merely a sentiment reserved for lovers. It can also arise among friends, brothers, and family. Kurama, the Nine Tails, helplessly elucidated this to Naruto. Truly, a household devoid of genuine connection is untenable. Is raising a child such a formidable challenge? Perhaps. It ought to curtail Naruto's collection of those rather unhealthy books. After all, even if he is precocious, delving into such material at this age is somewhat premature for him. Was Sasuke truly jealous? Naruto pondered and boldly inquired. Hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Sasuke momentarily froze, his body rigid with surprise. He quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow and attempting to deflect the conversation. What nonsense are you spouting? Naruto, undeterred, reached for the bento in Sasuke's grasp and took his hand, guiding him back to the ground. You are all my friends. I won't impose expectations for you to get along. After all, a friend's friend is not necessarily a friend. One cannot force camaraderie simply because of one individual. He continued earnestly. Most importantly, Sasuke, although you are all my friends, you are unique. At these words, Sasuke, initially irked and wanting to withdraw his hand, halted his struggle upon hearing the latter part. Indeed, the best way to handle it tsundere is with an air of innocence. Therefore, do not be upset, Sasuke. You are different. Naruto gazed at Sasuke with seriousness, his tone imbued with sincerity. Have you managed to appease Sasuke? Nara Shikamaru fiddled with his fishing rod. I knew you were eavesdropping, Naruto lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Shikamaru. You saw it and did nothing to assist me. Shikamaru nonchalantly replied, "You spoke a truth. A friend's friend is not necessarily a friend." He cast his fishing line. "I am not acquainted with Sasuke. If I had shown up, he would have been even angrier." Shikamaru stated with conviction. "So you just sat there, watching us make fools of ourselves?" Naruto asked incredulously. "I was already there. You two were the latecomers," Shikamaru retorted, having been resting on the rooftop. Naruto did not skip class with them. He had opted for the rooftop instead. The forest was perilous, and without Naruto, he would not have ventured there with Choji. They were not seasoned in jungle life like Naruto. TCH, Naruto grumbled, but he acknowledged that Shikamaru had indeed arrived first. More accurately, he had never left. He simply had not anticipated Shikamaru waking up. He thought his friend would slumber until the afternoon. "Where's Choji?" Naruto looked at the quiet riverbank. In a place that usually accommodated 3, now only 2 sat, and for a moment, Naruto felt a pang of discomfort. His frequent truancies had recently been discovered by his family, compounded by his declining performance in last month's clan assessment, leading to heightened scrutiny from the Akimichi household. Shikamaru remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, "You truly are unconcerned." Naruto scrutinized the relaxed Shikamaru, who exhibited no inclination to lose his friends. "This is for his own good. Choji has been excessively lax lately, and you have indulged him too much." Shikamaru expressed his dissatisfaction. "Huh, it's you who has spoiled him the most." Naruto raised his voice. "I merely prepare meals for him. It has always been you who passed him answers during tests. Without your assistance, Choji might have begun to study diligently." Naruto asserted. "This must be your fault." "Indeed, it is my fault," Shikamaru conceded, not contesting Naruto's statement. "In fact, because I aided Choji in cheating. I have also faced reprimand at home. Now I must endure an extra hour of training each day as punishment." Shikamaru grimaced at the thought of returning home to train. "Ha ha ha, you truly deserve it," Naruto laughed heartily. "I have long suggested you learn from me. At least you wouldn't be empty-handed. Copying is no skill." "Learn from you? What is there to learn?" "Submitting a blank paper is certainly not better than simply copying," Shikamaru scoffed. He genuinely could not grasp what Naruto pondered daily. As he was well aware of the answers, yet refrained from writing them down. "At least I won't be criticized for it," Naruto shrugged. "You, on the other hand, will face no critique," Shikamaru remarked, exasperated. With no parents, as an orphan, and disdained by teachers, Naruto has come to be regarded as a transparent figure in class. Were it not for Iruka calling out Naruto's name during roll call, he might have faded entirely from existence in the classroom. In this regard, being alone indeed had its advantages, Naruto mused with a smile. Shikamaru remained silent. While Naruto could jest about this matter freely, he felt it inappropriate to do so himself. Even among good friends, it is impolite to tease another's vulnerabilities. Chapter 47. An unassailable existence. You should consider how to explain to Choji that we went out without him. Naruto jested as he stepped into the classroom. "It's not as if I forbade him. His family prevented him from coming. What does that have to do with me?" Shikamaru waved dismissively. "What use is it to tell me? You should be the one to explain it to Choji." Naruto disregarded Shikamaru's excuses, knowing he could not win an argument against Akimichi Choji. Before Shikamaru could retort further, both halted abruptly. "Sasuke, you truly are unfortunate, being annihilated by your brother." "Indeed. Why were you not slain by your brother, Sasuke? Is it because you are too weak to be respected, or is there another reason?" Laughter erupted from several classmates, their hands striking the desks in amusement. Uchiha Sasuke, unwilling to engage with these bothersome, ignorant individuals, found their mockery intolerable. "Hey, Sasuke, why are you silent?" At a loss for words? Their taunts intensified, prodding at his weaknesses. Yamanka Ino and Haruno Sakura exchanged worried glances at the sight of Uchiha Sasuke, who remained motionless amidst the ridicule, and then glared angrily at the instigators. Yet, seeing Sasuke's lack of response, they too refrained from intervening. Uchiha Sasuke was no weakling. They both understood this. His silence signified his contemplation. Most importantly, Uchiha Sasuke was formidable, the strongest in their class, and they held no concern for his safety. "Hey, you have gone too far." No one anticipated Akimichi Choji stepping in front of Uchiha Sasuke. "Huh, what business is it of yours? Sasuke hardly knows you." One of the instigators retorted. It was accurate to say that Uchiha Sasuke was not familiar with anyone in class, as he rarely engaged with his peers. The only individual with whom there was any communication was Naruto Uzumaki, yet they still conversed in secret, resulting in only Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, who were well acquainted with Naruto, being aware of the situation. It was previously mentioned that Naruto's presence deterred them from gossiping. This was primarily due to the fact that Uchiha Sasuke sat beside Naruto. Although uncertain if Naruto would defend his desk partner, they dared not act recklessly. Despite Naruto's academic performance being lackluster, he undoubtedly held the reputation of being the most formidable character in the class. Their unfamiliarity with him did not justify their bullying behavior. Choji, still munching on snacks, positioned his broad frame in front of Sasuke, effectively shielding him from their taunts. Aside from uttering derogatory remarks, was there naught else they could muster? Previously, they fixated on Naruto's so-called demon fox reputation without a shred of independent judgment. This matter does not concern you. Their hearts pricked by Choji's words, they felt a surge of humiliation. They could not abide the sight of someone stronger than themselves, thus choosing to pester others when they perceived them to be vulnerable. If they could somehow undermine their opponent, it would grant them a sense of triumph. Was Naruto truly not as formidable as they had believed? Such thoughts led to a loss of confidence. What did strength matter if, in the end, they were still vanquished? It was genuinely irksome. It mattered, for Sasuke was a friend of Naruto's, and since Naruto was absent, I, as Naruto's friend, felt compelled to protect Sasuke. Choji held his own definitions regarding friendship. Naruto was a significant friend to him. Therefore, even if Sasuke was merely a friend of Naruto and not his own, he would choose to assist him. Unexpectedly, Choji, you are quite eloquent. Yamanaka Ino disregarded Haruno Sakura's protests and approached Choji. Ino was not there for Sasuke, but for Choji. The three families shared a long-standing friendship. Although they had not spent much time together, their bond remained strong. Thus, as Choji stood by Sasuke, it was only natural for Ino to join him. She could not allow Choji to face danger alone. Here, Ino, have some snacks, Choji offered, pleased by her presence. Not now, this is hardly the time for snacks. Ino thought exasperatedly. When Naruto and Shikamaru arrived, the situation was already underway. Well said, Shikamaru was the first to react. Moving closer to Choji and Ino. Sasuke is Naruto's friend. I advise you not to act rashly. Two members of the Ino Shikicho trio stood there, and lingering idly would be inappropriate. Shikamaru, where have you been? Choji queried upon seeing Shikamaru return, launching immediately into questioning. Is it too much to ask? Wasn't it just the last family assessment where your grades dipped? You passed, didn't Tiju? Why didn't Tiju invite me along for some fun? Naruto asked me to go out for something. Shikamaru deftly deflected blame. Sorry, Naruto, but a dead comrade is better than a poor monk. Don't listen to him. He was the one who called me out. Naruto interjected as he entered, pushing past Choji to stand beside Sasuke, resting a hand on his shoulder. Are you alright? Naruto leaned down closer to Sasuke. I'm fine. They only dare to talk. Sasuke reassured him, unshaken by their words. That's good, Naruto sighed in relief. If something were truly amiss, Sasuke would not have been so composed. I say, what else can you do besides chatter? Naruto remarked, lifting his head with a smile. We didn't mean to. They stammered, intimidated by Naruto's presence. Although Naruto wore a smile, they sensed the underlying threat. Even children discern good from evil. They would refrain from speaking such words in Naruto's presence, for they were acutely aware that Naruto had previously reprimanded them for similar transgressions. Back then, they had bullied Naruto when he was alone, dubbed the Demon Fox. Each of them present had once taken pleasure in tormenting him, basking in the glory of their perceived superiority, until Naruto inexplicably grew stronger and taught them all a lesson. They sought revenge but found themselves lacking the prowess to confront him, and when they approached their parents for justice, they were merely advised to steer clear of Naruto. From that moment on, they vaguely understood that Naruto was an entity they could not provoke. Chapter 48. Spare you not deliberate? Naruto echoed, casting a disbelieving glance at them. Why yes, we truly didn't mean it. Please forgive us. Spare you? Naruto mused. Indeed, spare us. What are you saying? How could I do anything to you? We are classmates. After all, sensing the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto effortlessly decided to let them off the hook with a smile. Return to your seats. The teacher is coming, he said gently. His kindness was so striking that even Ino, who was unfamiliar with Naruto, recognized something was amiss. Shikamaru and Choji exchanged bewildered glances, eager to fathom Naruto's thoughts. Even when they were bullied, Naruto would stand up for them. Why was he unresponsive regarding Sasuke? They had witnessed Naruto's anger and fighting spirit. When had he become so lenient? Naruto? Shikamaru inquired, eyes filled with curiosity. He could not believe Naruto would let the matter rest so easily. It defied all logic. It's fine, Naruto signaled with his gaze for Shikamaru to refrain from further questioning and to return to his seat. Let us go, Choji Ino. Shikamaru, receiving Naruto's cue, fell silent and pulled Choji along while calling out to Ino. What? It's over just like that? I expected a grand showdown. Ino grumbled. Choji, however, remained undeterred, trusting in the choices made by Shikamaru and Naruto. Well, it's best for classmates to coexist peacefully, Shikamaru said resignedly. Naruto settled into his seat, turning to Sasuke. Are you truly all right? If anything arises, remember to tell me. They are not my match, Sasuke replied, exasperated by Naruto's concern. Just a bunch of small fry. Do I really need to worry about that? He could handle them with one hand tied behind his back. I knew it. Sasuke is the strongest. Naruto was well aware they posed no threat to Sasuke. However, his enduring concern was not about physical strength. He understood the potency of words better than anyone. He himself had nearly succumbed to their sting. Sasuke had not encountered such experiences before, and Naruto was genuinely worried. Not everyone could dismiss slander, especially a child of 7. Naruto Uzumaki's indifference stems from a lifetime spent in such an environment, one that he has always kept in his heart. There are moments when he can no longer contain himself, prompting him to enlist the assistance of Kurama for a minor act of vengeance. While outright murder is out of the question, a simple lesson is unlikely to draw the ire of Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the roughhousing among children is quite commonplace. However, with Kurama controlling Naruto's body, the force of the attacks is amplified manifold. In contrast, Sasuke Uchiha has always been the young master of the Uchiha clan, suddenly transformed into a mere individual burdened by hatred and subjected to slander. Naruto genuinely worries for him, feeling a deep sense of fear. Why are you back so early? Sasuke recalls that Naruto and his friends typically returned only after school hours when they skipped class. Choji didn't come, so we returned early, Naruto explains. Sasuke then realizes that Choji Akimichi from their trio has seemingly spent the entire afternoon in the classroom. Why didn't he go? Weren't you all together? Although Sasuke is not particularly invested in their affairs, curiosity piques his interest. It is not surprising that Naruto stayed behind, as he has been sleeping for an extended period. Yet Choji almost always attends. His grades have dropped because his family insists he studies diligently. Naruto refrains from mentioning the clan evaluation, though Sasuke appears untroubled now. Having just endured the massacre of his clan, it is prudent for him to speak less about family matters. I recall his grades were quite good. Sasuke raises an eyebrow. Despite his usual disinterest in class dynamics, he remembers Choji as being above average. That is thanks to Shikamaru. Naruto breathes a sigh of relief, knowing Sasuke has not detected any issues. So, why the decline in grades? Naruto knows that Shikamaru, as Choji's ally, is aware of their less than sophisticated methods of cheating. He was asleep, which is not a deception on my part. Indeed, during Sasuke's absence, Irika Yumino had conducted a surprise assessment, albeit a trivial one. Consequently, it was entirely reasonable for Shikamaru to have dozed off, completely neglecting Choji's plight. Wait, he fell asleep? Sasuke is momentarily taken aback. Although he knows Shikamaru shares Naruto's penchant for slumber, sleeping during an exam is another matter entirely. It's no surprise they get along so well, he muses. But in any case, it's just how things are. Don't take it to heart. They often behave like this. It was merely an accident. Naruto gestures dismissively, indicating that Sasuke need not concern himself. Instances of dozing off during exams are not unprecedented. It's just that this time it is particularly severe. Sasuke, as the top student, often finds himself at a loss for words regarding his peers. He is well aware of Shikamaru's intellect. If he were to apply himself, there would be no room for anyone else at the top. Yet, during exams, he is either busy passing answers or fast asleep. The same goes for Naruto. Sasuke is certain that Naruto possesses a wealth of knowledge, as evidenced by his usual performance. There are times when Naruto can articulate answers to questions Sasuke struggles with, even providing explanations. He cannot believe that Naruto is merely a slacker. It seems he is simply adept at concealing his abilities. Upon learning that Naruto's father is the 4th Hokage, Sasuke finds himself less concerned about Naruto's demeanor. During his extended hospital stay, he not only reflected on his own circumstances, but also contemplated Naruto's. He cannot fathom that no one within the village is aware of Naruto's true identity. Observing the dynamics among their classmates, it is evident that children from families with any semblance of power do not trouble Naruto, likely having been cautioned by their parents. Yet, Naruto's living conditions in the village remain abysmal. I don't understand, Naruto shakes his head. He refrains from displaying his intelligence too overtly to avoid arousing Hiruzen Sarutobi's suspicion. However, he genuinely struggles to comprehend why Shikamaru and Choji are uninterested in their studies. Is it simply a lack of desire to learn? That seems improbable. They do not harbor an aversion to learning. On the contrary, they exhibit enthusiasm. When together, they show a keen interest in the various ninjutsu techniques he employs. He cannot believe they would lack interest in studying ninjutsu knowledge. Surely, their families must have said something to them. Shikamaru has alluded to certain matters, though Naruto has yet to grasp their full significance. After school, you go ahead. I'll take this route. Sasuke waves goodbye. Initially, he and Naruto should have walked the same path, but the apartment assigned to him by the village is not in the same direction. It seems the village prefers to keep them at a distance. See you tomorrow, Naruto waves back. Sasuke turns and departs without hesitation. After ensuring Sasuke is out of sight, Naruto trails behind him. Naruto remains formidable, at least stronger than the current Sasuke, thus his following goes unnoticed. Rather than heading to the apartment provided by the village, Sasuke turns back after a certain distance, retracing his steps. It is merely a dilapidated single apartment, and he has little desire to reside there. Yet, he has no room for dissent. He has not yet revisited the Uchiha compound and wishes to take the opportunity to explore while Naruto is absent. He does not want Naruto to witness his vulnerability. The last incident was an anomaly, a moment of loss of control, and he is determined it shall not recur. Sasuke makes a concerted effort to remain inconspicuous, avoiding crowds as he returns to the Uchiha compound. The once desolate compound feels even more so now. There is not a soul in sight. The bustling Uchiha clan members are nowhere to be found. All that remains is the sealed gate. Faintly, the scent of blood lingers in the air. The events of that day were horrific, with lifeless bodies strewn about and blood staining the ground. Even after all this time, the stench has not dissipated. Fortunately, this is the edge of the village. Even in the Uchiha's absence, no one would think to come here. Sasuke silently rejoices at this thought. The Uchiha compound will remain in its original state until Sasuke reclaims it. He stands quietly outside the gate, alone. His gaunt figure looms before the vast compound, as if he is the sole inhabitant of the world. Naruto cannot fathom what thoughts occupy Sasuke's mind, yet he is compelled to prevent Sasuke from remaining in such a state. It is clear that having lived in such an environment, being suddenly relegated to a small apartment would be unwelcome for Sasuke. An impulsive thought strikes Naruto. Kurama, I wish to bring Sasuke home. He could not fathom why such thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind. He did not desire for Uchiha Sasuke to be alone. He yearned for him to have companionship. He wished to prevent Uchiha Sasuke from experiencing the same solitude he himself did, standing alone in a room, sleeping alone, living alone. Yet, he also recognized the irrationality of this desire. He lacked the means to make it a reality. It was not that he was devoid of funds. Both he and Uchiha Sasuke received stipends from the village. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his reservations about them, would not deprive them of this support. Perhaps it might be reduced, but it would never be entirely withheld. His concern lay in the possibility that Sarutobi Hiruzen would disapprove. The last incident involving the Nine Tails was a stark reminder for Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke was the last of his clan in the village. Even if he were in a position of power, it would be unlikely for him to sanction their cohabitation due to the inherent risks involved. Apologies, Kurama. I am merely voicing my thoughts. As he had mentioned earlier, he and Kurama had only recently managed to escape the watchful eyes. He could not jeopardize their living conditions for his own desires. Kid, with me around, you can do whatever you wish. Kurama's voice resonated within him. Kurama was indifferent to the trivial matters that occupied Uzumaki Naruto's thoughts. The notion of surveillance had little bearing on Kurama's existence. The only one truly affected would be Naruto himself. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that Naruto had only ever known Kurama in his life. He often perceived Kurama as fragile. But the truth was, Kurama was a tailed beast, and there was little to fear. He was, indeed, the mightiest of the tailed beasts. Kurama? Naruto's voice was laced with surprise. He seemed taken aback by Kurama's unexpected willingness to engage. After all that had transpired with Uchiha Obito and the Nine Tails incident, one would assume Kurama would harbor animosity towards the Uchiha clan. This was precisely why he had previously emphasized to Kurama the significance of Uchiha Sasuke to him. Yet, it appeared Kurama did not despise Uchiha after all, did he? Is it truly acceptable? Naruto inquired again, skepticism lacing his tone. If you ask me one more time, I may change my mind, Kurama retorted impatiently. He had already made his stance clear. What more did Naruto desire? Should Kurama explicitly state that he bore no ill will towards Uchiha Sasuke? After all, he was merely a child of the Uchiha clan, hardly worthy of his concern. However, if Uchiha Sasuke were to live with them, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. For instance, he could no longer emerge to prepare meals directly. Thank you, Kurama, Naruto exclaimed with uncontained excitement. Indeed, Kurama was the best. He would never let him down. His culinary endeavors had begun when he initially struggled to even lift a pot. He would use Naruto's body secretly while he slept, just to ensure he could enjoy a nourishing meal. With this thought, Naruto cast aside his hesitations and dashed out from behind Uchiha Sasuke. Without a moment's delay, he seized Sasuke's hand and ran. Naruto, what are you doing here? Hey, wait, where are you taking me? Uchiha Sasuke protested, struggling to free himself from Naruto's grasp. Naruto, Sasuke called out loudly, but Naruto remained unresponsive, continuing to pull him along. Sasuke stumbled awkwardly, dragged along by Naruto's momentum. At last, Naruto halted in front of a rundown apartment building. What are we doing here? Sasuke frowned, surveying the dilapidated surroundings. It was utterly decrepit. The lack of any signs of life was disheartening. Huh? Naruto stammered, momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's disdain for his living conditions. What's wrong? Is there an issue? I had no idea there were such filthy places in the village. Seeing Naruto's bewilderment, Sasuke assumed he disapproved of his comments. Haha. Kurama suddenly burst into laughter, finding a rare amusement in Sasuke's candidness. I told you to tidy up a bit, and now look, you're being criticized. Why are you so happy? It's not like this is your home, Naruto retorted, feeling slightly embarrassed. Well, Sasuke, this is my home, he admitted sheepishly. Your home? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. You know, the villagers don't take a liking to me, Naruto explained. Thus, Sasuke gestured for him to continue. It was not merely that Naruto was disliked. He was actively despised by the villagers. But never mind, perhaps he should give Naruto some credit. So, all my neighbors have moved away, and I live here alone. Konoha doesn't have dedicated cleaners. Everyone is responsible for their own doorstep. As a child living here alone. Naturally, I wouldn't keep it clean. But it shouldn't be this dirty. You ought to clean up a bit, Sasuke remarked, exasperated. I refuse. I'm just a kid. Naruto pouted. Besides, I don't use the front door. He gestured towards the roof. Naruto always entered from above. Although no one lived here, the location was undeniably advantageous. From the rooftop, he could reach the school in under 3 minutes. Why did you bring me here? Sasuke questioned, refusing to comment on Naruto's unconventional entrance via the roof. To show you my home, Naruto replied, tugging Sasuke up the stairs. Though confused, Sasuke did not resist and followed Naruto closely. They stopped at the door on the top floor. Naruto did not release Sasuke's hand. Instead, he pushed the door open. It was not that he didn't want to lock it. It was simply unnecessary as no one would come here. Those who did had their own means of entering, rendering a lock futile. Thus, he saw no need for it. As Sasuke observed Naruto's casual entrance, he couldn't help but smirk at his lack of formality. Naruto closed the door and released Sasuke's hand, standing in the center of the room with arms wide open. Sasuke, from this day forth, you shall live with me, Naruto proclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and trepidation. Sasuke regarded Naruto, pausing for a moment before suddenly questioning. Didn't you say you didn't want to interact with me? Why this sudden change? It feels insincere. Sasuke wished to keep Naruto at arm's length, despite the fact that it was Naruto his father had entrusted him to, with a reward offered as well. Yet he simply did not wish to burden Naruto Uzumaki. In the past, everything was just fine. They pretended to be strangers, exchanging furtive glances and whispers beneath the table, in a realm invisible to all. That alone sufficed, and he found great contentment in it. Naruto already had enough troubles of his own. Adding to them would weigh heavily on Sasuke Uchiha's conscience. He did not want Naruto to face further troubles or dangers because of him. Are you certain? Naruto chuckled, a smile gracing his lips. The one he admired was not someone who could simply refuse him. Of course, what benefit do I gain from staying with you? Sasuke retorted with a sardonic grin. There may be no benefits, but a plethora of troubles awaits. Indeed, there were numerous troubles, yet he held no power to decline. Naruto lowered his head, valiantly suppressing his laughter. Sasuke, you understand, don't you? You feel it too, just as I am irresistibly drawn to you. You too must feel the same pull towards me. I once dared not approach you, but now we are alike, both unaccompanied. So, why can't you live with me? I will not let go. You belong to me. Naruto stepped closer to Sasuke, his hand gently caressing Sasuke's cheek. Sasuke, there is no escaping this. Their foreheads touched, and Naruto gazed into Sasuke's eyes with an unwavering intensity. There will be troubles, Sasuke murmured, observing the fervor in Naruto's gaze. There will be, Naruto dismissed. Sasuke still had not recognized the extent of Naruto's strength. I have my share of troubles, perhaps even more than yours. Being with me will only bring you trouble. Besides, I am strong. At the very least, they dare not act recklessly against me. While Naruto would not claim to be strong enough to confront the Leaf Village single-handedly, he was certainly formidable enough to deter them from confronting him directly. Therefore, Sasuke, stay. I do not wish to live alone any longer. Ultimately, Naruto chose to evoke sympathy. He knew that Sasuke was one who yielded to such pleas rather than force. Is that all right? Under the gaze of Naruto's shimmering blue eyes, Sasuke found himself at a loss for words. Or perhaps, did Sasuke harbor disdain for him? Noticing Sasuke's silence, Naruto quickly adopted a look of hurt. I do not despise you, Sasuke quickly replied. He was fond of Naruto. After all, how could he harbor resentment? Then why won't you stay and live with me? With a sigh, Sasuke reached out to embrace Naruto. The two held each other tightly, just as Naruto had said. Sasuke, too, felt deeply drawn to him. Naruto could not exist without him, and he found himself equally unable to part from Naruto. Although he could not quite comprehend the nature of this feeling, he had no intention of rejecting it. He cherished the time spent with Naruto. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Sasuke, a conspiratorial smile crept across Naruto's face. Sasuke was his. He had never been a benevolent person. Rather, he was one of schemes and cunning. He had always known, and Kurama was acutely aware of it too. Chapter 51. Cooking in the early morning, Naruto awoke to find Sasuke sleeping beside him. Kurama, I relish this life, Naruto said softly, turning to gaze at Sasuke. Kurama remained silent. It had always been solitary, and Naruto was the first human it had genuinely connected with over the years, aside from the Sage of Six Paths. It could not fully comprehend Naruto's current emotions, but it recognized that Naruto appeared genuinely happy, truly happy, unlike the feigned happiness of the past. A happiness that radiated from the depths of his heart. Kurama took control of Naruto's body, rising to prepare breakfast. Although there was an additional person in their home, it would not significantly alter their lifestyle. Kurama continued to cook as usual, the only difference being that the meals transitioned from serving one to serving two. Since Sasuke now resided with them, Kurama would not deny him food. After completing the meal, Kurama relinquished control back to Naruto. Naruto approached the bed, eager to rouse Sasuke. Sasuke, it's time to wake up. He gently nudged Sasuke's shoulder. Naruto? Sasuke blinked awake, still shrouded in drowsiness. Time to eat. We need to head to school. Naruto pulled Sasuke up, not bothering to check if he was fully awake. All right. Sasuke had fully recalled the events of the previous day. He couldn't fathom what had possessed him to agree to live with Naruto. Then, they realized that Naruto's small dwelling held but a single bed, necessitating that they share it. Sasuke found it utterly perplexing. If they were to invite him, why had they not prepared an extra bed? Fortunately, they were still young, and one bed was manageable. Were they any older, one would surely have to sleep on the floor. Did you prepare all this? Sasuke asked, astonished by the lavish breakfast before him, not expecting Naruto to possess such culinary skills. No, my family made this, Naruto replied, unwilling to deny Kurama's existence. Kurama was the most significant presence in his life, even more so than Sasuke. If he had to choose between the two, Naruto would invariably select Kurama. Sasuke was merely an important person to him. He would not forsake the companion who had always been by his side. Oh, it looks delicious. Sasuke did not press further. Since Naruto had not offered extensive explanations, he would not pry. Even now that they lived together, they needed to maintain their own secrets. Of course, he is quite skilled. Naruto proudly stated, please, do try it. It's truly delicious. Remarkable, Sasuke declared, taking a bite and his eyes lighting up. However, he also noted the way Naruto referred to Kurama as it. Isn't he human? Why call him it or refer to him as a summoning beast? That's right, Naruto replied, pleased by Sasuke's compliment. Although he had not cooked the meal himself, Kurama and he were one. Praising Kurama was akin to praising him. So what do you think? Kurama? Naruto delved into his consciousness. At least he has discerning taste. Kurama buried its head in its arm, hiding the upward curve of its mouth. Sensing Kurama's shyness, Naruto exited his mind. Let us go. We must head to school. Naruto led Sasuke to the rooftop of their neighboring building. Can't we walk normally? Sasuke remarked, observing Naruto's deft movements, feeling exasperated. There are indeed normal paths. Why can't we walk like ordinary people on the street? Because we can't. Although my home is close to the school in a straight line, the actual distance is quite far. Naruto firmly rejected Sasuke's suggestion. If one were to walk normally, they would certainly be late at this hour. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke reluctantly matched his pace with that of Naruto Uzumaki, embarking on the unprecedented journey of attending school via the rooftops. However, does one truly worry about being tardy? Sasuke felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with Naruto's dismissal of his excuse, as it seemed rather half-hearted. While he himself was unconcerned, Sasuke, being a diligent student, understood the weight of his responsibilities. Unlike Naruto, who, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, enjoyed a degree of autonomy within the village, Sasuke bore the burden of being an Uchiha orphan, one who had yet to fully mature. His absence from school could lead to complications. Moreover, did Sasuke relish the disdainful gazes of the townsfolk? Naruto chose to traverse the rooftops not merely for speed or efficiency, but to avoid the throngs of people, particularly in light of their aversion towards him. Sasuke remained silent, harboring a genuine dislike for them. Even though his clan had been annihilated, they were not subjects for public discourse. The Uchiha were not mere commoners to be discussed at will. Hurry up, we can't afford to be late, Sasuke urged, wishing to silence Naruto's idle chatter. It was infuriating how a brief moment had altered Naruto's route. What of his principles as an Uchiha? Complying, Naruto quickened his pace alongside Sasuke. This path was one Naruto had traversed for over a year. He could navigate it with his eyes closed. Had it not been for Sasuke, he would have arrived long ago. How do you find this route? Naruto inquired, raising an eyebrow at Sasuke, whose mood had evidently improved. Running at such heights while enjoying the scenery was exceedingly pleasant for an early riser. Quite agreeable, Sasuke replied, leaping down from the wall with a smile adorning his face. No wonder Naruto always entered the classroom with a grin. The sensation was simply exhilarating. Speed and exhilaration. Let us proceed inside, Naruto remarked, retracting his exuberant smile as he stepped ahead. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Sasuke too subdued his smile. It was acceptable to smile in Naruto's presence, but in all other places. He was a proud Uchiha, not one to readily display his emotions. Besides, Sasuke felt that smiling among strangers was rather awkward and foolish. Chapter 52. The sack, are you in good spirits today? Nara Shikamaru observed as Naruto and Sasuke entered the classroom, radiating an atmosphere of joy. You are correct, Shikamaru. I concede that you know me better than I know myself, Naruto replied, gesturing for Sasuke to return to his seat while he took a place at Shikamaru's desk. Huh. I knew it, Shikamaru mused, a knowing glint in his eye. He had anticipated that Naruto would inevitably lend a helping hand to Sasuke. Have you made up your mind? Naruto faced Shikamaru, aware that he too bore his own troubles, not less than Sasuke's. I have thought it through, he nodded, realizing it was impulsive to bring Sasuke home without any prior consideration. At that moment, Naruto seemed to have forgotten that his earlier thoughts had emerged while he was cooking with Kurama that morning. Initially, he had not contemplated anything. Now, with Kurama's affirmation, Naruto's mind was solely occupied with the idea of bringing Sasuke home. However, it would be ideal if Shikamaru could offer some assistance. Although Shikamaru could not provide significant aid, his father was quite formidable. Regrettably, Shikamaru regretted calling out to Naruto just moments ago. I hope my father won't pry too deeply, he thought helplessly. Yet, that was highly unlikely, as his father was notably astute, especially upon learning that he and Naruto were friends. Third Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke has been taken away by Naruto and has not returned to the house you prepared for him, an Umbu agent reported, kneeling before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Taken away by Naruto? Hiruzen replied, perplexed. Are they so close? Had they not previously lacked interaction? It seemed something had transpired that he was unaware of. He had assumed Naruto's visit to the hospital to see Sasuke was merely coincidental, later justified by his own orders. After all, despite Naruto's rebellious facade, he still heeded Hiruzen's words. It appeared there were additional factors at play. He had not anticipated being deceived. Quite the unexpected turn of events. Do not concern yourself with him. Go monitor the Uchiha clan's territory. Since Sasuke is living with Naruto, the surveillance should be lifted. Otherwise, it may displease Naruto, Hiruzen instructed. He was already aware that Naruto would become quite unruly if he sensed he was being watched. He had not expected Naruto to possess such keen awareness, believing instead that Naruto was simply adept at detecting something amiss. Yes, third Hokage, the Umbu replied, retreating. Meanwhile, Hiruzen pondered the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke, but soon chose to relinquish his concerns. They were merely two children, even if their backgrounds were somewhat extraordinary. Hiruzen did not feel it warranted excessive scrutiny. Furthermore, fostering camaraderie between the Jinchuriki and the Uchiha could yield benefits. Hiruzen had not considered the possibility of Naruto and Sasuke harboring resentment towards Konoha. In his perspective, regardless of the circumstances, they remained Konoha's citizens, destined to fight for the village, especially with Naruto's aspiration to become Hokage. The matter concerning Sasuke was a miscalculation on his part. Yet Hiruzen would not doubt Naruto's resolve to become Hokage. Naruto's ambition was unmistakable. However, he had not anticipated that Naruto's desire to be Hokage was not solely for the protection of Konoha, but rather to carve out a suitable existence for himself while seeking vengeance. Given how the villagers had treated him, how could Naruto harbor no negative feelings and still aspire to be their protector? It would be remarkable if he did not unleash a massacre upon assuming office. Nonetheless, covert vengeance was inevitable. Once again, Naruto skipped school. But this time he did so alone, without Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. The previous day, Naruto had refrained from avenging Sasuke due to Hiruzen's presence. Today, Naruto Uzumaki intends to seize the opportunity while unobserved. He has never subscribed to the notion that children would utter such hurtful words without reason. They may be entirely unaware of the implications of their speech, merely echoing their parents' sentiments. Nevertheless, Naruto is not one to act irrationally. He is determined to track down the source of the remarks. The individuals in his class are those whom he has previously reprimanded, and he is well aware of their residences. Given that Naruto must continue residing in Konoha, he is mindful of not engaging in excessively reckless behavior. However, a modest lesson is certainly permissible. He will locate their homes and ascertain if anyone is present. The simplest method involves using a sack, but it is likely that some may be away on missions. After all, even the children of civilians are not entirely ordinary. At least one parent is typically a ninja. The probability of a ninja child appearing in a purely civilian household is exceedingly low, not to mention the likelihood of them qualifying for an elite class. For those at home, Naruto discreetly administers a lesson. As for those absent, he will seek another opportunity in the future. Even if they are forgotten, it will matter little. Once Naruto ascends to the position of Hokage, all those who have wronged him will face consequences. At that time, they will either endure torment or meet a swift demise. Naruto will not let any of his tormentors escape unscathed. When they chose to bully him, they should have been prepared for retaliation. He is, after all, the Nine Tails, a fact they seem unaware of. Kindness is not his defining trait. Rather, it is malevolence. By the time Naruto returns to the classroom, he is somewhat disheveled. After all, facing several adults, even with Kurama's assistance, his small stature proves a disadvantage. Despite the presence of chakra enabling transformation techniques, Naruto's stamina is insufficient. Several adults, even if merely chunin, possess substantial practical experience, unlike Irika Yumino, who is rich in theoretical knowledge yet lacks real-world application. What have you been up to? Have you dirtied yourself? Sasuke Uchiha observes Naruto, who has skipped class and returned in a state of disarray. Chapter 53, Revenge. Who knows? Naruto brushes off the question, unwilling to disclose to Sasuke that he has taken matters into his own hands for vengeance, as that would invite unnecessary complications. His intention was solely to assist Sasuke, without the need for acknowledgement or repayment. Revealing this would only create discomfort for both of them. Sasuke, perceiving Naruto's silence, feels exasperated, as if he is treating him like a child. Does he truly believe he is so naive as to swallow Naruto's fabrications? It's nothing significant, just a few ruffians. Naruto attempts to clarify. Indeed, they are merely ruffians, albeit the offspring of ruffians. This does not constitute a lie. Well, that is acceptable. Those ruffians certainly pose no real threat to you. Although Sasuke is not entirely certain of Naruto's true capabilities, he acknowledges that if Naruto's father has entrusted him with certain tasks, he must possess considerable strength. Did anything interesting happen in the morning? Naruto inquires. Noticing that Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi are present and not slacking off. Nothing, except for an unexpected practical lesson, Sasuke replies. The schedule at the Ninja Academy is typically fixed, yet today there seems to be an anomaly. Naruto nods in understanding. practical lessons make sense. Shikamaru and Choji find theoretical classes tedious, but endure practical ones. Naturally, Naruto harbors disdain for both, particularly as he endures the presence of a teacher who perpetually demeans and despises him. Unlike the original narrative, where Iruka undergoes a transformation largely due to Naruto's expectations, Naruto now regards Iruka with indifference. With Kurama by his side, he has no inclination to seek validation from inconsequential figures. Did you seek revenge for Sasuke? Shikamaru queries discreetly while Choji is absent. Having witnessed Naruto's restraint the previous day, Shikamaru sensed something amiss. True to his instincts, Naruto left the classroom without waiting for them. They spoke out of turn. Naturally, retribution is warranted. Naruto beams, satisfied with his actions. You agree with my approach, don't you, Shikamaru? Otherwise, you would have reported me or ceased associating with me. Let us not put it that way. I've never deemed it right. It's merely fair in your context. Shikamaru does not appreciate the cycle of retaliation, yet acknowledges that for Naruto, striking back is the most effective course. Without parental figures to advocate on his behalf, and while the village would certainly look out for him, they would not intervene in such trivial matters. Thus, Naruto's chosen method is indeed the most appropriate. As ninjas, they must rely on their own strength to retaliate. This will instill fear in their adversaries, compelling them to reconsider their actions in the future. However, you must exercise caution next time. Your actions were rather conspicuous, Shikamaru advises, eyeing Naruto as evident disarray. Sasuke, unaware of the situation, has yet to grasp Naruto's true nature. However, as time progresses and they coexist, understanding will inevitably flourish. Shikamaru is uncertain of Sasuke's character or his perspective on Naruto's behavior. Yet it is wise to conceal the truth until clarity is achieved. At least this will allow Naruto to maintain a favorable impression before Sasuke discerns his true self, providing some leeway for both parties. Otherwise, Naruto may find himself in a precarious position. I understand, but Sasuke is not that kind of person, Naruto asserts confidently. Anyone Sasuke deems worthy must possess admirable qualities. Just as Shikamaru appears to be an exceptionally reasonable individual, yet fails to prevent Naruto's actions. What are you two discussing? Choji approaches and sits beside Naruto. These two had dismissed him as soon as they arrived in the forest, after making the effort to join them. It seems he is merely a spectator as they whisper amongst themselves. If that is the case, why did they bring him along? Naruto gestures toward the fish they have caught. While the quantity is modest, it is certainly enough for the three of them. This is not due to their fishing prowess. Rather, Naruto has infused chakra into the fishing line, enabling him to seek out fish akin to a puppet string. This technique is not derived from Minato Namikaze, but is a survival strategy Naruto has devised for himself. After joining Shikamaru and Choji, he has shared this technique with them, which has proven particularly useful, especially when combined with the Shadow Jutsu. Nara Shikamaru's willingness to assist Naruto Uzumaki stemmed from Naruto's agreement to share this method with his family. In a corner unnoticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto had already established a connection with Inazuka Kiba and Akimichi Choji due to their camaraderie. Did we not agree to have grilled fish? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Choji readily believed him, never once contemplating the possibility of being deceived. Any prior grievances he harbored about gathering firewood were merely self-complaints. We could also make fish soup. I recently learned how, and there are mushrooms nearby, Naruto suggested, gesturing towards the fresh mushrooms sprouting beneath the trees after the rain. Then let us have fish soup, Naruto, Choji replied, his anticipation for Naruto's culinary skills evident. Naruto's cooking was well loved by Choji, and while grilled fish was a common choice, Naruto's fish soup was undeniably the most delectable. Realizing he had neglected Choji recently due to his preoccupation with Sasuke Uchiha's affairs, Naruto felt a twinge of guilt. He had been absent from class more than half the time, and the few occasions he did attend were solely to confer with Shikamaru. Consequently, it was understandable that Choji was often left behind in the classroom. However, Naruto's thoughts shifted to the fact that Choji's absence was likely more attributed to his declining grades. With this realization, Naruto's guilt lessened considerably. That's wonderful, Choji exclaimed. Chapter 54. Unexpected developments. Can we really add mushrooms to the fish soup? Shikamaru questioned, somewhat skeptically. His doubts were not about Naruto's culinary prowess, but rather about the safety of the mushrooms. Consuming the wrong kind could lead to poisoning, and if that were to happen, none of them would be around to help. Do not worry. Although I just learned to cook with mushrooms, I have tried them before, Naruto replied confidently. However, the one who truly experimented was Kurama, as Naruto had been quite busy lately, allowing Kurama more freedom to emerge. That's good. I do not wish to encounter any issues again, Shikamaru sighed in relief, recalling the previous incident where Naruto's culinary experiment nearly landed them in the hospital. That was merely an accident. Can we not have a little trust between us? Naruto retorted, plucking mushrooms from the ground. If it were just that one time, perhaps I could trust you, Shikamaru mused as he assisted. Yet it was evident that Naruto's missteps were not limited to a singular occurrence, with the last being the most severe. Cooking requires experimentation. Besides, we are foraging, and it costs nothing, Naruto defended himself, albeit with a hint of guilt. Yet one cannot risk their life for experimentation. You ought to be more cautious, Naruto, Shikamaru advised. Previously, Naruto had lacked the presence of Sasuke. But now with Sasuke in the picture, it was hoped that Naruto would exercise more restraint. Shikamaru had long recognized Naruto's lack of will to live, but he concealed it well. The only reason Shikamaru could discern this was due to his own disillusionment with life. He merely wished to exist simply. However, he and Naruto were fundamentally different. Naruto was the type who would not resist if given the chance to perish, whereas Shikamaru, despite his lack of expectations, was not inclined towards thoughts of death. Thus, while Shikamaru had noticed Naruto's issues, he was unsure how to address them. I will be more mindful in the future, Naruto thought, recalling Sasuke's presence that morning in his room, igniting a flicker of hope for life within him. Stop chatting and get over here, Choji called, having finished building the fire. I'm coming, Naruto responded, leading the way. He was content with his current life and had no desire to experience the sensation of death. In truth, even without Sasuke, Naruto would not frequently contemplate dying. The previous incident had truly been an accident. He had no inkling that it would lead them to the hospital. He simply enjoyed experimenting with various endeavors, believing that nothing fatal would occur. However, it was best not to divulge these thoughts to Shikamaru. Hey, have you heard? Yes, they were thoroughly beaten. Indeed, who could be so heartless? The discussions surrounding the recent assaults spread throughout the school. Since the Uchiha clan's downfall, the security of the village had been a shared responsibility between the Umbu and Root, a temporary arrangement until a new security force could be established following the division of interests. Yet, in just a few weeks, the villagers had begun to recognize the Uchiha's contributions. At least when the Uchiha oversaw village security, Naruto would not dare to brazenly confront others in broad daylight. Although they appeared unapproachable, the Uchiha were, in fact, impartial and fair, treating everyone equally without any favoritism. Even when Hiruzen was apprehended, they would ensure he spent the night in custody. Now, with others in charge, undesirable behavior quickly infiltrated the village. Previously, the villagers had complained about the Uchiha's sternness, nitpicking over trivial matters. Now, they lamented the Umbu's sycophantic behavior, yearning for the Uchiha's fearless stance against power. However, lamenting was futile. A significant portion of the Uchiha's current plight was due to the villagers' ostracism. Had it not been for the villagers' exclusion, the Uchiha would not have reached such a dire state. Did you do this? Sasuke Uchiha inquired, turning to Naruto. While Sasuke did not keep a record of those who spoke ill of him, he certainly remembered the most vocal offenders. The troublemakers were evidently the same individuals who had failed to grasp the situation. Upon reflection, he realized that the only recent conflict he had with them was his own, and since he had not retaliated, it must have been Naruto who acted. It was likely that Naruto had sullied his uniform during a previous class skip. They are quite bothersome, aren't they? Naruto admitted without denial. Indeed, they are annoying, he conceded, despite initially not intending to inform Sasuke. However, this did not stop Sasuke from surmising the truth, all while pretending to be unaware. He was not a selfless do-gooder, rather, he was someone who believed in reciprocation. I completely agree, Sasuke nodded. If it were not for his current lack of strength, he would have sought revenge himself. Once he could evade the village's scrutiny like Naruto, he would teach them a lesson. Initially, Sasuke had not paid them much mind, only irritated by their remarks. When the Uchiha were still present, they too faced the villagers' exclusion. Yet as he watched Naruto deal with the troublemakers, Sasuke felt a surge of satisfaction. Their predicament was of their own making. He was merely returning the favor. There was nothing wrong with that. It was quite gratifying. Can I join you next time? Uchiha Sasuke contemplated for a moment, yet he yearned to take action immediately. If you wish, Uzumaki Naruto chuckled. Initially, he had been concerned that Sasuke's inherent kindness might lead him to disapprove of his intentions. However, it was evident that the person he admired was not inherently virtuous either, mirroring his own nature. This was indeed delightful. As for the potential dangers of bringing Sasuke along, he was reassured by the presence of Kurama to assist them. Furthermore, after this encounter, discussions surrounding Sasuke would likely diminish. Even if they persisted, they would be whispered behind closed doors. By the time Sasuke found his opportunity, it was possible that they would have both grown even stronger. I certainly won't let such an opportunity slip by, Sasuke smiled, revealing that he had never been a paragon of virtue. What good is there in a ninja being noble? Previously, he had the protection of his family and sensed that they favored his benevolent demeanor. Now, as he stood alone, a touch of wickedness seemed preferable. Chapter 55. The blindness. I knew you were no good, Sasuke. Naruto leaned closer, his smile bright. I've never claimed to be a good person, Sasuke replied without objection. That's good to know. I'm not a good person either, Naruto expressed satisfaction with Sasuke's response. He understood that Sasuke had always recognized Naruto's lack of virtue, not due to any flaws in Naruto's usual behavior, but rather from an inexplicable aura that surrounded them, a mysterious connection that allowed them to perceive each other's true selves. It appeared that Sasuke was not angered. Nara Shikamaru, having found the two on the rooftop, noted their meal together. News of the previous morning's incident had spread, and Shikamaru was concerned for Naruto, given the abruptness of the situation. To his surprise, he observed that Naruto and Sasuke interacted as they always had. Instantly, Shikamaru felt relieved. He genuinely cared for Naruto. Of course, Sasuke is just like me, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Clearly, he was pleased with Sasuke's presence. As long as you're happy, Shikamaru remarked, bemused by Naruto's exuberance. He had never seen Naruto so joyfully foolish. Is there something on your mind? Naruto inquired, glancing at Shikamaru, who had seated himself beside him. Shikamaru believed that a friend of a friend is not necessarily a friend, and with Sasuke present, he would not approach Naruto. Well, there is something, Shikamaru acknowledged, turning his gaze toward Sasuke. Is it related to me? Sasuke asked, surprised by Shikamaru's attention. Although both were friends of Naruto, they had never engaged with one another. Shikamaru? Naruto furrowed his brow, looking at Shikamaru. He had previously urged Shikamaru to gather information from his family, and he was surprised to see results so swiftly, especially concerning Sasuke. Regarding the Uchiha clan, Shikamaru stated, his tone growing anxious. He had initially thought there was no significant issue, only to uncover a grave matter. He understood that the Uchiha circumstances were complex. A once great clan could not simply be annihilated without reason, yet the village had indeed claimed so. There might be hidden truths and unsavory dealings, but such matters were trivial. Time marched forward, and such changes were unavoidable. The Senju clan had once been resplendent, yet now they had dwindled to nothing. However, Shikamaru had assumed that despite their decline, some assets would remain for Sasuke, being the last of the Uchiha. Just as Tsunade was respected despite her absence from the village, Sasuke, too, should have retained some measure of respect due to his lineage. What is going on? Shikamaru's unusual agitation caught Naruto's attention, as he had never seen him so troubled, not even when he first learned of his own identity. Is this place safe? Shikamaru was aware of Naruto's unique abilities. It is safe, Naruto pondered before adding. If there are any issues, I will intervene. Do you know about the Uchiha clan's assets? Shikamaru pressed, wanting to clarify. Although he could surmise that the Uchiha's wealth would not be restored, the village would not directly convey this to Sasuke. Thus, he felt compelled to inquire. I know a bit, Naruto stated. The village is likely to seize it entirely. The best outcome would be a small portion for us. But the most probable scenario is that we receive nothing at all. Sasuke responded, revealing no significant displeasure. He understood that he was incapable of safeguarding the Uchiha's legacy, and could not blame others for this failure. Even if the village had erred, the greater fault lay with his own weakness. Had he possessed strength, the Uchiha clan's territory would have been his, and he would not need to share space with Naruto. Indeed, the Uchiha's assets have already been divided among the village elite. This is an established fact, Shikamaru said gravely. However, what I wish to discuss is something else. Naruto, influenced by Shikamaru's seriousness, also adopted a more solemn demeanor, recognizing that Shikamaru rarely treated matters lightly. What is it? Taking a deep breath, Shikamaru revealed, that night, the Uchiha were found without their eyes. What? Both Naruto and Sasuke gasped in shock. While Naruto was merely taken aback by the tragedy befalling the Uchiha, Sasuke's reaction was profound. He could accept the death of his kin, but the removal of their eyes was intolerable. Had the village collected the Sharingan merely for safety after the Uchiha's demise, Sasuke would have held no objections. The Uchiha clan had always gathered the Sharingan of fallen members, even providing gifted clan members with the eyes of deceased relatives. However, now that the Uchiha clan was all but extinct, Sasuke found himself unable to protect his family's eyes. If the village had been willing to safeguard the Sharingan, it would have been a different matter. Yet, Shikamaru's implication was evidently far more sinister. What is the situation? Naruto doubted that Shikamaru would speak without full understanding, and he grasped Sasuke's shoulder, preventing him from reacting impulsively. When the Umbu arrived, many of the Uchiha appeared to have already lost their eyes. They were supposed to recover the bodies and seal the Sharingan for preservation. Yet only a few Sharingan were discovered. Shikamaru continued, recalling his father's frustrations regarding the matter and feeling as though he too had entered a quagmire. What did Uncle Kakashi say? Naruto asked, still holding Sasuke protectively, ensuring that Shikamaru did not glimpse Sasuke's Sharingan. What else could he say? The Umbu found no discrepancies. What could I uncover? Shikamaru replied despondently. The esteemed Hokage harbored no thoughts on the matter, and neither did my father, who, along with Uncle Hai, failed to detect any issues. They realized the truth only too late. The Umbu had no other recourse but to seek their assistance. Chapter 56. The Two Tomo, I understand now. Thank you, Shikamaru. Naruto Uzumaki nodded at Nara Shikamaru, signaling for him to depart first. This afternoon, Sasuke and I won't be attending class. We're heading to the forest. All right. Shikamaru understood that Naruto was implying he shouldn't bring Choji along. The forest was one of the few places where Naruto could truly relax, a fact Shikamaru was well aware of. Then I'll take my leave. Take care of yourselves. Shikamaru observed Naruto's hand resting over Sasuke Uchiha's eyes, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze before he swiftly averted his eyes. Whatever the issue was, it was none of his concern. Naruto did not converse with Sasuke, instead guiding him away from the school with a gentle yet firm grip. Sasuke followed numbly, uncertain of how to respond. Soon, they arrived at the forest, a sanctuary beyond the reach of prying eyes. Naruto had not stumbled upon this location by chance. He was acutely aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed a jutsu capable of remote surveillance. However, all ninjutsu had limitations, and this forest lay sufficiently distant. Unless shadowed by the ever-watchful Umbu, Hiruzen would remain oblivious to their activities here. Through numerous trials, Naruto had discovered this haven, which had become his solitary refuge within the village. When Kakashi Hatake kept a watchful eye on him, this forest was entirely Naruto's domain. Kakashi was often aligned with Naruto in minor matters and, in significant ones, sided with Naruto's very survival. Sasuke, you're too tense, Naruto remarked, withdrawing his hand from Sasuke's eyes, concealing the two Tomo Sharingan beneath his palm. The village is not a safe place for you. You must learn to manage your emotions. For a 7-year-old, mastering one's emotions was indeed a formidable task, yet as ninjas, it was not beyond their capabilities. Naruto had learned to control his emotions adeptly, leading him to believe that Sasuke should be able to as well. Naruto's ability stemmed from a childhood spent amidst deception, further aided by the presence of Kurama. Sasuke, on the other hand, had not shared that experience, and thus struggled to maintain his composure. Control. How can I control myself? What do you want me to do? Sasuke erupted in frustration. He had initially thought that the Uchiha massacre was merely the result of provoking enemies, blocking others' paths. Yet, he had failed to grasp that it was all about the Sharingan. Perhaps he had suspected but was unwilling to accept it. For the sake of the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan had been utterly annihilated, without exception. Now, Sasuke was consumed by a frenzy, intent on destroying everything around him. He disregarded Naruto, driven solely by a desire for destruction. Calm down, Sasuke. Naruto's voice grew firmer upon witnessing Sasuke's turmoil. Calm down. How can I possibly calm down? They were killed and had their eyes gouged out. What am I supposed to do about that? Sasuke retorted, his anguish palpable. The entire Uchiha clan. Hundreds of lives extinguished for an unattainable desire. The Sharingan was notoriously invasive. Few could survive its influence, with Kakashi being a rare exception. Having only one eye, and not being weak to begin with, he had managed to live, but only with the consent of the Sharingan's original owner. In contrast, Shimura Danzo had not been weak either, yet after implanting too many Sharingan, he had been forced to rely on Hashirama's cells for survival, with his Sharingan remaining sealed. One could only imagine how envious Danzo must have been of Kakashi, who, despite having transplanted a Sharingan, continued to thrive without jeopardizing his life, earning renown through it. Aside from that, there were no known cases of outsiders surviving the transplantation of the Sharingan. No one could withstand its corrosive nature. They're all dead. They're all dead. Sasuke clutched Naruto's collar, leaning in closer. The two Tomo and Sasuke's eyes flickered ominously, hinting at a potential escalation. Observing the transformation in Sasuke's Sharingan, Naruto felt alarmed. Sasuke was still far too young for the three Tomo. Instead of pushing Sasuke away, Naruto placed his hand on Sasuke's back and swiftly incapacitated him with a precise strike to the nape of his neck. Sasuke immediately slumped against Naruto, who caught him gently and laid him on the ground. Naruto sat quietly beside Sasuke, awaiting his awakening, while also pondering the fate of the Uchiha. The act of gouging out eyes was indeed brutal. Such is the destiny of the Uchiha, Kurama remarked indifferently, having overheard Naruto's thoughts. It's surprising you believe in destiny. Naruto retorted, aren't you a tailed beast? So what if I am? Even tailed beasts enjoy a good spectacle, Kurama replied nonchalantly. Let me tell you. The eyes of Uchiha Madara were taken from his own brother's sockets. Kurama continued, weaving a sinister tale. Perhaps one day, this little brat's eyes will also find their way into his brother's gaze. You never mentioned this before, Naruto exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. He was aware that the pinnacle of the Sharingan was the Mangekyo, as exemplified by Madara, but he had not realized it involved eye transplantation. If that were the case, Itachi's request for him to look after Sasuke might also have ulterior motives concerning Sasuke's eyes. Regardless of the reasoning, Itachi's intentions were sincere, and Naruto could discern no ulterior motives. I simply hadn't thought of it, Kurama admitted sheepishly. This information had merely been an incidental discovery within Kushina's consciousness, of which Kurama had not given much thought. At that time, it had believed Madara to be dead, eagerly awaiting the demise of Hashirama and Kushina. It's not too late to discuss it now. After all, I will assist you in whatever you wish to do, Kurama hastily added, not wanting to provoke Naruto's ire. While it was not afraid of Naruto, it certainly did not wish to appear diminutive in his presence. Being a tailed beast, it could never allow itself to become a mere pet before Naruto. The sealing space resided within Naruto, granting him absolute control. Although the reason behind this was unclear, it had come to be, despite the sealing space traditionally belonging to tailed beasts. Chapter 57. Always by your side, this was more like it. Naruto momentarily spared Kurama from scrutiny. His grip on Sasuke remained unwavering, which meant Sasuke would not awaken for at least an hour. With no other choice but to remain by Sasuke's side, Naruto strolled to the riverbank. Here, he could keep an eye on Sasuke while ensuring he was safe from any lurking threats, and he could also enjoy the soothing waters. Naruto Uzumaki's living expenses were barely sufficient for his own sustenance, and now the burden has doubled with the addition of Sasuke Uchiha. Although the financial support has increased, so too has the number of mouths to feed, leaving Naruto still struggling to make ends meet. Furthermore, the resistance from merchants towards Naruto remains persistent, albeit more subtle. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi is powerless to intervene, as this situation aligns with his own expectations. Consequently, Naruto resorts to seeking alternative means of income. His financial resources merely suffice for survival, yet they do not afford him a comfortable existence. Under the tutelage of Kurama, Naruto has learned to endure hardships without complaint, rejecting the notion of merely existing. Particularly following his recent hunger strike, Kurama has taken to meticulously overseeing Naruto's diet, forbidding any negligence in satisfying his hunger. Should Naruto be caught slacking, he would face a lengthy period of preparing his own meals. Kurama, despite its reluctance to harm Naruto, finds itself in a position where it cannot inflict pain upon him. If it had the capacity to do so, it would not hesitate to impose a stern lesson on Naruto. Gradually, under Kurama's influence, Naruto has developed a newfound appreciation for food. Now, tasked not only with his own hunger but also with Sasuke's, he finds himself approaching the matter with an unusual seriousness. Kurama has even dispatched a shadow clone into the forest. This technique, which Naruto mastered long ago, is familiar to Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, being one of the first jutsu he learned. Initially, it was through this very technique that Kurama ventured out to hunt in the woods. Although Naruto himself is indifferent to the possibility of injury, Kurama appears significantly concerned. This is not a trivial matter. Naruto willingly complies with Kurama's wishes, knowing he can catch fish by the riverbank, albeit under Kurama's watchful eye. The traps in the forest require daily inspection. As Naruto focuses on fishing, the responsibility for the traps naturally falls to Kurama. Once Kurama completes its task, it need not return. Simply dispelling the shadow clone suffices, making the process highly efficient. An hour later, Naruto timed his fishing venture to perfection and settled beside Sasuke. The latter awoke punctually. "You're awake?" Naruto remained still, observing as Sasuke gradually became alert. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused you, Naruto." Sasuke reflected on past events. Despite Naruto's assurance that they would be watched over in the village and his own promise to remain calm, he had acted impulsively, undoubtedly causing Naruto considerable inconvenience. "Not at all. You have not troubled me," Naruto replied sincerely. He had brought Sasuke here without anyone's knowledge and had swiftly rendered him unconscious. Their excursion into the forest was merely a routine act of skipping class. Only Shikamaru Nara was privy to Sasuke's situation, and he was not one to gossip. Thus, Sasuke had not brought any trouble upon Naruto. Rather, it was Naruto who had willingly incurred difficulties. Skipping class for the first time as a diligent student, Naruto teased. "But you did skip class," he noted with a smirk. "I'm not a model student. I simply find no interest in skipping class when sitting in the classroom is preferable," Sasuke countered. Despite the monotony of ninja school, he did not believe that skipping class would yield greater enjoyment. Moreover, the knowledge acquired at ninja school proved valuable, emphasizing details he had never encountered in the Uchiha clan, leading to considerable frustration during his self-study. It is not entirely the Uchiha's fault. Such details are instinctively filled in once the Sharingan is awakened. They had never considered the need to teach these intricacies to clan members without the ocular prowess. Sasuke was able to see because he was the clan leader's child. Otherwise, he would have had to wait until he unlocked his first tomo. Of course, after awakening the Sharingan, Sasuke was acutely aware of its inherent security mechanism. Those without the Sharingan could not comprehend it. Slowly, Sasuke moved closer to Naruto, positioning himself adjacent to him. "Naruto, am I too weak?" he questioned, gripping his hands tightly, pressing them into his palms. "You are indeed weak," Naruto admitted, taking Sasuke's hand and freeing his fingers from their grip. "But fear not, I will strengthen alongside you." Placing his hand atop Sasuke's, Naruto grasped it firmly. "Sasuke, I shall always be by your side." "Indeed," Sasuke replied, reciprocating the grip. "This is what you promised, to stay with me, always." No lies. As Sasuke opened his two-tomo Sharingan, although it was merely a pair of tomo, the essence of the Sharingan remained unchanged, a confluence of Yin chakra, exuding an aura of malevolence. The sinister energy washed over them. Yet Naruto exhibited no reaction. In comparison to Kurama's malevolence, Sasuke's two-tomo was trivial. Noting Naruto's lack of response, Sasuke voiced his dissatisfaction, calling his name. "No lies. Sasuke must stay with me, understand?" Naruto's eyes glimmered with tenderness, his blue irises brightening. Yet, only Naruto was aware that beneath the brightness lay a darkness of red. Naruto had long been integrated with Kurama's chakra. This was an inevitable result of being a Jinchuriki. Otherwise, why would a Jinchuriki remain inseparable from their tailed beast? Especially in Naruto's case, where he shared a profound connection with Kurama, the transformation was remarkably swift. Chapter 58, Vigilance Following Recent Events. Sasuke had evidently become more composed and diligent. He no longer fixated on attending ninja school obediently. Instead, he began to skip classes alongside Naruto. While Naruto and his companions indulged in merriment, Sasuke diligently trained beside them. "Is it truly all right for Sasuke to push himself like this?" Choji Akimichi expressed concern as he observed Sasuke. Having skipped classes since the morning, it was now midday, and Sasuke showed no signs of stopping. It seemed excessive. Indeed, this level of intensity day after day could lead to injuries, Shikamaru noted with worry. Over time, despite not forming the same bond with Sasuke as he had with Naruto, they had grown closer. Sasuke's relentless training was bound to inflict irreversible damage on his body. It's fine, although this approach may not be kind to his body. It allows him to unwind mentally. Uchiha Sasuke has been consumed by anxiety, and although Uzumaki Naruto has noticed this, he finds himself lacking effective solutions. Allowing Sasuke to vent his emotions through training may be beneficial. As for any physical injuries, they can be deemed negligible at this moment, compared to his physical state. Sasuke's mental well-being is of paramount importance, Naruto mused. Does he not worry about Sasuke's current condition? Certainly, he harbors concerns, yet worry alone cannot remedy the situation. Sasuke's mental state is precarious, and finding a means to express his frustrations is already a positive step. If Sasuke were to abandon training altogether, devoid of his hatred, that would indeed spell disaster. You should also offer him some counsel. Don't let him completely neglect himself, Nara Shikamaru remarked, feeling exasperated by Naruto's leniency. Sasuke's lineage is undoubtedly formidable, but ultimately, it cannot be compared to your physical prowess, Shikamaru continued. Do not solely measure Sasuke's capabilities by your own standards. Are you truly aware that Sasuke's physical constitution is not as exceptional as you might believe? He is merely an ordinary individual with a modicum of talent. There are few who possess the same vigor as you do, Naruto. At such a tender age, with a robust physique, adept at climbing trees and swimming, excelling in all endeavors. Even though they are ninjas, unless they engage in relentless training day in and day out, it is impossible to reach your level. In Shikamaru's eyes, Sasuke's current training is tantamount to draining his life force, a course of action he deems unnecessary. Sasuke possesses immense potential as a ninja, given time. He is bound to evolve into a formidable warrior. Such excessive training at this juncture is unwarranted and could even jeopardize his future. If he sustains too many injuries in his youth, the latent potential of his body may never be realized. Should Sasuke's innate potential be sufficient for him to attain S-rank strength, the injuries inflicted by his current overexertion might limit him to merely a rank. Shikamaru endeavored to articulate this in terms Naruto could comprehend. Sasuke is unlikely to heed his advice, and Shikamaru does not intend to directly inform him. Their relationship has not yet reached that level of intimacy. However, since Naruto cares deeply for Sasuke, Shikamaru feels obliged to convey this information to him. How Naruto chooses to communicate with Sasuke is his own matter, but informing him is Shikamaru's responsibility. I understand, Naruto replied after a brief silence. I will ensure Sasuke is mindful. He has been rather careless, often subconsciously overlooking the differences between himself and others. He believes that Sasuke's current condition poses no significant issue, assuming that physical injuries will eventually heal. Yet Naruto forgets a critical factor. Not everyone possesses the Nine Tails. Kurama is unique, at least within Konoha. He is the sole bearer of such power. You've been a tremendous help, Shikamaru. I tend to overlook this aspect, Naruto admitted. Feeling a hint of frustration, he envisions a future where Sasuke stands alongside him as an equal, and the thought of jeopardizing that possibility now fills him with regret. Furthermore, Sasuke is not one to settle for mediocrity. One cannot allow the ignorance of childhood to obliterate future prospects. You ought to adjust your perspective. You often neglect the distinctions between us, Shikamaru urged. He is aware that Naruto is the host of the Nine Tails, but Naruto's casual demeanor could lead to complications. No one in the village knows of Naruto's status as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and wishes to keep it that way. Thus, Naruto should remain oblivious to his uniqueness and live as an ordinary person. However, Naruto's current demeanor does not suggest someone who is entirely unaware. I don't wish for this either, but I have lived this way since childhood. The slightest lapse in vigilance could expose me, Naruto acknowledged. He is acutely aware of his circumstances and remains vigilant in the presence of others, carefully weighing each word he utters. Yet, in the company of familiar faces, in the absence of scrutiny, he tends to relax unconsciously. Shikamaru is one such familiar presence, and the forest is another. Combined, they render Naruto somewhat unreliable in Shikamaru's eyes. Please, exercise a bit more caution. We are not as trustworthy as you might think. Shikamaru comprehends the gravity of Naruto's words, yet they are all citizens of Konoha. Although he is uncertain of Naruto's ultimate objective, he harbors no affection for the village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen does not harbor goodwill towards Naruto either. Should they ever fall under control or be caught in a compromising situation, what would Naruto do then? Of course, I will remain vigilant. But you and Choji are trustworthy individuals. That is beyond question. Naruto possesses unwavering confidence in his judgment of character. He trusts his instincts. Upon first encountering Shikamaru, he sensed they would become friends. Moreover, there is the matter of the Kage's keen insight. With that in play, it would be nearly impossible for Naruto to be deceived. This is something Shikamaru is unaware of. Had he known, he would likely have refrained from making such statements. Given Shikamaru's aversion to complications, he might have distanced himself from Naruto altogether. Compared to being the host of the Nine Tails, having one's thoughts read poses a far greater inconvenience. Chapter 59. Fighting side by side. Sasuke, you heard what Shikamaru said, right? You should take a break, Naruto suggested as he sat on his bed, observing Sasuke, who was engrossed in a book at home. The space was confined, making it impossible for Sasuke to practice taijutsu or ninjutsu. Yet his pursuit of knowledge remained unfaltering. Continuous study is not beneficial for Sasuke. He is too tightly wound. I am merely reading, Sasuke replied without lifting his head. I meant at other times. This is not the issue. The knowledge acquired today will undoubtedly prove invaluable in critical moments, and Naruto does not oppose Sasuke's desire to read more. However, excessive training is unequivocally inadvisable. Sasuke, I envision you rising to the same heights as myself, Naruto declared, positioning himself opposite Sasuke and gently extracting the book from his grasp. We must fight side by side in the future, so do not jeopardize your future now. I feel the same, Sasuke responded, meeting Naruto's gaze filled with expectation and longing. Lowering his hands. That is precisely why I must train even harder. Naruto's innate talent surpasses his own. If he does not exert himself now, he fears being left behind in the future. He yearns to join Naruto in battle, not just in the future, but also in the present. There is ample time ahead. We need not rush, Sasuke. Naruto comprehends Sasuke's sentiments. Yet, one must not forsake the future in pursuit of immediate gains. We do not have unlimited time. Both of us face our own challenges. Sasuke countered, acknowledging their precarious situation. The truth behind the Uchiha massacre and Naruto's true identity loom over them like a sword. Our situation is quite secure. I am the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even if the village harbors disdain for me, they would never dare to act against me. Naruto Uzumaki grasped Sasuke Uchiha's hand. You are the last of the Uchiha clan. Although the true intentions of Itachi Uchiha remain shrouded in mystery, he will undoubtedly wait for your growth. Our time is abundant. The years spent in the Ninja Academy belong entirely to us. As long as we are students, no danger shall befall us. Naruto wished to ease Sasuke's tension and convey his thoughts. Even though Konoha harbors some reservations regarding them, no actions would be taken before their graduation. Previously, in an effort to make Sasuke comprehend the gravity of their situation, he had spoken too harshly of the village, though, in truth, it was not as dire as he portrayed. The students of the Ninja Academy enjoy freedom and safety. Until they graduate, nothing untoward will occur. Even someone like him, who has been under constant surveillance since birth, experienced a fleeting sense of freedom upon entering the academy. Please, don't be so tense, Sasuke, Naruto said, leaning closer to him, resting his forehead against Sasuke's. Sasuke wanted to say something, yet the words eluded him. Unlike Naruto, who had the Kyuubi as a safeguard and felt little concern for anything that might happen, Sasuke was alone. Naruto, despite his companionship, was merely a peer of the same age. In such circumstances, it was difficult for Sasuke to fully trust Naruto and allow himself to relax. Trust me, alright? I would never joke about our safety, Naruto continued, sensing Sasuke's hesitation. Fine, I won't push it anymore. Ultimately, Sasuke could not bear to refuse Naruto. He resolved to train a little less, knowing it was for his own good. He did not wish to jeopardize his future due to current ignorance. Without Naruto, he might have cared little for his future, as revenge was all that mattered. But now, he yearned for a future alongside Naruto, to fight side by side with him. To celebrate, how about a feast tonight? Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Without waiting for Sasuke's response, he sprang up and headed toward the kitchen. When Sasuke was awake, the Kyuubi rarely emerged to prepare meals. Sasuke knew that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, yet he was unaware of the depth of their bond. Regardless of the circumstances, the Kyuubi remained paramount to Naruto. Sasuke picked up his book again, realizing he was of little help in the kitchen. Perhaps he simply lacked the talent. On his first attempt to assist, as he stepped into the kitchen, he followed Naruto's instructions meticulously, yet the outcome was inedible, wasting their ingredients. Undeterred by his initial failure, both he and Naruto tried again and again until they had exhausted their supplies. They had to accept the unfortunate truth: the kitchen did not favor Sasuke. It was a matter of natural incompatibility. Ultimately, Sasuke resorted to taking on other household chores that did not involve the kitchen, thus alleviating Naruto's burden, who was responsible for their daily meals. In the days that followed, nothing unusual transpired. Naruto and Sasuke lived their lives in a routine manner. Every morning, Naruto would cook while Sasuke trained. They would then head to school together. Venturing into the forest, Sasuke continued his training, though it was no longer relentless. Naruto would often daydream or converse with Shikamaru and others. Naruto's moments of reverie were not mere distractions. He delved into his consciousness, learning jutsu and sealing techniques that were beyond his current grasp with the Kyuubi's guidance. Naruto never wavered in his desire to master sealing techniques, as it represented his only potential for a future with the Kyuubi. It was not that they were averse to the toads. Rather, they lacked confidence that Konoha would allow them to break the seal. If Konoha were devoid of war or danger, Naruto might never obtain the key to unravel the seal. At that point, what would become of him and the Kyuubi? Though he never articulated it, deep down, Naruto wished for the Kyuubi to be free. Chapter 60. The Kyuubi is not merely a tailed beast. No, that won't he do. This isn't right, Naruto exclaimed in frustration, descending from the sealing barrier and landing beside the Kyuubi. Don't rush, Naruto, relax. We still have time, the Kyuubi replied, though it too longed for freedom and did not wish to see Naruto in such distress. You are still young. Even Minato sealed me at the age of 24. But I will soon graduate, and then I can leave the village, Kyuubi. We can go out and explore. Naruto lamented, lowering his head in dismay. Yet, he had yet to discover a way to completely unseal the barrier. Naruto's desire was to share a life with the Kyuubi, not confined within the sealing space, but to allow the Kyuubi to emerge. This had been his goal all along. Yet 7 years had passed since he inherited the memories of Minato and Kushina, and he had made no progress. Unraveling the sealing paper only loosened the seal slightly, allowing him to access the Kyuubi's chakra more smoothly. But it offered no real benefit to the Kyuubi. While the Kyuubi could more easily manifest, should their relationship falter, it could take advantage of that to overwhelm him. Fortunately, their bond was strong. The partial unsealing had no detrimental effect on the Kyuubi. It remained confined to the sealing space, unable to escape. It's already impressive that at 12, you can partially unseal the barrier, allowing me to move through your body. Before Naruto, the Kyuubi had never considered that a Jinchuriki would willingly allow a tailed beast to use their body. Jinchuriki typically sought to control, fear, and exploit the beasts. Only Naruto showed respect for the Kyuubi. This distinction was enough to satisfy the Kyuubi. As for everything else, as it had stated, Naruto was still too young. Achieving this much was already commendable. I'm sorry, Kyuubi, I'm still too weak, Naruto lamented, resting his head on the Kyuubi's fur. A look of guilt in his eyes. The Kyuubi said nothing, instead draping its tail over Naruto, its fur soft and warm. Naruto had always been fond of softness, a fact the Kyuubi had observed. It had never anticipated that Naruto would have such an affinity for softness, especially when it was related to itself, a tailed beast. However, this was not entirely surprising, as Naruto had lived alongside the Kyuubi since birth. Naruto Uzumaki is indeed the child of Kurama, and this statement holds significant weight. However, there is no need for concern. It is imminent. It is imminent, Naruto murmured softly. Although Naruto cannot instantly break the seal left by Minato Namikaze, he is capable of gradually dismantling it. He has never envisioned unlocking the seal all at once. Minato's genius is widely acknowledged. He was Jiraiya's apprentice and was already adept at dealing with the Chunin of the Hidden Cloud during his time at the Ninja Academy. As the Yellow Flash of the Third Great Ninja War, he could compel enemies to abandon their missions without facing repercussions. He was the youngest Hokage, once a beacon of hope for the Uchiha clan. Naruto does not presume he can surpass Minato. Everything he possesses now is due to Kurama's influence, which has shaped Naruto into who he is today. Therefore, Naruto is determined to unravel the seal. He will gradually erode the locks left by Minato using his sealing techniques. It is imminent. He was overly confident. According to his original plan, the seal should have been entirely broken by the time he graduated. Unexpectedly, he encountered some minor obstacles at the last moment. This was his oversight, yet fortunately, Kurama did not blame him. However, if given a little more time, it will soon come to fruition. Even Minato cannot prevent him from dismantling the seal and releasing Kurama. He has never acknowledged Minato as his father. Suddenly, Naruto sat up and pushed Kurama's tail aside. What's wrong? Kurama was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected shove. Nothing, I just need to continue my research. Rest assured, once I am ready to undertake missions outside the village, I will certainly let you out. Naruto leaped down from Kurama's head and dashed towards his usual spot for studying sealing techniques. There's no need to rush. I don't actually mind remaining inside, Kurama remarked, extending a claw to try and stop Naruto, but Naruto was too swift. Sometimes, Kurama wondered who was so eager to escape. if given the choice. He would not mind sleeping within Naruto for eternity. After all, where one sleeps is inconsequential. Living this way, providing chakra whenever Naruto needed it, was utterly delightful. Especially since Naruto treated him with great kindness, he had never experienced mistreatment within the ceiling space. If he were to be released, however, he might encounter someone like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, which would not bode well. Yet, witnessing Naruto's earnest and diligent demeanor left Kurama at a loss for words. Naruto seemed to harbor an obsession with releasing him. Aside from practicing ninjutsu, he devoted his time to studying sealing techniques. All of this research was aimed at breaking the seal. Kurama truly did not understand why Naruto was so fixated on this endeavor. As a Jinchuriki, one would expect him to wish for the seal to remain intact, as that would ensure his safety from potential threats. Should the seal be broken, and if the tailed beast were to act unruly or fall into the hands of others, the Jinchuriki's life would be at stake. At present, Kurama could easily control Naruto's body. If Naruto were to break the seal, Kurama would be able to emerge without issue. Just as in Boruto, Kurama could manifest while Naruto was asleep. What Naruto truly thought remained a mystery to Kurama. In truth, Naruto's reasoning was straightforward. A Jinchuriki would not befriend a tailed beast nor wish to release it. However, for Naruto, Kurama was more than just a tailed beast. Kurama was family, having watched Naruto grow, akin to a father figure. While a Jinchuriki would not release a tailed beast, a child would certainly wish to liberate their father. Naruto would indeed release Kurama. Kurama was the most significant presence in Naruto's life, more important than Sasuke Uchiha or anything else. Without Kurama, Naruto would not be who he is today. For Kurama's sake, Naruto would go to any lengths necessary. Chapter 61. Rationalizing graduation. Let's skip morning practice today, Naruto said to the recently awakened Sasuke Uchiha. Understood, but remember not to skip class, Sasuke replied, seated on the floor, observing Naruto busily preparing in the kitchen. How could I? I wouldn't dream of skipping today, Naruto responded with a hint of exasperation. Who has to say? Sasuke quipped uncertainly. If I do end up skipping, then I can't graduate alongside you. Naruto turned off the stove and retrieved a plate. Don't worry, I'll remind you, especially considering how well you cook, Sasuke said, rising to take the plate and placing it on the low table. Honestly, after all these years together, can't you speak a little more kindly? Naruto felt exasperated by Sasuke's manner of speaking. It was precisely because Naruto understood Sasuke so well that he was not harmed by Sasuke's facade. In their younger years, he found Sasuke to be quite charming, his words endearing. Each ordinary phrase sounded almost like a playful tease. Yet, for reasons unknown, every utterance from the grown Sasuke could easily provoke ire. Must you? Do you have an issue with that? Sasuke took a seat across from Naruto. Not at all. As long as you're happy, Naruto replied. What else could he say? As long as Sasuke was content, he was fine with it, knowing he could see through Sasuke's words to grasp their true essence. As for others, that was their concern. If they failed to perceive Sasuke's essence, there was no need for interaction. Are you still practicing ninjutsu as before? Sasuke asked abruptly. Yes, I will definitely graduate, Naruto affirmed. Since starting school, he had never showcased his talent for ninjutsu, but this was not due to a lack of ability. Rather, he always relied on Kurama's assistance during his demonstrations. Whether it was termed paranoia or timidness, Naruto simply did not wish for the villagers to know of his true strength. Thanks to Kurama, he was aware of most events since the founding of Konoha. The last gifted individual was Uchiha Kagami and Tsukumo Hatake. Their fates were not favorable, and Naruto would not allow himself to meet a similar end. Though he harbored disdain for Konoha, he could not deny that it offered an unparalleled quality of life within the ninja world. He was not yet ready to relinquish it, especially with his friends present. I truly envy you. You can graduate so effortlessly, Sasuke remarked. If you wish, you can too. The village 1T prevent your graduation. The graduation of the Uchiha heirs was predetermined. They would become vital assets in controlling the tailed beasts, necessitating their graduation alongside the Nine Tails. Sasuke's disdain was unnecessary. He didn't want to be perceived as a failure by the villagers. He could not yet emulate Naruto's spirit. He believed his heart was not as resilient. Despite his formidable strength, he was seen as lagging behind in the eyes of the villagers. Are you alright with graduating? Choji Akimichi approached Naruto's side. He genuinely enjoyed spending time with Naruto, and if Naruto were unable to graduate, their future interactions would be significantly diminished. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly graduate. Even if I do not, I I shall at least bring you something to eat, Naruto Uzumaki reassured Choji Akimichi. He could sense the authenticity of Choji's concern for him, and he relished the feeling of being cared for. Yet, one question lingered. After all this time together, did Choji still not trust him? How could he possibly let himself fail to graduate? Naruto had never considered that Choji's worry stemmed from his deep understanding of him. Although Naruto exhibited a keen intellect and proficiency in ninjutsu, he harbored little hope for the future, projecting an attitude of indifference toward graduation. You should worry about yourself. With Sasuke around, how could Naruto possibly fail? Shikamaru Nara nudged Choji away from Naruto's seat, cautioning that the more they spoke, the more they risked mischief. The village would surely keep a vigilant eye on such a significant matter as graduation from the Ninja Academy. In their class, aside from the commoners, everyone possessed unique skills. On the last day, it was best to refrain from troubling Naruto further. He had been placed in this class to foster connections, not vice versa. Shikamaru, being astute, had a clear perception of Konoha's current situation. The village was primarily utilizing Naruto, and other clans, aside from Sarutobi and Shimura, had also faced various limitations. Naruto's distinctiveness offered the Inoshikacho trio a new avenue. However, until Naruto fully matured, any public acknowledgement from them would be unlikely. Subtle assistance was already the limit. They had their own kin to consider as well. I'm just worried. Given Naruto's grades, Choji grumbled, yet he obediently followed Shikamaru's lead. He wasn't as clever as Shikamaru and struggled to comprehend many things. However, understanding one truth sufficed. Shikamaru would never wish him harm. In moments of confusion, trusting Shikamaru was always the right choice. Shikamaru truly had no words regarding Naruto's performance. He simply could not fathom how, even if feigned, anyone could achieve a score of 0 on a test filled with answers. Even guessing wrong across the board was an arduous task. It required exceptional skill to perfectly evade all correct answers. Yet, he also found it perplexing how the village could justify Naruto's graduation with such dismal scores. After all, the villagers had initially opposed Naruto attending school. While their opinions held little sway, public sentiment was formidable. Shikamaru was genuinely curious how the village would rationalize Naruto's graduation. Seeing the intrigue in Shikamaru's eyes, Naruto realized he was prepared to observe the unfolding spectacle. He too was curious about how Sarutobi Hiruzen would facilitate his graduation with such poor results. With this thought, Naruto unconsciously squeezed Sasuke Uchiha's hand beneath the table. Sasuke, puzzled, glanced at Naruto, only to catch the glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Chapter 62, Shadow Clone Technique. Following Naruto's gaze, Sasuke spotted Shikamaru. Their years of camaraderie had enabled Sasuke to easily discern the emotions reflected in Shikamaru's eyes. It's merely a graduation. Why do these two have so many convoluted ideas? Sasuke mused, baffled by how he had formed friendships with these individuals. Was he truly such a person? If Naruto and Shikamaru were aware of Sasuke's thoughts, they would undoubtedly be at a loss for words. Did he possess no clear self-awareness? What kind of good person would enjoy their company? Among the four, only Choji was genuinely innocent. The others had no right to judge. It appears these youngsters share a good rapport, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked while observing through the crystal ball. In the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku, along with various clan leaders and prospective Jonin instructors, awaited developments. No one spoke, and Hiruzen felt no embarrassment. He remained eagerly engrossed in the crystal ball. Shikaku, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his son possessed an understanding of the situation. Kakashi Hatake secretly felt exhilarated as he watched Naruto in the crystal ball. Since concluding his surveillance of Naruto, he had been engaged in Umbu missions beyond the village. Upon returning 2 years prior, he had been appointed as a Jonin instructor, but his ambition to guide Naruto had led him to repeatedly defer the student evaluations. Of course, that was also due to the students' woefully inadequate abilities. Hiruzen was aware that otherwise, he would not have consented to this arrangement. Kakashi was recognized as a prodigy. Commoners clearly lacked the credentials to be his students. Having declined the position of Jonin instructor, Kakashi had no choice but to continue his missions outside the village, leaving him little time to observe Naruto. Although he could certainly make time, Hiruzen would never approve. Kakashi was wise enough not to provoke Hiruzen's sensitive nerves. Kakashi, do you believe Naruto will graduate? Hiruzen inquired, noting Kakashi's gaze. My subordinates may not know, but if Naruto is confident, he should be able to graduate, Kakashi replied. Fully aware that Hiruzen was probing him, he had not returned to the village nor interacted with Naruto. How could he ascertain Naruto's chances? However, if Naruto were to fail, Hiruzen's urgent summons would serve little purpose. Kakashi had already deferred several students, and if Hiruzen were unaware of his motives, he would not have achieved the position of Hokage. Of course, Kakashi was still informed about Naruto's grades. Even in his absence, he was not without sources for gathering information. The fourth Hokage had passed, and the third Hokage had resumed his position, but the fourth's guard remained. As the sole remaining pupil of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, Kakashi could easily obtain inconsequential information. Is that so? Hiruzen murmured enigmatically, with no expectation for Kakashi to respond. Those who understood the situation could hardly suppress their smirks. Frankly, after all these years, they had never encountered a student as lacking as Naruto. Those privy to Naruto's identity questioned whether he truly was Minato's son. Only the Ino Shikacho trio quietly chuckled, feeling a sense of clarity amidst the collective confusion. In the classroom, Irika Yumino announced the examination's focus, the shadow clone technique. This was the one technique Naruto had shown a glimmer of potential in performing. However, it was merely a glimmer. Naruto's ninjutsu was characterized as flashy yet ineffective, resulting in either a vibrant version of himself or a watercolor rendition sprawled on the ground. It remained a mystery how Kurama's chakra enabled Naruto to attempt such a technique. It seems fortune smiles upon you. It is the technique of the shadow clone. Uchiha Sasuke smirked mockingly at Uzumaki Naruto. Are you mocking me? Uzumaki Naruto retorted, rendered speechless. Perhaps it is a blessing? Uchiha Sasuke countered. The voice of Irika Yumino resonated from the stage. Hope for your own fortune. Uchiha Sasuke confidently ascended the platform. Upon seeing Irika Yumino's gesture, Uchiha Sasuke hesitated not a moment and effortlessly executed the shadow clone technique. Two identical clones promptly materialized beside him. Qualified. Next, Uchiha Sasuke returned to his seat, awaiting the conclusion of the examination. Impressive, Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto admired, gazing at Uchiha Sasuke in awe. Of course, Uchiha Sasuke replied without an ounce of modesty, readily accepting Naruto's praise. You should worry about yourself, he added. To be honest, Uchiha Sasuke held some skepticism towards Uzumaki Naruto's words. With so many villagers harboring disdain for Naruto, judging by the strength he displayed, it seemed unlikely he could graduate. Even with Naruto's unique identity as the son of the fourth Hokage, it would be improbable for him to graduate solely based on that. In the shinobi world, without strength, what use is status? Don't worry, Uzumaki Naruto said, squeezing Uchiha Sasuke's hand beneath the table. He was naturally confident in his abilities. Observing their classmates, all heirs of distinguished clans, he understood he had to forge deep friendships with them. It was imperative that they be his peers, regardless of whether it was a year earlier or later. Only by establishing such bonds could he ensure that, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he remained a part of Konoha and under its control. Thus, even if his academic performance was lacking, he would still graduate. After all, he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Regardless of his personal weaknesses, achieving the rank of Special Jonin or even Jonin was within reach. The Chunin rank was merely the minimum standard. With a little study of shinobi knowledge and the chakra of Kurama, he could easily become a Chunin. Of course, this referred to combat prowess rather than overall competence. Strength alone without experience is meaningless. However, Uzumaki Naruto bore no such worries, for he possessed the complete memories of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Combat experience was a trivial matter for him, especially the exceptional experiences of Minato, the brightest shinobi since the founding of Konoha, renowned as the Yellow Flash during the Third Great Ninja War. He had single-handedly developed S-rank jutsu and created the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Even if he held reservations about Minato, he could not deny his genius. Chapter 63. A misstep next, Uzumaki Naruto, Irika Yumino's voice echoed. Rising, Uzumaki Naruto stepped past Uchiha Sasuke to the front of the class. Let us begin, he said. Irika Yumino still harbored a dislike for Naruto. Despite Naruto's innocence, were his parents not also innocent? They had done nothing wrong, merely ordinary shinobi. Yet they perished at the hands of the Nine Tails, which was far beyond their strength. Uzumaki Naruto felt no nervousness. They were merely a crowd of ordinary individuals, a gathering of those who had monitored him since birth. If he were to feel uneasy under the gaze of strangers, he would not have survived this long. Taking a deep breath, Uzumaki Naruto slowly raised his hands, coordinating his fingers in the process. He appeared quite skilled, if not for the audience's knowledge of the outcome. With his hands joined, a torrent of chakra erupted forth, enveloping the entire room in a thick haze. As the smoke dissipated, two lackluster clones of Uzumaki Naruto emerged, resembling watercolor paintings in a chaotic blend of colors. Unqualified. Irika Yumino exclaimed angrily. Honestly, even if he dislikes Naruto, he has never prevented him from attending class. The shadow clone technique was a fundamental jutsu, a variant of the body flicker technique. How could someone who had studied for 6 years fail to grasp it? Oh, come on, Irika-sensei. Naruto has worked hard. Please let him pass. Mizuki, the kind-hearted teacher, interjected. Impossible. This is the assessment standard set by Lord Hokage. Irika Yumino replied angrily. Indeed, he spoke the truth. The standards were established by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Irika Yumino was merely an ordinary teacher without the authority to alter the Hokage's decision. Return to your seat. Irika Yumino directed Uzumaki Naruto. Even if he bore no affection for Naruto, it did not mean he could accept having such a failing student in his class. Uzumaki Naruto disregarded Irika Yumino's ire. If he had been uncertain about how Hiruzen Sarutobi intended to facilitate his graduation, seeing Mizuki made it clear. Mizuki was not the type to advocate for him, and they had never had any meaningful exchanges. Moreover, Uzumaki Naruto could sense Mizuki's malevolence, an overwhelming air of hostility threatening to overflow. Uzumaki Naruto despised this sensation. Did they perceive him as a fool, believing he was oblivious to their schemes? What happened? A misstep? Uchiha Sasuke taunted, glancing at Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto offered no response, simply returning to his seat in silence. It was best to refrain from speaking at such a moment, having concluded the exam in that manner. He was undoubtedly the center of attention. Although it was no secret that he lived with Uchiha Sasuke, he could not allow others to discover the depth of their relationship. They could mock him freely without provoking any ire. Even the closest of friends would struggle to remain unperturbed under such circumstances. It's none of your business, Uzumaki Naruto replied, turning away, avoiding eye contact with Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, his demeanor conveyed to Uchiha Sasuke that he had not faltered. Everything was proceeding as planned. Of course, it has nothing to do with me. You can no longer be my comrade. Repeat, student. Uchiha Sasuke smirked, comprehending Uzumaki Naruto's intent. With that understanding, he felt no need for concern. Uzumaki Naruto had always harbored his secrets, knowledge that must remain undisclosed. It was not that it could not be known. Uchiha Sasuke sensed that Uzumaki Naruto's reluctance to share stemmed from a desire to protect him. Surely, it involved some danger. Without strength, harboring secrets could invite peril. Uchiha Sasuke felt powerless in this regard and could only strive with all his might to grow stronger. He wished to become stronger, not necessarily to surpass Uzumaki Naruto, but at the very least, not to be perceived as a burden, someone who kept secrets. What he desired was not protection, but to fight alongside him. Uzumaki Naruto sought the same. If he could not achieve that, he would not wait indefinitely for him. He did not wish to be abandoned by Naruto Uzumaki. For Naruto was all he had. It seemed that Naruto would not graduate. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a chuckle. What do you think, Kakashi? It does appear that way. Kakashi Hatake internally scoffed at Hiruzen's words. How could that be? Naruto Uzumaki was the host of the Nine Tails. It was only natural that he would be teammates with a scion of the Uchiha clan. Aren't you concerned? Hiruzen still sought to understand Kakashi's true thoughts. Lord Hokage, you have your plans. I need only to obey, Kakashi replied, kneeling on one knee. Rise. I shall ensure his graduation. Prepare yourself for tonight, Hiruzen instructed. From this, it was clear that Hiruzen was fully aware of Mizuki's plans. After all, the Book of Seals was a vital asset to Konoha. Mizuki could not possibly know its whereabouts without Hiruzen's assistance. Were it not for the intention to provide Naruto with experience, Mizuki might never have discovered its location. One could only conclude that Mizuki was overly confident in his capabilities. A mere chunin, struggling even to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy, could hardly possess the ability to locate the Book of Seals. Ultimately, Mizuki ought to be thankful to Naruto for allowing him to harbor such fantasies about the Book of Seals, an aspiration that others might never achieve. As Naruto sensed Mizuki's relaxation upon realizing his impending failure in the assessment, he grew increasingly curious about Mizuki's schemes. What could a mere chunin do to ensure his graduation? Would it be through a direct defeat? Surely, Mizuki would not betray Konoha. After all, he was a classmate of Irika, which made betrayal seem unlikely. Or perhaps Mizuki's actions were merely a facade orchestrated by Hiruzen, with Mizuki simply executing Hiruzen's directives. His disdain for Naruto could simply be an opportunity for revenge against the Nine Tails. That seemed implausible, as Mizuki bore no apparent grudge against the beast. Chapter 64. Mizuki never minded his grievances or lack thereof. Mizuki was merely a pawn, unworthy of concern. It would be unjust to label Naruto as cruel. Konoha had never treated him kindly. He was merely returning the favor in kind. Due to his tumultuous upbringing, Naruto found it difficult to forge connections. He treated others as they treated him. He would never extend a hand of friendship out of a desire to bond. That was simply beyond him. His distrust in interpersonal relationships was profound. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji were allowed entry into his heart because they fortuitously crossed paths during Naruto's most fervent desire for companionship. And they were innocent children. Otherwise, even to avoid trouble, Naruto would never have approached Ino, Shika, and Cho. After all, you didn't pass the exam either, Choji remarked. A hint of worry in his voice. If not, then so be it. There will be another chance, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Hurry home, there's a celebration to prepare for. His graduation was a trivial matter. He would not delay Choji's long-awaited festivities. Then we shall take our leave, Shikamaru said, unfazed by the incident during the assessment. Naruto's demeanor hardly resembled that of a failure. Goodbye. Naruto knew Shikamaru understood him well and felt no anxiety. If Sasuke Uchiha was his most synchronized companion, then Shikamaru was the one who understood him best. Even Sasuke did not grasp Naruto as well as Shikamaru did, due to their differing statuses. There were matters Naruto preferred Sasuke not to know, yet Shikamaru could be privy to them. It was not that Shikamaru was more important, but rather because of Sasuke's significance. There were things Naruto dared not reveal to him. At that moment, Naruto, though puzzled by Sasuke's importance to him, recognized the distinction between Sasuke and Shikamaru. You should head back too, Naruto said to Sasuke. Come back soon, Sasuke replied, aware that Naruto had unfinished business. Rest assured, it won't take long. It was not that Naruto looked down on Mizuki. Rather, Mizuki truly lacked any prowess. A completely ordinary chunin, devoid of any exceptional skills, did not instill confidence in Naruto. Sitting alone on the swing at the Ninja Academy, he observed the students and parents passing by. He no longer felt sorrow for lacking parents. Perhaps they had loved him dearly, but their love was overshadowed by their devotion to the village. Naruto could not accept love that came with conditions. Had he harbored hatred for Konoha, his parents would have surely ceased their affection. Shaped by his childhood environment, Naruto could only embrace a solitary love, a unique favoritism that he cherished. Naruto, what brings you here? Are you worried about graduation? Mizuki approached Naruto, speaking softly. However, the gentleness belied a sinister undertone. Irika didn't mean to. These are the Hokage's orders. Yet, there is another way to graduate. Mizuki deliberately paused, waiting for Naruto to inquire further. Yet, Naruto would not indulge Mizuki. He continued to swing quietly. Seeing no response from Naruto, Mizuki grew irritated but pressed on. As long as you can obtain the Book of Seals tonight, you can graduate. This is a secret hidden within the exam, known only to those students who have earned their teacher's approval. Do you want to graduate? If so, I can recognize you as my student. Mizuki leaned in closer to Naruto. Really? Naruto's face reflected disbelief, his eyes filled with hope, as if this were his sole chance. Internally, however, Naruto scoffed, wondering what nonsense this was. Could Mizuki not be serious? Was this truly the rhetoric used to deceive children? Did anyone genuinely believe such claims? Naruto felt a sense of despair for the level of the chunin in Konoha. If all of Konoha's ninjas were of such caliber, the village would surely face ruin. Indeed, all you need to do tonight is sneak into the Hokage's office, and then... Mizuki elaborated earnestly, appearing quite convincing. Had Naruto not known that Hiruzen was watching, he might have been swayed. Do you remember? Mizuki concluded, concerned that Naruto might forget the details, given his notorious reputation for underperforming. Yes, but can this truly lead to graduation? Naruto hesitated. How could one decide so swiftly? Stealing the Book of Seals is a grave matter. It could lead to becoming a rogue ninja. Even if Naruto's grades were poor, such common sense should be evident to him. Of course, it's possible, Mizuki insisted earnestly. Whether or not you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. Whatever you decide is acceptable. However, even if it is a lie, you have no alternatives. You must graduate. Is there truly another option? Mizuki maliciously pondered, indifferent to Naruto's uncertainty. Naruto Uzumaki found himself with no alternative. All right, let's hurry home. Rest well before we take action, said Mizuki, reaching out to ruffle Naruto's hair. Pretending not to notice Mizuki's gesture, Naruto rose from the swing. I'll head back first. Goodbye, Mizuki-sensei. He cheerfully waved. Goodbye, and be safe on your way, Mizuki replied, casually retracting his hand and clenching it behind his back. Just wait, after tonight. Your joy will be short-lived. Is it over? Sasuke Uchiha inquired, astonished at Naruto's early return. It hasn't been long. How can it be so quick? Sasuke scrutinized Naruto's hands, hoping to see if he had retrieved his ninja headband. Not yet. I still have to go out tonight. Naruto replied as he made his way to the kitchen. I can eat out, Sasuke remarked, somewhat exasperated yet pleased at Naruto's eagerness to prepare a meal for him. I want to eat too, and besides, food from outside is unhealthy. Naruto disliked dining out because of the villagers' unfriendly attitudes toward him. Naturally, he was reluctant for Sasuke to go out. He didn't want Sasuke to witness their stark differences. Chapter 65. Compensation. Naruto had always been aware of the disparity between himself and Sasuke. Previously, he had been indifferent to such trivial matters. But when confronted with the village's preferential treatment, he wished to shield Sasuke from the truth. He knew Sasuke was likely aware of these injustices. Yet he didn't want him to witness them firsthand. He wished to protect Sasuke from seeing his own vulnerabilities. You always have some twisted logic, Sasuke remarked. Knowing Naruto detested going outside, yet refusing to concede verbally. Will you be back tonight? Sasuke asked, glancing at the darkening sky as the sun vanished, leaving the surroundings shrouded in darkness. He couldn't fathom what Naruto could possibly be doing out there at this hour. Maybe, I'll do my best to return. Naruto couldn't specify what his plans entailed, so he couldn't provide a precise answer. I'll be back as soon as possible before school tomorrow, he added, contemplating. Even if it's late, I should be back before dawn. With class divisions occurring tomorrow, Sarutobi Hiruzen would ensure he graduated smoothly, thus preventing Naruto from missing class. No need. If you don't come back, I can manage breakfast myself. Sasuke understood Naruto's concern for him. Ever since they began living together, Sasuke had refrained from entering the kitchen, except for that one incident. Naruto had taken it upon himself to handle all the cooking. If I don't return. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He wouldn't keep Sasuke waiting, especially when he had no idea when he would be back. With that, Naruto left their home. On his way, Naruto encountered no one, at least not overtly. Unbeknownst to him, 3 individuals trailed him in the shadows. Do not underestimate the significance of 3. Even when Naruto had just become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he had only one observer, as the village had still been skeptical about the stability of the Nine-Tails seal. Naruto smoothly entered the Hokage tower without facing any obstacles, arriving at the Hokage's office unimpeded. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen consider him a fool? A bit of disguise wouldn't hurt. After all, this was the Hokage tower, the most secretive place in the village. A token guard would have sufficed. Was it truly a joke that there was not a single one present? Did anyone genuinely believe that the Hokage building lacked any form of protection? Naruto took a moment to survey his surroundings before decisively opening the drawer beneath the Hokage's desk. He swiftly retrieved the scroll inside, not bothering to glance at it, and dashed out of the Hokage tower. He hurried towards the address Mizuki had provided, facing no hindrance along the way. Whether Naruto had arrived early or Mizuki was late, there was no one at the destination. It was likely Mizuki had underestimated the situation. Even if he orchestrated everything, he couldn't have anticipated Naruto's unimpeded journey. Sitting alone on the ground, Naruto examined the sealing book in his hands. He had seen the sealing book in the memories of Minato Namikaze. Not to mention, whether it was the Flying Thunder God technique or any other. Minato had learned from the sealing book. Even after becoming Hokage, he could still access the sealing book, despite lacking authority. Therefore, Naruto was acutely aware of what the genuine sealing book entailed. The moment he glimpsed the scroll in his hands, he recognized its authenticity. To say Hiruzen was confident would be an understatement. Without hesitation, Naruto unfurled the scroll. The first ninjutsu that caught his eye was the shadow clone technique. Unconcealed and perfectly suited for his circumstances, it seemed Hiruzen had tailored it specifically for Naruto. However, Naruto did not confine himself to this one technique. He wished to continue exploring. As he opened the scroll further, he discovered that the next ninjutsu was obscured by a seal, rendering its contents invisible without the appropriate method. Sensing that the individuals around him kept their distance, Naruto knew Hiruzen couldn't discern the details through the crystal ball. and Mizuki would take some time to arrive. Without hesitation, he bent down, concealing his actions, and began to dispel the seal. Drawing upon his years of understanding sealing techniques and Minato's memories, Naruto effortlessly unraveled the seal. Time was of the essence. He couldn't afford to linger. "Kyubi, I'll flip the pages. You memorize the contents," Naruto instructed Kyubi, showing no signs of hesitation. Kyubi had been observing Naruto all along, aiding him by keeping an eye on things he might overlook. Now that Naruto needed assistance, Kyubi naturally stepped in to help. Moreover, Kyubi didn't need to retain everything. As long as it had seen the content, even if it forgot, it could access those memories. "Understood," Kyubi replied. With that affirmation, Naruto swiftly turned the remaining scroll pages. As he flipped, he muttered, "What is this? Is this the sealing book? There's nothing here, just a broken clone technique?" Naruto feigned ignorance, while in truth, he had ensured that Kyubi memorized everything. Techniques like Edo Tensei, explosive tag combination, and Shiki Fujin, whether useful or not, Kyubi recorded them all. It was uncertain which ninjutsu Naruto would prefer, so since they had seen it, it was theirs to share. After all, this was something Naruto had earned through his efforts. "It's quite late now. It's time for bed. Insufficient sleep can hinder growth. My meticulous efforts in preparing meals and researching recipes are all aimed at ensuring my Jinchuriki grows strong. If such trivial matters were to undermine my efforts, Kyubi would be quite displeased. Consider these ninjutsu as compensation." As the thought of Naruto Uzumaki potentially suffering from the effects of sleep deprivation crossed his mind, Kurama intensified his scrutiny of the sealing book. "Are you ready?" Naruto flipped the scroll to its end, anxiously observing the distant figure of Mizuki. "Okay," Kurama grinned wickedly, pleased with Naruto's current mischief, noting that he had not become fond of Konoha despite his interactions with friends. "It's about time," he thought. Chapter 66. Long time no see. Kurama's feelings for Naruto were genuine, yet his disdain for Konoha was equally profound. He did not wish for Naruto to harbor any special sentiments towards the village. Mere dislike sufficed, as Konoha was unworthy of Naruto's affection. Kurama would not permit otherwise. As Naruto began to restore the seals inscribed in the book, he realized that resealing was far more challenging than unsealing, requiring precision akin to the original, thus consuming even more time. By the time Mizuki appeared, Naruto had just completed the sealing process. "Hand over the sealing book," Mizuki exclaimed excitedly upon spotting the scroll in Naruto's hands. "Lord Hokage, we must punish Naruto this time. This is about the sealing book. What will it be next?" Naruto is a menace. "Lord Hokage, the sealing book is a grave matter that cannot simply be overlooked." Almost everyone advocated for Naruto's punishment. Many of those present had lost loved ones during the Nine Tails incident. It was a mark of their virtue that they did not harbor ill will towards Naruto. Their desire for his demise was palpable. Some were radical, seeking to execute him outright, while more conservative voices merely wished for severe punishment. No one desired to spare Naruto except Kakashi Hatake. However, Kakashi could not reveal his feelings and understood that punishing Naruto was out of the question. They say Naruto is the Nine-Tails Fox. Why not consider the significance of the Nine Tails? Randomly punishing the beast could lead to unforeseen consequences. This was a tailed beast, not some mere creature. "Kakashi, what are your thoughts?" Sarutobi Hiruzen once again turned to Kakashi. "Lord Hokage, Naruto was merely misled. He did not comprehend the severity of stealing the sealing book. We need only make him aware of the situation's gravity." Kakashi, naturally, would not feign emotion at such a moment. Any discerning eye could see the underlying complexities, though none dared to voice them. After all, many wished for Naruto's immediate demise. Kakashi, however, was different. Naruto was the child of his mentor. If he appeared callous now, Hiruzen might suspect him. He resolved to act normally, as this would best ease Hiruzen's concerns, demonstrating his trust in the legacy of his master's master. "Of course, I believe you will find a better solution." After years of hard work, Kakashi had learned how to communicate effectively with his superiors. Indeed, Naruto was merely misled. If that were the case, he would leave it to you, Kakashi. Go retrieve Mizuki. Did you not hear Hiruzen joyfully calling him little Naruto? Previously, it was Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi swiftly exited, eager to prevent unnecessary harm to Naruto, as they were scheduled to conduct the Genin exams the following day. You all assist Kakashi in apprehending Mizuki. Hiruzen instructed the remaining personnel. Yes, Lord Hokage. The others hurried to follow Kakashi, though their task was solely to capture Mizuki, with Naruto not being their concern. They were not Kakashi, who could freely appear before Naruto. Naruto claimed he could live freely throughout the village, yet he remained under constant surveillance. Otherwise, how could the various ninjas in the village avoid being seen by Naruto? For Naruto's safety, almost all renowned ninjas in the village were forbidden from approaching him. Even if Naruto approached them, they had to steer clear without attracting his attention. Mizuki, your plans are about to unravel. Kakashi suddenly interposed himself between Naruto and Mizuki, blocking Mizuki's reach towards Naruto. Naruto, come behind me, Kakashi instructed, extending a hand towards him. He paid no heed to the unremarkable Mizuki, who was merely a chunin. Not worth his concern. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Mizuki landed a few blows, he would prove no match for Kakashi. Had it not been for today's incident concerning Naruto, he might not have remembered Mizuki at all. Big brother. Naruto exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Kakashi unexpectedly appear. Though Kakashi wore a mask, Naruto recognized him by his hair color. Indeed, even if Kakashi removed his mask, Naruto would only identify him through his hair, as Kakashi had never revealed his face to Naruto before. Ah, long time no see, Naruto, Kakashi said playfully, though there was no mistaking the fondness in his tone. Kakashi had indeed refrained from visiting Naruto over the years, relying solely on hearsay, which paled in comparison to witnessing him firsthand. Long time no see, big brother. Naruto leapt into Kakashi's embrace. All right, let us resolve this issue first. Kakashi reached for the sealing scroll in Naruto's hand, stowing it away at his waist before turning to face Mizuki. I am afraid you will have to spend some time in prison, he said, his tone devoid of any semblance of regret, only laced with mockery, as if he relished Mizuki's impending misfortune. Kakashi was never one to embody the archetype of a good person. It was not that he lacked a moral compass, but rather that he held little interest in the dead. A ninja, one who had taken lives since childhood. Could one truly expect his psyche to be entirely sound? What a joke. I am on the verge of success. Hand over the sealing book. Mizuki seethed, hurling a wind shuriken in an attempt to eliminate Kakashi. Kakashi effortlessly dodged Mizuki's attack while maneuvering Naruto to safety, not choosing to shield Naruto with his own body and thereby diminish his combat effectiveness. The wind shuriken hurtled forward but merely embedded itself in the ground, inflicting no harm. With skills like yours, you ought to be content teaching at the academy rather than scheming over the sealing book, Kakashi remarked, eyeing the shuriken lodged in the earth before turning his gaze back to Mizuki. Even if the sealing book existed, would you truly comprehend it with your level of proficiency? The single eye visible behind his mask brimmed with sincerity and endless derision for Mizuki. Chapter 67, Ninja Headbands. How infuriating. Who do you think you are? Mizuki charged forth in rage. Kakashi set Naruto down and positioned himself before Mizuki. Grasping Mizuki's wrist, he executed a swift turn, sending Mizuki crashing to the ground. There are no particular techniques involved, merely a stark disparity in strength. The gap between an ordinary chunin and an elite jonin is not trivial. I am not anyone of great significance, yet I am sufficient for you, Kakashi Hitaki remarked with a hint of indifference, feeling little satisfaction in dispatching a mere Mizuki. With a swift motion, he cast aside the defeated Mizuki, striding towards Naruto Uzumaki. Long time no see, Naruto, Kakashi greeted him earnestly. Big brother, you are so impressive, Naruto exclaimed, rushing to Kakashi's side. Though he believed he could have handled the situation without Kakashi's assistance, he couldn't help but feel joy at the concern Kakashi harbored for him. You two are quite remarkable, Kakashi replied, catching Naruto but opting not to remove his mask. After all, they would have a formal meeting tomorrow. It was best not to provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen's nerves today. It's been a while, Kakashi. Are you my guiding jonin? Naruto whispered conspiratorially, close to Kakashi's ear. At such proximity, Hiruzen could neither hear nor see Naruto's lips move. Indeed, I specifically withdrew from the Anbu for you, Kakashi whispered back. Though wearing a mask alleviated the concern of Hiruzen discerning his words, he remained cautious. Wasn't it because you couldn't stay in the Anbu? Naruto retorted, somewhat irritated. He did not consider himself of such importance. It was merely one of the reasons. Well, that is indeed part of it, but you remain the primary reason, Kakashi insisted. This was not a lie. Having supervised Naruto, Kakashi knew that Hiruzen did not wish for him to linger too closely. Thus, sending Kakashi out on missions was the most prudent choice. Cut it out. Naruto pouted in dissatisfaction. Big brother, I didn't mean to cause trouble. I truly had no idea. I didn't realize. Naruto's voice quivered as he expressed his innocence, portraying himself as the victim. Yes, it was Mizuki-sensei who said I could graduate. So I came. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would trouble you, Naruto said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his hands instinctively clutching Kakashi's clothing in anxiety. I understand, you needn't worry. Everything is all right, Kakashi reassured him, even knowing that Naruto was putting on an act. The boy's demeanor was so convincingly deceptive that even with the knowledge of his true nature, Kakashi found himself believing in Naruto's facade. With golden hair cascading against his cheeks and azure eyes reflecting deep emotion, Naruto's gaze was irresistible to anyone, especially Kakashi. In that moment, he bore a striking resemblance to Minato Namake's. Kakashi gently placed Naruto on the ground and retrieved an object from his pocket, presenting it to Naruto's hands. What is this? Naruto asked, excitement bubbling within him as he gazed up at Kakashi before fully opening it. Is this a ninja headband? For me? Indeed, it is yours. The ability to retrieve the sealing book from the Hokage's office attests to your ninja prowess, and safeguarding it under Mizuki's watch proves your loyalty. You have become a qualified leaf ninja, Kakashi stated earnestly, bending slightly to meet Naruto's gaze. Even as a ninja, do not slacken your efforts. Please continue to strive forward. Yes. Naruto stood at attention. All right, everyone, it's time to return. The matter is concluded, Hiruzen announced to the ninjas arriving at the Hokage's office. Having observed the events unfold, he held no objection to Kakashi's actions. In fact, it was precisely his intent in sending Kakashi. Naruto must graduate. His friends, his bonds, all lay within this cohort, and he could not be left behind. If Naruto failed to graduate, the ties he had forged would hold no significance. Truly, Kakashi is impressive. He resolved the issue with such ease, remarked a ninja among the newcomers, observing Mizuki sprawled on the ground. What are you saying? He is merely a chunin, another responded. The weakest among them was still a chunin of higher caliber, far superior to Mizuki's pitiful level. Even had they intervened, Mizuki would have been dealt with. It was merely a matter of time. Indeed, who among us isn't a chunin? I am a special jonin, one said, dismissing the trivialities. Amidst their banter, Mizuki lay utterly defeated. Observing the series of actions taken by Naruto under Mizuki's schemes, they had initially relished the thought of executing Naruto. Yet, Mizuki, the incompetent, had achieved nothing. It was evident that someone who resorted to stealing the sealing book as a failed student from the Ninja Academy would never accomplish anything significant. If he truly possessed such audacity, he ought to have stormed the Hokage's office himself. They felt foolish for having anticipated a grand spectacle. Let us return. Today's events are concluded, Kakashi said, escorting Naruto downstairs. He chose not to enter, aware that Naruto and the Uchiha heir resided together, and assumed he must be asleep by now. How curious it was to ponder what kind of person he might be. After all, he was a relative of Obito. Kakashi gazed at the window he had often observed. Shall we not go in for a while? Naruto looked up, knowing that Sasuke likely had not yet succumbed to sleep. Though he had mentioned not waiting, it was still only a little past 11. It was not yet midnight. Given Sasuke's temperament, it would likely be well past midnight before he would consider resting. No, let us meet tomorrow, Kakashi replied. He still needed to report to Hiruzen and prepare for the assessment content for the following day. Though he had confirmed he would lead these students, he still had to maintain appearances. Chapter 68. Class Division. Naruto quietly opened the door, striving to make no sound, and headed directly to the washroom before retreating to bed. He lifted the covers and laid down beside Sasuke. Do not misunderstand. They merely shared a bed, each under their separate blankets. Their finances were too strained to afford a new bed, and their home lacked the space for one. I'm back, Naruto whispered, aware that Sasuke was still awake. Sasuke grunted, not moving. Sleep now. We have class tomorrow, Naruto said, patting Sasuke to indicate all was well. This time, Sasuke did not respond. He had long desired rest. But his concern for Naruto kept him awake. Good night, Naruto persisted, seeking a reply. Good night, Sasuke replied with resignation. Did you gain any special insights? Naruto inquired. Glancing at Kurama, he had viewed the contents of the sealing book in Minato's memories, but he was unsure of its completeness and suspected there might be new information. Certainly. We have inherited the jutsu that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's, had not thoroughly examined. Although he became Hokage and had access to the Book of Seals, he never delved deeply into its contents. His ambitions were clear, He knew precisely what he desired and what he wished to avoid. Just as he aspired to become Hokage, every action he took was in service to that ultimate goal. After he attained the position, he never entertained thoughts of jutsu that were ill-suited for him. Instead, he sought to strengthen himself through all means that aligned with his abilities. This has resulted in Minato knowing of the jutsu contained within the Book of Seals, yet lacking the knowledge of how to utilize them. Consequently, Naruto Uzumaki, despite being aware of these jutsu, found himself without the means to employ them. Now, with the entire Book of Seals in his possession, Naruto was finally poised to advance further. "Show me," Naruto urged Kurama, brimming with eagerness to learn more jutsu. "No," Kurama flatly refused. "What? Why?" Naruto exclaimed in shock at Kurama's unexpected rejection. "It's already midnight," Kurama replied nonchalantly. "So?" Naruto questioned, perplexed. "So, you should go to sleep," Kurama asserted, using chakra to push Naruto out. Suddenly expelled by Kurama, Naruto's consciousness returned to reality, still echoing with Kurama's voice. "Truly, what a proud fox." "Then I shall sleep. It is indeed late," Naruto mused, a smile gracing his lips as he savored Kurama's concern. "Naruto, didn't you fail the exam? Why are you here?" Sakura Haruno expressed her long-standing dissatisfaction with Naruto's unwavering pursuit of Sasuke Uchiha. She had relished his failure in the exam just yesterday. "How could I possibly not become a ninja?" Naruto declared, lifting his forehead protector to showcase it to Sakura. Among their classmates, only Sakura, as a commoner, remained oblivious to his true identity. Others, even Hinata Hyuga, were aware of his unique circumstances, having been cautioned by their families. "It's truly infuriating that someone like you can graduate," Sakura remarked, glancing at Naruto's forehead protector. In truth, she was not entirely ignorant. Only Naruto and Shikamaru Nara, along with Choji Akimichi, could skip classes without facing reprimand. Even with her naivety, she recognized their differences. Yet, her pride prevented her from admitting it. After all, she was the top of their class, even surpassing Sasuke in that regard. First in theory, first in practicals, though she lacked an actual combat experience. However, formal exams lacked practical assessments. Despite being a ninja school, the examination process was surprisingly civilized. "You'll only grow more frustrated." Naruto had already learned about their class assignments yesterday. To be honest, while somewhat unexpected, it was only marginally so. Inseparable were Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru. No one else seemed suitable for him and Sasuke. Yet they complemented each other well. Their personalities were complementary, and their jutsu were similar, both being reconnaissance techniques. Only Sakura, despite her weaker combat capabilities, possessed extensive theoretical knowledge. As for Sasuke and himself, it was certain they would not be separated. The village had invested so much effort into nurturing Sasuke, aiming for his Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. If they were separated now, the Sharingan would lose its purpose. Moreover, Kakashi Hitaki becoming Sasuke's teacher would provide him with guidance on utilizing the Sharingan. While Sasuke understood some theoretical aspects of the Sharingan, he still required specific instruction. Kakashi was an excellent choice. Though not a member of the Uchiha clan, he possessed the Sharingan and was sufficiently skilled. Team 8 consisted of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga. Team 10 comprised Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, and Shikamaru Nara. This is Ino's dismay. Team 7 included Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. This is Sakura's delight. How infuriating. Why can't I be in the same class as Sasuke, but instead with you two dullards? Ino disdainfully regarded Shikamaru and Choji. Despite their long-standing friendship, her disdain for them was unrelenting. A bunch of stinky boys. Ha ha ha. Ino, just give it up. Sasuke is mine. Sakura declared boastfully, gloating towards Ino. What are you so excited about? Even if you were in the same class as Sasuke, he wouldn't be yours. Ino shot a knowing glance at Naruto. Although neither Naruto nor Sasuke had explicitly stated anything, Ino could tell they shared a deeper connection. Her feelings for Sasuke were not merely romantic. It was simply that having an attractive boy nearby naturally drew her attention. Everyone yearns to admire beauty. Furthermore, Naruto was quite handsome as well, though his various antics somewhat diminished his charm. Sakura seemed to take a hit, resting her head despondently on the table. Really, must you shatter others' fantasies? As someone who had fantasized about love from a young age, Sakura could not fail to perceive the atmosphere between Naruto and Sasuke. Yet, both remained oblivious, considering their interactions entirely normal for brothers. Chapter 69. Team 7. It seems we shall be together once more. Naruto paid no heed to Sakura and Ino's banter. Their classmates had spent 6 years bickering over Sasuke. Despite their strong friendship, he found it bewildering. I truly do not understand girls, Naruto mused, feeling both exasperated and troubled by the prospect of having a female teammate. He began to empathize with Shikamaru. You don't seem surprised at all, Sasuke remarked, turning to Naruto, anticipating a reasonable explanation from him. Well, I learned about it yesterday. It was too late to inform you, Naruto explained. He had not meant to keep it from him. He had always known they would be in the same class. He just did not know who their other teammate would be. Isn't it only natural for us to be in the same class? Sasuke remained silent, yet it was evident he was pleased with Naruto's words, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Of course, they would be in the same class. No one was better suited to work with them than each other, and as long as the village had its wits about it, they would undoubtedly be placed together. All right. Now you will wait here for your Jonin instructor. They will be guiding you from here on out. Irika Yumino interrupted the commotion and left the classroom. Following the previous incident, while he had faced no punishment, he had received a verbal reprimand. Kurenai Yuhi first took Team 8, followed by Asuma Sarutobi with Team 10, leaving only Naruto's Team 7. Honestly, why hasn't our teacher arrived yet? Sakura displayed her impatience, as she was not inherently a patient person. Ugh, is our teacher dead or something? Sakura fumed. Don't worry, they'll come, Naruto simply reassured her, lifting his head. He did not pay much attention to Kakashi Hitaki's whereabouts, particularly when he was able to sense the other's presence. Ah, those lovey-dovey couples, how infuriating. Watching Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha's intimate interactions, Sakura Haruno impatiently raked her fingers through her hair. Meanwhile, Kakashi quietly observed the trio. Although he had decided to take them under his wing, careful observation was essential. Between the three, Naruto and Sasuke shared a close bond, their camaraderie casual and effortless, having lived together for 5 years. Sakura, though she appeared less familiar with them, was still a classmate with whom they could converse. However, did Naruto sense his presence? It seemed he glanced in this direction just a moment ago. Surely, he was aware, for he had always been astute. Sasuke remained composed, showing no reaction to his tardiness, likely due to his trust in Naruto. Since Naruto displayed no signs of concern, Sasuke felt no urgency either. Sakura, while appearing somewhat anxious, remained seated and made no further movements. At this point, it was nearly time. Kakashi moved from outside the house to the door and pushed it open. Ah, Team 7, it appears you are getting along quite well, he said with a beaming smile. Come along with me. Kakashi did not enter the room, but stood at the threshold, watching the three. Following him, they ascended to the rooftop, where Kakashi leaned against the railing, facing them. Let us introduce ourselves, share your names, likes, dislikes, and dreams, he broke the silence. Shouldn't the teacher introduce himself first? Sakura cautiously raised her hand, but her tone suggested she was not the most obedient student. Very well, Kakashi paused momentarily. I am Kakashi Hitaki, my likes are, well, dislikes, and my dream is. All right, your turn. He looked towards the trio. In the end, you said nothing at all. Sakura remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I'll go first. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like foxes and Sasuke, dislike those who hate me. And my dream is to become Hokage. Eventually, I wish to lead the village. He refrained from voicing the last part, believing it sufficient for others to know he aspired to be Hokage. I am Sakura Haruno, my likes and dislikes. My future dream is. Although Sakura said nothing, her feelings were clear. She liked Sasuke, disliked Naruto, and yearned to live alongside Sasuke. Sasuke showed no reaction. He had no affection for Sakura and felt no obligation to acknowledge her admiration. Naruto, too, remained indifferent. Others' admiration for Sasuke merely highlighted Sasuke's excellence. And as for those who disliked him, there were far too many for Sakura to matter. The number of those who disliked him could circle Konoha several times over, and Sakura wouldn't even rank among them. As for Sasuke Uchiha, he harbors no particular likes or dislikes. As for dreams, one might call it ambition. I wish to kill a man. Oh, how tragic. The one I like is you. Do you not feel the same? Naruto looked at Sasuke with sorrowful eyes, his blue gaze fixated solely on him. I do not like you, Sasuke replied coldly. Expressing likes or dislikes was irrelevant. What mattered was what he knew in his heart. Furthermore, who would expect an Uchiha to openly declare affection? Kakashi watched the trio quietly. He understood Naruto well, recognizing that he was not as he presently appeared. Sasuke was a vengeful spirit, but with a distinct nuance. He understood the Uchiha, and Naruto's feelings towards Sasuke were unique. Sakura was still a young girl, consumed by her infatuations, yet she possessed keen observational skills. Attention here. Kakashi clapped his hands to draw their focus. Let us conclude for today. Tomorrow at 5 in the morning, training ground 7. Do remember to skip breakfast, he said earnestly, devoid of any guilt. After Kakashi departed, Naruto and the others exchanged glances, none daring to break the silence. Although they were now in the same team, they had little prior interaction. Sakura was friends with Ino Yamanaka, who in turn was friends with Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, both of whom were their friends. Thus, Naruto and Sasuke engaged with Sakura, otherwise her disdainful glances at Sasuke would have kept them apart. Chapter 70. The innocent infatuation. Perhaps Sakura's affection was devoid of malice. A simple admiration, yet neither Sasuke nor Naruto held any fondness for such things. Many in their class admired Sasuke, but apart from Ino and Sakura, he had hardly acknowledged anyone else. It was only because of their connections to Shikamaru that Sasuke would converse with them. Of course, this was largely due to the fact that they understood boundaries and would not speak to Sasuke while disparaging Naruto. They did not harbor hatred for Naruto, merely a sense of discomfort. Moreover, Ino's interest was purely superficial, as she equally admired Naruto's appearance. Over time, Sasuke recognized that Ino was simply infatuated. Upon realizing this, Sasuke felt bemused, as he had not anticipated such a disposition from the heir of the Yamanaka clan. As for Sasuke and Naruto, it was not that Sasuke liked Naruto. That was not the crux of the matter. Rather, his relationships were his own affair, unrelated to others. Although their bond was strong, it was one of brotherhood, a familial connection. To say it was affection was merely a commonplace liking. Human emotions are multifaceted, not limited to romantic love. One can harbor affection for food, possessions, friends, or even a charming stranger, which does not necessarily equate to love. Just as Ino's and Sakura's admiration for him and Naruto was merely an appreciation of aesthetics, not an obligation to develop into anything more. Sasuke, let us go grab a meal together, Sakura eagerly suggested, wishing to leave Naruto behind but still added. It would be our class's first gathering. If you have time, you could work on improving your skills. See you tomorrow. Sasuke found Sakura's suggestion rather absurd, as Kakashi had clearly indicated the need for training, given that they were heading to the training ground. Let us go, Naruto. Sasuke leaped onto another rooftop, addressing the still grounded Naruto. Coming. Apologies, Sakura, but we should gather tomorrow instead. We must wait for the teacher, right? After pondering, Naruto replied to Sakura, recognizing that they would be classmates for a considerable period unless one of them became a Chunin. Only Chunin had the authority to perform tasks independently or lead missions. For now, they were merely genin. Moreover, in comparison to them, Haruno Sakura indeed falls slightly short. It would be undesirable for her to become a hindrance. Both he and Uchiha Sasuke are not particularly benevolent individuals. They will not wait for her to remain stagnant. Rather than contemplating how to be with Uchiha Sasuke, it would be more prudent for her to enhance her own strength. At the very least, this would afford her a modicum of influence among them. Uzumaki Naruto leaped forward, catching up to Uchiha Sasuke. Wait for me. Why the rush? Naruto exclaimed, dissatisfied as he bounded to Sasuke's side, both making their way into the forest. I see you've been getting along well with her, so why come over here? Ultimately, Uchiha Sasuke still harbored a disdain for Haruno Sakura. It is understandable. Since the age of 6, a young girl has been constantly fixated on him, continuing until the age of 12, during which she incessantly sought excuses to engage him in conversation. If one were to experience such attention without reciprocating feelings, it would inevitably become a nuisance. In the eyes of someone who does not harbor affection, even a secret crush is perceived as a mistake. Given that they will need to coexist for an extended period and undertake missions together, it would be best to converse amicably. Naruto felt exasperated by Sasuke's blatant lack of pretense. He sensed that Sasuke had adopted this cold, sharp-tongued demeanor precisely because he was unable to disguise himself, opting instead to become an emotionless mask, thus avoiding the risk of inadvertently revealing anything. Little Sakura simply doesn't understand you yet. In time, she will likely lose interest. Naruto remarked. What do you mean? Am I inadequate? Sasuke responded, his dissatisfaction evident, as if he were concerned others might perceive him as harboring some hidden vice. It's simply a matter of recognizing the disparity between you and her. Sasuke, you are exceptionally strong. She is not worthy of you. Naruto stated. Not out of disdain for Sakura, but rather as a statement of fact. Sasuke's strength far surpasses that of Haruno Sakura. A significant gap in capabilities between individuals seldom yields favorable outcomes. If Sakura were truly aware of this, she ought to proactively relinquish her aspirations or strive to improve herself, rather than fixate on Uchiha Sasuke. Once her strength is augmented, her interest in romance would naturally dissipate. This was more agreeable for Sasuke, who detested Naruto's habit of leaving statements half-finished. It seemed that Naruto relished provoking Sasuke into irritation with his words, only to then soothe him with the same. Sasuke abhorred this sensation. It felt as though Naruto had him effortlessly under control. What transpired last night? Upon entering the forest, free from the worry of being observed, Sasuke scrutinized Naruto without reservation. By the way, did you know that shinobi from before? Sasuke had not overlooked Kakashi Hitachi's gaze directed at Naruto, nor Naruto's lack of reaction upon encountering Kakashi. Mizuki instructed me to steal the sealing book, and then Kakashi intervened and resolved the situation, Naruto recounted, opting for brevity. Kakashi has been monitoring me for some time. He is my father's disciple, thus to some extent, he is trustworthy. Furthermore, he had a Uchiha companion who perished during the war. He possesses the Sharingan, bestowed upon him by his comrade before his demise. He can teach you to wield the Sharingan. While it is not the original, it remains formidable, Naruto explained, fearing that Sasuke might dismiss Kakashi as an outsider. There is no need for such explanations. The fact that he can resist the corruption of the Sharingan indicates his capability, and besides, it was given to him by that Uchiha, Sasuke replied, refraining from mentioning the matter of instruction. He remembered much about the Uchiha clan and did not require an outsider to teach him how to utilize the Sharingan. Chapter 71. I will accompany you. It's good that you're not angry. After all, it took considerable effort to allow Kakashi to possess that eye. You should at least take this more seriously, Sasuke remarked, observing Naruto's carefree demeanor. Because I know you are not that kind of person. Naruto smiled as he approached Sasuke. Just forget it, Sasuke replied, gazing at Naruto, who appeared oblivious. What does he mean by not that kind of person? The moment he learned that Kakashi possessed the Sharingan, he was equally astonished. Had anyone other than Naruto made that statement, he would have been unable to suppress his inquiries. The Sharingan is the heritage of the Uchiha. It is not something just anyone can possess. Since you know that shinobi, do you have any thoughts regarding tomorrow? Sasuke pushed Naruto away, preventing him from leaning on his shoulder. I haven't really considered it. I feared you might think I was being dismissive. So I added that he didn't inform me. And I didn't pay much attention, Naruto added, scratching his head, worried that Sasuke might find him bothersome. I'm not blaming you. If I had known in advance, it would have lost its significance, Sasuke replied, feeling exasperated with Naruto's demeanor, who had yet to say anything. I knew you would be the best, so let us train together next. Naruto exclaimed, quickly cheered by Sasuke's words, bounding into an open area and striking a combat pose. Then let us begin, Sasuke responded, also leaping to face Naruto. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, and before long, the morning had slipped away. Naruto and Sasuke ventured into the forest to forage for food, targeting fish from the river and prey caught in traps. Having hunted in this area for several years, they noticed a distinct decline in resources, prompting them to venture further afield. They traveled upstream and deeper into the forest. This perilous woodland had long since become a second home to Naruto and Sasuke. We probably won't be able to come here often anymore, Naruto remarked suddenly. After all, we are becoming shinobi, and there will be frequent missions, leaving little time, Sasuke replied nonchalantly. Though he was well acquainted with this place, having often trained here and skipped classes with his classmates, to him, it was merely an ordinary location, lacking any particular significance. If you enjoy this place, I'll accompany you whenever I can, Sasuke added, sensing that he had not addressed the point Naruto cared about. All right, Naruto replied, his smile returning as he hastened his pace to eat. After their meal, it was time for their training. Sasuke stood by the river practicing ninjutsu, while Naruto sat beneath a tree. Can I see it now? Naruto inquired upon catching sight of Kurama. The seal still intact, but only a final step away from being broken. Even with Kurama's restraint, the commotion from breaking the seal would be substantial. Naruto was not yet ready to have Kurama leave Konohagakure. To fully unravel the seal, he would need to wait until he was outside the village. Now that he had become a shinobi, he would inevitably have missions that required him to leave the village. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi did not assign him any tasks, he would urge Kakashi to seek them out. Kurama had been confined within him long enough. It was time to shatter that bothersome cage. Of course, I never stated that you were forbidden from viewing it. It is inherently yours. A night was sufficient for Kurama to compile the contents of the sealing book. A chakra-formed scroll slowly descended from the air, landing before Naruto, who swiftly reached out to grasp it. Thank you, Kurama. Rest assured, you will be free soon. Once we leave the village, Naruto said earnestly to Kurama, do you have a way to deal with the final seal? Kurama lowered his head in astonishment, having believed that Naruto had no means to overcome the last barrier. When did this little rascal learn to deceive? I do not. But I sense that there is something within, Naruto replied, shaking the scroll in his hand. A fragment of memory. Transformed into a scroll for his convenience due to Kurama's influence, Kurama truly was meticulous. After all, how could a fox that cooks so deliciously lack attention to detail? Kurama is indeed the best. Even if there were no means, it matters not. The current situation in the village restricts any grand gestures. Once we are outside, breaking the seal violently would not pose an issue. In any case, I shall ensure your freedom in due time, Naruto vowed seriously. Kurama was about to suggest there was no rush, but seeing Naruto's expression, he opted for a different response, saying, very well, I shall wait for you. Naruto nodded earnestly, affirming his commitment to Kurama. Kurama said nothing further, merely placing his paw upon Naruto's head and body, establishing a connection. He was genuinely unhurried, as he had come to enjoy Naruto's presence. Without Naruto, he might have desired to escape, to leave the Jinchuriki and regain his freedom. However, Naruto was different. He could not bear to watch Naruto perish. Therefore, even if Naruto were to break the seal, Kurama would not leave, but remain within him. Feeling Kurama's closeness, Naruto joyfully embraced the fox's large claw. He adored Kurama's claws, clean, sharp, yet imbued with warmth, perfectly suited for destruction. Regrettably, ever since he learned of his parents' demise, Kurama seemed reluctant to allow him to touch his claws. This had once been his favorite pastime in childhood, and his resentment towards his parents grew a fraction more. They were gone yet continued to cause him trouble, hindering his bond with Kurama. During a break in his training, Sasuke Uchiha noticed Naruto meditating with closed eyes and promptly averted his gaze. Naruto, the host of the Nine Tails, was a fact Sasuke had uncovered through his own research in the Uchiha archives, not from anyone's disclosure. Of course, after living with Naruto for 5 years, Naruto had never concealed this fact, though he seldom spoke of it. Sasuke understood well what it meant to be a Jinchuriki and was certain that Naruto's relationship with the beast within him was far from ordinary. Having shared a home with Naruto for 5 years, he was intimately familiar with Naruto's subtle behaviors. Chapter 72. Late Naruto's cooking was so recognizable that he could discern it even with his eyes closed. Yet, at times, he could tell that the meal was distinctly not Naruto's handiwork, despite the fact that Naruto himself was the one cooking. It was clear that Naruto was concealing something. But since he was unwilling to share, Sasuke decided against prying. Aren't we supposed to skip breakfast? Sasuke inquired upon waking to find Naruto bustling about in the kitchen. Do not mind him. How can one skip breakfast? Besides, you saw him yesterday. What did you think? Naruto said, flipping the pancakes in the pan. Unreliable. Sasuke showed no hesitation. Despite Naruto being a jonin, Kakashi appeared far too disheveled and lethargic. So you intend to believe his words? Naruto remarked, noting Sasuke's evident disdain for Kakashi. And if you don't say anything, and I don't either, who would know we had breakfast? Naruto mused, adept at bending the rules within their confines. That makes sense. Sasuke, not wishing to go hungry, realized that if neither he nor Naruto spoke, Kakashi would remain oblivious, effectively equating to them having skipped breakfast. Good morning, Sakura. Upon reaching their destination, Naruto greeted Haruno Sakura. Good morning, Naruto, and Sasuke, Sakura replied, hesitating before acknowledging Sasuke as well. Even she, despite her naivety, should have sensed Sasuke's disinclination towards her. She had once thought that Sasuke merely disliked her, believing he was only a step away from liking her, but yesterday's events had starkly illuminated the truth. It seemed that Sasuke not only did not like her, but may even harbor a dislike for her, which left Sakura momentarily at a loss. Do not be afraid, Sakura. Sasuke is quite easy to get along with. Naruto reassured her, noticing her apprehensive demeanor. While he himself resented Sakura's constant following of Sasuke, he also felt that Sasuke's behavior was somewhat excessive, showing a lack of appreciation for her. Thus, Naruto found himself feeling somewhat guilty in Sakura's presence. Sakura remained silent, merely distancing herself slightly from Naruto, as only he would perceive Sasuke as easygoing. Even though she had long admired Sasuke, it was challenging for her to feign that he was easy to be with, as her affection stemmed from his looks and academic prowess. Of course, Naruto's understanding was based on a typical perspective, leading to his feelings of guilt, especially since the three of them would have to coexist for an extended period. However, Naruto felt no wrongdoing in Sasuke's actions from yesterday. It was only right to reject those one did not favor directly, and failing to respond would be the true error. When will the teacher arrive? Sakura inquired, growing somewhat impatient. Yesterday, everyone left, and we were left waiting. Is it the same today? They had been promised a start time of 5 in the morning, yet it was nearing noon, and Kakashi had yet to appear. I thought you would know, Naruto replied, surprised that the top student of the academy had not anticipated Kakashi's nature. What? No what? Sakura retorted, puzzled, as she could not recall anything she had forgotten. The teacher's character. If he was late yesterday, he is bound to be late today, Naruto said calmly, seemingly unfazed by Kakashi's tardiness. Huh, isn't he the teacher? How can this be? Sakura naively assumed that yesterday's lateness was merely an accident, not a deliberate act on the teacher's part. Why not? There is no rule against teachers being late. We all came prepared to wait, Naruto said, playing with Sasuke's fingers, though they were still within the village. They were at the outskirts, where the sun's rays did not reach, and Naruto felt no need to restrain himself. As for Sakura, they were now teammates and would spend a significant amount of time together, so Naruto did not wish to wear a facade daily, especially during missions, where it was likely they would venture outside the village, a place of complete freedom. He was determined not to let Sakura spoil his good spirits. Spring Haruno found herself in agreement with Naruto Uzumaki, resigned to sit on the ground. Initially, she thought that Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha sitting down was a sign of disrespect towards their teacher, yet now she too had settled on the ground. However, what kind of teacher was this? One who favored tardiness, utterly unprofessional. Naruto stifled a large yawn. The previous night, he had delved into sealing techniques until late, eager to discover new methods of breaking seals. If possible, he certainly wished to avoid resorting to brute force, as it would not benefit either him or Kurama. Get some rest, Sasuke suggested, allowing Naruto to rest his head on his lap. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, Naruto had been up late. In his view, Naruto had gone to bed early the previous night. Yet, given the current state of affairs, it seemed Naruto had engaged in some nighttime activities. With the busy evening and the need to rise early to prepare breakfast, Sasuke didn't mind Naruto resting for a while. All right, when the teacher arrives, wake me up. Naruto did not refuse, fully aware that he had been up too late the night before, engrossed in a book of seals containing numerous jutsu he had never encountered. He had lost track of time. Kurama had considered stopping him, but when Naruto was determined to pursue something, even Kurama could not intervene. The sealing space belonged to Naruto. Kurama was merely a guest. However, Naruto speculated that this was only temporary, as once the seals were completely lifted, Kurama would also become the master of that space. The unsealing signified a more rapid and harmonious merging of their chakras, allowing them to truly become one. When the tailed beast departs, the Jinchuriki dies. When the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast perishes. At that moment, their fates would be irrevocably intertwined. To ensure Naruto's survival, even without the seal, Kurama could not abandon him. Chapter 73. The Bell Snatch. This was all part of Naruto's plan, to ensure Kurama could not leave him while he still drew breath. After all, Naruto was Kurama's child. His affection for Kurama was profound, and Kurama could not forsake him. Naruto would not allow it. Anyone could depart from him, except Kurama, who was meant to remain within him. Kurama had been by his side since birth and was destined to accompany him until the end of his life. Oh, it seems you are quite punctual. Kakashi Hitaki suddenly appeared before Sasuke and Sakura, looming over Naruto. Before Sasuke could rouse Naruto, Kakashi's voice had already stirred him awake. Big brother, why are you so late? Naruto wondered aloud, pondering what Hiruzen Sarutobi was currently occupied with, absent from such an important moment. Aware of Sarutobi's absence, Naruto had no intention of pretending. Initially, he had expected Kakashi to observe them from the shadows as he had the previous day, but he was surprised to find Kakashi completely absent from the vicinity. Knowing Kakashi was not around allowed Naruto to relax and sleep. I've lost my way on the path of life, Kakashi explained with a smile as Naruto sat up. What? That sounds like a lie, Sakura interjected. Her voice small yet audible to all. Should I help Big Brother find his way? Naruto ignored Sakura's quip and earnestly addressed Kakashi. Kakashi was the first person in the village to genuinely care for him, and Naruto was unwilling to give up on that bond. Moreover, Kakashi played a significant role in his future plans. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. My path is not something just anyone can navigate. As a trio, they were not the only ones affected by the loss of Obito Uchiha. Kakashi merely reminisced about him. Also, remember to call me teacher, Naruto. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto acknowledged. Though he had only done so in that moment, it was not a habit he intended to adopt regularly. Habits could be perilous. What if he accidentally slipped and uttered it inappropriately? Hiruzen had concealed his identity from Naruto, and Kakashi was not the same as the owl. Now, let us commence the bell snatching, Kakashi declared, producing 2 bells and holding them up with a grin. Though you have received your forehead protectors, which serve as proof of your qualifications at the Ninja Academy, they do not signify your proficiency under my guidance. Thus, I shall conduct another assessment. If you do not meet the requirements, I possess the authority to send you back to the academy. It is now 10 in the morning. If you can seize the bells before noon, you will pass. Kakashi jingled the bells in his hand. Wait, why are there only 2 bells? Sakura exclaimed, noticing the disparity with concern. Ah, you noticed? Quite observant indeed. Only 2 of you can qualify. Kakashi feigned surprise, then a hint of murderous intent enveloped the group. Focus now. Without the intent to kill me, you will not succeed in obtaining the bells. Under the weight of Kakashi's intent, Sakura found herself frozen, while Naruto and Sasuke remained unaffected. Sasuke, of course, had been shrouded in a similar aura during the night of the massacre and later received special attention from Itachi. Naruto, having grown up within the ceiling space, had never considered that Kurama might show kindness. Consequently, he had never thought to suppress his murderous intent. The Nine-Tails aura had accompanied Naruto throughout his upbringing. Then let us begin, Naruto said, leading Sasuke to an open area, noting Sakura's inability to move. They could not assist her, but they could contemplate their next moves regarding Kakashi. Don't hold me back, Sasuke remarked. Although he wished to confront Kakashi alone, teaming up with Naruto was undoubtedly the superior choice. As for Sakura, Sasuke had never expected much from her. Despite her decent grades, they were primarily from written exams. In a real fight, she would struggle even against Choji, the weakest of their group. Even the seemingly lackadaisical Shikamaru was formidable when necessary. Sasuke had never underestimated anyone. A lesson learned from Naruto's cautious nature. Don't you dare hold me back either, Naruto retorted, asserting that the competition between them was not as clear-cut as it seemed. Oh, it appears you both possess considerable confidence. Very well, let me witness your true abilities, Kakashi said, moving to stand in readiness as the two approached. You won't be disappointed. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto declared, though his expression suggested he was addressing an elder brother. Refrain from unnecessary chatter. Let us commence forthwith. Typically, Uchiha Sasuke would exhibit a modicum of patience towards Uzumaki Naruto, yet at this moment, his sole desire is to ascertain the disparity between himself and Hitaki Kakashi. This is a jonin, a genuine jonin, and he is eager to gauge his distance from true ninja prowess. Thus, let us proceed. Upon uttering these words, Uzumaki Naruto surged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Hitaki Kakashi, which was deftly blocked by Kakashi's arm. Decent strength, Kakashi commended, subsequently casting Naruto aside and seizing the leg that Uchiha Sasuke had aimed at him. You too, yet a surprise attack requires more caution. I saw you coming. Sasuke extricated himself from Kakashi's grasp and landed nimbly. Retreating, Sasuke allowed Naruto to re-engage, their combined efforts preventing Kakashi from finding any openings. Let us not forget. We are two, declared Naruto, his palm outstretched like a tiger's claw, resembling that of a fox. Influenced by the Nine-Tails since his youth, Naruto had become intimately familiar with various fox combat techniques. Chapter 74, Fox Claw. As Naruto unleashed his fox-like strike, Kakashi hastily evaded. It was not that Naruto's claws possessed immense power. Rather, they were imbued with remarkable technique, appearing innocuous, yet possessing an unshakable sense of danger. This was no mere figment of Kakashi's imagination, but rather the enhancement bestowed by the Nine-Tails. Although Naruto did not actively wield the Nine-Tails chakra, he had long since merged with it, unconsciously channeling its essence in his everyday life, let alone during battle. Sasuke's lack of perception stemmed from their years of concurrent training. while for Kakashi, it was an unfamiliar and perilous sensation. Kakashi had never before sensed such a terrifying aura emanating from Naruto. Despite knowing he was the host of the Nine Tails, he had always believed Naruto was not tapping into its power. However, in that fleeting moment, he indeed felt the specter of death looming. Had he not evaded, he would have perished. With years of Jonin experience guiding him, he managed to escape. My apologies. I became a bit too excited. Upon witnessing Kakashi's evasive maneuver, Naruto suddenly grasped the gravity of his previous actions. Honestly, be a little more careful. I am merely an ordinary Jonin. As Kakashi regained his composure, he noted Naruto's return to normalcy. It was not intentional. After all, this was my first encounter with a true Jonin in many years, Naruto confessed sheepishly. Testing my abilities is sufficient. Should I engage the power of the Nine Tails? It would transform from a test into an act of murder. Though Kakashi appeared formidable, being a young ninja assigned to monitor the Nine Tails host, he remained an ordinary human. Having experienced such a close call, Kakashi lost any desire for further tests. He had narrowly escaped with his life. All right, that will suffice. You have both passed, Kakashi declared, his voice lacking vigor as he slumped to the ground. Wait, that is it for passing? Haruno Sakura, who had been observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. Sensing no tranquil aftermath to the ordeal, gazing at Kakashi, who was slumped on the ground, she initially assumed Kakashi was simply weak. After all, even if Naruto and Sasuke were exceptionally skilled, they were merely recent graduates of the Ninja Academy, and nothing particularly dangerous had transpired. Passed indeed. This examination was set by me, and thus the standards are mine to determine, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Ultimately, this assessment was a reflection of the teacher's satisfaction with his students. As long as Kakashi was content, the identity of the students was inconsequential. Humph, Sasuke scoffed at Kakashi, feeling frustrated that he had finally been granted such an opportunity, only for Kakashi to relinquish it. While the root cause remained Naruto's startling display, Sasuke also felt it was Kakashi's inadequacy. Anyone who frequently trained with Naruto had experienced his sudden bursts of energy. One simply needed to acclimatize. Having known Naruto for years, why could Kakashi not adapt to his explosive nature? Fear not. Next time I shall allow you to unleash your full potential, Naruto said, sidling up to Sasuke with a smile, hoping to earn his forgiveness. Sasuke had anticipated this training for an extended time, and now it was abruptly cut short, which would frustrate anyone. I apologize, Sasuke. I truly did not mean to, Naruto pleaded, shaking Sasuke's arm as he sensed his silence. You know I struggle to control myself when I get excited. It's all right. I hold no grudge against you, Sasuke replied, unable to remain vexed upon seeing Naruto's pouty expression and pitiful eyes. Who could resist such a charming little fox, especially one as endearing as Naruto? Next time, I expect compensation, Sasuke declared. Though his anger had dissipated, he insisted on some form of retribution, playfully tugging at Naruto's whiskers. Fine. Next time I will take you to fight stronger opponents. They would undoubtedly venture out of the village for missions, and at that time, one Sharingan-wielding Kakashi, one Nine-Tails host, and one Uchiha heir would surely attract formidable adversaries. He welcomed the prospect of all challengers, as capturing any would yield great rewards. Ordinary rogue ninjas would lack the audacity. Yet the other great ninja villages would certainly not remain idle. Given the time elapsed since the last Shinobi World War, peace was a fleeting illusion. War was inevitable. It was merely a matter of determining the victor. He held no affection for those in Konoha, should conflict arise. His powers as the Nine-Tails host might very well propel him to the position of Hokage. After all, the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen could not possibly have many days left. In the event of war, he would either die or be gravely injured. After enduring such a drawn-out conflict, the fourth Hokage had perished and the third remained in office. Such a situation was inherently illogical. Now that is more like it. Sasuke expressed his satisfaction with Naruto's promise, subsequently casting a more disapproving glance at Kakashi. Hey, I am still your teacher. Must you treat me this way? Kakashi lamented, feeling somewhat aggrieved at Sasuke's disdain and Naruto's indifference. Surely, Sasuke had corrupted Naruto. He remembered when Naruto was adorably obedient, trailing behind him and calling him big brother. Now, with Sasuke present, Naruto scarcely acknowledged him. Come now, Kakashi-sensei, rise. We wouldn't want anyone to witness this, Naruto suggested, subtly glancing upward. Ah, this child has grown up to be such a handful, Kakashi mused, yet he complied and stood. aware that if Sarutobi Hiruzen were to witness such a scene, he would inevitably inquire. In his youth, Hiruzen had been regarded as a formidable ninja. Though Kakashi had never met him, the respect he received from the village elders was palpable. Yet now, what had become of him? Uzumaki Naruto was merely the Nine-Tails host. The sole child of the fourth Hokage, what had his life become? Even he, the esteemed disciple of the fourth Hokage, dared not openly care for Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 75. Celebration, let us celebrate. Kakashi Hitaki exclaimed to the trio. This is our first gathering, and there should be no issues. To ease Naruto's potential worries, Kakashi felt compelled to add a reassuring remark. In truth, Kakashi was overthinking. Naruto was not one to fret over such matters. Having just graduated, he was eager to showcase his prowess to the village. Let us set off. Sakura Haruno chimed in, though she had felt somewhat detached from the proceedings. Her enthusiasm still brightening the atmosphere. Kakashi, having splurged significantly to make up for the years he had missed with Naruto, took the group to a barbecue restaurant. Fortunately, he was not alone in shouldering the expenses. At the entrance of the barbecue place, they encountered Team 10, who had also come to celebrate. Being former classmates and good friends, the two teams naturally congregated together, as their teachers were also acquaintances. Naruto mused that it might have been better to separate. This way, Kakashi would only need to cover the costs for 4 of them. Although the teachers would split the bill when combined, Choji Akimichi's appetite was equivalent to 2. Naruto, having spent 6 years in ninja school preparing meals for Choji, was well aware of his friend's voracious appetite. Kakashi-sensei, you will surely regret this, Naruto remarked, glancing back at Kakashi, who was engaged in conversation with Asuma Sarutobi. Naruto's assertion did not go unnoticed by Sasuke Uchiha, who, typically reticent, echoed a similar sentiment as he passed Kakashi. Good luck. Shikamaru Nara sauntered behind Naruto and Sasuke. How did your assessments go? Ino Yamanaka asked Sakura, her concern for her friend evident. Just the usual assessments. How about you? Sakura replied, cleverly omitting any mention of the uniqueness of their evaluation. Same here, utterly uninspired. The same old routines, Ino replied disdainfully. Men are such dull creatures. You'll be free from that now, Shikamaru said, sitting beside Naruto and Sasuke, placing a slice of meat on the grill. Indeed, it's finally a chance to breathe easy, Naruto agreed, grilling the meat, while Sasuke remained idle, as he often did when Naruto was present. Was ninja school that difficult? I heard you were at the bottom of your class, Asuma interjected, misinterpreting their conversation as a complaint about the rigorous nature of classes. However, being at the bottom of the class was no disgrace. Much of the knowledge acquired there was seldom utilized in actual combat. Even if one lagged behind, it was of little consequence. Perhaps, Naruto replied, opting not to elaborate. For disliking school was a common sentiment among students. Asuma nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Naruto's statement. Had it not been for Kurenai, he would have been tempted to skip classes himself. Your teacher is quite good, Naruto remarked to Shikamaru, deftly handing Sasuke another piece of grilled meat. Well, he is certainly acceptable. We make a good match, Shikamaru replied, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Although he was the son of the third Hokage, he had not inherited any of the less favorable traits of his lineage. He appeared quite earnest. While he was not exceptionally sharp, he certainly was not foolish. Otherwise, given their close friendship, he would have likely discerned Naruto's peculiarities by now. Though Shikamaru was a Leaf Village native and would never act against its interests, he trusted Naruto implicitly. He could not fathom Naruto engaging in anything that would harm the village, nor did he wish for the village to act unfavorably towards Naruto. Naruto was a commendable individual, and the reasons behind his current circumstances were obscured from all, even Shikamaru. However, he was wary of exposing Naruto's differences, fearing it might disrupt the existing equilibrium. Perhaps in a year or two, after the third Hokage's passing, Naruto would finally be able to release his lingering grievances towards the village. At that point, he would truly integrate into the Leaf, rather than continue to wear the facade that he currently did. While others might remain oblivious, Shikamaru, having spent 6 years with Naruto and possessing a keen intellect, had discerned the layers of disguise Naruto maintained. However, it was likely that Naruto never intended to hide anything from Shikamaru. Shikamaru was a friend whom Naruto trusted, someone he felt he could be open with, even if not entirely forthcoming. That's good, Shikamaru's words reassured Naruto, indicating that Asuma genuinely resonated with him. Otherwise, considering Shikamaru's aversion to complications, he would hardly have spoken at all. Nonetheless, regardless of Asuma's demeanor, the Ino-Shikicho trio remained a critical asset to the village, far from the unwelcomed influence of the Uchiha clan. As the current heir and future leader of the Ino-Shikicho, Shikamaru would undoubtedly be treated with respect. "Help yourself," Sasuke said, using his chopsticks to block yet another piece of meat that Naruto offered, hoping Naruto would notice his nearly overflowing bowl. "Am I a pig? I can't eat that much." "I'm not Choji," he retorted. "Eat a bit more. It's a rare outing," Naruto chuckled. The barbecue was delightful, yet he preferred places with fewer patrons. Sasuke, wanting to accompany him, seldom ventured to such crowded locales. Of course, the more pressing concern was their financial constraints. However, if they truly wished to dine out, they had the means. It was merely Naruto's aversion to such crowds that held him back. "In the future, we can reserve a private room. We are ninjas now," Sasuke suggested, grasping Naruto's concerns. Although they had previously enjoyed wealth, they had to be discreet, and merely dining out once felt extravagant. If they were to reserve a private room, the village might grow suspicious of their finances. Now that they had become ninjas, earning mission commissions, they no longer needed to meticulously tally their expenses. The lament of possessing wealth that could not be spent due to its questionable origins was indeed a sorrowful predicament. "All right, I'll accompany you out to eat more often." Naruto agreed to the idea of private rooms. He simply detested the scrutiny of others. Chapter 76. Guilt. Now that you are ninjas, you will have money, and dining out frequently will be feasible, Asuma said nonchalantly, assuming they were merely short on funds. "Thank you, Asuma-sensei." Naruto nodded appreciatively, sensing a certain innocence in Asuma, one that seemed to diverge from the traits of his father. Noticing Sasuke's silence, Naruto felt compelled to continue the conversation. "It's nothing. I didn't do much. Just said a couple of words," Asuma said, scratching his head in embarrassment, not wishing to receive gratitude from Kakashi's students casually. While he and Kakashi were friends, Kakashi's prowess far surpassed his own, instilling a measure of apprehension in Asuma. People often harbor a natural fear and respect for the strong, a sentiment unrelated to status. Even though he is the son of the Hokage, he finds himself inferior when facing Kakashi Hatake, for he lacks the strength that Kakashi possesses. His ascension to the rank of Jonin is indeed a testament to his abilities. But his significant influence as a Jonin largely stems from his father and his past experiences as a protector of the 12 Guardians. In contrast, Kakashi has achieved his status solely through his own prowess, perhaps influenced by the legacy of Minato Namikaze, yet Minato has long since passed. "Come on, eat up. There's no need for flattery between you two," Kakashi remarked, feeling somewhat incredulous at Asuma Sarutobi's enthusiastic chatter with Naruto and his peers. Were it not for this being their team's inaugural gathering, he might have preferred a more private conversation with Asuma rather than being subjected to such exuberant discussions. "What does it matter? Your students are quite entertaining," Asuma waved dismissively. As an elite Jonin and the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was well aware of Naruto's identity. He felt a twinge of guilt regarding Naruto. While he didn't care much about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki status, he had encountered other hosts before and trusted the Uzumaki sealing techniques. What weighed more heavily on his conscience was Naruto's other identity as the Hokage's son, who had faced adversity despite the village's adoration. Was Naruto's life reflective of what the child of a Hokage should experience? Or was it even a life befitting any child? Were it not for Kakashi's relentless efforts to become Naruto's primary guardian, would Naruto have survived the cruelty he faced? All of this turmoil stemmed from his father, the man he had once quarreled with, yet still held in high regard. Naruto remained silent. Even if he sensed Asuma's remorse, it mattered little to him. Regardless of his father's failings, he was one who often redirected blame. The mere fact that he could sit alongside Asuma and engage in conversation, albeit with a hint of pretense, was largely due to Shikamaru Nara's acknowledgement of his teacher. As Shikamaru's mentor, Asuma deserved respect, and Naruto would not tarnish that bond. "Tomorrow, we embark on a mission," Shikamaru interjected, taking over the conversation for Naruto. Indeed, their opportunities for frequent meetings would be limited henceforth. Ino Yamanaka had also sensed the preceding awkwardness and quickly shifted the topic. "Perhaps it's for the best. From now on, Sasuke will be mine alone," she declared. Despite having been warned by Sasuke Uchiha the previous day, Sakura Haruno remained undeterred. Sasuke would never be interested in you with that wide forehead," Ino retorted, her irritation palpable at not being placed in the same team as Sasuke. "What did you say, Ino pig?" Sakura shot back, ready to bicker. Enough with the commotion. Just eat your meal, Kakashi interjected, placing his hands on their heads with a weary sigh. He felt exhausted. What was meant to be a simple gathering had devolved into chaos. He had come to unwind, not to mediate disputes. Then why sit together if you dislike each other so much? Choji Akimichi finally spoke up after a long period of eating. Shut up. They both replied in unison. Fine. I'll be quiet, Choji grumbled, returning to his meal. This was a matter between the girls, he decided. Naruto placed some grilled meat onto Choji's plate. He and Sasuke had already finished their meals, leaving only the adults indulging in drinks and Choji still munching away. Hurry and eat. We always have to wait on you. Don't keep Naruto waiting, Shikamaru chimed in, helping to ease the burden on Naruto. Naruto doesn't he mind. We're friends, Choji replied, fully aware of his role. Shikamaru felt fortunate for Choji, realizing that he had won Naruto's friendship through simple gestures, such as sharing snacks before they had even met. Naruto might currently be just a clever child, but as long as he persisted, he would undoubtedly grow into a remarkable individual. At that time, the entire Inoshikacho trio would advance together. Naruto smiled quietly, relishing in the act of feeding Choji. Witnessing Choji's satisfaction brought him joy in return. A simple meal could uplift Choji for an extended period. What more could he desire? He was fed daily, whether by his own hand or that of Kurama. Although he lacked parents, Kurama had cared for him exceptionally well. He was never alone, with Kurama within him, Sasuke by his side, and Shikamaru and Choji at school. What could he possibly complain about? He possessed what most people lacked. Chapter 77. Displaying affection, he ought to feel content, yet he found himself unwilling to settle. If he did, what would his past sufferings amount to? Born without parents, who loved each other and the village more than him. Despite being the son of the fourth Hokage, he had become the village's nine-tails demon. Having done nothing wrong, he faced ostracization from the villagers. He felt a simmering resentment. Even if he couldn't destroy Konoha, he would ensure that those who had tormented him would pay a price. After all, their lives were preserved by his parents. Reclaiming that was only just, was it not? It was a sentiment any individual might entertain. He merely needed to act on these thoughts rather than letting them linger. Contemplating this, Naruto instinctively grasped Sasuke's hand beneath the table. Do not blame him for his ruthlessness. It was simply his nature. The village was responsible for this turmoil. He never wished to become this way. Who wouldn't he desire to be a kind-hearted person, amiable to all? Yet, good people do not tend to thrive. Position 1 ready. Position 2 ready. Position 3 ready. This is position 4, preparing for action. Affirmative. The target is at position 3, requesting support. Position 2 has arrived. Position 1 has arrived. Preparing to engage. Meow. Naruto leapt forward, catching a small calico cat in his arms. Is this the target? Sakura emerged from behind a tree, scrutinizing the cat nestled in Naruto's embrace. With its red bow and yellow-black markings, it was unmistakably the target. Sasuke held a photo, carefully comparing it. Rest assured, there's no mistake. This cat is unique to this forest, Naruto said, stroking the cat's fur absent-mindedly. While caressing the cat, I couldn't help but think that although its fur was smooth, it paled in comparison to the silky texture of Kurama's fur. If the little calico cat were aware of Naruto Uzumaki's thoughts, it would surely be astonished. Here I am, a mere cat, being compared to a tailed beast. How could they be alike? One is just an ordinary feline, while the other is the formidable Nine-Tails. The day after the gathering, under Kakashi Hataki's guidance, Team 7 embarked on a series of tasks: collecting litter, clearing waterways, assisting in harvesting crops, watering plants, and predominantly, searching for cats. They were baffled by the sheer number of cats mysteriously disappearing in the village. Was it to enhance the performance records of the lower-ranking ninjas? They truly could not understand why these cats, pampered by noble ladies, would choose to escape a life of comfort, where they were well-fed and adorned with lovely garments, unable to hunt as they once did. Or was it possible that this was all a ploy between the village and the noble women, with the latter seeking to train the kittens and the village assigning tasks to the lower ninjas? It seemed that the purpose was to have the lower ninjas entertain the noble women's kittens, as every time they managed to catch a cat, it showed no resistance. Normally, wouldn't a kitten struggle when captured? Even if Naruto had never owned a cat, Sasuke Uchiha had ample experience with them. The Uchiha clan had once been surrounded by felines. This task is dreadfully mundane. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura Haruno was the first to voice her impatience. Though timid and wary of encountering formidable foes, She found the monotony of such trivial tasks unbearable. As lower-ranking ninjas, we can only undertake D-rank missions. And they are all like this. There's nothing I can do about it, Kakashi replied, slightly amused. I thought the boys would be the first to crack. But it's you, Sakura. I don't want to, but those two are pushing it, Sakura retorted. While she could tolerate tedious tasks, Naruto and Sasuke's incessant displays of affection during missions were exasperating. They could flaunt their bond, but the issue lay in their obliviousness to the inappropriateness of their behavior, perceiving it as mere camaraderie among friends. Initially, she had questioned their relationship, only to receive denials, yet she frequently witnessed their intimate interactions. Perhaps she had misjudged them. Maybe they genuinely believed it was nothing. However, the lingering glances exchanged between the two convinced her otherwise. It dawned on her that there must be something romantic between them. Yet she couldn't fathom why they both insisted otherwise. Was it possible that neither of them had the courage to acknowledge their feelings? Sakura found it hard to believe. We haven't done anything wrong, have we, Sakura? Naruto responded, bewildered by her accusations. Do girls really get this unreasonable? He and Sasuke had done nothing inappropriate. Just earlier, Sakura had approached them with peculiar questions they couldn't quite grasp, and when they sought clarification, she had turned away, leaving them perplexed. It's precisely because you think you've done nothing that it's frustrating. You've clearly done something, Sakura sighed, exasperated with the oblivious boys. Despite her affection for Sasuke, she could not accept that he was the type to feign ignorance while getting close to Naruto, all the while denying any relationship. It was the epitome of a cad. Kakashi-sensei, can we not undertake some missions that are a bit more challenging? Sakura asked again, turning her gaze to Kakashi. Hearing her inquiry, both Naruto and Sasuke looked at Kakashi eagerly. Truthfully, they had been bored for quite some time, though they had not voiced it. Naruto wished to maintain a low profile, while Sasuke didn't want to trouble Naruto. Regardless, they hoped that after completing these simple tasks, they could dedicate more time to their training. But now that Sakura had brought it up, they too were eager to tackle more perilous missions, yearning to face stronger adversaries. It seems you all desire more advanced tasks, Kakashi remarked, noticing the trio's keen expressions. However, it's not impossible. Let me speak with Hokage-sama. If he agrees, we can take on C-rank missions. Kakashi pondered for a moment, recalling that it had been a while since their graduation. Hiruzen Sarutobi should have eased the restrictions on Naruto. As the Nine-Tails host, Naruto required adequate training and could not be confined to the village indefinitely. Chapter 78. C-rank mission indeed, they had grown quite formidable. And recent changes warranted consideration for C-rank missions. Hiruzen observed Team 7's eager expressions. Sakura was direct in her gaze, while Naruto was equally enthusiastic. Although Sasuke averted his eyes, he was discreetly observing. Very well, this task will suffice, Hiruzen declared, retrieving a relatively safe mission from a stack and handing it to Kakashi. He then called out to the person waiting outside, please send the client in. Huh, I paid for this. Are these little brats really up to the task? Dasna scoffed, eyeing Naruto and the others with disdain. What did you say? We are not little brats, you old coot. Naruto retorted, feigning ferocity. While he could endure ridicule from the villagers, the fact that an outsider dared to insult him was intolerable. Now, don't get angry, Naruto. This is our client, Kakashi intervened, smiling at Dasna. Rest assured, I am a jonin. Let us hope you live up to your claims, Dasna replied, scrutinizing Kakashi before reluctantly conceding, as he had no money to voice his grievances. Have no fear, my students are quite capable, Kakashi assured, grinning. Then, Hokage-sama, we will take our leave. Kakashi waved goodbye to Hiruzen, leading Naruto, Sasuke, and their client away. Go, and be safe, Hiruzen said. Though he harbored concerns for Naruto's safety, he trusted Kakashi's abilities implicitly. Among the current jonin of Konoha, Kakashi was undoubtedly among the most skilled. His prowess in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu left little to be desired. Perhaps his chakra was somewhat limited due to the Sharingan. But most opponents wouldn't last long enough to exploit that weakness. Handling a straightforward C-rank escort mission posed no challenge for him. Gather at the village gate. You have half an hour to prepare. Dismissed, Kakashi instructed. We're finally leaving the village, Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke, who had been organizing his gear, looked up at him. Are you worried? No, just feeling reflective about breaking free from this cage, Naruto replied, moving to the window to gaze at Konoha. To the countless villagers, it was a picture of prosperity, yet Naruto found it utterly ironic. He harbored no affection for this village, but leaving it was not an option. Now, the prospect of briefly departing to experience the scenery outside truly excites him, even if this is merely a mundane task. If you dislike it here, we can leave in the future, Uchiha Sasuke remarked. He held no sentimental attachment to Konoha. It was simply an ordinary dwelling. When the Uchiha clan was still present, the villagers harbored disdain towards them, and now that the Uchiha were gone, the villagers still held no fondness. He remained there only because he was young, had nowhere else to go, and this place offered him the opportunity to grow stronger. Yet, given the chance to leave, he would not care where he lived. There's no need. Konoha still holds what I desire. Uzumaki Naruto rejected Uchiha Sasuke's suggestion, turning to face him. I intend to become Hokage. Since everyone in the village despises me, I will compel them to respect me, to fear me, and ultimately to submit to me. How could he simply overlook how the villagers treated him? As long as you're aware, let me know if you wish to leave in the future. To be honest, Uchiha Sasuke did not quite grasp Naruto's aspiration to become Hokage. If Naruto were a naive individual, he might wish to integrate into the village by becoming Hokage. However, Naruto was evidently not naive. Rather, he was astute and cunning, and such thoughts should not have crossed his mind. That day will surely come. I will undoubtedly become Hokage, making Konoha my personal domain, allowing us to live freely here. Let's go, we should set off. Kakashi Hatake leaned against the gate, waving at the approaching Naruto and his companions. Everything ready, my lovely students? Of course, no problem, Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto responded, while Uchiha Sasuke merely nodded in silence. Then let us depart, Kakashi called to Dazna. I must ask, can you truly be relied upon? Dazna remained skeptical about whether these young ones could adequately protect him. I am the bridge-building master of the Land of Waves. It is an honor for you to protect me. He raised a bottle of sake, unabashedly boasting. How come someone from the Land of Waves would come to Konoha for a commission? Sakura inquired with curiosity. She excelled in the ninja academy. Yet these mundane matters seemed foreign to her. The Land of Waves has no ninjas, Kakashi explained to Sakura. The 5 great shinobi villages refer to the ninja villages of the 5 great nations. Apart from them, only a few smaller nations have ninja villages, such as the village hidden in the waterfall, the village hidden in the hot springs, and the village hidden in the stars. Other nations lack ninja villages. Therefore, individuals from these countries must seek commissions from others, with the 5 great villages being the best option. Oh, I see, Sakura nodded in understanding. Indeed, we are a small nation. My ability to commission you has already exhausted all of our village's funds. You must ensure my protection, Dazna declared arrogantly, seemingly believing that money could grant him immunity from consequences. Must I expose you? I don't know what you are hiding, but you are certainly not being truthful, Naruto replied, exasperated by Dazna's arrogance. Shouldn't he keep his secrets discreet? His need for attention was palpable. If it weren't for Naruto's desire to leave the village, he would have already called Dazna out on his deceit. Naruto found Dazna's attitude towards ninjas quite distasteful, and his claim of exhausting the village's funds seemed to have been squandered on alcohol. Though the sake you possess may not be the finest from our village, it is certainly premium quality, and someone of your stature would hardly be able to afford it, Naruto scoffed. Chapter 79. You cannot escape at Naruto's remark. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi immediately focused their attention on the sake bottle in Dazna's possession. Kakashi remained unfazed, as he generally abstained from alcohol. Yet he noted Dazna's peculiar behavior and was surprised that Naruto had detected the anomaly. Sakura and Sasuke were astonished, despite their disdain for Dazna. They had not considered that he might be problematic. What nonsense are you spouting? Dazna defensively covered his bottle, angered and embarrassed. Whether it is nonsense depends on your attitude. I prefer to avoid meddling in affairs, but I detest trouble, understand? Naruto fixed his gaze on Dazna, implying that he was the source of that trouble. I understand, Dazna stammered, cautiously glancing at Kakashi. Noticing Kakashi's lack of response, he discreetly returned his gaze. Sasuke furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent, trusting Naruto, yet feeling a twinge of concern. You know about alcohol? Sasuke was slightly intrigued by this question. Naruto was only 12, not of legal drinking age. And even if he had secretly consumed alcohol, why would he not know? I don't, but certain meals necessitate it, so I have learned a bit, Naruto explained, wanting to clarify that he had never actually drunk alcohol and did not want Sasuke to misinterpret him. The journey continued in silence. Dazna was intimidated by Naruto, and Sakura and Sasuke were uninterested in conversation. Naruto contemplated whether to say something. while Kakashi surveyed their surroundings. Kakashi, I want to become Hokage. Do you have any objections? Naruto stated assertively, omitting any I think, and refraining from addressing Kakashi as teacher. I have no objections. Kakashi scratched his head, reluctant to engage in the discussion. He sensed a change in Naruto, but did not wish to delve deeply into it. Naruto represented a goal for him to live for, and he did not want to lose that. He loathed living aimlessly, devoid of purpose. Kakashi, you must respond. You know I am not particularly fond of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto stated bluntly. With no outsiders present, even if there were, they would become inconsequential. Naruto, you're still young. Perhaps these matters can wait until later, Kakashi said. Observing a small puddle ahead, inwardly relieved. You cannot escape. A choice will eventually have to be made. Naruto realized he could only coexist with either the current leadership of Konoha or not at all. If Konoha could not become a place where he could thrive, then he had no reason to remain there. Yet, his desire to live in Konoha was immense, meaning his enemies must be eliminated. If Kakashi continued to avoid making a choice, he would inevitably be categorized among Naruto's adversaries. Naruto indifferently watched as Kakashi executed two individuals emerging from the water, swiftly pulling Sakura and Dasuna aside. Just two mediocre chunin, he thought, confident in Sasuke's abilities. With a deft maneuver, Sasuke evaded the first assailant's attack, circling behind the second without hesitation, swiftly dispatching him. With a kick, he sent the body flying towards Naruto, who skillfully caught the adversary and bound his hands behind his back. Soon, the remaining individuals fell at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke, bringing the defeated foes to regroup with his companions. What should we do? Uchiha Sasuke gazed at the two who lay together. It depends on what Kakashi-sensei says. Uzumaki Naruto remarked, looking towards the trees as Hatake Kakashi emerged from behind. Quite perceptive, Hatake Kakashi complimented, acknowledging that although he had not hidden well, not everyone possessed the keen eye to notice. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Haruno Sakura turned to look at what she thought was Kakashi's body, only to find it had transformed into a wooden substitute. A substitution technique? Of course, these two are not capable of killing the teacher. He is exceptionally strong. Hatake Kakashi stated with confidence. This was their team's inaugural mission outside the village, and he wished to observe his students' adaptability and their attitudes towards taking lives. However, it appears our client is indeed concealing certain truths from us. These two are clearly targeting you, Kakashi remarked with a teasing glance towards Tazuna. I didn't mean to. Tazuna stammered, flustered. Please, client, hold your tongue. I need to inquire about the situation from these companions first. We have nothing to say. One of the new arrivals spoke defiantly. That is not for you to decide. Hatake Kakashi, as an elite jonin, certainly possesses methods of interrogation. It seems our client has many secrets, Kakashi said, casting a wary glance at Tazuna. The appearance of a ninja has escalated this mission from a C rank to a B rank task. I am also helpless in this matter. We truly have no other options. Tazuna lamented, tears streaming down his face. The land of waves is merely a small nation, barely surviving through the export of fish. Yet Kato has seized control of our port, crippling our trade. We are forced to comply with his demands, and the people of the land of waves are suffering immensely. To awaken the villagers' spirits, we must construct a bridge. If we can successfully build the bridge, the villagers will rekindle their fighting spirit and regain hope for a better life. What? Are you joking? What about our lives? The presence of a ninja has elevated this to a B-rank mission. We cannot contend with such danger. Haruno Sakura exclaimed, filled with anger. They were merely ordinary ninjas, devoid of any special talents, freshly graduated genin, lacking the strength to truly engage in combat with ninjas. Indeed, due to this unforeseen circumstance, the mission has shifted from C rank to B rank. Logically, you possess the right to abandon the task. Returning to the village is an option, but you may also choose to continue, depending on your decision. Hatake Kakashi presented the choice to his students, as this too is a form of learning. The client's malicious concealment of the mission's rank is a significant factor contributing to the high mortality rate among ninjas. Not everyone possesses wealth or integrity. They view ninjas merely as disposable tools. Even if they misreport the mission's rank and encounter danger, they can simply label it as an accident and issue another commission when funds are available. As long as the village lacks conclusive evidence, they cannot prevent others from issuing requests. Otherwise, no one would come forth to make commissions in the future. Chapter 80. Murder. Of course, we must return. This has clearly surpassed our capabilities. Haruno Sakura stated without hesitation, casting hopeful glances at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. She was uncertain of their thoughts, but knew she was just an ordinary girl, lacking the audacity to face such peril. She was still a genin. While the adversaries were at least Chunin level, how powerful could the mastermind be? She could not handle it. It was absolutely beyond her. No one could call her cowardly. It was the client who misrepresented the missioness rank, and she had every right to refuse. She was merely exercising her rightful choice, recognizing her own limitations. She refrained from overestimating her abilities, thereby preserving her life. If anything were to happen to the client, it would not be her fault. Had the client issued a B-rank mission, the village would have dispatched more capable ninjas, preventing any issues from arising. Had Uzumaki Naruto not pointed out Tezuna's drinking problem, she might have felt guilty, but at present, she simply felt disdain for him. He clearly had the means, yet disregarded the village's plight, betraying the hopes of his own people to satisfy his selfish desires. Moreover, it would be one thing if he only endangered his own villagers. But now he also threatened innocent ninjas. No, Tezuna exclaimed anxiously. He could not allow the ninjas he had painstakingly hired to simply return. If you leave, Kato will kill me, and that will be on your heads. I have a poor daughter at home, a little granddaughter who will lose her father. What will they do if I am gone? Tezuna collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely while stealing glances at the other's expressions. This is outright coercion, Haruno Sakura shouted angrily, having never encountered such shamelessness. What do the two of you think? Hatake Kakashi turned to the silent Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. I do not mind. Uchiha Sasuke spoke first, preferring the presence of ninjas. I will follow Sasuke. We need to train, and besides, Kakashi-sensei is here with us. Uzumaki Naruto expressed confidence in Kakashi's strength. Even if Kakashi were unreliable, there was still Kurama. Kurama was the most dependable. All of Uzumaki Naruto's confidence stemmed from Kurama. As long as Kurama was present, he would face no danger, for Kurama would surely protect him. What about you, Sakura? Hatake Kakashi inquired again. If you wish to return, I can escort you back. Kakashi would not pressure her either way. If Haruno Sakura wished to return, she undoubtedly had her reasons, and if she chose to stay, he would certainly protect her. However, if she truly wanted to leave, he would not impede her. Everyone has their own choices. Haruno Sakura glanced between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, wavering before finally stating, I will go too. How could I be the only one to remain? Haruno Sakura understood that her strength was inferior to the other two, and she often felt like a burden during missions, yet she was determined to grow stronger. Those stronger than her were still striving. How could she shrink back now? All right, it seems my students are full of courage, Hatake Kakashi remarked with satisfaction. Although he would not blame Sakura if she chose to return, he would still feel disappointed. Sakura's choice pleased him immensely. Indeed, his students were anything but worthless. They were all exceptionally brave. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tezuna expressed with emotion, his gratitude evident. We cannot bear your trust. We are staying to train better. Not for you, Uzumaki Naruto retorted, unimpressed with Tezuna. He truly looked down on Tezuna, believing that the collective wealth of the village should have sufficed for Tezuna's budget. Since they had just brought Tezuna to Konoha, he must have had some understanding of Konoha's pricing standards. Thus, Tezuna's initial funds should have been adequate. Instead, he squandered it on alcohol, concealing mission information and misrepresenting the task as C rank. Ultimately, it was his own fault, yet he expected them to bear the consequences. What use are all these words of gratitude now? It's too late. Moreover, even if we accompany you, the matter of your deceit regarding the mission's rank will not be overlooked. You will still have to compensate upon arrival. Naruto Uzumaki declared emphatically, leaving no room for rebuttal as he strode forward. While I would like to assist you, my position as a student is rather exceptional. Even as his teacher, I am powerless to intervene, and thus, you must endure this predicament, Kakashi Hatake, the good-natured sensei, remarked, excluding himself from the discussion. It is essential to retain one person in the team to communicate with the client, even if this client is one who falsified the mission's rank. Wait, Naruto. We still need to address these two, Kakashi called out to the departing Naruto, beckoning the trio to confront the assailants. What should we do with them? Sakura Haruno inquired first. Eliminate them. They are enemies after all, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Throughout his life, countless individuals had harbored intentions to kill him, each one brimming with murderous intent. Had the village permitted it, he firmly believed no one would have spared the young version of himself. Therefore, Naruto held no qualms about the act of killing. Sasuke Uchiha remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Enemies must be dealt with swiftly. What? Kill them? Sakura hesitated. She had yet to fully acclimatize to the life of a ninja. Her previous C-rank missions had merely served to foster camaraderie, lacking any real challenge. This, however, was a genuine ninja assignment. Naruto is right. So, who will take action? Kakashi inquired. Understanding the difference between knowing one must kill and actually committing the act is not trivial. Taking the life of one's kin is not as simple as drinking water or eating. I do not require such considerations, Naruto asserted. He was not unfamiliar with the act of killing, although few were aware of it. Furthermore, Naruto's initial experience with taking a life was devoid of discomfort, for he recognized they were not his kind. The child of the great fox is, of course, a fox. Naruto had never truly acknowledged himself as human. He would never align himself with those repugnant, hypocritical beings. He was the favored child of the great fox. Chapter 81. Death together, is it unnecessary? Kakashi gazed at Naruto, who remained silent. In that case, let Sasuke and Sakura each handle one. Kakashi decided without hesitation. Naruto would not partake, and the two were just right for the task. The journey ahead was notably quiet, witnessing Sasuke's unwavering resolve to kill and Sakura's hesitance, yet her determination to do so as well. Tazuna finally recognized that he stood before genuine ninjas, not mere children to be deceived. Naruto refrained from pressing Kakashi for an answer, knowing there was ample time. He was not in a hurry, and after the interruption, he felt a lack of pressure in the conversation. Sasuke and Sakura were lost in their recollections of the feelings associated with taking a life, adjusting to the life of a ninja. Certainly, Sasuke was more absorbed in recalling his first confrontation with another ninja. Although he had never killed, he had, under Naruto's guidance, hunted larger animals. Killing sentient beings was not morally superior to taking a human life, especially when done slowly and savoring the ebbing of their life. It was not only Sasuke. Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi had also been encouraged by Naruto to confront these realities. Naruto genuinely sought to befriend them and hoped that his friends would avoid any unnecessary troubles in the future. How much longer? Sakura complained. They had traveled for what felt like an eternity without seeing the end in sight. Soon, we are nearing the sea. Once we cross it, we will arrive. Tazuna replied anxiously, fearing that a moment's delay might provoke the ninjas in his company. What? We still have to cross the sea? Sakura expressed her reluctance. It was not fatigue, for her physical abilities as a ninja were commendable. Rather, the distance they traversed would have been trivial for ninjas, and their current slow pace was solely due to Tazuna's lagging. Despite knowing such thoughts about a client were inappropriate, she could not help herself. Do not worry, Miss Ninja. There will be a boat once we reach the sea. You won't have to walk anymore, Tazuna replied, as if anticipating Sakura's grievances. Awesome. This is my first time seeing the sea, Naruto exclaimed, sprinting ahead and even leaping onto the water's surface, running a couple of laps on it. Look, Sasuke. It's the ocean, Naruto shouted, running ashore and grabbing Sasuke's arm, pulling him toward the sea without regard for Sasuke's willingness. I see. Calm down, Sasuke responded, feeling exasperated but following Naruto nonetheless. However, Naruto was now too engrossed to acknowledge Sasuke, instead showcasing the ocean to Kurama within his consciousness. Look, Kurama, it's the ocean. A real ocean, Naruto exclaimed, awakening Kurama to gaze out through his own eyes. Until now, Naruto had only glimpsed the ocean through Kurama's tales and had never experienced the real expanse of it. The first thing he wanted to do upon seeing the ocean was to share it with Kurama. After all, Kurama had seen the ocean, but never a tranquil one. He had only witnessed the tumultuous seas during battles between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. What is so exciting about it? Kurama remarked dismissively. Although Naruto believed Kurama had never seen the ocean, in truth, he had. After living for over a millennium, he had certainly encountered the ocean, and it was far more expansive than this strait between the continent and the land of waves. It was a truly vast ocean, reflecting the sky above, not the murky, foggy waters that could easily reveal their boundaries. Fool, this hardly qualifies as an ocean, Sasuke interjected rationally, since they could easily reach the opposite shore by boat. It could not be considered a true ocean. Indeed, this area was too narrow to be classified as such. Sakura, familiar with the map, was aware that the distance between the continent and the land of waves was not significant. In fact, if a sufficiently powerful ninja possessed ample chakra, they could walk across the water. That is not important. What matters is that this is my first time witnessing the scenery beyond the hidden leaf, Naruto declared, expanding his perception to embrace the endless ocean, gradually reaching out until it touched the land. Beneath the depths of the ocean lay countless forms of life, a stark contrast to the feeling of the forest of death, representing an entirely different ecosystem from that on land. Naruto spread his arms wide, savoring the unique beauty of the seaside. "Come up, Naruto," Sasuke called from the boat, extending his hand toward the dazed Naruto standing on the shore. "Coming." Naruto was jolted from his reverie and, with Sasuke's assistance, climbed aboard the vessel. Sasuke was not one for excessive chatter, and Naruto remained absorbed in his recent sensations, leaving them both in silence for the moment. "Kurama, are you excited?" Naruto asked, still outside the consciousness space. "Excited about what?" Kurama replied, bored, flicking his tail. "You will soon be free from the seal. You will be able to come out." Naruto Uzumaki found himself unable to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. He felt an inexplicable reluctance to unseal the confines of his being. As the vessel of the Nine Tails, he harbored an innate aversion to captivity. Much like his disdain for Konoha, he was both the prison of the Nine Tails and a prisoner of Konoha. The yearning for freedom was universal. Consider this carefully, for it pertains to your very life. Hasty decisions may lead to dire consequences. The Nine Tails reflected earnestly on Naruto's plight, despite the fact that it bore no intention of causing him harm. While it remained uncertain of the source of Naruto's hesitation, the Nine Tails, having nurtured him, wished to shield him from distress, even if the matter was intrinsically linked to itself. As a tailed beast, it knew that even if the seal were broken, it could never truly escape, and thus, the situation would remain unchanged. The only difference would be that Naruto would be able to harness its chakra with greater ease. Though the seal crafted by Minato Namikaze allowed Naruto to bask in the power of the Nine Tails, it simultaneously restricted the flow of its chakra. The Nine Tails had never contemplated leaving Naruto's body while he was alive. It had vowed to accompany him in death. "Regardless of your choice, I will always be here. So you need not worry." Chapter 82. Naruto Uzumaki is different. I was not concerned as Naruto gazed upon the boundless sea, hesitant to face the Nine Tails. He felt a twinge of selfishness. Indeed, the Nine Tails' disdain for humanity was not without justification. Humanity was inherently base, including himself. "Whether you are worried or not, I will remain here. You are my child, as you have said." Perhaps sensing Naruto's disquiet, the Nine Tails spoke in an unusually gentle tone. Naruto remained silent, and the Nine Tails did not expect a response. In its presence, Naruto had always been a compliant child, and indeed, he was. The Nine Tails had unwavering faith that Naruto would never harm or exploit it. "How much longer must we linger? The fog is suffocating. Even sitting idly on the boat breeds tedium and trepidation, as the surroundings are shrouded in obscurity. Be quiet," the ferryman admonished in a hushed tone. "I risk my life to bring you here." As they approached their destination, the ferryman extinguished the motor and resorted to the most primitive means of rowing. "Why?" Sakura Haruno inquired, puzzled, yet lowered her voice. "As I mentioned earlier, Gato prohibits us from trading independently and has taken control of the port. We are now smuggling." Dasna replied quietly, "Please bear with us. We shall arrive shortly." Dasna was wary of inciting the ire of the ninja and attracting Gato's men, thus he implored them softly. No one wished to court trouble for themselves, so there was no need for concern. Naruto felt a pang of guilt towards the Nine Tails, perceiving everything through a distorted lens. "Naruto?" Sasuke Uchiha sensed Naruto's agitation and grew anxious. Naruto was not typically an impatient individual. Rather, he was remarkably patient, whether in his guise within the village or in his interactions with friends. "It's nothing." Naruto acknowledged Sasuke's concern but refrained from elaborating. The timing was not opportune, and he had yet to formulate his thoughts. Sasuke discerned Naruto's reluctance to speak and silently grasped his hand, conveying that he was not alone. "We've arrived. From here, you must rely on yourselves." The ferryman urged to depart swiftly. "Understood. Hurry back, and do not get caught." Dasna acknowledged that the ferryman's willingness to come was a favor to him. Navigating the seas at this juncture was a perilous endeavor. Dasna felt genuine gratitude for the ferryman's assistance. "Who?" Naruto exclaimed, hurling a kunai into the nearby thicket with a whoosh, only for it to strike the ground. "What was that?" "There's nothing here," Sakura observed, surveying the disturbed underbrush. devoid of anything save Naruto's kunai. Let us move quickly. Do not be overly anxious. Kakashi Hatake remarked nonchalantly. As time passed, Naruto suddenly launched another kunai. Who is it? This time, he did not come up empty-handed. He pinned a snow-white rabbit to the ground. A rabbit? Sakura stared at Naruto incredulously. Naruto, please refrain from venting your emotions recklessly. Naruto's unusual demeanor was evident to all. He was excessively irritable, a stark contrast to his usual self. No, this time Naruto is correct. This rabbit is a snow hare, which only turns white in winter. And clearly, it is not winter now. Kakashi lifted the rabbit for closer inspection. This is a domesticated creature, typically used by ninjas for reconnaissance. Naruto, you did well to notice this. It was an oversight on my part, he praised. Let us proceed. Whatever may come, I will ensure your safety. Kakashi declared with confidence in his own abilities. Suddenly, a massive blade whistled towards Dasna, and Kakashi shielded him from the attack. While Naruto and the others dropped to the ground, they narrowly avoided the assault, with the monstrous blade embedding itself in a tree. What an impressive blade, Naruto exclaimed, marveling at its size, having never encountered anything like it before. My target is merely this old man. Hand him over, and you may leave unscathed. A figure swathed in bandages loomed above them from the trees, surveying Kakashi and his companions. So, this is a requisite skill for elite ninjas? Naruto inquired earnestly, observing the newcomer. What? Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja, failed to grasp why Naruto was unafraid, yet posed a question he found perplexing. Disguising ourselves is why we cannot become formidable ninjas, is it not? Naruto queried, glancing between Zabuza and Kakashi. Is this the young one you brought along? Zabuza momentarily questioned whether he was out of touch with contemporary trends, unable to comprehend Naruto's words. Well, I am not entirely clear on that either, Kakashi admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. As the tension mounted between the two sides, Naruto's remark shattered the palpable atmosphere. The opponent was a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Zabuza Momochi, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, quite formidable indeed. Kakashi feigned ignorance of Naruto's question. Kakashi Hatake, wielder of the Sharingan, master of a myriad of jutsu. Renowned as the copy ninja, you are impressive as well. Zabuza perused his assassination manual. I shall eliminate you, and claim your bounty if you refuse to depart. He did not wish to engage Kakashi as a rogue ninja. Completing his mission sufficed without courting unnecessary conflict. I am sorry, but my student has resolved to undertake this task. Kakashi slowly unveiled his eye mask, revealing the Sharingan. As a teacher, my sole purpose is to support him. Is that so? Then there is no other recourse. Zabuza replied with a hint of resignation, adopting a battle stance. Leave Zabuza to me. You are responsible for protecting Mr. Dasna. Kakashi Hatake did not turn back. Zabuza Momochi was no ordinary foe. If it were just him, there would be no issue, but there were students to consider, and he needed to take this seriously. The trio had no doubts. Zabuza was clearly beyond their capabilities, and it would be wiser to stay back and let Kakashi handle the situation. Zabuza began to weave hand signs, and a thick fog rolled in, spreading from the riverbank to the trees, engulfing Naruto Uzumaki and his companions. Chapter 83, Water Prison Technique. As the mist thickened, Zabuza reclaimed his infamous sword, the decapitating blade. Did you know? The human body has a throat and pharynx. With Zabuza's words, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. Allow me to deal with you. Zabuza suddenly appeared before Naruto, ready to swing his sword. Not so fast, yes, my student. Kakashi interjected, stepping in front of Naruto to block the deadly blow with a kunai. Kakashi showed no sign of hesitation, despite the difference in weaponry. After a failed strike, Zabuza swiftly retreated. Assassination required speed, and if one strike failed, it was imperative to seek another opportunity. Naruto had sensed Zabuza's presence long ago, but despite his training and diligence, he knew he couldn't match the prowess of an experienced elite jonin. Even though he had trained rigorously, some limitations were inherent to his age. Were it not for being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he might not have even reached his current physical state. Impressive, Zabuza thought to himself, acknowledging that Kakashi was able to withstand his attack using merely a kunai, even if only for a fleeting moment. That was remarkable. Typically, anyone who encountered his blade would be forced back. Kakashi not only stood his ground, but managed to push Zabuza back as well. Few knew that before he earned the title of Copy Ninja, Kakashi was a skilled swordsman. Had it not been for the limitations imposed by his Sharingan, he would have achieved far greater feats. However, the praise from Zabuza did not leave Kakashi feeling relaxed. Zabuza was more formidable than he had anticipated, and he would need to exert considerable effort to keep up. Without employing some clever techniques, he might not have been able to counter Zabuza's strength, a testament to the swordsmanship he had once mastered. Knowledge acquired over time often aids one unexpectedly. Zabuza launched another attack, this time focusing not on Naruto and the other genin, but on Kakashi. He realized that unless he dealt with Kakashi, he could never reach Tazuna. Kakashi proved to be a more troublesome opponent than Zabuza had expected. With a horizontal slash, the decapitating blade struck Kakashi at the waist, seemingly slicing him in two. Have I succeeded? Zabuza felt the sensation in his hands. No, not at all. Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Zabuza, his kunai piercing Zabuza's neck without any obstruction. And Zabuza transformed into water. A water clone. Kakashi was startled and turned back. Zabuza reappeared behind Kakashi, swinging his sword once more. Zabuza had believed victory was assured. But Kakashi, like him, transformed into water and flowed to the ground. A water clone. When did that happen? Was it copied during his attack? Zabuza reflected on the battle. Despite the thick fog, the Sharingan had proven effective. It truly lived up to its reputation. Kakashi, the copy ninja. Zabuza retreated back to the sea, carefully observing Kakashi. Searching for a weakness. Kakashi-sensei is quite impressive, Sakura Haruno noted, feeling a bit more at ease despite her lingering fear. What do you think of his Sharingan? Naruto, unconcerned with the battle, sensed another presence nearby. However, he could not act against an unseen enemy. It would be foolish to seek out danger. So he pretended not to notice. No real feeling. He hasn't mastered its use yet, Sasuke Uchiha commented, well versed in the Sharingan. With no resources available, he relied on memories from previous years to understand it well enough. At the very least, he was adequately prepared for the basic Sharingan techniques. Indeed, Sasuke is the strongest. Naruto thought, brushing his hair back, noticing his dissatisfaction with Kakashi's Sharingan. The Uchiha clan had perished, their eyes taken, yet an outsider still wielded the Sharingan. While he claimed indifference, it was impossible to be truly unconcerned. Hey, is it alright for you all to be chatting like this? Tazuna expressed his worry. Kakashi and Zabuza were locked in a fierce battle, while the others engaged in idle chatter. No worries, Kakashi-sensei is incredibly strong. If he can't handle it, we're helpless too and can only wait for our demise, Naruto replied nonchalantly. In truth, he sensed the chakra between the two combatants, realizing they were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand for the moment. I don't want to die? Tazuna exclaimed anxiously. No amount of desire would change their circumstances. Zabuza was far superior, and they had no means to intervene without complicating Kakashi's situation. Naruto had a clear understanding of his limitations. Even as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he was merely a 12-year-old child. It wasn't he just about having recently become a genin. His physical strength did not permit him to engage in perilous actions. If only he were stronger, unleashing the Nine Tails would pose no issue, and he could ensure the beast returned before his end. The Uzumaki clan did not perish immediately upon losing their tailed beast, a conclusion drawn from the experiences of the previous two Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, the Nine Tails would surely hesitate to witness Naruto endure such suffering. It seems your students are rather unconcerned, Zabuza noted, overhearing Naruto and the others converse. Though their voices were low, the heightened senses of a ninja allowed him to easily catch their words. Their trust in me is evident. How irritating. While I am here in life and death combat, they are simply chatting. Is this really acceptable? Regrettably, he could not display any dissatisfaction, lest it give Zabuza an opportunity to exploit a weakness. Kakashi had also arrived at the sea, hoping to settle things with Zabuza there. In dodging Zabuza's attacks, he fell into the water. Kakashi assessed the situation from beneath the surface, considering a surprise attack to eliminate Zabuza swiftly. Water release, water prison technique. Zabuza appeared in Kakashi's path, extending his hand into the water and successfully ensnaring Kakashi. What? A trap? I've been caught, Kakashi exclaimed, shocked, glancing anxiously at his students. Chapter 84, Run. Run, Kakashi shouted. The water prison technique required the caster's physical body to remain in the water. As long as he was trapped, Zabuza could not free himself to assist his students. If they ran fast enough, Zabuza would be unable to pursue. Otherwise, Kakashi would be released. However, a shadow clone's strength could not match that of the original, and Naruto and Sasuke combined might not possess the power to strike effectively. Thus, it seems that allowing the students to depart directly is the most prudent course of action. What shall we do? Haruno Sakura trembled in fear as she spoke. What else can we do? We have but one option, do we not? Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward, somewhat irritated. Sakura, you ensure the safety of this old man, and leave Zabuza to me and Sasuke. Indeed, leave it to us, Uchiha Sasuke kindly reassured Haruno Sakura. It appears you possess quite the audacity. Zabuza observed as Naruto and Sasuke approached. However, this convenience suits me just fine. He had initially anticipated that these youngsters would flee, granting him time to eliminate Kakashi Hatake before seeking out that old man, Tazuna. Alternatively, he could utilize the shadow clone technique, though that was no simple feat. Did you not hear me say to escape? Kakashi Hatake felt a moment of despair. After their departure, he might find a flaw, a slim chance for a counterattack, and then pursue them. But now that they remained, even if he could retaliate, they would all be dead by then. Kakashi was evidently more concerned about the lives of his students than the mission at hand, especially considering these 3 children, 2 of whom bore exceptional identities. Should anything happen, even if he were unscathed now, he would face grave consequences upon returning to the village. One was the host of the 9 Tails, and the other an orphan of the Uchiha clan. Who could bear such a burden? It is not as if we desire to manage your affairs, Uzumaki Naruto said with a hint of exasperation. Precisely, if we were to flee now, once you are dealt with, Zabuza would still come looking for us, merely a matter of sooner or later. Uchiha Sasuke revealed his Sharingan, rather than face death later. It would be wiser to seek out opportunities now. Although Naruto had yet to draw upon the chakra of Kurama, the Kekei Genkai of the Uzumaki clan was in full effect. A commendable idea, but you have overlooked the disparity in our strengths, Zabuza scoffed. He acknowledged their strategy but deemed it insufficient. The gap in power could not be bridged by mere cunning. We have not overlooked it. Our aim is not to kill you, Naruto declared as he charged toward Zabuza. Zabuza summoned a clone, seizing Naruto's extended fist and flinging him aside like a rag doll. Such strength. It appears I cannot simply push you away. You must depart of your own volition, Naruto thought, shaking his tingling arm. He glanced at Sasuke, and upon receiving a nod, Naruto charged once more. This time, Sasuke followed closely behind him. Utilizing the shuriken technique, Sasuke launched a shuriken while maintaining control from behind Naruto. Naruto aimed to draw Zabuza's attention, hoping to create an opening for Sasuke's attack. Too simplistic, Zabuza remarked. Though lacking a decapitating sword, Naruto was no match for him. Zabuza engaged Naruto in battle while deftly dodging Sasuke's shuriken. As for whether Sasuke's shuriken posed a threat to Naruto, the latter possessed the Kageya's eye, and each shuriken was infused with Sasuke's chakra for precision. Observing the ineffectiveness of the shuriken, Sasuke abandoned that tactic and joined Zabuza in close combat alongside Naruto. Naruto, in turn, summoned numerous shadow clones, intending to overwhelm through sheer numbers. Lacking extensive ninjutsu, Sasuke found his greatest strength not in the Sharingan or fire release techniques, but in taijutsu. In the absence of other options, honing his physical skills became the most effective and rapid means of improvement. Initially, Sasuke had scorned taijutsu training, yet he found himself bested by Naruto, who relied solely on physical prowess. Unlike Sasuke, who wielded the Sharingan, Naruto, despite knowing numerous jutsu, was unable to utilize them. Thus, taijutsu emerged as his sole recourse. Though the ceiling space allowed for ninjutsu practice, subtle differences existed in reality. Within that realm, jutsu would automatically align with Naruto's intentions, which did little to benefit his growth. Accustomed to the fluid chakra flow within the space, Naruto might struggle to adapt in actual combat. Therefore, he devoted more time to physical training, treating ninjutsu as a simple study to ensure he could perform when necessary. I must say, you 2 youngsters possess commendable taijutsu, but you are still far from sufficient, Zabuza remarked, dispatching one of Naruto's shadow clones with a single blow. One punch after another. The clones gradually flew away or vanished entirely. Suddenly, Sasuke was kicked by Zabuza, sent flying 10 meters away. Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, momentarily distracted, and was also sent sprawling by Zabuza's kick. Lying on the ground, he hastily propped himself up to check on Sasuke's condition. I'm fine, Sasuke replied, glancing back at Naruto. Use this, Sasuke, Naruto called out, tossing a wind-release shuriken towards him. The moment Sasuke grasped the shuriken, he understood Naruto's intent. Take this. Sasuke exerted all his strength, sending the wind release shuriken flying towards Zabuza. Zabuza, however, disdainfully leaped aside, evading the massive shuriken. Now, Naruto's voice suddenly echoed from behind Zabuza, as the shuriken hurtled toward Zabuza's hand, which was linked to the water prison. Behind you, Zabuza exclaimed, startled, turning to see Naruto's sudden appearance. Realizing the shuriken's aim, he immediately vacated the spot. You damned little brat. Zabuza charged at Naruto, seeking to teach him a lesson. Apologies, but it's a change of personnel, Kakashi interjected, stepping in front of Naruto to confront Zabuza once more. Chapter 85, Zabuza's Demise. How are you? Sasuke inquired, looking at Naruto, who had just emerged from the water. Not bad, just took a bath, Naruto replied, shaking off the water before using wind-release chakra to dry himself. What about you? Are you alright? Naruto asked, noticing Sasuke's injured abdomen. That kick from Zabuza was rather severe, even causing discomfort to someone of his stature as a Jinchuriki. Naruto discreetly rubbed his own abdomen. I'm fine. Sasuke shook his head, though his gaze remained fixed on the duel between Kakashi and Zabuza. That's good. Naruto also turned his attention back to the ongoing battle between Kakashi and Zabuza. The clash between the Jonin was no longer as it had been before. Although Zabuza harbored ill intent, it felt more like he was playfully toying with children. Each move exchanged between Kakashi and Zabuza was lethal, targeting unforeseen weaknesses. Soon, they separated, appearing to have reached a stalemate. Water release, great waterfall technique, Zabuza declared, deciding to settle the matter with ninjutsu. Witnessing this, Kakashi activated his Sharingan to its fullest potential. Being at the seaside battlefield, their techniques summoned a torrent akin to a tsunami. Quick, take cover, Haruno Sakura urged, pulling Tazuna away to safety. Initially, they had distanced themselves sufficiently to enjoy the spectacle, but unexpectedly, the commotion caused by Kakashi Hatake grew increasingly pronounced. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha quickly vacated the area, originally intending to observe closely, but with this powerful technique unleashed, they had no choice but to retreat. How astonishing! Sakura Haruno watched in disbelief as the aftermath of the jutsu left nothing but water, submerging what had once been a grove of trees. Even Naruto, a seasoned jonin, found himself momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he witnessed such formidable ninjutsu in reality. The memories he had accessed through Kurama lacked any sense of immersion. Surely, even for a jonin, this was an exaggeration. Sakura couldn't fathom how their usually tardy teacher possessed such extraordinary abilities. How could this be possible? Zabuza Momochi was equally astonished to see Kakashi employing the same technique he had just used. The waterfall technique was not particularly complex. Yet Kakashi's execution clearly indicated he had observed Zabuza perform it and then replicated it. If that were the case, then what about this? Zabuza began hand signing. The intricate sequence of seals flowed from him, 44 in total, without pause, while Kakashi mirrored his every move without a moment's hesitation. How could he possibly be as swift as me? Influenced by Kakashi's prowess, Zabuza's composure faltered, and he grew anxious. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Two colossal water dragons collided, sending forth an enormous spray. Was he doubting himself? Questioning fate? Accepting his demise? Under the influence of Kakashi and Zabuza's psychological turmoil, Kakashi's water dragon swelled in size, while Zabuza's diminished. Ultimately, the water dragons surged towards Zabuza. Struck by the force, Zabuza collapsed to the ground, and without hesitation, Kakashi prepared to deliver a final blow. Suddenly, a slender needle pierced Zabuza's neck, as a masked figure appeared on a nearby tree. I'm afraid Zabuza is from the Mist Village. His body cannot be handed over to you, a dark voice declared. The assassination unit of the Mist? Kakashi inquired. Indeed. I have been tracking Zabuza's whereabouts, and I owe you my gratitude for this encounter, the figure replied with a slight nod. I must examine him, Kakashi reasonably stated. Of course, the figure gestured for Kakashi to approach. No problem. Kakashi placed his hand on Zabuza's carotid artery, feeling the absence of a pulse. Then I shall take him. He leaped from the tree, swiftly vanishing with Zabuza in tow. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Sakura asked, concern etched on her face as she turned to Kakashi. I have a problem, Kakashi bluntly stated, utterly unaware of the nuances of politeness. What do you mean, a problem? Is there something wrong? Sakura exclaimed, scrutinizing Kakashi's entire being. She found no visible injuries. Having expended chakra, Kakashi collapsed before he could finish his sentence. Naruto rushed to him before he hit the ground, catching him just in time. The Sharingan is not an eye that can be used without consequences. Kakashi-sensei's chakra is not yet at a level that permits such reckless use of the Sharingan. Indeed, the very fact that he successfully transplanted the Sharingan is astonishing enough. I never expected him to wield it to this extent, Sasuke remarked appreciatively, watching Kakashi. He understood better than anyone the formidable nature of the Sharingan. Even he, due to his age, had never contemplated awakening the three Tomo. While using the two Tomo was somewhat taxing, it bore no significant peril. But the three Tomo was another matter entirely. Kakashi was merely suffering from chakra exhaustion. A good rest would suffice. That's a relief. Let's head to my home. Your teacher needs proper rest, Tazuna said, anxious that the ninjas might abandon their quest. After all, they had remained because they knew a teacher was there to support them. And with him unconscious, who could predict the children's thoughts? Lead the way. Naruto rejected Tazuna's outstretched hand, securing Kakashi on his back. Even if he found Kakashi heavy, he would never relinquish him. It wasn't he solely due to Kakashi being his teacher. There was an element of distrust towards Tazuna. Hurry, don't waste time, Sasuke urged, positioned behind Naruto to support Kakashi's weight, preventing him from falling. Indeed, Mr. Tazuna, I'm utterly exhausted, Sakura declared, convinced that this day had been the most exhilarating of her life. Chapter 86. Zabuza is still alive. The morning journey was unremarkable, but the assassination attempts, the experience of killing for the first time, and witnessing the clash of Jonin were each burdens too heavy for her to bear. Now that it was finally over, why linger and converse instead of seeking rest? Yes, it is I who have troubled you, Tazuna said, hastening ahead. Even with Kakashi in a state of unconsciousness, these young ninjas were not something he could contend with, especially as he required their assistance to deal with Gato. It must be said, though Tazuna appeared somewhat impoverished, his home was quite spacious. After assigning each person their own room, he even provided individual accommodations for Kakashi and Sakura, while Naruto and Sasuke shared a room. After nearly a day of sleep, Kakashi finally regained consciousness. Where am I? He surveyed the room when a voice interrupted from behind. You're finally awake, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, leaning against the wall behind him. I'm sorry for the trouble, Kakashi smiled gently. Not at all. We merely carried you back. Sakura took care of you more, Naruto stated bluntly. Oh, no attempt to hide that, huh? Kakashi sighed, settling back against the pillow, slightly raising his head to look at Naruto. Where are Sasuke and Sakura? Sasuke is training, and Sakura is helping Tazuna's daughter prepare dinner. I'm responsible for watching over you, Naruto replied, rising to leave. I'll go summon them. Unless you wish to rest a bit longer. You've given me no choice, have you? Kakashi remarked, observing as Naruto opened the door. After all, it was not yet safe. He had only informed Sasuke and not yet Sakura, who was more timid. Naruto feared that if Sakura learned of the situation, it might cause trouble for him and Sasuke. This arrangement is quite satisfactory. Sakura can maintain a good rapport with the client. However, Naruto struggled to comprehend Sakura's preference for associating with the client rather than with them. Even if they lacked common interests, they would not hinder her training. What was the point of spending time with the client? Even without any exchange, it was entirely inconsequential. Even if they are dissatisfied, they dare not voice their grievances, for they have already paid, and some even owe debts. Their relationship is merely one of employment, devoid of any deeper connection. Particularly when it comes to pitying them, do they not understand that those who evoke sympathy often harbor aspects that are detestable? The land of waves, despite its diminutive size and apparent weakness, remains a sovereign nation, lacking only in ninjas, yet it possesses the requisite armed forces. With the daimyo indifferent to the matter, what recourse do they have but to suffer? Teacher Kakashi, you have finally awakened, Sakura Haruno exclaimed, rushing to Kakashi Hataki's side and embracing him tightly around the waist. She truly longed for the time when Kakashi was present, as spending time alone with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha was exceedingly exhausting. Tears streamed down her face as she leaned against Kakashi. All right, no need to fret. I am fine now, Kakashi reassured her, patting her back. It appeared that this time, he had genuinely frightened her. Kakashi gestured for Naruto to help detach Sakura from him, as his injuries had yet to heal completely. Teacher Kakashi is still not fully recovered. Do not let him worsen his condition, or we will truly be finished, Naruto declared, promptly pulling Sakura away. As she released her hold, tears still glistened on her cheeks, and she reached out in vain for Kakashi as he distanced himself. I assure you, I am truly fine. Kakashi comforted the still trembling Sakura. What do you mean by we will be finished? Are there still enemies? Sakura caught Naruto's words, realizing she would have clung more tightly to Kakashi had she not. Zabuza should still be alive, Kakashi remarked, feeling a twinge of headache. Given his current condition, he would be unable to take any action in the immediate future and could only hope that Zabuza's injuries were more severe than his own. He is not dead? But, Teacher Kakashi, didn't you check? Sakura asked incredulously, recalling that it was a member of the assassination squad who had acted personally. At that moment, he was indeed alive, but he might have been playing dead, Kakashi replied, scratching his head awkwardly. The assassination squad does pursue rogue ninjas. To ensure that village secrets remain secure, they often choose to kill rather than capture if retrieval is not feasible. However, for convenience, the assassination squad more frequently opts to retrieve the heads of rogue ninjas rather than the entire corpses, as the latter is too cumbersome. Having previously been a member of the assassination squad, Kakashi was well acquainted with these matters, which allowed him to sense the irregularity surrounding Zabuza's supposed death. That ninja was a fake? How could that be? Sakura pondered, recalling Kakashi's earlier mention of playing dead. Is it truly so? It should be, Kakashi affirmed. It's not just should be, it is. I could sense it. Zabuza's chakra did not vanish at that moment, and during your battle, he was indeed watching us from the shadows. Naruto interjected, shattering their remaining sliver of hope and introducing an even more terrifying thought. What? Kakashi and Sakura gasped in unison, staring at Naruto in shock, while Sasuke remained unperturbed. Staring at me does no good. It is the truth, Naruto said, growing somewhat impatient under their scrutiny. Are you certain? Kakashi inquired gravely. Absolutely. I am from the Uzumaki clan, Naruto explained. Kakashi, having known Kushina Uzumaki, should have been aware of the unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Well, as long as you're certain, you all must train diligently from now on. For in my current state, I am unable to move and must place my hopes in you, Kakashi stated, observing Naruto's confidence, which reminded him of his mentor, Kushina Uzumaki, both radiating the same self-assuredness and brightness. Naruto had indeed matured into a dependable ninja. What is the Uzumaki clan? Sakura asked, looking at Naruto with confusion. She had always believed Naruto to be an orphan. It seemed he was part of a family after all. However, there was no Uzumaki clan in Konoha, was there? Sakura pondered uncertainly. The Uzumaki clan. This is their symbol. Kakashi pointed to the spiral emblem on his discarded ninja vest. Chapter 87. All and everything. Sakura gazed in astonishment at the place Kakashi indicated. This is the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. But why have I never heard of them in Konoha? Moreover, how could this emblem be on a ninja vest? Not having heard of them is not your fault. After all, the Uzumaki clan was exterminated during the Second Great Ninja War. At that time, the Uzumaki clan represented the Land of Waves and had forged an alliance with the newly established Konoha to symbolize the enduring friendship between the two parties. Every Konoha ninja's vest bore the emblem of the Uzumaki clan, Kakashi explained. Back then, the Uzumaki clan had not yet vanished from the history lessons in the Ninja Academy. Unlike now. But Naruto? The clan was exterminated during the war. How did he come to be? My mother was a survivor who came to Konoha, Naruto replied, sparing Kakashi from the burden of recounting events that were beyond his capacity to share. Not only Kakashi, but no one could divulge such matters. Had it not been for his bond with Kurama, he might have never discovered the identity of his mother. Sorry, Sakura said, casting a guilty glance at Naruto, feeling remorseful for inadvertently reopening his wounds. It's fine, I never met my parents, so I have no feelings towards them. Naruto turned away, concealing the disgust that lurked within his eyes from Kakashi and Sakura. To Kakashi and Sakura, it appeared as though Naruto was merely protecting them from witnessing his vulnerability. What should we do for training? Sakura gently shifted the topic, though she had been the one to initiate it. Can we truly prepare ourselves to face Zabuza through training? Of course not. It merely increases your chances of survival, Kakashi replied without mercy. We can't. Sakura asked, disheartened. No, Kakashi crossed his arms over his chest. Only Sasuke noticed all of Naruto's expressions, feeling exasperated at Naruto's hypocrisy. Even after leaving the village, Naruto still could not change this behavior. Would he remain this way forever? Or was it simply his nature? Sasuke began to worry. Although Naruto did not disguise himself when with him, maintaining such a facade continuously might lead to problems. Furthermore, If one were to keep pretending, would they not ultimately lose touch with their true self? All right, Sakura said wearily, let's begin training. Enough of this. You should hurry back. You cannot defeat Kakadu. Inari suddenly burst through the door, entering the room. I apologize. It was my failure to watch over him. He is still young and does not understand. Please forgive him. Inari's daughter followed closely behind him, offering her apologies to everyone present. Kakashi's character was unknown to her, but this day was sufficient for her to recognize the kind of person Naruto was. Naruto would never choose to forgive simply because the other was a child. It's all right. We have caused you trouble, Kakashi responded kindly. He is merely a child. Children speak without restraint. I have no need to hold it against him. Thank you sincerely for escorting her outside, and for your thoughtful gesture of closing the door gently, lest the ninjas have a change of heart. What have you done? Hatake Kakashi observed the woman's conspicuously abnormal demeanor. While it is common for ordinary people to harbor disdain or fear towards ninjas, such an extreme reaction is quite rare. What are you doing, Sakura? It seems you finally caught Kakashi's attention to this matter, sprang forth from Haruno Sakura, her irritation palpable. Honestly, how can a ninja fail to communicate with a client? It's one thing to remain silent, as ninjas usually have teammates during missions, but why intimidate them? They are our livelihood. What if they refuse to pay us? What if no one hires us in the future? Kakashi turned his gaze towards Uzumaki Naruto, seeking clarity. They are exceedingly troublesome. They want money up front while expecting services in return, not to mention they haven't even compensated us adequately. I have no inclination to work for free. The only reason I agreed to accompany them was to find a worthy opponent, not out of altruism, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Very well, there shall be no next time. Upon our return, I will urge Lord Hokage to tighten the scrutiny on missions, Kakashi reassured. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura interjected, hoping Kakashi would teach Naruto a lesson. Sakura, I understand your thoughts, but we need not concern ourselves with such clients. While missions are significant, we must prioritize our own safety. Kakashi regarded Sakura, noting that compared to Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, she was evidently a more typical child of her age. Such clients are unlikely to ever issue requests again, rendering further dealings impossible. I understand, Sakura replied, though she still felt somewhat unsettled. She nodded at Kakashi, acknowledging his wisdom. As a mere genin, she had much to learn. Although Kakashi was a skilled jonin, it was acceptable for him not to impart knowledge at this juncture. Thus, she refrained from contradicting him. Sakura was not entirely naive. Both of her parents were ninjas, albeit not as formidable as Kakashi. Let us rest for today. Tomorrow we shall commence training, so prepare yourselves. Kakashi declared as he reclined once more, in need of rest. Ah, wait a moment, Naruto, Kakashi called out before they departed. You can head back first. Naruto said to Sasuke, who was watching him. It's fine. Kakashi was relatively trustworthy. Even if he weren't, there were only the four of them, and Kurama would resolve all issues. When did you find out? Kakashi asked, avoiding looking at Naruto, fearful that he might reveal his connection as Minato-sensei's student. Having failed to protect him, protecting Naruto was Minato's final task, yet he felt he had accomplished nothing. I have always known, completely aware, Naruto responded calmly, as though discussing someone else's affairs. Everything, Kakashi exclaimed, turning to face him, bewildered by Naruto's statement. Everything, every detail. From my origins to the causes of the disdain and hatred I endure. When? Kakashi pressed further. Always, since I became aware of myself. I have known my parents are within me, Naruto stated flatly, revealing a truth that threatened to overwhelm Kakashi. Can they see the outside world? Kakashi inquired cautiously, a flicker of fear crossing his features. Of course, though they cannot emerge. This was not a deception on Naruto's part. His parents were indeed within him, unable to escape, merely scattered fragments. They resembled a pile of sand, dispersed before the wind could even blow. Have they ever said anything? Kakashi implored, seeking any message from his teacher. My father remarked that I have done well, growing into an admirable ninja, enabling me to let go of the past and look towards the future. Naruto paused, then added, my mother said I remain a very good child, just as I always was. Naruto struggled to continue, having no real knowledge of his parents, only that they loved the village more. After realizing this, Naruto had ceased his desire to understand the couple. What necessity was there to comprehend those destined to remain apart? You should return, Kakashi murmured, his face buried in the sheets, feeling despondent. How disappointing, considering your age. Kakashi felt a sense of relief that he had inquired and established rapport with Naruto beforehand. That was quick. Sasuke expressed his surprise at Naruto. The earlier situation hardly seemed one that could be resolved so easily. Yes, I divulged an even more shocking revelation, and now he is rather somber. Naruto said with a mischievous glint in his eye. Hopefully, after this, Kakashi will remain honest for a while, and I wish for him to stand firmly by my side. Yet, I suspect that is unattainable. Regardless of Konoha or Minato, everyone has instilled in me the importance of loyalty to the village. Regrettably, I am not that person. I am the child of Kurama. Is that acceptable? Even if you claim he is your father's pupil, you have not inherited your father's qualities. Sasuke expressed his concern. Sasuke was unaware of the nature of Minato's qualities, but he could surmise, for the man had become Hokage. However, he was certain Naruto was not that kind of person. Naruto aspired to be Hokage, yet his interpretation diverged significantly from the conventional understanding. He may not know what it truly meant to be Hokage, but it certainly did not involve subjugating the villagers. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not achieved that either. He always believed that Sarutobi's ascent to Hokage was merely a result of seniority, commonly referred to as age. The historical texts on the Ninja Academy's curriculum portrayed Sarutobi in an absurdly exaggerated manner, even surpassing the first and second Hokage. It matters not. He is simply elated to have gleaned some information about my parents, Naruto settled beside Sasuke. If any issues arise, we shall seize the opportunity to resolve them. Leaning against Sasuke, Naruto felt a wave of disdain for his own exploitation of his parents' legacy, yet he secretly relished it. It was all their fault. They had abandoned him. He was merely retaliating, and what was wrong with that? They deserved it. The last remnants of chakra dissipated, a deceived student, a child torn apart. All of this was Naruto's vengeance. He could choose not to retaliate against the people of Konoha or do so selectively, but when it came to his parents, he was resolute in his need for retribution. All the suffering he endured originated from them. Without Kurama, he could scarcely fathom what kind of person he would have become. Would he have, as Sarutobi envisioned, become a loyal ninja to Konoha, a Jinchuriki devoted to the village? He should not be defined merely as Naruto Uzumaki. He is not simply the son of Minato Namikaze, nor merely the host of the Nine Tails, nor a weapon, nor a tool. Uchiha Sasuke sensed that Naruto held some concern for Kakashi Hatake. If anything were to happen to him, Naruto would undoubtedly feel sorrow. Moreover, the two of them together would hardly be capable of taking down Kakashi. Sasuke maintained a clear understanding of his own abilities. Naruto's tone was filled with regret. He yearned to test the disparity between themselves and elite shinobi. You should not always think of violence, Sasuke remarked, somewhat exasperated. He wondered what was troubling Naruto. Had he been bullied too often? Was he convinced that violence was the sole solution to problems? Though undeniably intelligent, he often lacked the motivation to ponder deeply. Sasuke did not comprehend this desire for convenience. I don't think so. It is merely the simplest solution, Naruto retorted defensively. Yet, it was undeniable that Naruto preferred a straightforward approach to conflict, having been raised by the Nine Tails. His habits and views were heavily influenced by the fox's mindset. This only illustrated one truth. A fox is ill-suited to raise a human child, leading to a temperament that mirrors its own, impulsive and violent. Had Naruto not possessed a solid foundation, he could have easily been led astray by the Nine Tails. Believe what you wish, Sasuke declared, raising his hand to begin his hand sign practice. Kakashi had awakened and was preparing for the training the following day. He opted not to continue training outside, but rather to focus on exercises he could perform indoors. Observing Sasuke begin his training, Naruto stepped away and leaned against the wall, allowing his consciousness to drift into the ceiling space. How did I perform? Naruto inquired eagerly, seeking praise from the Nine Tails. Not bad, the Nine Tails replied, suppressing a chuckle. It had not anticipated that Naruto would employ his parents in such a manner. After all, they were no longer present. However, Naruto spoke the truth. Minato and Kushina truly could not leave, as they had vanished completely. If you wish to laugh, then by all means, Naruto said, watching the Nine Tails tremble with suppressed laughter. After a moment, the Nine Tails could contain itself no longer and burst into laughter. Had Naruto shown any sign of caring, the Nine Tails would never have laughed. Although Naruto had consented to the dissolution of his parents' chakra, that was a decision made long ago. No one could ascertain how he felt now or whether he regretted it. Chapter 89. Commencing training. The past is the past, and the present is the present. No matter how mature Naruto may become, in the eyes of the Nine Tails, He remains a child. Furthermore, the expectation of parental figures is a natural instinct shared by all. Isn't that a bit much, Ninetales? Naruto said, irritated as he watched the Ninetales laugh for nearly 3 minutes without pause. What does it matter? You clearly do not care, the Ninetales replied, resting beside Naruto with a glimmer of amusement in its eyes. Sighing, Naruto leaped onto the Ninetales' head. I understand your concerns, but, Ninetales, I am your child. He nestled against the fur of the Ninetales. I do not lack expectations for parental figures. Rather, I have placed those expectations upon you. As I have stated, I do not acknowledge them as my parents. I am merely your child. Naruto gazed up at the Ninetales with admiration, acutely aware of its emotions. Ultimately, it was his own hesitance that had instilled such worry in the Ninetales. Do not fret. I will free you, Naruto declared. Realizing that his previous turmoil had been somewhat unreasonable, he knew full well that the Ninetales was the one who cared for him most deeply, just as he cherished it. How could he deprive the Ninetales of its freedom for his own selfish desires? He understood better than anyone the sensation of being deprived of freedom, having lived in such a state for so long. How could he bear to subject the Ninetales to the same fate? The agony of being confined, unable to act or express freely, was intolerable. Just as Naruto trusted the Ninetales, it too placed its trust in him. The Ninetales lifted a paw, its claws gently tapping Naruto. Since Naruto learned the cause of his parents' demise, the Ninetales had been careful to retract its claws, fearing that Naruto might be frightened. Yet, it understood better than anyone that Naruto cherished those claws. This concern was solely its own, unrelated to Naruto's feelings. Perhaps it should trust Naruto more, expressing its thoughts rather than keeping them bottled up. Naruto had matured. He possessed the capability and the right to know about its past. They were intertwined, were they not? The relationship between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast is unparalleled, sharing a single body. Neither can exist without the other. Separation equates to death. Let us wait until tomorrow. Shall we? Naruto suggested, embracing the Ninetales' claws. He realized that the Ninetales had come to acknowledge its own issues, and their bond would only deepen in the future. All right. The Ninetales responded, understanding Naruto's intentions. In truth, even if Naruto did not unseal it, the Ninetales would not have protested. However, Naruto was determined to work towards that goal. At times, the Ninetales genuinely wished for Naruto to take a break. After all, it had been sealed for decades and did not require immediate action. Yet, witnessing Naruto's earnestness, the Ninetales found itself at a loss for words. Here was Naruto striving for it. How could it make light of the situation? Go out, rest well. There is no rush regarding the sealing. Haven't you already formulated a plan? The Ninetales urged Naruto to step outside. Upon arriving in an unfamiliar place, Naruto found it difficult to relax. Having gone without sleep for 2 nights and remaining vigilant, his senses were in a heightened state. The Ninetales had considered assisting Naruto, but it knew he could not rely on it indefinitely. It was essential for Naruto to grow independently. However, now that Kakashi had awakened, Naruto could afford to relax a little. The Ninetales, observing Naruto's exhaustion, understood that without rest, problems would surely arise, so it refrained from urging him to do otherwise. It shifted their physical form to a place conducive to sleep while its consciousness remained atop the Ninetales' head, suddenly yearning for companionship. I will, the Ninetales said, draping its tail over Naruto, providing warmth like a blanket. Though it did not comprehend why Naruto chose not to venture out, it realized it had not shared a restful sleep upon its back in quite some time. Now, let us commence our training. After a night filled with introspection, Kakashi had managed to regain some semblance of normalcy. Before we proceed, I shall reiterate the foundational concepts of a ninja's abilities and chakra. Deep down, Kakashi remained somewhat skeptical of Naruto's accomplishments. Why must we revisit these topics now? Sasuke inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Yet he recognized this as an indication of Naruto's successful disguise. Kakashi Hatake signaled to Sakura Haruno, prompting her to reiterate the theory of chakra. Among the group, he had faith in Sakura's theoretical foundation, while Sasuke Uchiha was undeniably formidable. He clearly belonged to the category of those who specialize in practical combat and might not heed orders regarding such seemingly trivial queries. Finding it cumbersome, I shall succinctly elaborate, though I fail to comprehend why some remain oblivious to this fundamental concept. When Sakura articulated this point, her gaze was fixed on Naruto Uzumaki, clearly believing that he was the only one in need of the explanation. Chakra, as it is known, is the energy utilized by ninjas when performing techniques. It consists of two components: the physical energy drawn from every cell in the body, and the spiritual energy accumulated through countless training and experiences. In essence, techniques are the manifestation of these two energies extracted from within, a process known as chakra cultivation. Chakra is activated through a series of hand seals. Upon concluding her explanation, Sakura dutifully stood beside Kakashi. Although they could all utilize techniques, they had yet to master the agile manipulation of chakra. As Sakura mentioned, cultivating chakra involves extracting both physical and spiritual forces, blending them within the body, and subsequently drawing upon the necessary energy for the techniques intended to be executed. The harmony of these forces also varies. Currently, they lack the ability to efficiently wield chakra, irrespective of the volume cultivated, if balance could not be maintained. The effectiveness of the technique could be halved or, in some cases, rendered entirely ineffective. The unnecessary expenditure of energy could lead to weaknesses, such as an inability to sustain prolonged combat. What should we do? Sakura inquired, glancing at Kakashi. Naruto sensed something was amiss since Kakashi began explaining, and now remained silent. Chapter 90. Training concludes to internalize the sensation of maintaining balance. One must learn through physical experience, a demanding form of training. Kakashi, oblivious to Naruto's unusual behavior, continued, "Now? What must we do?" Sakura asked, exasperated. She was fed up with being the only one speaking in a trio. It was awkward. No one was responding to their teacher. She was reluctant to engage, but if she refrained, could she rely on those two boys? The mere thought felt unreliable. "Climb the tree," Kakashi announced, raising a finger toward a towering tree nearby. "Climb the tree?" Following Kakashi's finger, the others looked up. "It's not a simple ascent. You must do it without using your hands," Kakashi clarified. How are we supposed to manage that?" Sakura questioned, perplexed. Climbing a tree was straightforward enough, but doing so without hands seemed like Kakashi was enjoying playing coy. It felt rather tedious. They were not children. "All right, watch closely." Kakashi performed a series of hand seals, and as if defying gravity, he began to walk up the tree trunk, his body forming a 90-degree angle with the trunk. Just like this. Concentrate your chakra at your feet, allowing them to adhere to the trunk. As long as you can adeptly manipulate chakra, it is achievable. Wait, how does this lead to becoming stronger? While Sakura was astonished by Kakashi's demonstration, she struggled to see the connection to strength. Thus, the crux of the matter lies ahead. The subsequent training aims to utilize the cultivated chakra in a precise manner only where necessary. Kakashi gestured for Sakura to remain patient. Surprisingly, this task was quite challenging even for seasoned ninjas. The amount of chakra required for climbing was rather delicate and specifically concentrated at the soles of the feet, which was reputedly the most difficult location for chakra accumulation. In other words, mastering this control meant that any technique could theoretically be learned. The second objective was to sustain the cultivated chakra. Ninjas typically train their chakra in combat situations, where controlling and maintaining chakra becomes even more arduous. Regardless of how much I explain, you cannot grasp it immediately, so you will need to rely on your bodies to remember. Kakashi tossed a set of kunai to each of the three. "Now, mark where you can reach using your own strength, and then strive to climb higher and mark another spot. Initially, you cannot climb as easily as you walk, so begin with a running start to acclimate yourselves. Understood?" After delivering his instructions, Kakashi began to descend. "Wait, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto hesitated, calling out to Kakashi. "What is it?" Kakashi turned to Naruto. "Though I am not entirely certain. This should be relatively simple for Sasuke and me." Naruto glanced at Sasuke, seeking affirmation. "Indeed, it should be quite manageable," Sasuke replied nonchalantly. "Why do you say that? Have you two climbed trees before?" Kakashi queried, recalling Naruto's mention of both his parents being alive. Perhaps a lesson from Minato-sensei? "Well, while it may differ somewhat, the principles should be similar," Naruto replied, gradually mimicking Kakashi's ascent up the tree. "We previously did something like this while fishing, so it seems similar to what Kakashi-sensei described." As Naruto reached the top of the tree, he looked down at Kakashi, who remained on the ground. He had sensed something odd about Kakashi's explanation earlier, and upon reflection, it indeed felt familiar. This was the technique they utilized for fishing. Is this truly such an advanced technique? He pondered, surprised by its effectiveness for fishing. It was no wonder that Naruto had initially struggled to grasp it. His most vivid memories of Minato revolved around sealing techniques and similar subjects. Although he began learning ninjutsu, he was quite young then. often listening to Kurama's explanations instead. Once Naruto grasped the hand seals, Kurama ceased to instruct him further, believing Naruto would study independently. While Naruto assumed Kurama had covered everything, neglecting to review the basics. Meanwhile, Sasuke had successfully reached another tree. It is indeed quite similar. However, it is more challenging on water than on a tree, given that water is fluid while trees are not. Kakashi suddenly felt as though the world had taken on a surreal quality. Fishing could also be learned through water walking. Was the disparity between individuals truly so vast? Kakashi gazed at Naruto, who had also fished frequently in his youth. Why had he not learned anything beyond merely catching fish? Moreover, the skill was developed through fishing, not taught by Minato-sensei. This situation was perplexing. Did Minato not notice Naruto's application of chakra, or was he simply absent? Am I the only one left who cannot do this? Sakura observed the two boys in the trees. The gap between individuals felt insurmountable. She had yet to begin her training, while they had already advanced to a higher level. Indeed, that is the case. However, Sakura need not worry. I firmly believe you will master it in no time. Kakashi Hatake could only offer dry comfort to Sakura Haruno, as he himself was taken aback and at a loss for how to console others. No way. I shall not concede. Sakura seemed to be spurred on by Kakashi's words, though it was actually the encouragement from Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha that ignited her determination. With a serious expression, Sakura formed hand seals and focused intently on the large tree before her, slowly lifting her foot. Without any hindrance, she effortlessly ascended the tree, positioning herself at a perfect 90-degree angle to its trunk. Oh, this isn't too difficult, is it? Sakura glanced down at Kakashi, doubting his sincerity. It was indeed simpler than he had suggested. Ha! Kakashi widened his eyes in disbelief before bursting into laughter. As expected, you all are exceptional. It truly isn't difficult. You possess remarkable talent. Chapter 91. Compatibility what? Didn't you say it was challenging? I took it so seriously. Sakura exclaimed, jumping down to face the laughing Kakashi. It is indeed quite challenging. You must have an exceptional gift, Sakura. Sasuke and I took quite a while to master it, Naruto remarked as he addressed Sakura. He was genuinely surprised by her proficiency in chakra control. No wonder she had been placed in the same class as them. While her less abundant chakra may have played a role, many could not achieve this feat regardless of their chakra quantity, highlighting Sakura's innate talent. Is that so? Sakura turned to look at Naruto and Sasuke, who both nodded in affirmation. Even Sasuke was astonished to see how easily Sakura managed to ascend the tree. Indeed, Sakura, you are quite impressive. Kakashi, having laughed to his heart's content, approached Sakura. In light of this, we can proceed directly to the next phase of our training, he said cheerfully, emphasizing the importance of rigorous practice for increasing their chances of survival in perilous situations. Yes, the three replied with enthusiasm. Sakura was elated about her progress, while Naruto and Sasuke were relieved to be spared from further simple drills. Here, take these, Kakashi said, retrieving several pieces of paper from his ninja tool pouch, distributing one to each of them. What is this? Sakura asked curiously, accepting the blank sheet. It's chakra testing paper, Sasuke explained, recalling his past experiences with it at home. I won't need it. Mine is fire and lightning. Let's test it again. It won't hurt, Naruto said, taking the remaining 2 sheets and handing one to Sasuke. Though Sasuke commented that it wouldn't change anything, he accepted the paper from Naruto. The chakra testing paper would reveal their chakra attributes upon infusing it with their chakra. For instance, fire would ignite the paper, wind would split it in 2, lightning would crumple it, earth would shatter it, and water would dampen it. Kakashi, noticing that Naruto and Sasuke had been discussing for quite some time without furthering the explanation, took it upon himself to clarify. He had hoped to take a brief respite. Try it. Only by knowing your chakra attributes can you advance in your ninjutsu practice, he urged. Naruto was the first to act, holding the paper in his hand before infusing it with chakra. Although he had never tested his chakra attributes before, he had his suspicions. Removing his hand, he looked at the paper, which, as expected, had split in 2 wind. Sakura observed the transformation with intrigue. Subsequently, she began her own test. I have earth and water. Just like Sasuke, 2 types, she exclaimed, pleased with her dual chakra attributes. The more attributes one possessed, the greater the possibilities. Sasuke, are you going to go? Naruto and Sakura urged, noticing Sasuke's hesitance. Realizing that Naruto's insistence left him no choice, Sasuke infused his chakra into the paper. As he had predicted, it revealed fire and lightning. One half burned, The other crumpled. "We are truly compatible," Naruto remarked, placing Sasuke's tested paper alongside his in the ninja tool pouch. "What?" Sakura, unaware of Naruto's actions, innocently inquired. Sasuke, having noticed, hesitated to respond with others present. "Wind fuels fire. Fire rises with the wind," Naruto said, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Sasuke felt as though he had been scorched by Naruto's gaze, his eyes instinctively shifting, yet he remained focused on Naruto, who was expressing his emotions. Turning away now would be inappropriate. "Indeed, we are compatible," Sasuke admitted, feeling the weight of Kakashi and Sakura's curious gazes. "Haha, indeed. Wind and fire make for a splendid combination," Kakashi remarked calmly. He had not perceived the underlying tension between the two, merely observing as he usually did. While it was Sasuke's own insecurities at play, Sakura was simply curious about why Naruto had made such a declaration. "Of course, we are the best of friends," Naruto declared proudly, throwing an arm around Sasuke's shoulders. When it came to collaboration, no one matched them. They had been inseparable since the age of 7, sharing everything. Now that they had determined their chakra attributes, they could proceed to select suitable ninjutsu. Kakashi retrieved pre-prepared scrolls from his pouch. The chakra attribute test was merely a means for the students to visualize their chakra types. Such information was already documented in their ninja files. Kakashi had anticipated needing these ninjutsu sooner than expected, having thought it would take longer for them to reach this stage. Both Naruto and Sasuke were exceptional in their chakra control, with neither clan lacking in chakra reserves, especially with one of them being a Jinchuriki, possessing an extraordinary amount of chakra. "I have little to teach regarding fire ninjutsu, Sasuke. You possess many techniques in this area. So here are notes for refining your fire ninjutsu to better utilize your chakra," Kakashi informed him, having obtained them specifically from Hiruzen Sarutobi. "As for you, Naruto, you currently lack combat maneuvers." Naruto often relied on sheer force. If one punch wasn't enough, he threw two. What kind of ninja fought like that? Shouldn't ninjutsu precede physical strikes? And then there's you, Sakura. Although your chakra attributes are earth and water, your chakra volume is insufficient to support powerful offensive ninjutsu, Kakashi explained, hoping Sakura would understand his reasoning for not providing her with stronger techniques. "What should I do then?" Sakura asked, incredulous that Kakashi would divulge such information without a plan. "Illusions. Sakura, your control is remarkable, making you particularly suited for illusion techniques, which require minimal chakra." The illusion technique, Naraka's vision, was introduced by Kakashi Hitaki as he handed a scroll to Sakura Haruno. Chapter 92, Unraveling the Seal. Regardless of one's will, everyone harbors an image of fear within their hearts, a scene they dread to confront. This illusion exploits such fears, manifesting them into reality. Thus, the greater the fear within the target, the more powerful the impact of this technique becomes. Typically, an illusion causes the opponent to witness their most dreaded imagery, striking at their psyche. Kakashi explained the intricacies of the illusion to Sakura. "This is currently the most suitable illusion for you. It can also serve as a means for you to refine your own spirit by casting it upon yourself. However, this must be done in the presence of others. Otherwise, should you succumb to it unnoticed, it could lead to dire consequences." Kakashi spoke these ominous words with a playful smile. "No way. Who would cast an illusion on themselves?" Sakura retorted, instantly sensing Kakashi's mischievous intent. "Damn Kakashi, how could such a teacher exist? He only knows how to toy with us. All right, from here on out, it's up to you. Explore it yourself first, and come to me with any questions." Kakashi leaned back against a tree, relaxing his weary arms. "Let's get started." Naruto Uzumaki was the first to step aside, moving to a secluded area, as wind release techniques tend to create a significant commotion. Sasuke Uchiha also settled in a quiet spot, primarily to observe, as he felt no need to participate hands-on. He was well-versed in fire release, but given his youth and limited experience, many techniques remained unknown to him. Although it was unclear where Kakashi obtained his notes, they were surprisingly comprehensive. Sakura chose to sit beside Kakashi, having never encountered illusions before. In case of any mishaps during her experimentation, she would have Kakashi to assist her. "Let me see what this is." Naruto unfurled the scroll before him, revealing the fundamental technique of wind release. Great breakthrough. It was reasonable for Kakashi to provide this to Naruto, who had likely never practiced wind release before. However, Kakashi could not have anticipated that Naruto's connection to the Nine Tails would transform him into a formidable student. With Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki serving, as his ninja mentors. Naruto felt no guilt in utilizing their legacies. He viewed it as an expression of their love for him. Since they could not cherish it themselves, Naruto believed he had every right to seize it. After all, if left unused, it would be a grave waste, and as a representative of the new generation, he could not allow such a travesty to occur. He would selflessly sacrifice for the greater good. It was truly admirable that he could convince himself to accept what he despised, all to prevent waste. How long do you think it will take to learn? Naruto pondered, shaking his head in a feigned display of thoughtfulness. 3 days, perhaps. After all, I've never practiced wind release before, and the Nine Tails is causing chaos within me. Over the ensuing days, Kakashi did not observe their training, but instead accompanied Tazuna to the bridge site. Though the bridge was still under construction, its future grandeur was evident. The builders, though not affluent, poured their hearts into the project. While some may not have had the purest intentions, they were earnest in their labor. Once Sakura mastered illusions, she joined Kakashi. Sasuke chose to remain at Tazuna's home, engrossed in his studies. Consequently, only Naruto remained in the surrounding forest, presenting the perfect opportunity for him. Today is the day. There is no one around. Naruto sensed the environment, descending into the sealed space. Naturally, he remembered to leave 2 shadow clones behind, ensuring that should anything go awry, someone would be watching. Are you certain you've made your decision? The Nine Tails inquired, still apprehensive. It did not want to continuously question Naruto, but his earlier indecision was evident, even if he had since resolved it. You're such a child, so fickle. Who knows what you're thinking now? I've made my decision, and this is what I promised you. I must release the seal, is that not so? Regardless of whether you emerge now, unsealing it is my duty. Naruto approached the seal, slowly floating to the lock. The once formidable lock had long lost its original form due to Naruto's years of wear and tear. Gone were the layers of seals, leaving only faint lines indicating its existence. This was the result of Naruto's relentless effort over the years. This is it, Nine Tails. Naruto raised his hand, hovering it above the seal. Indeed, this seal is finally about to be broken. The Nine Tails claimed it was indifferent to how Naruto proceeded. Yet it yearned for the seal's release. Though it could not escape, who would enjoy waking up to the sight of a cage? It affected its mood. Moreover, it remained confined not out of a desire to be imprisoned, but out of concern for Naruto's safety. Damn you, Hashirama Senju. You shameless fool. Just the thought of being sealed away reminded it of Hashirama, blaming all its misfortunes on him. What do you mean I'm too strong, too dangerous? Compared to Hashirama, even-tailed beasts are far safer. The hypocritical Hashirama. Observing the Nine Tails spewing its grievances, Naruto felt an odd dissonance. Sensing that the Nine Tails was expressing something profane despite uttering no such words. Was it merely an illusion? After all, the Nine Tails had never been one to curse. In Naruto's eyes, the Nine Tails was innocent. Its most extreme expression had only ever been its self-proclamation of superiority. Yet, given its age and power, being a millennia-old creature, Naruto sometimes felt as though he were the child, projecting parental roles onto the Nine Tails, thus amplifying their generational gap. What are you staring at? Hurry up, the Nine Tails urged, unable to resist the prompt. Chapter 93, Freedom. The Nine Tails was always mindful of its image in Naruto's eyes. It was not due to any concern for reputation, but rather a desire not to lead the child astray. Seeking vengeance against Konoha did not equate to corruption. It merely aimed to guide Naruto toward a more conventional mindset, albeit with an exaggerated sense of retribution. Yet, this remained within the bounds of normalcy. However, instilling foul language was absolutely unacceptable. Having lived for over 1,000 years, the Nine Tails had heard countless profanities. Yet it could not allow Naruto to become that kind of person. Naruto Uzumaki may possess a mischievous nature, yet he is undeniably a person of courtesy. Thus, he extended his hand forth, making contact with the seal. With the infusion of chakra, the gate began to tremble incessantly. Over the years, Naruto has not been idle. He successfully deciphered the intricate sealing technique devised by Minato Namikaze, a puzzle that had stumped the shinobi of Konoha for decades, all at the tender age of 12. As the door quivered, Naruto's form began to undergo transformation, the chakra of the Nine Tails seeping forth. Is it beginning? Shadow Clone Number 1 observed the appearance of the original Naruto. It seems so. Stay alert, do not let your guard down, he cautioned. Shadow Clone Number 2 glanced at the original before directing his attention to their surroundings, feeling somewhat exasperated by the gravity of Clone 1's demeanor. After all, they were merely clones of the same individual. His seriousness made him appear inferior. Fully immersed in the task of unraveling the seal, Naruto, despite having formulated plans, understood that the specifics would only become clear upon touching the seal. The actions required to break the seal would unfold organically, with prior preparations merely serving as hypothetical strategies. As he delved deeper into the seal, Naruto found himself unusually relinquishing control over his body, allowing Kurama to take full command. This lack of restraint was a primary cause of the chakra overflow. The foremost reason, however, was Kurama's exhilaration at the prospect of the seal's imminent dissolution, leading him to momentarily forget to regulate his chakra. When he regained his composure, a layer of chakra had already formed around Naruto's body. Kurama, in a flurry, hastily retracted his chakra, casting a furtive glance at Naruto. Fortunately, he remains oblivious, Kurama sighed in relief. With effortless grace, Naruto adeptly unraveled the seal. The door ceased its tremors, the keyhole splitting apart completely. As Naruto stepped away from the keyhole, he chose not to stand outside but instead moved to sit beside Kurama, resting against his shoulder, their heights aligning perfectly at the same level. Without needing to look up, Naruto could perceive the changes in the seal. "Why did you come in?" Kurama tilted his head slightly, gazing at Naruto, whose eyes were notably lower than his own. "We are both captives, are we not?" Naruto fixed his gaze upon the door, eager to witness the moment it would swing open. The confinement was not solely Kurama's burden. He too was ensnared. Kurama was trapped within the cage that was Naruto Uzumaki, while Naruto was confined within the boundaries of Konoha. Simultaneously, the seal not only restrained Kurama, rendering him a source of power, but also bound Naruto, transforming him into a weapon. "I am not merely a beast. I am not just any human," Kurama conveyed his thoughts. Naruto briefly met Kurama's gaze before quickly averting his eyes as the seal began to shift. This movement was not automatic. After Naruto unlocked the seal at the keyhole, the seal itself was entirely undone, yet the door remained, insisting that Naruto linger. Now, it was Kurama's turn to use his claws to open the door. For the final act of liberation from his cage required his own initiative. Under Naruto's watchful eyes, Kurama began to stir, choosing not to simply push the door open, but rather to proceed slowly, building momentum. With a powerful shove, the door was cast aside, vanishing into the confines of the sealing space. Prior to the seal's rupture, Kurama had felt a surge of anticipation, but upon its actual dissolution, he appeared nonchalant, as if the event held little significance. "Are you not pleased?" Naruto inquired, observing Kurama's silence. He was no longer inclined to constantly sense Kurama's emotions, having matured slightly. He recognized that probing into others' feelings could be deemed impolite. Kurama had always desired Naruto to be a courteous child, a principle he was determined to uphold. Though he occasionally succumbed to the urge to sense others when faced with unfamiliar company, he had learned to restrain himself with those he knew well. It was a minor lapse, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. "No, I am simply overwhelmed with joy," Kurama replied, shaking his head. To speak candidly, ever since he was captured by Hashirama Senju and confined within the body of Naruto Uzumaki, Kurama had yearned for freedom, though he understood the slim likelihood of such an escape. Historically, no one had succeeded in sealing a tailed beast, as capturing one and immobilizing it was a formidable challenge. As long as a tailed beast remained in motion, even the most robust sealing techniques could contain it. Just look at the shoddy seal that contained Shikaku. It was barely functional, yet it still held him captive. Ultimately, sealing techniques were initially developed to control tailed beasts, inherently possessing a natural restraint over them. Curious about Kurama's apparent lack of joy, Naruto summoned his chakra, wishing to delve into Kurama's heart. Despite the flattering words exchanged, Kurama was not a mere outsider and would not permit Naruto to scrutinize him without consent. However, should Kurama desire it, he would never refuse. "Enough, little brat. I assure you, I am fine," Kurama said, placing his tail behind Naruto to halt his probing. "It is merely a sentiment of nostalgia, after all these years without freedom." Noticing Naruto's unwavering curiosity, Kurama felt compelled to share. Upon meeting Kurama's gaze and confirming the absence of deceit, Naruto relinquished his intent to pry further. If given the choice, Naruto would prefer to hear Kurama's thoughts directly rather than invade his mind. "What does it matter? In due time, I shall ensure your complete liberation," Naruto remarked, patting Kurama's head. "Rest assured, even though I am aware you wish to wait for my demise, I shall free you before that moment arrives. By then, Thanks to my unique constitution, I will still have some time left. You can depart, and I will keep an eye on those who might pursue you. I will also devise methods to render you immune to sealing techniques. Trust me, I will find a way. Leaning against Kurama, Naruto painted a vivid picture of their hopeful future. Chapter 94. Belief, are there not others around you at the time of your death? Kurama mused, pondering whether Naruto would seek a solitary end, as he had always preferred to avoid crowded places. Of course there will be. Just look at Minato Namikaze. His passing was marred by the treachery of those he trusted, leading to the distortion of his will. Such is my life, fraught with complexities. When my time comes, I wish to be surrounded by those I trust, with a circle of admirers beyond them. Should anyone dare to defy my wishes, they must contend with the opinions of others. However, he acknowledged that such a scenario was unlikely. When I pass, Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi will be right there with me. Their presence guarantees my peace of mind. Naruto's thoughts wandered to his friends, his confidence shining through. These three were the friends he had chosen himself, the most trustworthy companions he had found amid the vastness of Konoha. Refrain from uttering such morbid sentiments, Kurama observed, watching Naruto's cheerful demeanor. While he was pleased that Naruto had trustworthy friends, he found the topic of death to be rather grim. Do you truly believe in such notions? Naruto inquired, intrigued by Kurama's perspective. Did a tailed beast truly subscribe to such whimsical beliefs? One should always err on the side of caution regarding such matters, Kurama replied. The Nine Tails, of course, held skepticism, yet when it concerned Naruto Uzumaki, he always exercised a degree of caution. Acknowledging this, Naruto promised not to speak further on the matter. Observing the earnest gaze of the Nine Tails, he ultimately acquiesced. No one had anticipated that Naruto's final expectations regarding death would remain unfulfilled. He neither managed to uphold his promise to the Nine Tails, nor did he meet his end surrounded by others. Would you like to experience it? Naruto suddenly inquired. What? The Nine Tails was momentarily taken aback. The sensation of freedom ignited excitement within Naruto as he turned his gaze towards the Nine Tails. Today, until nightfall, your body is entirely yours. Absolutely. The Nine Tails exhibited no intention of courtesy towards Naruto. Without allowing Naruto to utter another word, he seized control of Naruto's body once more. Upon the unsealing of the seal, the authority over his body reverted automatically to Naruto. You two can withdraw now, the Nine Tails directed, influenced by Naruto's presence, and began conversing with the shadow clones. Of course, he did not allow them the time to respond. Before any words could be exchanged, the Nine Tails dispelled the clones. Previously, while he could manifest through Naruto's body, the seal had not been fully lifted, limiting his time outside. Preparing a meal had been the perfect duration, but any desire to engage in additional activities would have proved insufficient. Although he was not entirely free, he could remain outside until he wished to return, which was utterly delightful. As the Nine Tails navigated through the forest, he experienced no discomfort. There were no issues of a fox adapting to a human body. The Nine Tails possessed a deeper understanding of Naruto's body than Naruto himself. Furthermore, there were no complications in utilizing human chakra. Naruto's chakra had been imparted by the Nine Tails himself. Though later memories of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki emerged, initially, the Nine Tails had been the sole teacher, guiding Naruto in the use of chakra without the need for hand seals. Based on his own experiences and scant knowledge regarding human chakra manipulation, the Nine Tails ultimately lacked a comprehensive understanding of its genuine application by humans. This resulted in a significant disparity in the flow of chakra within Naruto compared to others, rendering it more suited for the Nine Tails' use. Naturally, this bore advantages. Chakra taught by the Nine Tails was inherently more compatible with him. The current utilization of the Nine Tails chakra by Naruto would undoubtedly be seamless, mastering the various skills of the Nine Tails with absolute ease. During this time of freedom, Naruto remained quietly within his space, refraining from disturbing the Nine Tails. It was then that Naruto comprehended the extent of the Nine Tails' boredom and the trials he endured. In the vast, dark expanse of space, silence enveloped him, with only his solitary presence. Although he could perceive the external scenery through Naruto's eyes, it brought him no joy. The narrow, enclosed viewpoint provided only glimpses of the world through another's gaze. What of his own perspective? Must he rely solely on another's vision to witness the world? This was not the view he yearned for. No wonder the Nine Tails longed for freedom. No wonder he harbored disdain for Hashirama Senju. What Hashirama did was truly inhumane. He imprisoned a sentient being against its will. Were Naruto to find himself in such a predicament, he would surely descend into madness. Even the current state of control that Konoha exerted over Naruto incited profound disdain within him. Had he truly faced such a fate, he would have sought to obliterate the shinobi world. He was never a benevolent soul. Rather, he was vengeful and unrelenting. The Nine-Tails was a rare entity, one who, despite enduring prolonged captivity by humans, still held a flicker of hope for them. Had Naruto been in the Nine-Tails position, he would have annihilated every human he encountered. Who cared about innocence? If he were in a foul mood, he would seek to vent his frustration, sitting in silence. Naruto observed the Nine-Tails as he leaped among the trees, frolicked upon the water, and stood atop the forest's highest point, gazing at the landscape. From those eyes, Naruto perceived the Nine-Tails' profound love for nature and his yearning for freedom. The Nine-Tails endeavored to commit this rare sight to memory, for he possessed only this half-day of liberation. Before nightfall, he would again return to Naruto, resuming his role as Naruto's tailed beast, witnessing the world through Naruto's perspective. Eventually, having roamed sufficiently, the Nine-Tails chose not to return to the space, but rather rested beneath a tree, closing his eyes to immerse himself in nature. He savored the coolness of the wind against his body and the warmth of the sun's rays, contentedly swaying. Gradually, the Nine-Tails not only closed his eyes, but also succumbed to slumber. Unfettered and without any defenses, he lay beneath the sky, using the earth as his bed. After many years, the Nine-Tails remained capable of sleeping in nature. Upon the Nine-Tails' slumber, Naruto remained vigilant of his surroundings. The Nine-Tails' ability to sleep signified his trust in Naruto. Chapter 95. You are simply the best. Standing not far from the entrance of Dazna's home, the Nine-Tails contemplated returning. Rest assured, Nine-Tails, this will not be our final encounter. Naruto re-entered his body and approached Dazna's residence. Sasuke Uchiha awaited him at the door. The mere thought filled Naruto with joy. I will ensure your freedom. I shall be your final Jinchuriki. Naruto's light-hearted words reached the Nine-Tails' ears. Is that so? Then I shall await it with great anticipation. The Nine-Tails refrained from gazing at the outside scenery. Grateful for this extended half-day, he felt content. Indeed, Naruto was the finest Jinchuriki. Of course, it would have been even better if Naruto were not his Jinchuriki. Had that been the case, they would have been unencumbered and the best of partners. Alas, there were no what-ifs. Had Naruto not been his Jinchuriki, the Nine-Tails would have ignored him entirely, for he harbored a deep-seated disdain for humanity. This disdain was not merely rooted in Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, but stemmed from countless betrayals by humans over millennia. Initially, the tailed beasts had placed their trust in humanity, even if they were not fond of them. Under the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths, they endeavored to engage with humans. Yet, no one was sincere in their friendship. Each individual coveted their power, treating them merely as weapons. Naruto was different. The Nine-Tails recognized this truth. Naruto was a Jinchuriki that he had nurtured, one who aligned with his ideals. Should Naruto grow and begin to regard him as a weapon, the Nine-Tails would feel sorrow yet bear no regret. They shared a wealth of cherished memories. With just a fragment of those memories, the Nine-Tails could find joy for an extended period, allowing him to partially forgive humanity. After all, among humans, there existed the remarkable Naruto, a true individual who genuinely considered the Nine-Tails' well-being. Back already? Why are you so late today? Sasuke Uchiha inquired, glancing up at Naruto as he returned to the room. A few matters arose. I lingered outside a bit longer. Naruto seated himself beside Sasuke, leaning against him. Feeling down? Uchiha Sasuke set down the book he was holding. Naruto Uzumaki said nothing, yet Sasuke could perceive that Naruto was in a state of melancholy. There was a hint of despondency about him. What troubles you? Sasuke gently ruffled Naruto's hair. He had always assumed that the entity within him was merely bored, never considering that it might be suffering. Naruto closed his eyes, relishing Sasuke's comforting touch. Who? Sasuke was puzzled. Naruto had never disclosed to Sasuke that he could communicate with the Nine-Tails residing within him. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I never knew it could feel pain. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Being confined in a place devoid of light, how could one not endure anguish? Naruto pondered how the Nine-Tails had managed to survive such torment, alone. He felt overwhelmed by the thought of enduring such suffering for an entire afternoon, while the Nine-Tails had lived through decades of it, day in and day out. Occasionally, others would come to extract its chakra, a process that could only be described as excruciating. Naruto felt a profound sense of remorse for the Nine Tails. Yet he recognized that he was partly to blame for its suffering. Its pain is because of you? Sasuke inquired. Were it not for Naruto, he would not feel such guilt, and it was likely that Naruto was indeed the primary cause of that pain. Well, Naruto responded, surprised that Sasuke could deduce this. Sasuke knew him well. Did you do this on purpose? Sasuke pressed further. Of course not. How could I deliberately inflict pain upon the Nine Tails? It is akin to a father to me. You were unaware before? I didn't know. It didn't inform you? No. Through their exchange, Sasuke grasped the essence of Naruto's turmoil. You neither intended to cause harm nor were aware of it. Even if it is due to you, I believe it was not a result of your volition, correct? Sasuke lifted Naruto's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Naruto looked as if he might weep, yet he complied, raising his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Did it not tell you? Does that mean it does not care, or does it wish to spare you worry? Gazing into Naruto's cerulean eyes, Sasuke felt his heart race. How could someone possess such radiant eyes? Perhaps it truly did not matter to the Nine Tails. It was strong. What was excruciating for Naruto might be trivial for it. Naruto recognized the distinction between himself and the Nine Tails. The endurance of pain varies from person to person, let alone between a human and a tailed beast. Given that, what are you worried about? Why feel guilty? You are not it. You cannot presume to know its thoughts or that it must be suffering. Yet, Naruto longed to express more, but Sasuke interrupted him. There is no but. Your guilt over its suffering indicates its significance to you, and vice versa. Is that not true? Sasuke firmly grasped Naruto's shoulders. Yes, Naruto replied without hesitation. They were each other's most vital presence. That is reassuring, since you both hold such importance to one another. If it does not experience pain, then your ignorance of its suffering becomes irrelevant. If it does feel pain, but chooses not to disclose it, that signifies it does not wish for you to feel guilt or to share in that pain, understanding that it is beyond your control. Am I correct? Sasuke gazed at Naruto with warmth, the gentle light illuminating Naruto's eyes. Sasuke cherished Naruto's azure eyes, just as Naruto admired Sasuke's deep black gaze. Sasuke's eyes seemed to convey unspoken truths, revealing how significant one was to the other in an instant. Do not blame yourself. If you truly feel remorse, then inquire with it. Naruto threw himself into Sasuke's embrace, holding him tightly as tears finally streamed down his cheeks. Yes, I understand now. Thank you, Sasuke. You are simply the best. Chapter 96. Sasuke is different. Are you no longer crying? Sasuke observed as Naruto straightened up. I wasn't crying. Naruto protested, bashfully rubbing his eyes, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment. Stop that, Sasuke chided as he grasped Naruto's hand, preventing him from rubbing his eyes. It's dirty. He produced a handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of Naruto's eyes. Sasuke, you are truly the best. Naruto waited patiently for Sasuke to finish, his eyes sparkling as he looked up at him. Let us not change the subject. What was that about earlier? Sasuke was not convinced that Naruto's tears were solely from guilt. Naruto was a resilient person. He had never shed a tear, even when treated poorly by the villagers. It was unfathomable that he would cry merely from guilt. Indeed, Naruto's tears were not merely a product of guilt, but this was not something he could share with Sasuke. How could he convey the Nine Tails' suffering when he had only experienced it himself? When the Nine Tails was free, Naruto remained alone, witnessing the world through the beast's perspective, feeling the true weight of being controlled. His vision was dictated by others, devoid of his own thoughts. If he refrained from observing others, he was left with an abyss of darkness, and Naruto felt suffocated. He was overwhelmed by the pain of his own experience, compounded by the knowledge that the Nine Tails had endured this torment all along. In truth, the Nine Tails did not feel anything at all, had it truly experienced pain. It would never have left Naruto alone in that space. However, it was unaware that for a tailed beast, the days spent in a sealed space were akin to a mere slumber, awakening to a new host. The Nine Tails had always been in a state of sleep before Naruto came along. Had it not been for Naruto, the Nine Tails would have remained in its dreams. Each time Naruto called for it, it answered. Otherwise, it would have long succumbed to sleep. The silence hung between them, as Naruto could not reveal the truth about the Nine Tails to Sasuke, not now. They were not strong enough, and knowing this could only bring danger. Then tell me, is there danger? At the very least, do not leave me in the dark. Sasuke, seeing Naruto's distress, ultimately chose to bear the burden himself. No, there will be no danger. Naruto replied swiftly, without a trace of doubt, fearing that any delay might provoke Sasuke's anger. That is good. Whatever you do, I cannot interfere. But you must not get hurt. You insisted on bringing me close. You cannot leave me alone again. Sasuke looked earnestly at Naruto, hoping he would comprehend the depth of his words. He had been meant to be a vengeful soul, yet it was Naruto who had drawn him back to humanity. Without Naruto, he could not fathom what he would have become. I understand there is no danger. Naruto Uzumaki embraced Sasuke Uchiha. Unlike his bond with Kurama, Sasuke Uchiha was solely connected to him. Sasuke had only Naruto. Therefore, Naruto would never allow any harm to befall him, not just for his own sake, but for Sasuke's as well. Though Sasuke remained silent, he reciprocated the embrace, burying his head in Naruto's neck. They had each other, and they could not afford to lose that connection. Meanwhile, Kurama returned to his space, shielded from the outside world by Naruto's own doing. Although somewhat perplexed, he paid it little mind. Naruto had matured and deserved his own space. Just as Kurama disliked Naruto witnessing his innermost thoughts, Naruto would not relish the idea of Kurama observing his life continuously from within that space. Everyone deserves their own sanctuary, even in the closest relationships. The right to possess personal secrets is paramount. No one enjoys the sensation of transparency. Being seen through offers little sense of security. Nonetheless, Kurama felt a hint of concern. He had only just ventured outside, briefly savoring the beauty of the world, and now he was back within the confines of darkness, with not even a single window left open. The seal. Even though Naruto had completely unraveled the seal left by Minato Namikaze, the very presence of a tailed beast within a Jinchuriki was a form of sealing itself. This would not vanish simply because Naruto had dispelled the seal. It would always persist. As long as he remained within Naruto's body, as long as Naruto remained his Jinchuriki, the seal would endure. Yet, Naruto hoped that Kurama would always believe in him, trusting that he would one day restore true freedom to him, not merely ensuring that no one could recapture him after Naruto's death, but fundamentally altering humanity's perception of tailed beasts. Kurama had unwavering faith that Naruto could achieve this. Naruto was the most extraordinary human he had ever encountered. Even without his guidance, Naruto would grow into a remarkable person. Did anything happen today? Kakashi Hitaki inquired. Upon returning with Sakura Haruno, Kakashi noticed the unmistakably unusual demeanor of Naruto and Sasuke. The atmosphere between the two had become palpably sticky, or rather, it was Naruto's one-sided clinginess. No, of course not. Naruto exclaimed vehemently. If there's nothing, why shout so loudly? Sakura retorted, pushing Naruto away and moving to the other side of the room. Kakashi observed Naruto, then glanced at the silent Sasuke. Had Naruto done something to offend Sasuke? This was unacceptable. If there were issues, they needed to be addressed directly, or they might end up parting ways. Naruto and Sasuke had always lived together, and any problems arising could be quite troublesome, especially since Naruto currently had only Sasuke as a friend. Kakashi could not bear to see Naruto lose this singular companion. He knew all too well the pain of losing friends. He thought Naruto was still young and might struggle with handling matters between friends, particularly without an adult to guide him. In truth, Naruto understood friendship better than anyone. He had more friends than just Sasuke. However, Sasuke was not merely a friend. He was a brother, a family member, a kindred spirit, everything that could describe a close relationship. Sasuke was different. Chapter 97. We are family. Those who can part ways are not friends. Moreover, Sasuke and I are family, and family can never be separated. Naruto declared with unwavering conviction. Right, Sasuke? Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. Indeed, we are family, Sasuke affirmed, unwilling for Kakashi to misconstrue their bond. Their relationship was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. All right then, Kakashi said, observing the serious expressions in Naruto and Sasuke's eyes, ultimately raising his hands in surrender. It's my fault. No need to look at me so sternly. Friends can certainly part ways, but only if you are both still alive. If one were to die, then parting would not be an issue. However, Kakashi refrained from elaborating further. Although they had become ninjas, they were still young. The current ninja world, while not peaceful, posed no immediate threat. They still had ample time to grow. Today, Naruto chose to remain at the home of Tazuna while Sasuke and Sakura accompanied Kakashi to the bridge. Naruto had intended to rest at home, as he sensed no danger and felt rather bored. Alas, trouble was brewing. Someone's coming. Naruto sensed a group of malicious individuals outside and stepped out alone. Would you like to come out and experience it? He kindly asked Kurama, hoping to coax him into joining. Handle your own affairs, Kurama retorted coldly. He was aware that Naruto likely wanted to shirk responsibility, cloaked in the guise of offering him freedom. All right, Kurama, you are becoming increasingly difficult to deceive, Naruto shrugged, feeling resigned. When have I ever been easily tricked? Kurama was momentarily unsure whether Naruto was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. A tailed beast that had lived for a millennium could hardly be duped by a mere child. Had it not been for his desire to cooperate with Naruto, he would never have been deceived. Yes, Kurama, you are not easily fooled, Naruto placated him, amused at how easy it was to appease him. Meanwhile, in the midst of their banter, Naruto had already dealt with all the attackers. Could they not hire some ninjas? This is quite an insult to me, Naruto remarked disdainfully at the sight of the defeated bandits sprawled on the ground. What an assortment of miscreants. Even a wealthy individual should find it challenging to hire numerous ninjas, especially after the emergence of formidable figures like Zabuza Momochi. Though Kurama looked down upon Zabuza's strength, compared to other ninjas, Zabuza was still respectable. Speaking of wealthy individuals, we should be in need of funds, Naruto mused, recalling Kato with a mischievous glint in his eye. Are you in need of money? That shouldn't be the case. I recall that Uchiha's father had provided quite a sum, Kurama replied. While I'm not in dire need, who would refuse more money? Naruto admitted he had a fondness for wealth. More was always better. If you want it, there might be some complications. They've been here for several days without properly scouting Kato's location. Even if we are unaware, surely someone must know, Naruto speculated about Zabuza, believing that if they could persuade Zabuza, Kato would be within their grasp. Then let us proceed. Kurama seemed to have the same thought regarding Zabuza. As for whether they could convince him, that was not within Naruto's considerations. With Kurama at his side, how could he fail? Then I shall take my leave, Naruto declared, having resolved the matter with the group, leaving behind several shadow clones as he made his way to the bridge. In the midst of conversation, Naruto had already reached the outermost edge of the bridge. In the distance, a thick fog loomed. Within the perceptive grasp of Uzumaki Naruto, it was suffused with chakra, rendering it impossible for him to discern the precise conditions of Kakashi Hatake and the others. However, by detecting several distinct chakra clusters, he surmised that they were not in mortal peril. Moreover, he sensed the presence of another chakra, reminiscent of the one from Zabuza Momochi's initial assault. As he approached, Naruto beheld the grim scene unfolding before him. Kakashi was locked in a stalemate with Zabuza, while Sasuke Uchiha battled against the masked individual they had encountered earlier. Sakura Haruno was tasked with safeguarding Tazuna, though in truth, both sides regarded them as inconsequential. Each faction understood that the fate of Tazuna hinged on the outcome of their respective confrontations. Whether it be Zabuza or the masked man, dealing with Sakura was a trivial matter. Upon Naruto's arrival, he found Sasuke ensnared within the confines of a mirror technique. Sasuke, Naruto called out, his concern palpable as he sought a response. The nature of the mirror technique eluded him. Although he could sense Sasuke's chakra, that was the extent of his awareness. I'm fine, Sasuke replied, relieved to hear Naruto's voice. With Naruto's presence, there was hope. Yet, he remained trapped within, and only Naruto could effectuate a rescue from outside. Naruto, you must destroy the mirror from the outside. Do not venture in, Sasuke cautioned. His fear was genuine. It was not a matter of mistrust, but rather an overwhelming faith in Naruto's impulsive nature. Do not worry, I understand. Naruto was determined to study this phenomenon that obstructed his perception. However, he could not simply abandon Sasuke within its confines. With this thought, Naruto summoned a shadow clone. The clone, aware of Naruto's intentions, proceeded into the mirror realm without awaiting instruction. Idiot, did I not say not to enter? Sasuke exclaimed, genuinely exasperated for the first time at Naruto's recklessness. Ignoring Sasuke's admonition, Naruto approached him and formed hand seals. In an instant, a thick fog enveloped the vicinity, emanating a torrent of chakra that obscured both vision and perception. Within the haze, Naruto grasped Sasuke's hand and pushed him through a gap, freeing him from the mirror's grip. Concurrently, one of Naruto's shadow clones transformed into an exact replica of Sasuke, a testament to Naruto's familiarity with him. Chapter 98. No need for your understanding how disheartening it was that Sasuke had just called him an idiot. Before Sasuke could voice any protest, Naruto preemptively silenced him. I wasn't the one he insulted. It was the shadow clone, which has nothing to do with me, Sasuke replied, a hint of guilt prompting him to avert his gaze. So, does this mean you do not like me, Sasuke? Naruto leaned against Sasuke's shoulder, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Without preamble, tears quickly welled in his cerulean eyes. It's not that. It's you who is at fault for suddenly barging in. Sasuke, unyielding under Naruto's gaze, refused to allow him to shift the topic. All right, Sasuke is becoming increasingly difficult to deceive, Naruto sighed inwardly. This mirror technique blocks my perception. So I wanted to investigate it, he explained, standing upright. It's hard to see from the outside, but I thought I might gain insight from within, and also bring you out. Is it really that simple? Will they not notice? Sasuke queried, peering curiously into the mirror. He had emerged without any reaction from those inside. Moreover, it was too easy for you to escape, he mused. Although he was uncertain of the mechanics, it seemed the occupants of the ice mirrors could not perceive the outside world, and the shadow clone he left behind resembled him perfectly. Naruto was confident in his transformation technique. He was certain that even Uchiha Fugaku would not detect the ruse. What shall we do next? Sasuke, sensing Naruto's confidence, decided to relinquish his concerns. We shall wait here, Naruto replied. They could not approach Kakashi, who was engaged in combat with Zabuza. Their presence would be a liability, potentially alerting Zabuza to the failures of his allies. Given these possibilities, remaining still was the wisest course of action. All right, Sasuke conceded. Though he longed to witness the clash of Jonin, he recognized the validity of Naruto's reasoning. Staying put was their only viable option. What about Sakura? Is she all right? Sasuke inquired, intending to check on the safety of their client, but he chose a more tactful approach, recalling Naruto's disdain for Tazuna. No worries. There are only two enemies here. In Naruto's perception, Sakura was still with Tazuna, yet he had no desire to encounter the oblivious old man. Otherwise, waiting alongside Sakura for Kakashi's triumph would have been the preferable choice. Though Naruto held some reservations about Sakura, he certainly did not harbor any animosity. He merely felt that she had misguidedly expressed her affections for Sasuke. Many admired Sasuke. Sakura was but one among them, albeit her approach was misguided, causing them unnecessary trouble. Let us linger here for a while until we comprehend the situation inside, Naruto suggested, guiding Sasuke to sit beside him as they gazed into the unyielding mirror. Although Sasuke felt somewhat helpless, he complied, joining Naruto in observing the enigmatic reflections. However, while outwardly he seemed focused on the mirror, Naruto's true attention was directed towards the ongoing battle between Kakashi and Zabuza. It was not that he doubted Kakashi's prowess. Rather, he held unwavering faith in Kakashi's abilities. If Kakashi were to fight earnestly, Zabuza would stand no chance. Yet, Zabuza's continued existence held significance for Naruto, as he relied on him to assist in acquiring Kato's assets. Thus Zabuza could not perish just yet. Naruto needed to remain vigilant, ensuring that Kakashi did not eliminate Zabuza prematurely. Inside the mirror, as Naruto had predicted, Haku was oblivious to Sasuke's escape. Although Haku should have been in complete control of the mirror's dynamics, the overwhelming chakra Naruto unleashed had rendered him momentarily blind, akin to a person emerging from darkness into blinding light. When Haku regained his senses, he found Sasuke had escaped, and the Naruto clone masquerading as Sasuke stood in his stead. Numbers offer no advantage. The weak remain weak, Haku remarked coolly, surfacing partially from the ice mirror. What we seek is not advantage, but detail. The shadow clones echoed in unison. The space within the mirror was not small. To observe meticulously, merely one individual was insufficient. Emerging from the crystalline mirror, Bai darted swiftly among the swirling Naruto figures, effortlessly dispersing several of them in an instant. Only Uchiha Sasuke remained, shielded at the very center of the Naruto whirlpool, entirely safe from harm. There is no need for your understanding. You must simply recognize that, at this very moment, your mirror formation shall succumb to my dominion. As the outermost Naruto figures began to approach the ice mirror for closer examination, those in the center commenced a serious perception of Bai's silhouette. At the tender age of 15, Bai had endured far more than Naruto, having been cultivated as a weapon of war. Yet, in terms of strength, he was not markedly different from Naruto. Bai was nurtured under the tutelage of Zabuza, while Naruto was shaped by the Nine Tails. At 12, Naruto's capabilities were comparable to Bai's current prowess. Perhaps there existed a slight disparity in experience, but Naruto's strength was undoubtedly superior. The myriad techniques of the Uzumaki clan, the strategies of Minato Namikaze, and the abilities of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails distinguished Naruto from the typical Jinchuriki who forcibly extracted tailed beast chakra. He was one who gained chakra willingly from the beast itself. Upon entering the mirror formation, Bai's figure became strikingly vivid within Naruto's perception. He could discern precisely which ice mirror Bai occupied and how he had entered it. It must be said, Bai's ninjutsu displayed remarkable creativity, a type that Naruto had never encountered nor heard of before. This sparked an immense curiosity within Naruto regarding Bai's techniques. Over the years, his relentless study of sealing techniques to break the seals and his pursuit of ninjutsu for self-preservation had ultimately fostered a unique interest in the art of ninjutsu. Habitually, Naruto felt compelled to investigate any unfamiliar ninjutsu he encountered, driven by a desire to understand it before facing it again and to avoid future perils. Chapter 99. Is it reluctance or fear? Bai was not significantly stronger than Naruto. In fact, in certain respects, he was even weaker. Thus, it was with relative ease that Naruto captured Bai. To prevent the mirror formation from dissipating, Naruto deliberately refrained from sealing Bai's chakra. How about a word of thanks for not sealing your chakra? A shadow clone remarked earnestly, drawing close to Bai. Should I express gratitude? Bai replied, perplexed. He found himself bewildered by the thoughts of those around him. Was there truly such a vast generational divide between them? Shouldn't there be? Naruto tilted his head, innocently inquiring, what do you intend to do? If you wish to kill me, then do so. Bai was disinterested in Naruto's intentions, convinced that his continued existence would only trouble his benefactor, Zabuza. His failure to achieve victory was already excessive. He could not bring further inconvenience to Zabuza. Must you be so pessimistic? I merely wish to study your ninjutsu. I do not intend to take your life. Naruto reached out, attempting to touch Bai's mask and remove it. Of course, your life is still of value. I cannot allow it to be squandered so easily. Seeing Naruto's movement, Bai remained unresponsive. After all, he was already facing death and felt indifferent about the mask. However, upon hearing Naruto's subsequent words, Bai could no longer contain his frustration. What did he mean that his life was still of use? Apart from being of value to Zabuza, what purpose did his life serve? Would he be used as leverage against Zabuza? No, Zabuza was his savior, and he could not bring trouble to him. Evading Naruto's grasp, Bai noticed the needle he had shot landing on the ground. Without hesitation, he broke free from the shadow clone holding him and rushed toward it. Although captured by Naruto, his chakra remained unsealed. Whether this was due to Naruto's confidence or something else, it ultimately facilitated Bai's escape. The ropes binding his hands shattered under the influence of his chakra. Instead of retaliating, Bai raised the needle to his own neck upon realizing that Sasuke had vanished. He understood that there was no true body present. His death mattered little, as long as Zabuza remained alive. If he died, Zabuza would have no weaknesses. Even if he survived, Zabuza would remain invulnerable. He was merely a tool, Zabuza's tool. As Bai aimed the weapon at himself, Naruto finally reacted without hesitation, swiftly intercepting the weapon from Bai's grasp. No one could remain indifferent in the face of a fellow being's demise, especially when Bai still held value for him. What are you doing? You clearly do not wish to die? Naruto sensed Bai's yearning for life, compelling him to save him. You care for Zabuza. If you die now, would you leave him alone in this world? Naruto detested individuals who, despite their concern for others, chose to depart without consulting them. Do you not care about him? Why choose to leave? Naruto, filled with anger, grasped Bai's collar, peering deeply into his eyes to uncover his true thoughts. You are injured. Bai stared blankly at Naruto's hand, which had pierced through the needle to stop him. Huh. Naruto stared in shock at his palm. This was bad. In the next moment, his form transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. And no, he has disappeared. Bai, still in a daze, gazed vacantly at the empty space before him. It was merely a shadow clone. Naruto re-entered the scene with Sasuke, observing the collapsed Bai with curiosity. Did you scare yourself into a stupor? Why did you save me? As Naruto stepped inside, Bai finally liberated himself from the fear of death. Even though he had resolved to die and not burden Zabuza further, the prospect of death still left him feeling powerless. I have said it before, you are still of use, or rather, Zabuza finds you useful. Naruto received the memories of his shadow clone. Though he was angry at Bai's actions, he refrained from expressing further frustration. Bai was merely an enemy they had encountered. The other party had made up their mind to cause sorrow to those who cared for them, and what could Naruto, an outsider, possibly do? You will be disappointed. Zabuza does not care about me. I cannot threaten him. Bai refrained from uttering any more death-related sentiments. As he had stated, he posed no threat to Zabuza. Thus, He resolved to seize this opportunity to see Zabuza one last time. After all, he would not pose any threat to Zabuza. He would merely risk disappointing him. He had ultimately failed to become a competent tool, failing to meet Zabuza's expectations. Do you not care? Naruto inquired, intrigued by Bai's perspective, drawing closer. Though he could not comprehend Bai's reasoning, Naruto's perception told him a different story. It is a fact. I am a tool. Should I fail, I shall lose my purpose and become useless. Bai was deeply concerned about his own failure. Tools are meant to prevail always. Those that fail to achieve victory possess no significance. Yet, he harbors a profound fondness for Zabuza, wishing to remain by his side. Allow me to demonstrate how much Zabuza cares for you. What do you say? It seems that Naruto has uncovered a vulnerability in Haku. He observed that Haku is overly concerned about Zabuza. A mere tool? Who would believe that? Zabuza's trust in Haku transcends the mere attitude of a tool. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Haku's eyes briefly lit with hope, only to quickly realize that Naruto harbors ulterior motives regarding Zabuza. Should he acquiesce, it could bring trouble or even peril to Zabuza. Therefore, he cannot endanger Zabuza. Haku lowered his gaze in silence, expressing his stance through his quietude. Afraid to voice his thoughts lest he reveal his true feelings. He yearns to know whether he holds any significance to Zabuza. Is his silence due to unwillingness or fear? Chapter 100. Which one do you deem stronger? Naruto placed a hand on Haku's cheek, the warmth of his hand penetrating through the mask. Under Naruto's gaze, Haku felt as though he were being seen through, gradually becoming transparent. Uncomfortable, he turned his head to evade Naruto's scrutiny, attempting to escape this sensation. It is futile. This is not merely a matter of vision. Has Zabuza not enlightened you on the abilities of the Uzumaki clan? Naruto tightened his grip, showing no intention of yielding to Haku's discomfort. Rest assured, my matters will bear no ill consequences for Zabuza, Naruto reassured him, perceiving Haku's concerns. Moreover, I sense that within 10 minutes, a group will arrive. I suspect they are your employers. Can you guess their intentions? They are filled with malice. Standing upright, Naruto displayed a mischievous smile. Witnessing Haku's startled reaction, his pupils dilating, Naruto felt a sense of satisfaction. So, will you heed my words? How can I trust your words? Haku remained skeptical of Naruto, believing he merely sought Zabuza's assistance. Whether that is true or not will soon be revealed. I still have time, but you may not. Our teacher is no weakling. The copy ninja Kakashi or the demon of the mist Zabuza, which do you think is stronger? Or do you believe their confrontation will be without injury? No. Zabuza. Haku contemplated the possibilities Naruto presented. Although he trusted Zabuza, he was acutely aware of Kakashi's formidable prowess. Zabuza may indeed sustain injuries, and at this moment, he was under Naruto's control, unable to fight. This cannot be allowed. What do you intend to do? I can comply with your request, but I cannot influence Zabuza's decisions. Though Haku acquiesced to Naruto, he did not believe he could sway Zabuza's choices. He was merely a tool. Just in time, Naruto laughed. Perfectly, Naruto's shadow clone had concluded its examination of Haku's mirror technique and began to dissipate. At that moment, Naruto sensed Kakashi was about to end Zabuza's life. Using the item he had previously given Kakashi, Naruto instantaneously appeared beside him, intercepting Kakashi's Raikiri. I regret to say this, Kakashi-sensei, but I still have use for Zabuza, so I implore you to spare him. Naruto released Kakashi's hand and turned to smile at Zabuza. Sasuke approached, leading the subdued Haku to stand beside Naruto. What is this? Did you lose? Zabuza frowned, displeased. I apologize, Zabuza. I have disappointed you. Haku, unable to meet Zabuza's gaze, lowered his head in guilt. Kid, do you always speak so audaciously? I admit I was careless last time, but that is no reason to belittle you. Zabuza did not regard Haku, but shifted his attention to Naruto. It is not disdain. Rather, it appears your employer is coming to resolve matters with you. Thus your task can be deemed complete. Without a task, we possess no reason to be adversarial, and I have wealth while you lack it. Naruto stated bluntly, gesturing for Zabuza to gaze towards the distant sea. Though Kakazu and his associates were not yet visible, Naruto believed Zabuza would not lack sensory ninjutsu in combat within the mist technique. While it may not be as formidable, it would surely suffice. How foolish. Do you still hold a grudge over the last encounter? Zabuza felt he should have eliminated him then. Had Haku not acted first, Kakuzu would have long since perished. I warned that his life should not have been spared. Zabuza cast his gaze down at Haku, conveying his dissatisfaction. So what do you wish me to do? Let it be clear, if the payment is insufficient, I shall not comply. Zabuza decisively abandoned his former employer and began to seek a new one. However, he did not believe Naruto possessed adequate funds. Worry not, I desire all of Kakuzu's assets. Naruto nodded, aware that without money, Zabuza could not be motivated. Fortunately, he had ample funds. Even if this was insufficient, resolving Kakuzu would yield considerable wealth. Oh, you truly dare to think that? Do I require your assistance to deal with Kakuzu? Zabuza possessed the capability to eliminate Kakuzu, yet even if he succeeded, he would not receive Kakuzu's wealth, which he desperately needed. Rest assured, simply focus on eliminating Kakuzu, and I shall ensure the remaining tasks are handled. So what say you? Will you accept my commission? Naruto earnestly regarded Zabuza, placing a document before him. This is my asset. You need not worry about my financial capability. The item Naruto presented was something bestowed by Uchiha Fugaku. Although Naruto had never left the village, the asset manager continued to conduct business in Konoha. Their origins were legitimate, and casual exchanges with Naruto posed no issues, especially when he initiated the contact. The prosperity Naruto and Sasuke enjoyed over the years was largely due to each other. Otherwise, they would have become orphans living solely on the village's meager provisions, perpetually hungry and underdressed. You are quite affluent. Zabuza observed the item in Naruto's hand, surprised to discover that a renowned asset in the ninja world belonged to a mere child. An elder gifted this to me. Naruto offered no further explanation. See, he still cares for you. Naruto stowed the item and looked at Haku, who was under Sasuke's control. What? Haku could not comprehend how Zabuza still cared for him when he had only exchanged a couple of words with him thus far. He could refuse my offer. Despite the wealth, he did not overly trust me. Naruto approached and began to untie Haku's bindings. However, should he refuse, the weapon in Sasuke's hand would pierce you. And we shall see who is quicker. Naruto Uzumaki gestured for Haku to look behind him. Uchiha Sasuke held a needle, positioned with lethal precision. Haku understood all too well that Sasuke was adept at using such weapons. If the needle were to plunge into him from that angle, death would be inevitable within mere moments. However, was Zabuza not simply a means to an end? While earning, he could also utilize this flawed tool. Chapter 101. You are essential. Even if he were to fail now, he would still remain Zabuza's sole subordinate. For two others had already perished at the hands of the Konoha ninja. What are you pondering? With Zabuza's prowess, how could he possibly overlook the threat you pose? He is aware, which is why he accepted my commission with such ease. Naruto, without needing to delve deeply, could read Haku's expression and discern his thoughts. Otherwise, ending your life would be a trivial task. Yet, Haku still could not fathom his importance as either a person or a tool to Zabuza. There are no buts. Although I am unaware of the history between you, your very demeanor speaks volumes. You may appear to be molded into a mere instrument of death and combat. Yet your abilities are indisputable. In this perilous world of shinobi, without strength, survival is unattainable. If Zabuza merely regarded you as a tool, he would not have expended such effort to cultivate you into your current form. Even with your remarkable ninja talent, the shinobi world is not devoid of geniuses. Your survival, your present capabilities, and your unique approach to battle all attest to your significance to him. Naruto interrupted Haku's musings. From Naruto's perspective, Zabuza had treated Haku quite well, yet neither of them was skilled in articulating their thoughts. That's because I am a tool, the most formidable tool of Zabuza. I am a user of ice release. Haku exclaimed suddenly. He had listened intently as Naruto extolled his importance to Zabuza, yet Zabuza had shown no indication of such importance himself. Zabuza remained as indifferent as ever, focused solely on combat, treating Haku as an expendable tool. He was an ice release user. It was his fate to be a tool. Even if he were not Zabuza's, he would inevitably serve others. To be Zabuza's tool was a privilege. Observing Haku in this state, Naruto realized that Haku did not entirely lack reservations about being a tool. While he may take pride in serving Zabuza, no one wishes to be merely a tool, or rather, Haku did not desire to be solely Zabuza's tool. Thus, he felt dissatisfaction with being confined to just that role. You are not merely a tool, Naruto said earnestly, gazing at Haku. I can sense your significance to Zabuza. Such feelings are not typical of mere tools. Trust me, the Uzumaki clan possesses unparalleled perceptive abilities, and the Kagura Shingon is renowned for its capacity to unveil the hearts of all. My expertise lies in discerning the essence of individuals. Naruto locked eyes with Haku, placing his hand over Haku's chest, amplifying his perceptive powers. In that moment, Haku experienced an unprecedented sensation, distinct from the previous simplicity of being seen through. This was a true unveiling of his inner self. Haku felt utterly transparent, as if Naruto could discern his every thought, leaving him with no semblance of privacy. "What is this?" Haku stammered, his eyes wide with panic as he looked into Naruto's. Haku was not weak. He had faced formidable opponents before. Even with Zabuza at his side, this was a necessary part of Haku's growth. However, Zabuza would not place Haku in mortal peril. Yet now, he felt an overwhelming terror, an unprecedented urge to flee from this person who felt dangerously potent. You can perceive it, can't you? This sensation is inescapable. Under my awareness, everyone becomes transparent. Naruto retracted his perception, directing Haku's gaze towards Zabuza. Zabuza was no exception. In his heart, Haku was indeed significant. Upon hearing Naruto's words and gazing at Zabuza before him, Haku's eyes suddenly brightened with immense hope. Really? A wave of expectation surged within him. Having experienced Naruto's abilities firsthand, he found it hard to believe if he were being deceived. Truly, deceiving you would serve no purpose for me, would it? Naruto stood behind Haku, gently urging him forward towards Zabuza. Following Naruto's guidance, Haku made no resistance. He too sought Zabuza's affirmation. "Is it true? Zabuza, I am important to you. Not just an inconsequential tool." Haku raised his head slightly, gazing hopefully at Zabuza. "Huh, what are you saying? You are merely a tool." Zabuza, unyielding under Haku's gaze, displayed no signs of compassion. To him, Haku was simply a tool, devoid of any deeper relationship. Undeniably, Haku possessed great talent, but it ended there. A tool is a tool. Ninja are tools. That is their essence. Zabuza's words compelled Haku to lower his head, silencing him. Indeed, he was merely a tool. Of no importance to Zabuza. Everything had merely been a figment of his imagination. What nonsense is this? He clearly values you, does he not? Naruto detested deceitful individuals, as he had lived amidst lies throughout his life. The Sandaime Hokage was a lie, parental affection was a lie, and Konoha itself was a lie. Even Kakashi, who seemed relatively kind, might harbor countless deceptions. You are not Haku. You know nothing. You should understand what the Uzumaki clan represents, and what the Kagura Shingon entails. If you do not speak it yourself, I shall reveal it for you. Naruto glared furiously at Zabuza, his disdain for lies palpable. The Kagura Shingon was merely a perceptive technique. It could not fathom the human heart. Zabuza felt no threat from Naruto's declaration. If the Kagura Shingon were truly that formidable, the Uzumaki clan would not have faced annihilation. Seeing into the heart. Spare me. No one can truly perceive the human heart. It is the most intricate of things. The Kagura Shingon cannot, but I can. Naruto held firm confidence in his abilities. If you doubt, feel free to test it. The question is whether you possess the courage to do so. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Zabuza hesitated. He had raised Haku since childhood and knew him well. Haku was no coward. On the contrary, he had always been bold and exceptional. Yet moments ago, Haku's fear in the face of Naruto was unmistakable. Zabuza believed in Haku. He was not merely a tool as he claimed, which is why Zabuza maintained his indifferent facade. Only by appearing unperturbed could they ensure safety, devoid of any weaknesses. Chapter 102. A qualified ninja. I have already stated that the Kagura Shingon is simply a perceptive technique. Zabuza concealed any signs of his internal conflict, maintaining his calm and cold demeanor. Then what is it that you are wavering over? Shall I elaborate? Observing Zabuza's stubborn demeanor, Naruto ultimately decided against persuasion, instead revealing Zabuza's inner thoughts. The notion that ninja are tools was a refrain Naruto had consistently heard echoing in Zabuza's mind. It was a sentiment Zabuza had expressed at every opportunity. Naruto Uzumaki could easily discern that Zabuza Momochi epitomized the archetype of a conventional ninja, especially considering Kakashi Hataki's explanations regarding the hidden mist village. Naruto could surmise the essence of Zabuza's formative experiences, growing up in such a stifling and extreme environment, where ninjas were perceived merely as tools, had undoubtedly engraved this notion deep within Zabuza's psyche. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Zabuza felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He firmly believed that only by becoming a tool could one be deemed a competent ninja and survive in a chaotic world. Hence, he was compelled to treat others as mere instruments. If not, Why did Zabuza lack the murderous intent that Naruto possessed? After all, he too was a ninja and a tool. Was it not because Zabuza cared for him? Ninjas were tools, and murder was an obligation, yet Zabuza did not relish killing. Did he? He despised it, and Naruto had never hindered him. Rather, he encouraged Zabuza to pursue his interests. Could one truly claim this was the appropriate attitude towards a tool? Every word Naruto uttered pierced Zabuza's heart profoundly. He was indeed a tool. Yet, Zabuza remained unyielding. To him, Haku was merely a tool, devoid of any other identity. If that was the case, then why not eliminate him? Naruto presented Zabuza with a kunai. You have witnessed my domain. Should you kill him now, I shall offer you a position within my enterprise, providing you with a sanctuary. This is precisely what you desire, is it not? Moreover, I shall not restrict your freedom. Should you wish to depart in the future, it will be of no consequence. What do you think? This is a lucrative deal, is it not? Naruto smiled cheerfully at Zabuza, eager to see him accept the kunai. Let us ascertain who this is. Is it not Zabuza Momochi? What? Have you yet to deal with that old man? Kato's untimely arrival on the bridge escalated Naruto's annoyance to its zenith. Previously, he had contemplated sparing Kato's life if only he would act sensibly, as his enterprise was already under the watch of another. However, Kato's inability to read the room was astonishing. Could he not see they were engaged in conversation? What was he trying to achieve by interrupting? Zabuza inwardly exhaled in relief. Although he had always regarded Haku as insignificant, merely a tool, he truly did not wish to kill him. Who was this little brat? To dictate what he ought to do? He was Zabuza the demon, after all, merely a wretched child. Why should he be concerned? What arrangements do you have for my former employer? Zabuza contemplated this, but refrained from voicing it. Naruto was now his employer, and regarding the task at hand, Zabuza felt the need to inquire. After all, he was a proficient ninja. First, control the situation, and once his assets were secured, he could resolve matters at his leisure. Naruto was amenable to granting Zabuza certain advantages, such as disposing of his former employer. Zabuza had long desired to eliminate Kato. Had he not left the hidden mist village seeking refuge from a life of wandering, Kato would not have survived this long. With Kato's temperament, he would have perished several times over had it not been for his wealth, which afforded him an air of superiority. Although this world was dominated by ninjas, they were often scorned as mere tools. True power and wealth lay beyond their grasp, as the affluent and influential held them in disdain. Zabuza said nothing further and charged at Kato. Hey, what are you doing? I am your employer. Be wary, or I shall withhold your payment. No, please. Don't come closer. I will pay you, I promise. Desperation filled Kato's voice as he attempted to flee, yet the aura of death paralyzed him. Accept your fate. Feeble insect. Zabuza reached Kato, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Kato was sent flying backward, landing precariously close to the edge of the bridge. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the vast, unforgiving sea below, and in terror, he rolled away, disregarding all semblance of dignity in the face of impending death. Zabuza approached Kato, lifting him effortlessly and returning to Naruto's side. With the conclusion of the battle, Zabuza ceased his hostilities against Team 7, dispersing the mist that lingered in the air, allowing Sakura Haruno to finally witness the scene on the bridge. Observing Zabuza gripping Kato, with Haku standing beside Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura hastily guided Tazuna to Kakashi Hitachi's side. Kakashi-sensei, has it come to an end? Sakura, having remained shrouded in mist while protecting Tazuna, had not witnessed the conflict nor understood its circumstances. Her presence had little impact on the outcome of the battle. It is over, Kakashi stated without hesitation. Although he was uncertain of Naruto's motives for saving Zabuza or his interest in Kato's wealth, it bore no relevance to Konoha. As long as it posed no threat to the village, Kakashi could choose to remain oblivious. Why is Zabuza clutching Kato? Is he not his employer? Sakura inquired. Her curiosity piqued as Zabuza approached. Despite her lingering fear of him, the assurance from Kakashi that the battle had ended allowed her to slightly overcome her trepidation. Now that Zabuza's employer was Naruto, and since Naruto did not hinder Sakura's approach or inquiry, it indicated that this was not a matter shrouded in secrecy. Sakura was a perceptive young woman, aware of what could be discussed openly. Though Kakashi had always held high expectations for Naruto and Sasuke's prowess, he equally valued Sakura's intellect. Chapter 103, Inheritance. Oh, Naruto? Sakura inquired, her curiosity aroused regarding Naruto's wealth. It was not that she looked down on Naruto. but rather that he had never exhibited signs of affluence. It was common knowledge that Naruto was impoverished. The teachers at the academy allowed Naruto to skip classes, not solely out of disdain, but because they recognized he often ventured into the forest to scavenge for food. Otherwise, even if they disliked him, they would not have ignored him to such an extent. Of course, I possess wealth. Even though my parents are deceased, I still have an inheritance. Naruto replied with a hint of irritation. Although it was not his parents' inheritance, but rather that of Sasuke Uchiha's family, what did it matter? After all, he and Sasuke were like brothers. What belonged to one belonged to the other. This was a testament to their bond. Furthermore, it was originally bestowed upon him by Fugaku Uchiha. Inheritance? Were your parents formidable ninjas? This is the first time I've heard you speak of them, Sakura remarked, intrigued by Naruto's lineage. While there were other orphans in their class, they were aware that their parents were ninjas and Sasuke's lineage was well known. Only Naruto, though everyone knew he was an orphan, remained an enigma regarding the identities of his parents. They even speculated whether Naruto Uzumaki was a villager, especially since he had been despised by the villagers since childhood. The adults at home forbade their children from approaching Naruto, claiming he was a demon fox. When Sakura Haruno expressed her desire to be on the same team as Naruto, the adults expressed their concerns. It was only after Sakura mentioned that Sasuke Uchiha would also be on the team, led by the elite Jonin Kakashi Hatake, that they felt reassured about Sakura being in Team 7. Otherwise, they would not have hesitated to keep her in the Ninja Academy for another year. Given Sakura's academic performance, even an additional year in the academy would not hinder her from becoming an exceptional ninja. Their worries were not about Sakura's potential as a formidable ninja, but rather about her safety. They understood that danger was a ninja's norm, yet the presence of a teammate could invoke genuine concern. Was Naruto powerful? He certainly appeared to be. One could inquire with Kakashi-sensei, who would know more than I. Naruto suppressed his inner annoyance and encouraged Sakura to ask Kakashi. He had no desire to respond, having already felt nauseated pretending to understand his parents' situation to deceive Kakashi. Although he found it convenient to utilize them for certain purposes, Naruto sincerely wished to avoid any further interactions with them throughout his life. He would never grant opportunities to those who did not love or care for him. It was not that Naruto was heartless. It simply reflected the lack of affection from Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Had they stood by Naruto's side like the Nine Tails, he would have undoubtedly acknowledged them. Unfortunately, the village and each other held greater significance. Did Kakashi-sensei know? Sakura, indeed, was diverted, moving closer to Kakashi with eager anticipation. I'm sorry, Sakura, but matters concerning Naruto's parents are confidential. Even Naruto himself is not fully aware, Kakashi said, feeling awkward. It was quite disconcerting that a child's parents were shrouded in secrecy, even from the child. If the parents had been on a classified mission, concealing their identities, Kakashi might have understood. However, given that Naruto's parents were deceased, their identities held no real threat. So what was there to conceal? The notion of protecting a child from assassination seemed absurd. Hadn't Naruto faced numerous dangers throughout his life? Claiming to protect him while the villagers were aware of his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was hardly protection. It was more akin to harm. Confidentiality? Was it truly that unique? Even Naruto himself remained oblivious. Sakura found it rather perplexing. What kind of reasoning was this? From Kakashi's words, it seemed Naruto's parents must have been quite renowned, yet they kept Naruto in the dark. Thankfully, they had left him an inheritance. Otherwise, how could he have survived all these years? Was it merely through his truancy in the forest? Nevertheless, Sakura chose not to press further. If it was classified information, it was certainly beyond her knowledge. Moreover, although they were teammates now, she hadn't invested much thought in Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha quietly took Naruto's hand in a corner where no one noticed. He was aware of Naruto's disdain for his parents since Naruto had expressed this during their first conversation about loss. At that time, to comfort him, Naruto had divulged his own background and spoke of his parents. Although Sasuke was engulfed in his own sorrow, he sensed Naruto's pain and heartache. Nothing was more heart-wrenching than feeling unloved by one's parents in favor of others. Naruto must have just recently learned of his own circumstances. In comforting Sasuke, he was indirectly comforting himself. Yet, eventually, it seemed Naruto had come to terms with it, as he never mentioned his parents again. Even when he occasionally did, there was never any hint of sadness, only disdain or perhaps even hatred. Sasuke found it perplexing why Naruto harbored such feelings but never voiced his thoughts. Recognizing that Naruto's parents were his own to judge. After all, Naruto had never hindered Sasuke's feelings about his own parents and brother. Feeling Sasuke's reassuring grip, Naruto reciprocated gently, signaling that he was fine. He understood that Sasuke worried for him, but in truth, Naruto had long since detached himself from such feelings. As for parents, he had Kurama. As for brothers, he had Sasuke. And as for friends, he had Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi. He felt a profound sense of fulfillment, having transitioned from having nothing to being surrounded by those he cherished. Most importantly, those he cared for reciprocated his feelings. It wasn't about the significance of his parents, but rather that they could share mutual affection. Chapter 104. Redemption. What else do you wish to command? Zabuza asked, dragging Kato before Naruto. Is it time to kill him? Naruto inquired, turning to Zabuza for clarification. What do you want from me? Can you let me go? Zabuza felt utterly helpless against Naruto. No, there's Kato here, and that old man. You won't let me go, will you? Zabuza lamented. What does it matter to you if White is important to me? Naruto replied earnestly. It's not that I care about the situation between you and White, but I detest your self-righteous attempts to be kind to others. What more do you want? Zabuza was perplexed. Did he truly need to state that White held significance for him? The truth was, White was merely a tool. Does he truly mean nothing to you? He views you as his salvation. Do you not feel the same? Naruto pressed, stepping closer to Zabuza, meeting his gaze head-on. Even though he was looking up, Zabuza felt as though Naruto was gazing down at him. Those blue eyes, as clear as the sky, seemed to see through all of Zabuza's thoughts. Zabuza averted his gaze awkwardly, discarding Kato onto the ground, while Kakashi instinctively took over, binding him. Upon hearing Naruto's words, White lifted his head, looking at Zabuza with hopeful anticipation. Is it true? Am I truly Zabuza's redemption? Can I really be that? Seeing through the expectations hidden beneath White's mask, Zabuza's heart softened. Just as Naruto had said, White was important to him. He simply feared admitting it. He was a ninja, a rogue ninja at that, constantly at risk of being hunted. If others discovered how significant White was to him, it could put White in jeopardy. The life of a rogue ninja was never secure, and revealing such a glaring vulnerability would only escalate the danger. However, given that Naruto had already seen through his facade, and White had become a capable ninja in his own right, revealing the truth to White seemed less consequential now. With a deep sigh, Zabuza approached Haku and affectionately ruffled his hair. Of course, you are my salvation, the most important person to me. Zabuza suddenly gazed at Haku with tenderness. When Haku looked up, he was taken aback by the warmth in Zabuza's eyes, never having witnessed such a side of him before. In Haku's mind, Zabuza had always been a competent ninja, perpetually calm. One might call it serenity, but less charitably, one might label it cold-bloodedness, as if nothing could ever rattle him. Yet now, he saw something different. He beheld kindness and affection directed towards him. My lord Zabuza? Haku murmured, staring blankly at him. What's wrong? Are you dazed? Zabuza chuckled at Haku's bewildered expression, wondering why he was so astonished by a mere display of warmth. Did Haku truly perceive him as an unfeeling person? Although he had indeed trained Haku to think that way, it did not define his true self. In reality, Zabuza was deeply attuned to emotions. His departure from the Hidden Mist village was born of disappointment. Haku was the fragile flower he had spotted on his journey, a symbol of resilience that illuminated his darkness. Is this truly the case, my lord Zabuza? Haku still found it hard to believe that he could be Zabuza's redemption. How could someone who had only known the art of combat serve as his savior? Indeed, it is true. Otherwise, why would I keep you by my side? Zabuza finally smiled genuinely. Did Haku think he was merely a meddlesome individual? He was just a child on the roadside. In the harsh world of ninjas, death was commonplace. Was it not due to the ice release? Haku's confusion was palpable, impossible to overlook, prompting Zabuza to continue explaining. The bloodline limits of the mist are numerous. If I truly desired one, I would not rely on a mere child, especially one who has never trained in ninjutsu or even knows what chakra is. I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, after all, and I have quite a few followers. Haku's confusion was understandable. He had never lived in a ninja village and had no prior understanding of the ninja world. Zabuza was the first ninja he had encountered. While Haku had considered learning more about Zabuza, the latter had refrained from discussing his past, leaving Haku unaware of who Zabuza truly was. All he knew was that Zabuza was a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist village, renowned for his prowess in single-handedly eliminating many pursuing ninjas. So, I truly am your salvation? Haku repeated, seeking affirmation. Zabuza, showing no impatience, gazed at Haku with warmth and nodded. Upon seeing Zabuza's nod, Haku leaped into his embrace, tightly wrapping his arms around Zabuza's waist. "Thank you, my Lord Zabuza. You are my salvation as well. I am truly happy, so grateful that I did not perish earlier. For now I can understand your heart. Even if I were to die now, it would matter not." Tears streamed down Haku's face beneath his mask, gradually soaking his cheeks. "Stop speaking nonsense. That little brat is clearly toying with me. He would never want to see you die, and he probably hopes for our relationship to deepen." Zabuza had keenly observed Naruto's attitude and, understanding it well, had refrained from becoming angry. If he had wished to, he could have taken Haku and left long ago. Even with Kakashi present, Naruto was no weakling. That wouldn't prevent their escape. After all, he was the demon Zabuza, and Haku was his carefully nurtured ninja. Quit overthinking. Neither of us is going to die. Not only that, but we both might eventually become part of that little brat's crew. Zabuza understood that at this point. Both he and Haku were irrevocably tied to Naruto. While Zabuza could choose to walk away and ignore Naruto, he was not that kind of person. Everything Naruto had done was aimed at ensuring Zabuza could commit fully to his tasks. Since the outcome was favorable, Zabuza had no qualms about Naruto becoming his permanent employer. After all, Naruto appeared quite affluent and possessed considerable strength. Chapter 105. An unfinished mission. "I apologize, my Lord Zabuza. I have burdened you." Haku stepped back from Zabuza's embrace. "Feeling guilty? Not at all. He is a good person who will provide us with a stable life." Zabuza did not enjoy a life of wandering. Now that an opportunity presented itself, it was wise to seize it. As he had stated, Naruto was indeed a commendable individual, and Zabuza trusted his judgment. "Yes, my Lord Zabuza," Haku replied, standing beside him and glancing at Naruto. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. My name is Haku." Haku removed his mask and bowed respectfully to Naruto. This was not only due to Naruto becoming his employer, but also because he had resolved the misunderstandings between Haku and Zabuza. Had it not been for Naruto, Haku might have forever believed that Zabuza did not care for him. "Hello, Haku. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and this is Sasuke Uchiha," Naruto introduced, gesturing towards Sasuke. "Yes, Naruto-kun. And Lord Sasuke." At this moment, Naruto's introduction of Sasuke spoke volumes about the latter's significance. "Let's clarify the task quickly. We cannot waste any more time," Zabuza interjected, growing impatient after having already squandered enough time. Even if Naruto was his new employer, Zabuza was not known for his patience. "Let's discuss it on the road." "I will send a shadow clone with you," Naruto said, creating a shadow clone. With Kurama's chakra at his disposal, Naruto was unconcerned about running out of chakra mid-journey, as Kurama could gather chakra at any moment. As for danger, that was a joke. With Zabuza present, how could a shadow clone be sent into battle? Are there no issues with using a shadow clone? Although Naruto had previously demonstrated proficiency with the shadow clone technique, this situation raised concerns. Gathering Kato's assets did not appear to be a simple task. Did he possess enough chakra? "Don't worry, I am a Uzumaki," Naruto reassured. The only thing he appreciated about his mother was the Uzumaki lineage, which not only made him the ideal Jinchuriki, but also endowed him with ample chakra, allowing Naruto to avoid seeking explanations for his peculiarities. "That's good to hear," Zabuza said, opting not to press further. If Naruto preferred not to explain, there was no need for pretense. Even among the Uzumaki clan, consistently utilizing shadow clones at this age was no small feat. "Let us depart," the shadow clone exclaimed, bouncing ahead eagerly. "Hurry up, we still need you to lead the way." "Understood," Zabuza replied tersely, lifting Kato once more. "Yes, Naruto-kun," Haku cheerfully followed behind Zabuza. "Is it truly all right to let them go?" Tazuna, having approached Kakashi's side, expressed his concerns while watching Zabuza and Haku walk away. "Rest assured, Mr. Tazuna. Zabuza is a ninja. He would not wish to oppose you without a mission," Kakashi Hitaki kindly reassured. "Now that Kato has departed, Mr. Tazuna, it would be prudent for you to find someone to commence work promptly. Building the bridge is an urgent endeavor. We cannot afford to halt simply because there is no immediate threat. Once the bridge is completed, the land of waves will surely regain hope." Filled with optimism, Tazuna departed, disregarding whether Kakashi merely sought to divert him. The paramount task at hand was to expedite the bridge's construction. Did Naruto truly believe in Zabuza? Kakashi chose not to inquire about the origins of Naruto Uzumaki's wealth, nor did he question Naruto's intentions regarding Kato's assets. He was merely concerned whether Naruto's plans would succeed. Kakashi had no grounds to refuse, as he intended to provide Naruto with a stable life. Perhaps this was not Zabuza's greatest desire, but it was certainly what Haku longed for. Haku was of significant importance to Zabuza, more so than he himself could fathom. Naruto held no doubts about Zabuza, aware that the shadow clone he had conjured, albeit merely a projection, contained within it the formidable Kyuubi. What about Kakashi-sensei? Will he inform the Hokage? Turning to Kakashi, Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping that Kakashi would stand by him and provide a reason to continue trusting him. Kakashi was not inherently a trustworthy individual. His feelings for Naruto were predicated on the fact that he was the son of Minato Namikaze. Yet, Naruto did not acknowledge himself as Minato's son and even harbored thoughts of avenging him. This truth, Naruto knew, could not remain concealed indefinitely. Eventually, Kakashi would discover it. In light of this, it would be better for Kakashi to learn the truth sooner rather than later, sparing him the heartache of loss. What nonsense are you contemplating? Kakashi remarked, ruffling Naruto's hair with mild irritation. As long as you do not pose a threat to Konoha, you may pursue whatever you desire. Kakashi's expectations of Naruto were quite minimal. As long as Naruto did not endanger Konoha, he could even leave the village without issue. To be fair, Konoha was not an ideal environment for Naruto. Nearly everyone harbored disdain and hatred towards him. Nevertheless, as a member of Konoha, Kakashi did not wish to witness Naruto engage in actions that could jeopardize the village, especially considering Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage. Oh, are your demands truly so low? Kakashi-sensei, you seem rather lax, Naruto remarked, curious about Kakashi's perspective. My sole mission from the beginning has been to ensure your safety. Do not pry into my innermost thoughts. Kakashi stated calmly, covering Naruto's eyes. Mission? Naruto was perplexed by Kakashi's words, thinking Kakashi's task should be to monitor him. Indeed, mission, Kakashi replied, turning to depart. His mission had always been to safeguard Naruto, both before and after his birth. As long as his teacher had not declared the mission complete, he would continue executing it. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, Kakashi was not an operative of the third Hokage, but rather a direct subordinate of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the sole, living disciple of the fourth. He bore the responsibility of protecting Minato's only child. Chapter 106. The Uchiha clan has been annihilated. Is that the inheritance my father left for you? That evening, upon returning to his room, Sasuke Uchiha curiously inquired. Sasuke had always known that Fugaku Uchiha had given Naruto some form of compensation to ensure Naruto would protect him when necessary. However, he had never learned the specifics of what was bestowed. Naruto had contemplated showing him, but Sasuke believed that since it was given to Naruto, it rightfully belonged to him. Now, however, Sasuke found himself intrigued. Even if his father had bequeathed Naruto a portion of their assets, he doubted it would be substantial enough for a child like Naruto to safeguard. Yet, judging by Zabuza's demeanor, the inheritance appeared notable. Of course, unless I possess other assets. Would you like to see? Naruto offered. He was aware of Sasuke's reluctance to examine the inheritance, but did not they belong to each other? They needed not delineate between themselves. They were united. Take a look. Otherwise, you will remain oblivious to your wealth, Naruto urged, and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Previously, he had hesitated due to his youth, but through the daily influence of Naruto, he had come to understand. What was Naruto's was also his. They were one, indistinguishable from one another. As Sasuke received the scroll Naruto carried, he began to examine it with earnestness. The scroll served dual purposes, for viewing and for storage. Storage scrolls were crafted by inscribing specific sealing techniques upon them, thereby creating a small space. To preserve certain secrets, Naruto had inscribed such a technique on his wrist, typically concealed beneath his guard. Hidden beneath the guard was a sealing technique, created by Naruto himself, designed to hold all that he deemed important. Sasuke possessed one as well, also inscribed by Naruto. However, he seldom utilized it, finding little necessity to conceal anything. Frequent use could expose his uniqueness. He opted to hide it beneath his guard to prevent others from realizing Naruto's knowledge surpassed their comprehension. Even when Naruto was merely a child and still inexperienced, the villagers had feared him immensely. If they were to discover that Naruto had escaped their control, their fear would only multiply. Is there truly that much? Sasuke glanced at the financial statement in his hands. Although he did not fully comprehend it, he grasped enough to understand its significance. Did my father provide you with all of this? It was not that Sasuke was stingy. He simply could not fathom that his father would bestow so much wealth upon Naruto, who was still just a child. Did he not fear Naruto would be unable to safeguard it? Even if the individuals involved were trustworthy, it was difficult to dismiss the possibility of ulterior motives. Has the caretaker ever mistreated you? Sasuke asked, concern evident in his gaze as he looked at Naruto. In truth, Sasuke's worry was misplaced. Fugaku would never leave a disobedient caretaker in charge. In a large clan, there were myriad methods to exert control over an individual, especially within a clan of ninjas. Certain secret techniques were passed down through generations. Of course not. Uncle Fugaku has methods to ensure compliance. Naruto chuckled, amused by Sasuke's lack of faith in his own father. As the leader of his clan, it is inconceivable for him to be a mere character of simplicity. Uchiha Sasuke exhaled a sigh of relief, aware that his concern only muddled his thoughts. Yet, how could he not worry? He had but one family member left, Naruto Uzumaki. How did you amass such wealth? Sasuke redirected the conversation to its original topic. There was a merchant who seemed quite jovial during our previous discussions, Naruto elaborated, noticing Sasuke's initial lack of recognition. Oh, that one. I recall him. He was detained for a while because of you. Sasuke remembered the merchant who had been apprehended for several days due to his association with Naruto. He had mockingly remarked that the merchant was hardly diligent, spending his days chatting with the villagers. Is it possible he knows Naruto? That individual is the one left in charge by Uncle Fugaku. Naruto quickly interjected upon seeing Sasuke's bewilderment. It was my request that led to his capture. I felt a bit guilty about it, he confessed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The merchant, not being a combatant, had been put in danger by coming to Konoha, and due to his status, he ended up incarcerated for a few days. Fortunately, he had enough wealth. Otherwise, he would have faced an even longer sentence. Given Naruto's status, anyone approaching him would inevitably be monitored for a day or two. Had the merchant not possessed some standing, he would have been barred from leaving Konoha altogether. Is it truly him? Sasuke's astonishment was palpable. The merchant did not exhibit any traits of nobility. In fact, it felt utterly implausible. Despite his current predicament, he must still be considered a minor noble. Doesn't seem like it, does it? Naruto perceived Sasuke's thoughts, having pondered the same question in the past. Indeed, Sasuke nodded in agreement. At first, I felt the same. However, it seems his ancestors were a branch of the Uchiha clan, albeit now devoid of chakra. Naruto reminisced about the leader's account. They were never part of Konoha during its establishment and subsequently became a lineage known only to the clan head. Their nobility was arranged by Uchiha Madara to ensure that those who chose not to join Konoha could still lead a comfortable life. After all, even those lacking exceptional talent remained part of the Uchiha family. Naruto recalled the leader's admiration for Madara, which seemed to surpass his affection for the Uchiha of Konoha. Perhaps one day I shall take Sasuke to meet him. Though he has not awakened the Uchiha bloodline, he bears a striking resemblance to our clan. After all, I have met him before, and the Uchiha clan has been annihilated, he mused. Chapter 107. You deserve it, you needn't worry about me. I have long accepted the reality of my solitude. Sasuke had already come to terms with the extinction of his clan. He wished for Naruto not to dwell on it as well. Moreover, they are not of the Uchiha, they are not my kin. Naruto sighed, seemingly surprised that Sasuke could draw such extensive connections from a single remark. That's not my intention. It is merely that the estate is a legacy left by Uncle Fugaku, and I wish for you to witness it. As for that person, if you prefer not to meet him, so be it. And remember, Sasuke, you are not alone. I shall always stand by your side. Naruto embraced Sasuke, allowing him to lean against him. Is there anything left for me? Sasuke inquired softly. Naruto understood his concern, refraining from bringing up matters that might cause him distress. Since Naruto had initiated the invitation, it must imply there was something of significance, perhaps some ninjutsu or the like. It was suggested you could explore it when you are older, although it's not mandatory. Those belongings had remained untouched, for Naruto had never ventured out to discover their true nature. Deep down, he was reluctant for Sasuke to investigate, yet he could not conceal it from him. The Uchiha clan had perished, and while Itachi Uchiha still lived, Naruto did not wish for Sasuke to remain mired in hatred. Perhaps this was a double standard. Although he yearned for vengeance himself, he did not wish for Sasuke to be consumed by it. Let us visit it in due time, Sasuke eventually declared. Knowing it was his father's legacy, he felt compelled to see it, regardless of its nature. If it didn't align with his desires, he could simply disregard it. After all, his father was no longer present. Naruto's apprehensions were unfounded. Without him, Sasuke might have indeed succumbed to revenge, but he had Naruto. like a ray of sunlight. Naruto illuminated the dark world Sasuke inhabited after losing his family. With Naruto by his side, he would never fret over trivial matters. His life belonged to him alone, and he would live for himself, not to fulfill the expectations of others. Should his father's legacy resonate with him, he would embrace it. If not, he would choose his own path. Do not label me selfish. I am but a child, he thought. Furthermore, he believed his father would not leave him with burdensome tasks. Even regarding the tragedy of the Uchiha clan, his father had conveyed nothing, instead urging him to lead a fulfilling life in Konoha. His father had loved him enough not to impose any difficult challenges. Very well, in the future, we shall be free to traverse Konoha, Naruto vowed. However, that leader knows you. I have instructed him to heed your commands as well. Your orders hold equal weight with him. This directive had been established since the leader's first arrival in Konoha. Sasuke was regarded as an extension of Naruto. You truly place your trust in me, Sasuke mused, unaware of the origin of Naruto's unwavering faith in him. You are deserving of it, was the simple three-word response from Sasuke. Naruto had always believed that Sasuke would never betray him. This conviction was not merely due to Sasuke's character, but stemmed from Naruto's intuition. He trusted his instincts, just as he had approached Sasuke on their first encounter. In reality, Naruto perceived himself as a rational individual, owing to his ability to sense emotions. He relied on intuition before engaging in conversation, yet Sasuke was an exception. Naruto had never employed his sensory abilities against him, save for those subconscious moments woven into daily life. Through intuition followed by rational judgment, Naruto had never utilized this approach with Sasuke. In a separate room, Kakashi Hatake sat by the window, quietly gazing at the moon. He harbored doubts about Naruto's statements. After all, Naruto's behavior had been remarkably uncharacteristic. Concerning Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Kakashi had initially been astonished and elated, but soon skepticism had crept in. Naruto Uzumaki's attitude towards Konoha is rather unfriendly. If his teacher were present, despite any dissatisfaction with the village's treatment of Naruto, he would never allow Naruto to harbor animosity towards Konoha. Kakashi Hatake possesses a deep understanding of his mentor. To put it bluntly, his perspective on Konoha is excessively positive. When Obito perished, although Kakashi wished to retain Obito's eyes, he knew in his heart that it was an impossibility. The Uchiha's eyes must not be kept by outsiders. It is a rule, for otherwise, it would bring trouble to the Uchiha clan. As someone who is not an Uchiha, he cannot fully wield the Sharingan, and it may even diminish his inherent strength. Thus, within his vessel, the Sharingan would encounter greater peril, leading to its potential loss. At that moment, he was merely selfish, wishing to extend his time with Obito's eyes, intending to return them eventually. Yet, he never anticipated that his teacher would actually persuade the Uchiha to allow the Sharingan to fall into foreign hands, although it was clear that others had also contributed to this outcome. However, those individuals were certainly not motivated by a desire to honor Obito's last wishes. Kakashi is acutely aware that if he were to meet an untimely demise, reclaiming the Sharingan would become exceedingly difficult. The eyes would naturally become the property of the village rather than the Uchiha. His teacher, however, never contemplated such matters, nor did he seem to consider his own mortality. After all, his teacher was always confident, believing that he could protect Kakashi, yet the truth remains that no one can truly safeguard another. He could not protect Obito, nor could he protect Kakashi. Even now, he expects Kakashi to protect Naruto. Nevertheless, Naruto is capable of deceit to achieve his own ends, which genuinely pleases Kakashi. At the very least, Naruto is not the type to be easily deceived. The current state of Konoha is exceedingly unsafe. Kakashi muses that he hopes Hiruzen Sarutobi meets his end soon, but if that occurs, there is no successor for the position of Hokage. Chapter 108. I want to see the present Konoha. Kakashi finds himself at a loss for words regarding the current state of the village. The formidable individuals have either perished or departed from the village. Were it not for Naruto still residing in Konoha, he might have chosen to leave as well. This village, which has caused the deaths of his father, comrades, and mentors, has left him with a plethora of painful memories. Nevertheless, Naruto has his own thoughts and plans. Why should Kakashi concern himself with them? Meanwhile, Naruto and Zabuza do not rush their journey but opt to rest at an inn for the night. I do not believe you lack money, so why covet Kato's fortune? Kurama inquires, seated across from Naruto. After departing from the land of waves, Naruto has created a shadow clone, leaving it under Kurama's control. I never claimed to be in need of money, Naruto retorts, puzzled by Kurama's assumption that he is financially strained. The gifts he received from Uchiha Fugaku alone are more than sufficient for both him and Sasuke to live carefree until adulthood. Kurama does not think that Naruto is simply bored and seeking something to occupy his time. Naruto is, above all, averse to trouble. In fact, he is even more reluctant to engage in it than that troublesome Nara boy. He merely wishes to keep Zabuza around, aware that he cannot conceal his intentions from Kurama. Naruto never intended to hide them in the first place. What use are you to me? Do you not wish to remain in Konoha? Keeping Zabuza around may have a slim chance of being discovered, but it is not impossible, especially since Naruto has not concealed it from Kakashi and the others. Should Naruto wish to remain in Konoha, becoming a complete inhabitant of the village is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, Konoha is their future home. Perhaps, at present, Konoha feels like a cage to them, but one day, Naruto will transform Konoha into a place he and Kurama can call home. He will appropriately reshape the village, preserving what he cherishes and discarding what he does not. Is not the ability to sense good and evil intended for this purpose? However, there may be dangers ahead, and they will undoubtedly require greater strength. I do not comprehend where the danger lies. As long as I am present, there shall be no issues, Kurama asserts confidently, possessing unwavering faith in his power. Yet, we cannot handle everything ourselves. To successfully become Hokage, Konoha will surely voice its dissent. The villagers will not simply align with our side, and I do not wish to turn against them. Although the Konoha residents harbor a poor attitude towards him, some of them will undoubtedly be relatives of his future followers. At this moment, external power becomes paramount. Through absolute strength, he seeks to compel them to submit. This is his desire. By your reasoning, it seems I should take the stage directly, Kurama remarks, puzzled by Naruto's line of thinking. If he is not mistaken, Naruto intends to instill fear in everyone through physical dominance, thereby forcing them to submit. If that is the case, should not Kurama be the optimal choice? He belongs solely to Naruto and possesses a power that terrifies all of humanity. While Zabuza is formidable, he ultimately remains within the realm of ordinary humans. Hey, what are you gazing at? Are you zoning out while talking to me? Kurama's tone is filled with astonishment. This is an unprecedented situation. Naruto has always been earnest with him. So what is happening? It is one thing to disregard his power, but now he seems to be ignoring him entirely. Perhaps Naruto has never truly examined his own face, and as he observes Kurama using his features to express various emotions, he fails to hear Kurama speak. Upon hearing Kurama's sudden, raised voice, Naruto sheepishly scratches his head. What did you just say? Did you not hear anything I said? Kurama gazes at Naruto incredulously, seemingly unable to fathom that Naruto did not catch a single word. I apologize, Kurama. I was momentarily unaccustomed to seeing my own face, Naruto replies, rising to sit beside Kurama and shaking his arm. It's truly strange to see myself sitting right in front of me. This feels different from a shadow clone. He is acutely aware that Kurama resides within him. This is the first time he has encountered Kurama externally. Cannot he emerge directly? Logically, manifesting a bit of chakra should pose no issue. Naruto gazes at Kurama with curiosity, as he has never been well versed in the matters of Jinchuriki. Kurama has shared stories about the origins of the ninja world and the tailed beasts, but he has never elaborated on the concept of Jinchuriki. Perhaps he is reluctant to acknowledge that he currently inhabits Naruto's body, or perhaps he does not wish to view him merely as a vessel. You little brat. Do not change the subject, Kurama exclaims, glancing helplessly at Naruto, who is resting on his shoulder. Naruto raises his head slightly. This marks the first time Kurama has had such close contact with him. Once upon a time, Naruto Uzumaki stood before him like a mere ant. Now, however, Naruto had grown to match his stature. What a novel sensation this was. While it is indeed possible to release a modicum of chakra, such a manifestation would not be in its complete form, resulting in a diminished size. Despite this, Kurama still addressed Naruto's inquiry. Oh, is that truly feasible? Naruto had merely asked out of curiosity, not anticipating that Kurama could indeed emerge. Wait, if the size diminishes, does that mean? Naruto abruptly straightened his posture, casting a hesitant glance at Kurama, hoping for a definitive answer. Yes, that is precisely what I mean, which is why I was reluctant to inform you. Kurama confirmed Naruto's speculation. After all, this was something Naruto had longed for since childhood. Kurama could hardly fail to discern Naruto's thoughts. Can it happen now? I wish to see, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. A large fox is undeniably adorable, but a smaller one would be irresistibly cute. Naruto gazed expectantly at Kurama, eager for a transformation to take place at that very moment. No, discard all those thoughts from your mind. Do not dwell on such nonsense, Kurama retorted angrily at Naruto. He genuinely questioned his own upbringing, wondering how Naruto had come to be in such a state under his guidance. Chapter 109. Spoiled by affection, why not change a little? Am I not your favorite, Naruto? Naruto leaned closer to Kurama, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do not even think about it. The current state is perfectly fine. Kurama pushed Naruto away, unwilling to relent. It was quite satisfactory to emerge through Naruto's body. He had no intention of reverting to his juvenile form. Please, great fox. Naruto, undeterred by Kurama's objections, pressed closely against him, calling out an endearing nickname he hadn't used in ages. Although they were aware of his identity as the Nine Tails, they were likely unaware of Kurama's true appearance. Even if Kurama were to emerge, they might not recognize him. Naruto yearned to interact openly with Kurama, not in secret or merely through mental communication, but face to face, in the sunlight, as equals. Kurama gazed into Naruto's eyes and suddenly comprehended what Naruto truly desired. With a sigh, Kurama ultimately chose to acquiesce to Naruto's wishes. Previously, he had been unable to emerge. Moreover, the seal had not been fully lifted at that time. And despite his formidable power, he could not adequately protect Naruto. Now that the seal had been released, allowing him to manifest in his complete form, it would not be amiss to indulge Naruto's wish a little. In the current Konoha, no one posed a challenge to his complete form. The only one who truly mastered the sealing technique was the Jinchuriki himself. Let us return. The outside world is not entirely safe. Kurama's concern was not for himself, but rather for Naruto, as the multitude of eyes could prove detrimental to him. Really? Naruto looked at Kurama with delight, having thought Kurama would refuse his request. If I disagree, you will surely cause a ruckus, Kurama replied with resignation. Perhaps it was due to his excessive indulgence that Naruto could always achieve his desires through his charming antics whenever things did not go his way. Who could resist my charm? Naruto embraced Kurama with abandon, reveling in his favored status. He had consistently tested Kurama's boundaries, and it became evident that Kurama had nearly none. Even if there were, they would be easily transcended. You little rascal, you know precisely how to strike a balance. Kurama's words were not a commentary on Naruto's social finesse, but rather on how Naruto could always adeptly navigate Kurama's triggers. That is only possible because you indulge me. Otherwise, I could entirely ignore you. Naruto had always felt fortunate. Although he had endured the misfortune of being abandoned by his parents, it had led him to encounter Kurama, who would forever place him first. If all his previous misfortunes served merely to bring him to Kurama, he would not mind enduring a few more hardships. Kurama placed a hand atop Naruto's head, gently stroking him. Naruto nestled quietly in Kurama's embrace. Under Naruto's guidance, Zabuza and Haku accompanied them to the territory of Matsushita Shin. Matsushita Shin was the individual Naruto had previously mentioned to Sasuke Uchiha as the one in charge. He had initially been responsible for the private enterprises of the Uchiha clan. Before the Uchiha massacre, Fugaku Uchiha had entrusted him to Naruto for Sasuke's sake. It now appeared that Fugaku's decision had been wise, as Sasuke was indeed thriving alongside Naruto. Lord Matsushita, Matsushita Shin respectfully stood before Naruto, showing no sign of confusion regarding Zabuza and the shadow clone by his side. This is Zabuza, that is Haku. They will accompany you from now on, Naruto indicated, turning to reveal Zabuza and Haku standing behind him. Matsushita Shin glanced at them before redirecting his gaze, ensuring that he did not look where he ought not to and exhibiting no curiosity. Naruto sensed Matsushita Shin's thoughts and felt increasingly satisfied with him. Even Zabuza had stolen several glances at Kurama along the way, yet Matsushita Shin managed to avoid even a fleeting glance. This is Kurama, from now on. Treat him as you would treat me. Naruto formally introduced Kurama. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Matsushita Shin turned his attention to Kurama, wishing to remember this new master of his. The two bore striking similarities, yet their auras were distinctly different, not to mention their eye colors. While Naruto consistently emanated a sense of respect, his eyes held a certain purity. Kurama, however, radiated an aura of fear, his gaze steeped in the essence of carnage. Matsushita Shin, being a noble himself, had encountered numerous merchants over the years, yet he had never before seen anyone like Kurama. Although Kurama's appearance was akin to that of his superior, Matsushita Shin pondered whether he was perhaps a second persona of his master. Though he entertained such rebellious thoughts, they did not affect his outward demeanor. Yes, Lord Kurama. Matsushita Shin bowed to Kurama. Kurama, with an aloof huff, chose not to respond. All right, this is Kato. Take Zabuza and collect his assets. I shall return first. Although it was a shadow clone, Naruto could not remain out for long, lest others notice his prolonged presence. Yes, my lord, Lord Kurama. Matsushita Shin respectfully observed the two depart, and then began to manage Kato's assets alongside Zabuza and Haku. He was well acquainted with the intricacies of handling others' wealth. Were it not for the sudden change in masters and the insistence on discretion, he would have already seized Kato's possessions. After all, was he not merely an ordinary individual, whose wealth was destined for him? As Naruto and Kurama departed, they did not dissolve the ninjutsu, but instead chose to meander outside. After all, the matter in the Land of Waves was not yet resolved. Their upcoming task was to escort Tazuna until the bridge was completed, and they could only leave once the bridge was finished. There remained a considerable stretch of time before their return, ample opportunity for Naruto and Kurama to enjoy themselves outside. Since his birth, Naruto Uzumaki has never truly experienced the joys of play, while the Nine Tails has been sealed away for decades, deprived of the refreshing embrace of the open air. Seizing this rare opportunity, Naruto and the Nine Tails decided to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. Before departing from the Land of Waves, they remained outdoors, as their shadow clones rendered their return inconsequential. In fact, they had no intention of going back at all. Once they had enjoyed themselves sufficiently, they would simply dispel the shadow clones and return naturally. They were not wasting a moment. Their sole purpose for being out was to revel in the joys of life.